up in the ground that's plastic because it's not cost effective to turn into things.
Can sanitation be one of the last mafia-run businesses?
Well, it's run by a section of the government, right? But it's like if you were competing against Singapore, you would lose. Okay? If like one city was run by Singapore, like Chicago was run by Singapore, but Detroit was run by people who do it right now. And you got to figure out which way is better for the city, which way looks better, which way is more efficient, which way actually like creates less overall waste. You can just recycle it and reuse it, and it actually works as an asset and a commodity. Wouldn't that be better? Like, if somebody can do it, you can do it. But the problem is there's no fucking incentive.
There's probably so much infrastructure within all of these. Like, it's just been how many years that we've been having this system of sanitation that it's just like to try to change that in any sort of like abrupt way is like insane. What do you even do? I remember there was a landfill near my house. We would go we would ride our bikes down to the train tracks and find the landfill, and it was just piles and piles and piles of garbage.
It's basically the modern version of what it's like to live in a city with horses shit in the streets.
Yeah,
it's like a mild version of it.
Which wasn't like much thought, but it's like the down the road types. Now it's just weird.
Not only that, it gets into the water. You know, and you just dump much shit on the ground like that. You know, you're allowed to have a place where you just fill it in. What about water that's running under that? Like, what happens there?
Liquid death.
Yeah.
Metal water.
Yeah, there's like so much fucked up in how we do things and not course corrected.
But I mean, is it so with the recycling thing? Is it just designed to fine us for not recycling and to create more revenue streams?
I think initially they had this idea that that's what they were going to do, that they were going to recycle things, and they do recycle bottles and they do recycle cans because it's cost effective. The problem with plastic, it's not cost effective to recycle. So 90% of it or something in the range of that, it's thrown in the ground. They just put it in the dirt, which is the fucking worst. Like, why are you making me separate garbage if you just can I just put plastic? Can we just admit? And I'll just put plastic bottles in the garbage now because that's what I've been doing. I kind of gave up. I gave up on your little bullshit charade. I'm not going to be a part of this if I know you're not doing it.
Well, there is, I still think there's like a rule follow for a lot. Like, people, it's so funny. I just kind of see the results, but I don't know what the actual fight is. Like, sometimes in New York, there's plastic bags everywhere. And then one time I'll tell you, goes, no, they're completely illegal now, plastic. And then
you can only have paper bags. So you want to kill the trees?
In New York, well, during the pandemic, they kind of, because they made that law maybe 6 months before the pandemic. And they were like, no more plastic bags, only paper. And then the pandemic hit, and they were like, all right, we need to figure out priorities here. And then they started using plastic bags again. But in New Jersey, you have to, when I go to ShopRite, I have to pay for new reusable bags every time. They no longer give even paper.
No, I got a bunch of those. I'm never going to recycle.
They're good for lighting fires, paper ones. We'll start a little fire in fireplace, crumple up some little paper bags, stick it under there.
It is like at the airport they'll do that with the big paper bags. They charge you for the paper bags. It's not like bags were always free. I existed for 30 years on this planet of bags. I think it just makes you think about it like every time. One out of every 100 people remember to bring their own shopping bags. But they're the fucking nerds that brings their own shopping bags.
Paper bags are good, man, but they kill trees.
So my girlfriend wants to go and she's been like, oh, let's go. And oh, wait, I'm going to run back to the apartment. I forgot to get the bags. I'm going to buy new, but I'm not.
You know what the biggest scam going is? The paper bag industry. Because they should all be hemp paper bags. If they were all hemp paper bags, they would be 100 times better. They'd be so much stronger. You wouldn't have to chop down a tree to do it. You chop down a stalk of a plant. It doesn't even make weed. You know, they have them where they don't. There's no THC in them at all, and you make gigantic fucking chunks of this paper. It's almost indestructible. It's so different, you barely tear it.
Is it cheaper? No.
Sure, it would be cheaper if you had the infrastructure, because you could like I said, if you have an acre of trees and you chop them down, it's going to be fucking years before you can chop down the new ones and plant afterwards. It takes forever for them to grow. But hemp, you can redo it every fucking few months.
Yeah,
that shit grows like a weed.
Wasn't it a big part of why like weed was made illegal because they didn't want the competition from hemp or something like
100%, that? 100%. It was William Randolph Hearst.
Right.
He was the Reefer Madness guy, along with Harry Anslinger. They demonized it as a commodity. If we had like true freedom in terms of like use the best plants to do stuff, that would be one of the number one. Forget about the weed argument. The number one thing is hemp. It's so much better paper. It's almost it's like it's really strong, like in a weird way. Like if you have a piece of hemp, you're like, what the fuck?
But hemp's legal now, right? Everywhere, just like paper, clothing.
It's been suppressed for so fucking long that the infrastructure is not really available to compete with like regular paper, or to compete with. I mean, they're making hemp clothes. It's sort of an oddity.
That was always like a hemp shirt. Like if you could find, like even
Woody Harrelson was ripping on hemp for a long time.
It's way better. There's a company called Datsusara that make hemp geese. They're the best geese, man. They don't rip. Cotton geese rip. They rip all these hemp geese are like indestructible. The only thing that gives out on them is the threads give out.
I feel like you don't want to get caught in a hemp gee joke. I'd much rather just like a regular gee than a hemp gee. Like, dude, I forgot to tell you.
The only geese that rip are old ones.
A regular gee will fuck you up. I read a thing about spider silk earlier today. As we're talking about materials, apparently spider silk is like one of the most strong. Like if they make actual clothing and like garments out of it. And it's like I believe that because you get caught in one string of it, and it's like on you for 5 minutes. You get it off. You're like, ew.
Imagine that was just as thick as like a power line.
It's 1/5 as thick as a human hair, or 1/10 as thick as human hair. And there was a team of guys who spent 5 years like. I don't know, milking spiders, but they were like using. They were getting this silk out of these spiders. They made this like big fucking gown with it. It was.
Well, you know, there's a thing they're trying to do. Okay, they're saying the human side. Silk is used to make bulletproof clothing. There's a thing they're trying to do now, though, where they're trying to make human skin, and you know how they can kind of splice genetics together. They want to make human skin that is made with this gene for this spider silk. So see if you can find that. So what they're trying to do,
you end up in a superhero movie.
They're literally bulletproof human skin. I mean, this right now it's theoretical, but if you think about what they're going to be able to do medically just in the next decade or two, especially with the AI stuff that's coming
that's the scary shit.
It's the scary shit. Yeah. As soon as they start integrating humans with that stuff, they're going to come up with all sorts of solutions to all sorts of problems, and one of them is going to be non-bulletproof skin. It's stopping crime. We're gonna just like make everybody mandatory, just so you get vaccinated. Everybody's gonna have to get bulletproof skin, so we don't have to worry about gun violence anymore. It doesn't work anymore.
We're just shooting each other in the head with Wolverine.
We're gonna evolve through technology. We're gonna all live like turtles. We're all gonna be like Ninja Turtles in the future. We're all gonna be like covered with armor. And it'll be just wild kingdom out there in the streets. Every day's a fucking street takeover.
Philadelphia street takeover.
Maybe that's how we get out of this. You know, like humans had to figure out opposable thumbs to be able to throw spears. Maybe at one point in time we have to just grow armor. We're not going to fix this problem with violence.
It would be pretty badass. Yeah, just have it, especially if you're the first human with it. Like if you get to be the first one who's got armor.
Like for real, how the fuck did a turtle become a turtle? How long did that take? And what
I'm guessing a while. I think it was a rat out of the sewers.
But think of all the animals that are so vulnerable, and this one motherfucker goes, and somehow or another, over the course of who knows how many fucking million years, it becomes a goddamn turtle. And it's such a good design that it hasn't changed in forever.
Of like alligators and crocodiles just smashing through turtles, just like a cookie,
saltwater crocs, just crushing them up like nothing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so disgusting. Yeah, see if you can find a video.
I can't cut. So the Bulletproof Skin is a story from 2012.
Yeah.
It was a project with an artist. I don't know that they're actually ever trying.
Yeah, it's a fucking CIA cover. I couldn't find it. They're going to cover Jason Bourne with bulletproof skin first. They're going to say, Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne with bulletproof skin. Inspiration of this project. Oh, Genghis Khan wanted it. Of course he wanted it. This legendary emperor said to have issued his horsemen with silk vests, as an arrow hitting silk does not break it, but ends up embedded in the flesh wrapped in silk. Interesting. Wow. So the silk was so strong that the arrows would just go into your skin through this, and you wouldn't get hit. It's like a Kevlar. So you'd still get fucked up, but you wouldn't get full penetration. It wouldn't penetrate.
Wow.
Still.
That's
Throw by
crazy.
your silk shirt and shoot you with an arrow.
No.
That's crazy. Those arrows sucked. Those broadheads sucked.
Yeah, Joe Rogan could fucking shoot somebody with a silk shirt on.
You could not do that today. Yeah, this is different. I don't know what kind of silk they have, but a modern day broadhead, those things are horrifying.
Well, I don't understand it, but it can't just be like a silk T-shirt. They had to have some type of thick silk, even for arrows back then.
What was it? Yeah, it must have been really thick because they were powerful bows too, especially the Mongols. The Mongols had these insane bows that took like 160 pounds to draw back, and they were famous for like when they looked at their skeletons, their bones. The one side of their body was like deformed because they were pulling like with the right arm their whole life. So their whole spine and everything is they have like giant bones in their shoulders and arms. Like their whole body developed to pull this fucking insane bow back. So that kind of a bow has crazy power behind it with this bullshit homemade arrow and these fucking whatever kind of heads they were using.
Dude, that would suck to put all that effort into pulling the bow and then silk takes it out.
Yeah.
Like, I did it for nothing. I got beat by silk.
I wonder if it would work with their bows. I wonder if that was just for the enemy's bows. Because the Mongols were so advanced militarily, which is really bizarre. That there's like one dude's group who likes to live in tents decide to literally take over the fucking world. And would have done. Got pretty close.
Yeah.
They killed 10% of the people on the fucking planet during his lifetime.
Well, people like that always have weird facial hair.
There is, however, little historical basis to this. What is it? The silk shirt claim? Oh, okay. Black years of claiming Mongols were silk shirts.
Hey, Jamie, can you stop making us look like assholes? Every chance.
Bring up thing that tells me I was wrong from front to back.
There is, however, little historical basis. No primary source can be found containing the statement. The earliest mention of it in relation to the Mongols comes from Michael Prodin's 1934 to Genghis Khan, der Sturm aus Eisen, Proudin, did I get that right? Eager to give Mongols every technological edge over their foes, appears to have assumed the Mongols as a warrior race would only have worn silk for military purposes. And is there any historical depictions of silk stopping arrows? See if you can find that. Maybe the Mongols didn't do it, and maybe it was like a theory.
The AI from Google says that they wore silk underclothes to prevent blood loss from arrows, and that they had armor that was sewn together with silk, but there was no some sort of plates.
That makes much more
So,
sense.
so it's like that under the armor with silk.
Just like the samurai outfits. They have this
The mesh,
plate,
right,
and
right.
they have the mesh under the plate so they can move around. We have one of those samurai outfits out there. It's a real one. From the 1800s.
Really?
It's freaky. Freaky. Like these
Joe, how
dudes.
to use this time machine? Go get it.
You can buy them. It took a long time. Arne actually got it for me as a gift. I think so. You have to, it's like a pain in the ass to get over here.
I'd imagine that's
Yeah.
a tough thing to buy. Yeah.
It's a weird
Yeah,
thing.
museum.
We
It's
talked
all
about
museum.
doing, so they do these like medieval fights, like it's like MMA in like medieval gear.
Yeah.
We talked about doing this Skate Fest, but to ship the armor to Vegas from wherever they were, it would be so expensive. We'd have to. It would make more sense to drive it out in a van, just like
Yeah.
a team of people.
You've seen those Russian videos where these guys beat the fuck out of each other with
Yeah, that's what it
swords.
is.
Dude, don't do that. I can't believe I'm saying don't do that. Please
He's got
don't do
armor, dude.
that. Yeah.
And I got a sword.
Bro, you're gonna hit this head with a sword, you're gonna forget all your jokes.
No, it's all right.
It's not French.
I got him.
No.
I got him a spider silk hat. He's fine.
Even if you have that helmet on, imagine how much a fucking sword weighs and it's hit you.
Well, the armor is like 120 pounds, 130
Right, but
pounds.
how
Just to,
much would you need around your head to let someone hit you in the head with a sword? I need a lot more than that.
yeah, more than that.
A lot more than
Oh,
that.
that'd be fun, though.
Bro, you get a shield to the head. You're getting CT motherfucking E. You can pretend that you're protected. You are not protected from that right all stars.
You still remember your jokes.
Look at the dents in that guy's helmet. Where he's got hit in the head with a fucking sword.
I'm more medieval.
This is fucking rules.
And they're doing it live for what I would describe as not that many people. Yeah, for 45 people in the crowd.
Well, I know, but if I went to this, I would go home and I go, I can't believe there's only 45 people. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life.
A giant turkey leg, a giant goblet.
Gosh, we got everything. What else that's fair? They got the dark game where you go in the I'm going back.
Look at this. He's on top of
Yeah,
it.
dude, dude.
Meeting with his shield.
Oh my god.
This is a weapon. He's meeting with his weapon.
You got that
That's
knight.
insane.
That knight had really good top control.
Bro, that guy got
Are you okay?
fucked up. That
Are you
kind-
okay? Yee.
that kind of weight dropping down on your head with that big ass fucking shield.
And with this virgin, you think it's not at all. Hold on.
Oh, thank you, everybody. You also have to take into account.
Performing for you.
You got to take into account the weight of all that armor on his arm and how much more that's driving down the impact of it.
Right. Just coming down.
Yeah, all that weight because it's all covered in steel, and then he has this big ass fucking shield and steel gloves on. And he's coming down on your head with that over and over and over.
You think that's
It's
more
terrible,
dangerous
right?
than MMA?
Yeah, man, that guy got it real fucked up. Like a different kind of, like a cracked skull type fucked up.
They fed him to a dragon afterwards.
I mean, that could kill. That seems like that could kill someone. Like that doesn't seem like, even with armor on, I don't believe that you could be okay if you get hit like that in the head.
Well, also all the shit from from the NFL is like the helmet doesn't really matter because when it's cracking against your head and you're rattling around,
How
it's
good
still
can that helmet be when you
not
let
good.
a dude with a shield and an iron
Not good
fucking
enough.
sleeve on slam down on your head over and over and over again? That could crack your skull.
I really agree with you.
It's
It's the same.
box with an MMA person.
Bro, there's no way that's
I would do that over power slap any day of the week.
Oh, yeah.
Would you? Oh my
Yeah.
god! Oh my god! Look at these guys have fucking axes.
Yeah,
This
This one I want to do.
bro,
Big-
it's so insane. This is so fucking
Lewis,
insane.
let's me and you guys going to spears.
Let's go.
Here's
I
the
got to run to the bathroom to do this, you two. And I do want to watch a full pay-per-view of this now.
thing.
This does roll.
Here's the thing: if you allow these guys to have no armor, dudes sign up. If you decided you're going to have a full sword fight version of this with no armor, guys would show up with a fucking bikini on, ready to slice you up. If we decided one day, if some crazy country, some fucking warlord dictator type dude decided to have actual sword fights with no armor on, dudes would do it. There's enough psychotic men out there that
I
would
was
sign up
jumping
for
at
that.
something.
Yeah, they'll
For sure.
do it.
Back in the day, there was we used to watch family fights, dude. And those guys would give the two guys nunchucks and like just beat the shit out of each other in the parking lot. Just two fucking Mexican guys wailing on each other.
I remember this next
How
one.
many people-
fucked this white dude up? And he was a good boxer. And he cracked him and knocked him out. And then when he got him on the ground, he kept dropping knees on his unconscious
Oh,
head. He was like, another one?
yeah,
He was bleeding
oh
like
my
crazy.
God,
It
really
was
good.
horrible. It was horrible.
Yeah, the sound.
It's seizing up and shit.
This is Howard Stern the other day. It was an old one where they would tell the people that were,
Good old days.
the people that were trying to get on like the one-way trip to Mars. They were going to try to do it. It was for years in 2012. And they said it wasn't going to go until 2020 something. So I don't think it ever ended up happening. But like they said it was thousands of people were trying to get on that mission.
One-way trip to die on Mars. Yeah,
Yeah.
thousands. Oh, dear
One-
God. Yeah.
I said it had to be whittled down. I was being whittled down to like 16 people, so it was not a lot of people. But they were like, "Oh yeah, you had to go through," and it's like, how many doctors and all kinds? It's pretty crazy. Like how many people want to do some shit.
Nutty
like that.
people, bro. There's a lot of people out there that want to end it. There's like this guy that want to be null.
They said for sure. They said, well, not for sure, but they said odds are you definitely will never make it to Mars. And if you get there, it's like you're just kind of like you're probably going to die en route. It takes.
You're always going to have people that want to sign up for that kind of stuff.
Whatever the thing is, it's like remember back in the day, it was a big thing in New York in the '90s. There were bug chasers. It was like a sect of the gay community that was trying to get AIDS.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a great series on Netflix right now called The Terror, and it's about these guys that try to cross the ice paths in like the 1800s, and they never make it. Spoiler alert. It gets fucking dark.
Yeah.
It gets dark. These dudes just got stranded on a boat with other guys, and of course, you start eating each other. The real story. It's based on a real story. These gentlemen actually did do this, and they didn't find their body. They didn't find anything until years and years later. They found clear evidence of like people getting cut up.
What was the time period?
1800s. They just thought they were slick. They're going to make it across, and it was a particularly cold winter, and the ice never thawed in that area. And they just got stuck there. They just got stuck, and then the ice developed all around them, and they were there for years.
I mean, that's like a thing of survival, which I understand. But you see people that go to like what's the big
Fidget concert, started eating each other. It was good snacks.
What's the mountain? The tallest one, the hardest one.
Everest?
Yeah,
Oh,
Everest.
Everest.
You see those videos of like the bodies that are like the bodies are now markers. Like you get to a certain, like name a guy like Jim. It's like that's Jim. He's when you're at however many feet high, and there's no way to get their bodies back down, so they just are stay there frozen.
You have to leave them there. No one can retrieve them and stay alive. It's too dangerous. That's why it's fucking nuts, man. You can find like one of the first guys that ever died up there. It's like it's all white. It looks like a statue, and he's face down on the rock, frozen.
And they don't touch the.
See if you can find the image. The image is.
I mean, somebody must
haunt it because it's there for anybody to
who
see.
can climb it, who can like.
No,
I'm saying one person that can climb it, that can like that's done like something shitty, the stuff up there.
Yeah.
You know, when you were kids, you take like the reindeer on people's lawns and put them in different positions.
But this guy's dead. But there's one that one in the lower left-hand corner, Jimmy. Lower left-hand corner, that one. That's the one. Look at that. Bro, imagine walking past that and go, yeah, okay, pussy. I'm gonna fucking make it up there, and I'm gonna come back down. I'm gonna jerk off on his back. That's a skit. With a fucking Chicago Bulls hat on.
He's really frozen.
Yeah, he's frozen. He's dead forever. He's been dead for a long time. Look, that guy's got old ass clothes on that have been just slowly worn away by time. It's amazing.
There's regular picture from the 70s.
But that's what happens. Like people, like you'll be in a group, and somebody dies, and they go, "Well, guys, we have to leave him." And you're like, "What?" That's
you have to leave them while they die.
Yeah,
or you could die.
Yeah,
like you can't help them. You have to just go.
And they're just gonna die a slow death.
Look at this guy's gonna try.
I can't believe how many people agree to like do like death sentences, but like then there's something like the submersible thing that was just like everyone was like cheersing champagne, like it's the best, and then it just ends immediately.
Oh, they saved that guy. Look, he got trapped.
Oh my god! Imagine getting trapped like that. That's it. You just slowly die, wishing you could just get shot in the head and not have to slowly die.
So insane. It's all so insane, and it's just to get to the top to say you got there.
I mean, how exhilarating it has to be so. I bet it's not that great.
Well, it's probably you realize you can do something very difficult, which a lot of people have a desire to do, and it's also a bragging right for a lot of dickheads. This is what dickheads I'm going to tell you. I've been in Nepal. I went up to Everest to really help the community. There's a lot of people that just do it for street cred.
It's awesome up there.
Yeah. Some people they just want to fucking challenge themselves though in some insane way. Oh my god!
I think when you don't have kids, any of those things like skydiving. I was wanted to skydive, but I'm terrified of heights. But as soon as I had a kid, I was like, I'm not.
No, I'm the same. Unnecessary risk. And I said now as my daughter's older too, like having that thing where it's like now she has to be like, what happened to your dad? Like the chute didn't open. Yeah, exactly. Motorcycle. I think. He turned. It was raining, and he turned on his motorcycle a little too fast.
Oh, I was going to get a motorcycle license. I was sitting in traffic, and I was just watching cars or a motorcycle zip between me, and I was like, "Dude, I got to get a motorcycle." And it was maybe the 5th time that I crashed my car in 2022. But I was like, "This is going to be the death of me."
That's Lewis had a moment where he was like, "I don't think I should do armored fighting or get a motorcycle."
Maybe neither of these are good ideas.
I have to trust you because I have to pee. So keep
fuck up my show. Okay, listen. You're leading the number one show in the number one show in the world, being left in the hands of the Legion of Skanks. What could possibly go wrong?
Let's take calls.
James, open the phone lines. It just turns out there's been phone lines the entire time. Just people have been waiting to get on.
Jim on 3 since you got some new ideas for the show.
It's all way behind. It's all a guy who's like, I want to say something to Brian Redman. You're years late, sir. Yes, I've been on hold for 17 years. This is going well, guys. What do you guys think? He's going pretty well. Does he like us? And when I say us, I mean you two. I think this Joe fella has a future in broadcasting.
Oh, yeah, he's sitting with that. I'll give you some notes, but man, I'll tell you what though, his like on air stuff, his accoutrement to the table is very different than ours.
It's cooler than ours. We just have a racist band.
I like to think we're getting there.
We are. Like no one's ever made his heart out of drums or stuff like that.
It's all really cool stuff. This is an actual dinosaur head.
It's a real skull.
Yeah, he was like, dude, this is actually a real UFO. We actually went to Mars and found a miniature UFO.
Oh, isn't this like a Tyrannosaurus windpipe or something? I don't even know wrong about that. I think it's something like that.
Jamie, is that what we're looking at?
Walrus dick up there somewhere.
It does. It's kind of look like a walrus dick now that you mention it.
That was pulled out of a permafrost.
This was.
Yes, that's like shaped or sawn there. It's all flat like
That's tough.
If I steal the thing from the permafrost.
Everybody take a little thing. Dave, take a commemorative coin. I'm going to take Dice's cigarette.
Yeah, I don't need to steal anything. I'll be back. We should move some shit. Hey, Dave. Dave, we really dumbed you down for the show, huh? Oh, we're having fun, boys.
No,
I don't
wait,
think
wait.
so.
Jamie was telling us about this, the unfrozen walrus stick or something.
Yeah, it's that's
That's it.
not. Oh no, it's not. We actually have a walrus. What is it? What kind of bone is it? What kind of bone is it? The walrus stick bone. Where is that? Is that in the other studio?
Not up there.
We have a walrus stick.
Is it not very big? It's very
It's fucking huge. It's giant.
Wait,
It's this big.
walrus sticks actually have bones?
Yeah, what is it called? A proboscis? What is it called?
It's a
Something like
book, dude.
that? Isn't that a nose? Isn't a proboscis a nose?
Can't slow down this podcast with
Back
dumb
that's right.
questions like that.
It's called a back bone. That's it. That's what they look like. They're
That's,
giant.
and that's an actual walrus's cock.
Yeah.
That's why they're always hailing Hitler. Big fancy.
Yeah, it's actually a bone because nature doesn't have time for your hard-ons. You get a bone. With us, it's like too complicated. Raise kids, like you gotta be really into this. I want you to be like in the mood,
Yeah.
fully committed.
What, do dogs have bones?
Yeah, the dogs have
like us.
bones.
No.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
Did
dogs
they
have bones.
find out? Isn't it a recent?
Are you fucking with me right now, John?
I think cats have bones. I don't know if dogs have bones.
Isn't there?
Don't they all have
Isn't the
bones?
Loch Ness monster actually like a whale flipping upside down and his cock coming out of the water?
Ah,
I've heard that,
the Loch Ness monster photo, the famous one, is fake as fuck.
but they said it's actually
The dogs have dick
if you see a
bones.
whale flipping over on its back and its dick comes out, that's what it looks like. They said probably much could have been that.
It's horseshit. Or it's a sturgeon, probably a sturgeon. Yeah, yes, they have dog dicks.
They have
Dogs have
fucking
a bone in
bones.
their penis. Yeah, it's called a bet. So they have the same thing back to them.
It doesn't taste like it has a bone in it.
I think it's only us. I think that we're the chimps and the primates, the only ones that God doesn't trust. Like, you can't have a bone.
That is just
Yeah,
blood.
let's use it all day long. You gotta build houses.
It's a good. God made the right call on that one. You don't wanna give us a
100%.
bone.
It's too easy for us to fuck, so the bone dies off. That's probably what happened. Because it's too easy. Because if we just bred, like, we're already overpopulated. Not really, but I mean, if you wanted to look at us compared to any other animal, the balance is way off. There's way more of us than there are of them. We're everywhere, on every fucking part of the country, every part of the world. Which ones?
Oh, we got Rob.
The cool ones. This is gorilla and chimpanzees.
Back to them with the dog's penis.
Did you watch that thing yet? The lady who the chimp crazy on HBO.
I love
Pretty
it. Did
wild.
you say gorillas have them? Gorillas have them all. So that's exactly what happened.
You do not want to
We,
get fucked by
we
a gorilla.
developed agriculture in cities, and the bone went away because then we would just fuck all day. We would never figure out cities.
Well, it's like chimps have them, which are supposed to be our closest. And
Houses. No
Yeah.
phones, right? There's no phone. In order to get a cell phone,
Tossing
we
each
gotta
other
lose the
off,
phone.
and, throwing shit at each other.
It's like whatever the common ancestor of us and chimps is, that was the split. Because they were like, look, we're going to go in this direction where we build civilization. And the chimps were like, we're going to keep our dick bones. So good luck.
That's exactly what happened. They had a conversation about it.
They're like, I get it. I understand why you want to do it.
The female has one. She has a bone in her clitoris. Damn. Imagine how hard she comes.
Wait, there's a clit bone?
Yeah, buddy.
It's connected to the pussy bone.
Well, it probably has to be because all animals that are mammals, they start off as female anyway. Right? Like the same process, I think, for primates in that. Right? That's why
So
boy
you say me
dogs
and
have
Lewis's penises aren't
nipples.
done yet? We haven't grown into them?
There is definitely a market for grinding down dick bones and fucking putting them in your drinks or something.
Oh,
energy
yeah.
drinks.
In
For
China,
sure.
it's probably right up there with tiger bones.
I guarantee it. I guarantee it that they grind dick bones down in certain cultures. Yeah.
Well, in certain cultures, like they will want to drink rhino tea because it's naughty. You know, they know rhinos are an endangered species, but they cut their fucking horns off just to make tea, and it's supposed to make your dick hard. For real.
It's like a fucking.
Or is it just because it's like
So
It's because it's
in
naughty.
danger?
I'm a naughty boy. I'm gonna serve you some. You know, imagine you go over a guy's house, like, what a fucking house. Look at this guy. Rhino horn tea. Wow, you've got the real shit.
Do you want to fucking go to a bird?
That guy's got a raccoon dick around his neck.
They sell them on.
They sell them. Oh, I need one. He was looking at that going, yeah, I need a raccoon bone dick.
If you want a raccoon one, you want a fucking like a big old wolf. Yeah,
A wolf dick.
A wolf dick.
A bear dip with a nice open shirt.
That's what happened. We were like, I don't need the dick bone. I want to figure out space travel. You
Yeah,
can't
like,
figure out
alright.
space travel if you have that dick bone.
This
Like,
thing like
it's one or the
go
other.
away a little bit.
Once they develop the bulletproof skin, the next thing is going to be a reemergence of the dick bone.
Dick
then-
bone starts going
You know
red.
who's going to fight against it? Viagra. You're gonna be like, fuck you, earn it.
Yeah.
You know?
You put a lot of
to stop bulletproof skin because this thing goes all the way up the ladder. You got to follow the money.
It's going to be a bulletproof dick bone for sure. You're going to put a dick bone in there. Why make it a regular bone?
I like to
one
think
that can't
that,
break if the girl gets crazy.
the CEO of Viagra, like as this podcast is out, is in a room somewhere going, they're talking about it on the Joe Rogan Experience. All right, this threatens our entire business model.
Once AI goes live, it's going to be one of the first things we fix. Bring back the dick bone. We've already devolved enough. We realize there's like a limit. You get to the end of the road and civilization has to collapse and start over again. But in the meantime, we're going to need that dick bone.
That might be the thing that drives the collapse.
Yeah.
Once you get the dick bone, there's no more need for civilization.
No, I think civilization collapses, and then the reemergence of the dick bone becomes a necessity because you have to fuck very quickly because you get eaten by
Right.
animals.
Okay. All right, I get it.
Yeah, and so there's madness, cannibal gangs in the streets, fucking block takeovers times a million,
Juggalos.
Yeah.
Here we go. We're right back here.
and you're gonna need a dick bone because you have 13 seconds to impregnate your wife, and then hope that neither one of you gets eaten on the way to the lake.
You're like, that was my third wife, by the way. I'll have to work on this.
Bro, if you is this the skull of a Wendigo, an evil mythical forest
Oh, it's a
creature?
mule deer. No, it's a mule deer. It's just a regular deer.
Did you kill them?
Yeah, that's the first thing.
I told you killed the crocodile. That's
It's an alligator.
Sorry, Joe.
that's misgender.
Crocodiles are scary.
I just want Joe to actually get mad at me.
No, I didn't. But crocodiles are like that's a bigger accomplishment. That's a scary animal, way scary.
That is a huge alligator.
It's a big ass.
That is a massive beast.
big ass.
Wait, the crocodile is scarier than the alligator?
Yeah, way
Okay.
scarier.
And what is it that makes them
So it's
scarier?
way bigger, way more aggressive.
Jake, some of us are here to
You
learn.
look stupid
Yeah.
now because of that dumbass question.
They're fucking terrifying. They found a bunch of them in the Everglades in Florida. The same assholes that let loose their fucking pythons. There's a bunch of them have let loose some giant Nile crocodiles.
Oh, was it the guy that was riding like the fan boat through it, and then all of a sudden, like the ground is more.
Oh, that's a different one.
alligator
I think that's in Costa Rica. I think that video. I don't think that video is in America. It might actually be a different kind of crocodile. It might be in the Amazon. I don't believe that's America. But the ones in America, the ones they're spotting, they have like a kill on sight order for them in the Everglades. Because if you have a population of breeding Nile crocodiles in the it's over. It's fuck your golf. Like they're hunting
you kill
people.
on sight. It's a funny thing. If you're unarmed, you just see what out there. You go. Nothing is said. I got to kill this thing on sight. Let's go, motherfucker.
How do you kill an alligator?
You have to shoot it. How many to date have they killed in the Everglades? Because they've spotted, it's more than 4, I think. So the problem is they don't look through much of the Everglades. It's too crazy. It's so thick. The whole middle of Florida is like, Florida's the dick of the country, and that dick is infested with monster soup. It's just pythons, and fucking crocodiles and alligators everywhere, and there's no mammals left. Like 90% of the mammals in the Everglades are gone.
The crocodiles just fucking
No,
snakes.
the pythons. Pythons have killed everything. Pythons have killed everything.
And that's just like very recent, right?
Pythons are killing alligators. They eat alligators.
Jesus, American crocs.
No. Nile crocodiles in the Everglades for sure. I was watching a news thing. Nile crocodile. Yeah, there it is. That's something I read. Yeah.
10 years.
10 years ago, someone called it. There's been more than one. Though. I think there's
watched
been 4 different ones that they've caught.
I don't know how my algorithm got this, but it was like if you ever get attacked by it must have been a crocodile. Maybe it was an alligator, but they told you what to do.
You ain't doing
Yeah.
shit.
You punch it in the nose and put it through its
No,
brain
you're
like a
so
hollow
wrong. It's
face.
always, by the way, step 1 is always stay calm. Yeah,
So,
the first thing you want to do. So I play dead to ask me, what do? You gotta roll with it because it's gonna try to roll you, right? And then if you have an opportunity to play dead, because then they'll think you're dead, or it said punch him in his nose, which is the funniest
I was
thing.
right.
It's
it's
legitimatized. All of it's hilarious. You ain't doing shit.
Try tickling it different places.
You ain't doing shit. My friend Jim
You don't know
Shockey.
that, Joe. I'm not going to tickle a fucking alligator.
My friend Jim Shockey got sent to Africa to hunt them because they were killing these people in this village. Everybody in the village was like missing a hand. They all had like bites taken out of them. These crocodiles were like targeting these people like they were food. And so they brought in this professional hunter. This guy was a friend of mine, Jim Shockey. He went to Africa and shot these crocodiles. And while he was there, one of the ladies got taken. And one of the ladies was washing clothes in the river, and they just fucking snatched out.
Maybe don't wash clothes in the river.
But this is how crazy it is. They develop like a system where they stick logs in the ground in like this circular area because they think the crocodiles can't come through it. But I think the crocodiles are figuring out how to go on the ground when everyone's sleeping and slip right into that and wait.
Don't lions do that shit in Africa too? Like they really hunt humans, right? They go really like plan it out and shit.
Did you ever see that Val Kilmer
They have
movie?
people whistles. They go,
So good. So good. And they would be like,
Who
"Who
wants
wants
some
some pussy? Who wants some pussy? I got wild pussy in the woods."
Are you guys hearing that? I'm gonna go check this out real quick. I'll be right back. I want to suck your dick.
Why isn't the alien the predator? Like the guy who comes down and fucks people up. Why doesn't he hunt us that way? With calls.
Really?
Wouldn't that be more exciting for him?
Yeah.
Instead of just running people down and fucking taking their heads.
That's
Hey,
mercenary.
It's like a real
By getting them to
Dick
first.
sucks. To trick them into going on a wellness retreat.
Like-
Set it up like a deer bar, like a wellness retreat.
Hey, dude, if you're a duck, you think you're about to get laid, and you fucking just get blasted in the head.
Right? Well, they think it's a safe place to land. It's even more despicable. They take rubber ducks and they put them everywhere. Like, oh, it's a party, duck party. Everyone's happy. And then you come in and just imagine the duck just getting blasted out of the sky. Like, how?
Yeah, that sucks.
I thought I would worry about dogs and things like that. I didn't think I'd worry about getting blasted out of the fucking sky.
Duck is delicious, though.
It
It's
is.
delicious meat. Yeah.
And it's probably fun to blast them out of the sky. I haven't done that particular activity, but I bet it's a good time. Just fucking pop the hatch. Boom, boom, boom. And then cook them up that night. Nice.
Yeah, it's got to be a lot of fun.
But you got to be careful you don't eat buckshot. That's a real issue. Because you don't always get all the little BBs. Because a shotgun, you shoot it up there, it's a scatter. That's how you can shoot birds. At
That's what the migrants do. They just grab them, break their neck, and cook them up.
That's the better way to do it,
buckshot.
really.
Yeah, no buckshot needed.
The buckshot meat.
Get those bitch-ass domesticated ducks that are subject to grabbing. Those park ducks, they don't know any better yet.
Oh yeah. I assume you can't just eat like lake duck.
You could. Yeah,
I mean,
you
I'm
could.
sure you could eat. But I'm saying, is that like, is there any kind of good that doesn't
Like,
taste?
when I go to the
No, it'd be good.
Peking
You'd
duck, is that the same duck that you just see in like Central Park?
There's different kinds of ducks. Some ducks are called diver ducks, and those are the least appetizing because diver ducks go all the way down to the bottom of the where the ground is, the bottom of the lake, and they eat all the algae and all the bullshit and like anything that's down there. They eat anything. They eat dead fish and all kinds of rotten things. And the idea is that they're not very tasty. But the other ducks, there's like mallards and different ducks that like people hunt. They don't dive. You know, they eat things that are like on the surface. They don't go down and eat them up. But I've had diver duck that was really well prepared by a chef. This guy owns Dai Due in town. It's an amazing restaurant. And he cooked it fantastic. It was awesome.
And this is the ones who eat all the bad shit, but it still tastes good.
You can still do it right. It's just an involved process. You know, like he brined them and did a bunch of different things and marinated them, but ultimately you can't eat them. But I think like a regular duck, the kind that are like sitting on the pond, you could snatch one of those up. I bet it'd be just like a regular duck that you'd shoot out of the sky. It's just a duck.
Well, fellas, we know what we're doing after this.
I mean, if you came from a country where there's no food, and all of a sudden they flew you into Ohio, like, why are we all here? Like,
And no one tells you not to eat the ducks.
Right.
There's just ducks there.
No. Maybe you don't even speak it. But there's always signs saying don't kill the ducks. And you say, oh, look, ducks.
Kill ducks.
Wouldn't you automatically grab a duck if like, you came from a place where there was no food?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not blaming the Haitians.
Pekin duck is the most popular duck to eat. Pekin duck meat is known for its mild, satisfying flavor, easy to adapt to a number of cuisines, has a lighter flesh and milder flavor. So
Is it not
so
Peking?
this is a duck. It says Pekin. Peking is a type, but this is like domestic ducks. That's what they're showing here. So like if you buy duck in a restaurant, you're not really buying wild duck. You're buying a domesticated duck. But there's wild ducks that taste really good. and there's wild ducks that are a little funky, and those are the ones that they call diver ducks.
Yeah, there's like fish. I remember fishing in Puerto Rico, we went deep sea fishing. And there's like certain fish that like they eat. Or I guess the bigger the fish were, like they eat like all the algae and stuff off the reef. And I guess if the fish was really big, you got to like throw it back because you can get like really sick.
I think it's the toxins from the fish they eat. They eat stuff off the reef.
Oh, right, you're right about that actually. Yes.
Yeah, we caught some barracuda out of there. Like, in this area, you can keep them, but if you catch them over there, you can't keep them. You can't eat them. It's weird. It's like especially with like big game species, because there's ones that they just won't eat. It's too risky.
Pretty wacky. We went fishing on Larch Tour this summer, and they caught it there. And like, it looked like he was gonna like, I thought he was gonna like gut the fish right there on the boat. But what he was doing was, when you pull them up very fast, like the fish, they get like the bends.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks so violent, but they're actually like, saving the fish. You're gonna throw them back, and they like just like stab them almost like underneath the thing, and like it just like lets the air out. Right?
Fish at the pens?
Yeah.
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 The pressure that their body has to be under when they're like 500 feet underwater is insane. And so when they go to the top, their organs are
Wow. It's crazy though. So yeah,
They fill up
it's
with
like all filled up. So they just like let the air out of the balloon, and then the fish start moving again. You throw them back in the
And I cooked a lobster once, and you're supposed to put the knife into the back of its head. You're not supposed to just boil it, but I couldn't do it. I was like, "There's no way."
That's what it looks like. They got eyeballs pop out and his tongue pops out. I've seen that happen.
It's kind of like Ari.
It's very bizarre. A lot like that.
It looks like a wacky, like a card you'd get at Spencer's.
Isn't a fish called a Jewfish? There is, right?
That's gefilte fish.
Yeah. But that's I mean, imagine what that does to your body going from 500 feet down in the fucking ocean to pull it up to the top. And it just pops out.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun.
Why isn't that not the case? That's probably exactly what would happen if you went to the moon and took your helmet off.
Well, we'd never really know. So that's what the recall said happens on Mars.
Jewfish. There you go. There's no
Overpopulation. There we go.
Do you think the other fish?
What the Hitler fish, please?
It's a Goliath. That's what it is.
There's only one person who's a
Only one fish can get to the bottom of this problem.
Do they have a disproportionate control of the fish media? I'm just wondering.
Is that
Who's running
the
fish banks?
a Jewfish is a Goliath grouper?
Google says Atlantic Goliath.
Whoa, let me see that motherfucker.
Well, hello.
I'm here for your rent money.
Look at that picture with the
Give
diver.
me your rent
Look
money.
at that picture with the diver. That's fucking insane. That's
Wow.
like a largemouth bass that can eat a person.
If I saw that, I would think that I was about to be murdered.
I would not be comfortable with that thing
No.
being right next to me.
I would
That's a
think that I
giant
shrunk. Am I inside of a small fish tank?
Bro, if you were a little kid, like if you were a 4-year-old kid and you went diving, free diving near that, there's a real likelihood that thing swallows you.
800 pounds.
Oh yeah, Jewfish eating
What?
babies. Let's spread that rumor.
You ever seen largemouth bass take out a duckling?
No, but I want to now.
They take them out. They take out birds. There's a guy that was developing a lure for there's a giant pike called a muskie. They're notoriously hard to catch, and they're enormous, like really ancient fish. Looks like a monster, and they're hard to catch. They call them like the fish of 10,000 casts. And so this guy developed a lure for them. It's a duck. It's a little ducky moving across the water. It's very
Let go
effective.
for
It's
it.
muskies, like the fuck up ducks. They're huge. They're like this big. You ever seen one?
No, I don't think so.
Pull up a photo. Oh, there is. No, that's a largemouth bass. But Google muskie, giant. Just Google giant muskie. That's them.
Wow.
Look at that thing. These fucking things are crazy, and they're super predators. And they take out ducks and all kinds of things. And if you want to catch them, you have to have a big ass lure. Look at that. Look at the size of the fucking mouth. It's just covered in teeth like a barracuda.
Is there a video of one of these things like eating a duck?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
If you have to catch it, you have to dress like Antifa.
Yeah. Freezing the dick
Gets his weapon.
Those guys are cold.
Jews want to play
You think it's a bike watch?
You gotta catch those motherfuckers in some cold ass water, just like Northern Pike.
Jewfish will not replace us.
Look at this. Giant muskie eats a duck. Here it goes.
Oh, so you
Fake
bitch.
this out, cocksucker.
Oh, I thought that was it.
This is a solid. It was a solid day.
Okay. Let's get you the duck. Can I sit through that? Okay. Is this a duck lure? Yeah. Unless he's got a duck with a hook through it, that monster. Ain't that fucked up? Like, you hate mice, you kill mice with a mouse trap, but if you went fishing with a mice and a hook, people would, oh, you piece of shit. What is wrong?
Well, they
Yeah,
do it
that is
other
kinda
fish. You
weird.
do like live bait, right? You put it right through their eyes.
Right, but if you did that to a mouse, everybody would get very upset with you. You
Not me.
piece of shit. Isn't that crazy? Like, you can kill them with a spring. And everybody's like, oh, yeah, mousetrap, good job.
And it's not like that's a humane way to kill them. You can talk to a
You
mouse
kill them
with
with
a
a
glue
trap.
trap. I got lost on a YouTube journey once with a guy who made homemade mouse traps, and he would like create little systems to drown mice and rats in buckets.
Yeah.
It was great.
Oh yeah, they like, sent to like a bucket.
Yes, yeah.
Was that
That's
it?
crazy.
That was all.
That is crazy. It's New York, right?
Yeah.
A system of mice and rats, and it just catches them and puts them in the buckets to drown. And then the guy's at the end of the month, he just has like buckets of mice, and it's so crazy.
You guys see that Netflix documentary, Rats?
No.
It's all about rats in New York City, rats all over the country,
No, I
rats all
wouldn't
over
watch
the world. Oh, it's fucking horrible. I think the biomass of rats in New York City is equal or greater to the biomass of human beings.
Oh yeah.
And there are so many rats in New York City, dude. There's
You
so
know,
many.
nuts that is? Think about how many people walk on the street and think about the idea that the number of rats is greater.
Well,
Any-
any people and rats.
Do you know that
Lewis
rats
is
and
about
cockroaches
Lewis
and
is 35
cockroaches
rats.
eat rat shit? You know how horrible the entire underneath New York City is?
This is a bullshit estimate. This is the estimate. There are approximately 3 million rats in New York City, which is close to a third of the city's human population.
way more.
It's a 50% increase from a decade ago. This is the AI overview.
Although we do have a rat czar now, so maybe she's doing her shit.
I think the documentary was saying that here it is right here. There are 8.2 million humans, average mass of 70 kilograms, about 2 million rats. That is not true. There's not two, but who
Who's
knows
gonna
how many?
Yeah.
One said there's 2 million, one said there's
What's going to
3
be? What's going to
million.
be not safe for work?
There it is.
A girl saying with a buzzsuit.
They got there's no good measurement of how many rats are.
Yeah, there's not like a guy going down there who's like, everybody hold still, 14, 15. How does he possibly know?
You cannot. They're just justifying their job, just like the people in the homeless commission. There's no fucking way you can tell me how many rats there are in New York City.
No, there's not.
I parked my car once. It was back in the day when you had to use cell phones or pay phones rather. And I was pumping gas. It was in the Bronx, and I went over to this payphone. And I'm on the payphone, and I'm watching rats jump onto the wheel of my car, jump into the engine bay, jump all around it. They were coming out of the sewer and jumping on the car. It was.
That's why I started.
2 minutes on the phone. Going, what the fuck?
I didn't realize until I lived in the city what a problem that is. Rats will go inside you. Like, you leave your car, like sit for days at a time. Rats will get inside, like chew like wires and fucking like fuck your car. It's crazy.
So it says for over 100 years, nearly everyone has believed New York is about 8 million rats, a ratio of 1 human to 1 rat. Theory began in the 1900s when author and rat expert W.R. Boulter hypothesized that in England there was a ratio of 1 human to 1 rat. However, Albach points out that the hypothesis was erroneously applied to New York City, and it's widely quoted to this day. Any expert has debunked. And you know what? I lost a lot of faith in experts over the last few years. I'd like to see some fucking data. You know, it's actually 36 humans to 1 rat. I don't know about that. I don't think you know that. I don't think you know.
I mean, under the grounds, like, how do you possibly know? The entire subway systems are full of fucking rats.
Didn't you say after that, JD, someone said it's 1 to 1? What did it say?
New York City.
Okay. That's probably more accurate. And it's probably even worse now. There's still fucking way you know that. The tunnels, it's all filled.
Oh, dude,
Rats are everywhere.
in the city, and because we all, lived in the city for years and years, which I still does. But every now and then there'll just be like a block where there's like construction or something like that, but there's something open in the ground, and sometimes you just have to walk through it, and you just have to like stomp your way through it because there's just rats everywhere. It's the fucking worst, dude. It's like it feels like your skin is like.
I've never seen it with rats before, but and I found out what it was after. But so the first time New York thing happening was I was just outside smoking a cigarette on my stoop when I was in East Village, and all of a sudden I was like, that's weird. 3 roaches walking by in the daylight for like, that's kind of weird. You don't see that a lot. Just like, it's like 3 different times, 3 different roaches. I'm like, it's pretty strange. And then several more, and then I'm telling you, within 5 minutes, falling off the buildings our superintendent came out and he was like, "What's going on?" And then we saw like landing on his shoulder. It was freaking out. And then we went inside, came out a couple hours later, and there was thousands of them down the street. And I go, "What happened?" He goes, "Oh, that's what they do in New York. Whenever they bomb a building for like roaches, it just shoots into other buildings. They just come out." So that's what it was. Just he goes, "Oh, one building, they're probably trying to sell a building, so they bombed it for roaches." And it just sends tens of thousands of them out to the street. Oh, millions. I mean, when I was saying like it wasn't, you couldn't take a step and not be stepping on like the carcasses of like 50 of them, but they just.
Dude, but they like the water ones from New York.
That's the ones Jay's talking about.
They're the most disgusting creature in the world. Those water bugs in New York City. That's what you see them. You say, "Oh, ew, it's crawling," and then all of a sudden it just takes flight and comes at you. You're like,
and it's like 1 month a year that they actually fly. But when they do, man, they just become the grossest thing.
If you want to live in a big city, that's just part of the program.
Yep.
Can't get rid of them. Can't get rid of the rats either. It's not like anyone's incompetent. It's too deep. You have to move out.
It's our job to go. Let the rats have it.
Yeah, you'd have to move out and then nuke it from space.
Well, there's all types of, like, I live out in the country now, and there's all types of animals that I don't love that are around, but nothing's gross like that. Like, it's like, there's like a bobcat that we've caught on our camera a few times. I'm like, I don't really want that thing around. But it's not,
cool, though.
Yeah, it's cool. It's not like disgusting.
there's some gross animals. I live a little closer to the city in Jersey. I get some gross animals. So we have those. What are they?
You're one of them.
Yeah, what are the things that was like a big problem in New York last summer?
Black lives matter.
The bugs? Oh, they're still there. They're
Lantern flies.
back this year. Lantern
Lantern flies.
They're invasive, so it came over in a.
So in 2020, in the summer of 2020,
Illegal
we started seeing. They're being funded by the UN.
They were brought over. They were doing work on the High Line.
But I know they said in the summer of 2020, we started seeing these little bugs we had never seen before, and they said you're supposed to kill it. They said you're supposed to kill it if you see it. I immediately were like, I don't work for you, government. I'm not going around killing your bugs. And then by the next summer, there was like 10 times as many. And the next summer, there were like 10 times as many. And like, they look like moths with like a red underbelly or something. Kind of. Yeah, they're like a little red. They're almost kind of pretty looking until there's a bunch of them, and they kind of fly on you.
When I saw them, I thought they were like beautiful little butterflies. And I was like, oh, they're nice. And then I heard that they were a problem, and then they skeeved me out like roaches.
They fuck up plants, but they came over. The High Line in New York was doing something. They brought in plants from China, and they came in.
Is that why?
Yeah. They came in to the docks with these plants from China, and now it's just they are there, and it's crazy. It's about a month and a half. They are like the roof of my building.
You can't like New York City was.
I came on the roof of my building. Like there's the same thing, like tens of thousands of them all over there. There was a lady up there one time. I walked up there, covered in like fucking Candyman. It was just crazy.
Oh my
crazy. She was accepting it. I was like, oh god,
she was accepting.
But they're evolving too in the fact that the first year that I was aware of them, you could step on them and they didn't really do much. Now they fly. They run around. If you have no screen on your window, if you open a window, there will be 100 of them in a room.
Oh my god, it's so disgusting.
It was only like this for like 2 weeks last summer, but there were 2 weeks where my yard was unusable.
Yeah,
like you just could not go out.
It's about a month.
And one of the ones like they come up every like however many years they come up out of the ground. And
locusts,
cicadas. That's in Jersey as well. Like
cicadas are cool though. They make cool sounds.
They make really cool sounds. They're like carcasses, like the hollowed out carcasses of their bodies all over the place.
They're not trying to run through your bathroom.
No, and these things are. They're killing all like plants and stuff too. Yeah. So it's really bad. But they're like, if you read one article, it's like, here's New York's 5-year plan to get rid of lantern flies, and the next article is like, no, they're just here. Like, this is going to be a month every year.
From where?
China.
China got us twice.
And they land on you. They're not. That's it. 2 strikes, China. Don't you try this shit again? Either do they land right on your face, on your head, and your body?
Did they come over in some sort of a cargo ship or something?
Yeah, I think it was within plants. They were pretty.
I'm pretty sure Fauci made them.
Wow. Pretty cool. Maybe they can vaccinate us that way. Genetic engineer mosquitoes run around vaccinating people.
They would do this thing in my old place. We used to like we'd have like there's like a sliding glass door. Or we'd have just like the screen open. And it was like in the weeks where it was bad, every 10 minutes you'd look over there, and there's like 4 of them on there. and then you hit the screen, and they kind of fly off, but then they just fly right back. And if you like left the room and came back, you come back and there's 50 of them, like honestly, just yeah, it's not fun.
I'm a real chick when it comes to bugs and creepy things.
You're normal.
Yeah.
People who like bugs are weird.
They are weird.
Yeah. People keep bugs in their house.
That's true.
With a feed of the mouse.
Oh yeah, anything icky is not my thing. So I went home with a girl years ago from the diner.
Turns out she was a tarantula.
She was a tarantula. No, it was weird pets, and the final straw when I left, we didn't hook up because when she was like, "Oh, you got to let my albino rat fall on you," and I was like, "I'm just going to go. Like, this is not worth it."
I had a buddy who hooked up with this girl and she had a crocodile monitor. She had a crocodile monitor in her house. It's a pet. You can keep it as a pet.
What is it?
It's a crocodile monitor. It's the creepiest looking lizard that you can buy from an exotic pet store. You buy it. You can have that. This girl apparently had that. He was like, yo, red flag.
Yeah, she brought up opportunities to an iguana that I hated.
This lady thought she was on Games of Thrones. She had her own dragon. She
You said you watched that Chimp Crazy thing.
Yeah.
It's lonely old women that can throw heartfelt emotion into anything in the world.
Yeah, women are caregivers.
What is
A lot of them
they get chimps?
They wanted to keep these chimps and raise them. This fucking chimp attacked her friend, tore her face off.
That was at the 911 call.
Yeah.
One of the documentaries aren't about that lady, but they talked about that.
Oh my god, that
And
was
then
horrifying.
before the thing is, that lady got a chimp after that.
Another
She
one.
missed having her chimp.
They're cool.
He got murdered.
I went to that the Doc Annals place down in Myrtle Beach with my son. It's like it was in the Tiger King documentary.
Yeah.
But they didn't just have tigers. They had like the baby tigers, which was awesome. But they had like chimps that came out. They had like it was a really really cool experience.
Hutus, Hutus, and
Super
Tutsis.
educational. Yeah,
No, it was definitely they were torturing these animals, but it was definitely worth the $500 just
they castrate those chimps too. Most of them. No, that one in Connecticut where they did.
The mind-blowing thing was
Is that
that
part of why like
Oh yeah, yeah.
Or they
They're
want
way
to-
more aggressive than not castrated. I met the guys on. The guys who made the documentary. The show.
that Chimp Crazy thing was, I was blown away actually by how much, I mean, like, she made them weirdly self-sufficient on something. When she threw McNuggets,
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't the open the McNuggets, then they threw them, she goes, "Oh, and here's your sauce," like a sweet and sour sauce, and the monkey was gonna go like rip the lid off and like it's
Yeah, no,
pretty
they
whack.
weren't dipping though. I kept asking, did they dip? Like, why didn't you show that they dipped? Like, they just drank that stuff.
Oh yeah.
because there's a weird line that it's like if they dip, you're almost like maybe they deserve rights. I don't know, like if you go, I'm not gonna have to try a nugget. I'm gonna
Like crack sodas,
Yeah.
drink them.
Yep.
They don't just like bite the top off of like
They
a
listen
soda.
to things too. She could say, grab that paper, and grab the paper, give it back to her, give her the garbage when she give me McNuggets and shit. But she has to keep him in a cage because he's a male. He's a grown male. And they'll just go crazy. They'll just rip your face off. And there's nothing you can do about it.
You can guess, they were giving Kool-Aid at Doc Annals' place. They were like, they were chugging the Kool-Aid. These chimps, they were fucking, they loved it. And they were really scared. They came down, and they were like,
You weren't at all, but I just thought you were about to make a really racist joke. Like, I
no,
was just
that's what I'm thinking.
like they love Kool-Aid. They're easy. Come on.
No, but like they came down and they were just so like kind of like walking around us. They were full. They were like 6 feet tall. It was fucking, dude, that's terrifying. Yeah, they were
Full-grown
they were
chimps.
full-grown chimps, and they just felt at any moment that they could just lose their shit and just take over.
If they just wanted to at any moment, they could attack you. And that's what. You ever see that one where the guy was like with his bear? He had a trained bear. He had this guy stand still. The guy's just standing still. The bear just starts to rip his neck off. Just out of nowhere.
I'm thinking of the TV joke about it. Right? Was back in the day.
Yeah, but that's a different. That's a different. One. That's the karate. The karate. This is different. This is a guy who's just standing there. It's a bear that was in a bunch of movies. It was a bear that was like a trained bear, and this bear out of nowhere starts to rip this guy's throat off.
What kind of bear? Okay, those are the. Because what do I got in Jersey by me? It's the black bear. Black bear.
They're not still killing people.
Oh yeah.
No, they're terrible. They killed a kid at Rutgers.
It is
Is
so
that
fun.
Yeah.
When someone has to scream though, like the name they give like chimpanzees and stuff, like Mr. Big,
He's biting her fingers off.
It's a funny thing because especially like little kids, like all of their like stories and shows, and it's all like nature personified and things like that. Like I remember like my daughter when she was like 3 asking me why like bugs are running away from her. Like, why is the spider running away or whatever it is? It's like,
Should
oh,
write, buddy.
it's like, well, you know, he thinks you're going to kill it because you might actually kill it. But then you almost, bears, especially the young ones, look so fucking cute. If you just look at them and you're like, oh my
bear
god,
cub, you're dead already.
Tiger cubs
That's
are cute. It's
it is
nature's dirty
yeah.
trick.
I think it is the awful thing. That's the problem with, like, they said about, like, having chimpanzees as pets is, like, for a while it's totally fine, and then one day it's just not. And that one that ripped the lady's face off, did you see, like, that video? They show a video of, like, they should have known this was kind of going to happen because a kid one time picked up a shoe off the floor that, like, the monkey wanted, and then he goes over and he's going after him. It looks a little aggressive, but it's still, like, he's not that big, so it doesn't get scary. But then when he just makes a move, like, to grab at the shirt and whatever, and you see the kid, like, almost falls over. He's like, whoa, 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 whoa. They have to, like, all, like, jump in front of the monkey, like,
Yeah.
over something he's unaware. The guy didn't know he did wrong. He just grabbed the shoe off before. The monkey wanted that shoe and didn't know how to tell him.
And it just decided to beat the fuck out of that
Yeah.
little kid. And it just
They
can't
take
get
your
anything
genitals
wrong.
off. Right? That's what they do. They
Yeah,
take,
they bite your fingers off.
yeah, they take your genitals off so you can't put your hand in there.
They'll bite your feet off. Yeah, really crazy shit.
Don't kick them.
You know what they don't do? They don't kill people. Isn't that crazy? They just maim you. Just rip you apart. That's what's really nuts.
They don't. They
They
don't
don't
kill
kill
them.
people. They don't kill people. There's very few instances of chimpanzees killing people. They kill. These guys are saying they kill people like as far as like little kids get snatched up in Africa. You know, like if you're a child, like a baby, and you're near like, aggressive, hungry chimpanzees, you leave the kid alone. They'll steal your kid. There's been instances of them stealing kids. Yeah. Well, they eat monkeys all the time.
That I've seen videos of, which is insane. I think I saw you playing it on the show.
chimps eating monkeys.
Like chimps eating monkeys is like dark.
Well,
The
they
way
didn't
they do
know.
it.
They didn't know until after the woods. We started filming, and then he got this footage of these chimps setting up an ambush on these monkeys, and they rip them apart while they're alive.
Yeah, they
So
torture
he's
them.
like, got them alive, and just eating them at first, just pulling chunks of meat off them. And they're ripping arms off, handing it to their friends, and you see the
It's just because we're so related with them, it's so much more gruesome. But like, I watch like Nature's Metal. It's a great follow on Instagram. I watch a lion like eat a baby out of an antelope's stomach and like just swallow it like a pill. You're like, oh, that's awesome.
horrible. Komodo dragons in this area, they swallow it.
All four legs are hanging out of the mouth still.
Yeah, no animals have. There's not a lot of emotion in the faces of those two. Especially lizards. So like, they eat a whole goat, and then they're just like,
Yeah,
it's like on to the next thing.
no highs, no lows.
Even too, you just ate a fucking goat.
Dude, watching a bird eat a mammal is just kind of weird. It just doesn't look like it should happen. So like, if it's like a bird, or like maybe like a seabird, or like a seagull, or like pick up a squirrel.
They kill rats all the time. They eat them, swallow them whole. There's crazy videos of seagulls swallowing rats whole.
We got to bring the seagulls into Manhattan. We'll figure out the seagull problem now.
Seagulls are going to eat your cat. They're going to eat everything. Once they run out of rats, but they won't.
We'll
But that's
deal with
one of
that
the reasons why the Hollywood Hills aren't filled with rats. That's because the coyotes.
Right.
The more coyotes there are, the less rats.
We one time in I think actually it was the last time that we all did your show together. The three of us did it, and it was back when you were in LA, and I was staying in some Airbnb out in the hills, and me and my wife heard. We were literally sleeping at night, and we heard, I believe, coyotes attacking a dog, and it was like the saddest thing to hear. You hear them like come up, and then it's like 30 seconds of the dog like, and my wife loves dogs. She was like crying, and she's like, "We have to do something." And I was like, "We will be doing nothing, but letting this happen."
It's already too late.
Yeah, it's pitch black outside. We could go out there with a lantern and go like, "Get out of here!" What a pussy.
They usually don't kill people. The last time a coyote killed a person on record was a Canadian folk singer. She lived in a part of Canada where the coyotes had started eating the moose because they were running out of things to eat, and they realized that if they bite on moose's legs, especially like young mooses, they could take them out, and then they could eat them and kill them. So they were going after things. They were accustomed to going after things larger than them.
So they started to learn.
They killed this lady.
How we know female folk singers, the nerve dude.
I don't know if she's big. I don't think she was, in fact. I think she was pretty small.
It might have been an honest mistake. They thought it was a moose. They're like, we're used to this, and that's how much folk music sucks.
Well, they don't give a fuck about you. It's more likely. You live in a place where there's actual bears. Like New Jersey's so bad that the mayor ran a platform of having bears, the bear hunting be removed. And then once he was in office, he was like, fuck that, start hunting again.
Yeah.
Because there's so many human bear interaction. New Jersey has more bears per capita than anywhere in the lower 48.
Yeah, there's
Really?
Yeah, New Jersey.
New Jersey had a lot of bears. There were a lot of crazy wildlife.
But
Well, because the thing
you
is,
forget about the what's the Rothschild Mountains? Like it's rural as shit.
Rural as shit,
well,
man.
Jersey
Yeah,
is
New York as
called
well.
the Garden State,
Yeah.
but everyone, when they think of Jersey, they think of Newark, Camden,
well, Jersey Shore, but
yeah.
you feel bad that when you say Jersey now, you're imagining the dyed hair and the fucking fist bump guys.
But most of New Jersey
Beautiful.
is not anything like that. It's just mountains and woods and, like, you
A
know,
lot of mountain
New
people.
Jersey.
Yeah, there's like rednecks in New Jersey.
Oh, yeah.
You ever seen the movie Out of the Furnace? It explores that. It was Christian Bale, Casey Affleck, Willem Dafoe.
Oh, really?
Woody Harrelson played the character of those like mountain people, like just meth trade, cousin fucking. It's really like they make it like a weird place.
Was that in Pennsylvania or
No, it's Jersey. It's Jersey side. It's actually on the border of Texas, not up in that.
Jim Miller, UFC fighter, lives in New Jersey, in the woods.
Yep.
Lives
Yeah.
in Sparta, New Jersey.
that's crazy.
That's crazy. You would think everybody thinks smog stacks.
Yeah.
They think it's the smell.
Well, it's like when people think of Pennsylvania, they think of Philly and Pittsburgh and shit. But most of Pennsylvania is not. They're not producing J. Okersons out there. They're making like it's you, but you just went with the lumberjack direction. It's like,
It's me with the dad that stuck around. Really took me how the world works.
That's where the world gets dark, right? You get born into a spot where there's fucking no way out of here. You know? You get stuck in the coal mines of West Virginia, and you're like, shit. Like, I don't
that's why
get
big
it.
cities like are good because if you look at a big city, there's like people are dreaming and shit. If you're like in the middle of nowhere, it's like, well, even if you're in the suburb of a big city, like if you're in kind of nowhere, but there's a half-hour bus to like a city where something's happening. But there's people. I remember talking to Jeff Dice, who's a really brilliant dude. He was Ron Paul's like chief of staff for years. But so where Ron Paul is, it's like 2 hours south of Houston. Lake Jackson, I think, was the name of his district. And he was telling me, he was like, dude, there's nothing here. Like, there's no, like, if you're a kid coming up here, it's like, I don't know, we got an Arby's, and we got, like, something. And there's where so many of those kids join the military. Because that's, like, the only thing you could do. Juggalo. Or you could, or there's one other option, overlooked option, become a juggalo.
Or, do you want to call it? That's how you get someone in the cult. It's the best option available. Like, hey, you guys travel? Can I be a missionary? I'm going to go to Brazil. Fuck it.
He doesn't stop. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. I'm gonna.
Let's wrap this up. We're like 3.5 hours in. Boys, it's a lot of fun.
You're the man,
Good
John.
times. Good times. I really believe what I said about Skankfest. It's very important. You guys doing it is very important. I know it seems like fun. It is fun, I'm sure. But you need things out there that are genuinely open and free and pushing the boundaries of comedy. And Skankfest is a great place for that. So it's important. So I appreciate you guys. And there's a live stream event. Tell everybody about
You
this.
guys, you still get past this for Sunday, I believe. There may be a handful of Fridays left, but we're live streaming it as well. If you guys can't be there live in Las Vegas this weekend, September 27th to 29th, go to skankfest.com. There's a bunch of events you could actually watch live as we stream them. And we're just pumped.
Get your liver detox pills ready, you fucking animals.
Yeah, we're getting the party like we've never done it before.
Liposomal glutathione. Get that. You need that. All right, gentlemen, appreciate you. Always fun.
Thank
Good
you,
times.
man.
You're the man, Jack.
You're the man. Bye.
Experience.
Train by nation. American Punk, yes, my name. Okay.
Hey, great to be back.
Thanks for having me. The movie is beautiful. It's really funny. By myself, laughing out loud, hysterically too. I watched it in the sauna. I watched it in the gym. I watched it. It's one of the best comedies I've seen in a long time. There's so many moments that are so uncomfortable.
That means a lot. I appreciate that. Yeah. That's what we're hoping for.
The Robert D'Angelo one, where you gave that guy money for reparations and you got sheets up is uncomfortable.
Yeah, that was kind of. When we had the idea for the film to talk about race, we knew we needed to get. I didn't think we did. I figured she'd be a lot more cautious. Yeah, savvy and cautious. But apparently she doesn't. She has no idea what's happening outside of her bubble. So she didn't know who I was. I mean, I gave her my name. But we kind of went into that knowing what the end was supposed to be. We could get her. We came up with that idea. We went to a bar the night before the interview, and we came up with this idea: could we get her to actually pay reparations to ban our black producer? And we had to kind of talk him into it. And it was really just like in real time. I was there for about 2 hours, and it was an hour and a half of the most mind-numbing conversation. Where I'm just none of that's in the movie. It's just me. Fluff question, and I'm repeating back to her own ideas, so she knows I'm a safe person.
Right.
It's a safe space, and then you got to build to it and build to it and build to it. And finally, you get to a point where you do something real weird, and she'll probably go along with it. And she did. I mean, you saw me go through a whole series of exercises we want to do with her, and she did it. She was game. So that was one of the first things we filmed. So after we got that, we got the movie.
I feel like you got your money's worth with her because it's $15,000. But I feel like you got robbed by the way people got upset about the mascot. 50 grand, you barely got anything out of her.
Yeah, that was part of the point of the movie is that's why we put the price tags on the screen. We want people to see how absurd it is. So in a certain way, it was like the higher they quoted the price, we said, great, because we want this in the movie. Right. Because if all these people had said, oh yeah, I'll do it for free, I'll do it for $200, just pay my travel, it doesn't really make the point. Right. But they all were quoting each other prices. She was the most. and then she basically said almost nothing. But it was okay.
No one ever found out who the identity of the mascot is.
No. I don't think so.
It would have been hilarious.
Well, it almost certainly was. It almost certainly was, because if it was a white guy,
They were drawn under the bus.
yeah, they were. So the fact that they didn't, it's probably some like Hispanic kid or something.
And you gotta imagine, you can't see real good with that fucking costume. You ever put a mascot costume on?
I haven't, but I can tell that there's little eye slits. You can't even see what's below you.
Exactly.
And that's why,
Duncan and I did a whole podcast where we pretend to be furries. We lasted. Every podcast we do, we dress up. Like we did a podcast as furries. We kept the helmets on for maybe 5 minutes. We're like, I can't fucking do it. Yeah. Like, props to the furries. You can run around with this thing on. This is hard to do. You can't see shit. You can't breathe. So the idea that he missed those kids is
the furries are doing a lot more than running around with those kids.
I think they designed special ones.
Yeah, I don't even want to know, but it's actually a perfect example of what these people do, these race hustlers, that something happened, it was a little bit unpleasant. Yeah, not a big deal. There's a million ways to interpret it. It's just a normal human thing that happens in the world. Like things happen that are a little bit unpleasant, you're disappointed, your kid didn't get a high five, okay, it happens. But for them, they have one lens for seeing the world, and the lens is through this left-wing racial ideology. So everything that happens is colored by that. Right. And everything is understood through that lens. So anything, I mean, you think about Michelle Obama when she was First Lady. She had multiple stories that she would tell, not as First Lady, being discriminated against because of her race, allegedly. And one of them was she was in line for ice cream or something, and someone cut in front of her. And she told this story in some interview, this very dramatic story about, well, they didn't see her because she's black. And meanwhile, it's like we've all been cut. People have been cut in front of all of us. It's just that if it happens to me at Walmart, I don't think of it racially. I just think this person's an asshole. Exactly. But for her, it's all racial. So
But that's a crazy one to say that someone cutting in front of you, a selfish act, is somehow racist. Just because that's like looking for racism everywhere. That kind of situation is so normal. It's so normal that some dick cuts in front of
right, exactly. It's an unpleasant thing that happens to all people. And if you're not in the kind of race hustler bubble, you don't see it that way.
But it's interesting that nobody wants to call it out. Nobody wants to be reasonable. Nobody wants to say, it's not like you just say, oh, wow. You have to listen to it. That's part of the problem. Like, you can't say, are you sure that's racist? Because then you're a racist apologist. And then you're racist by proxy.
Yeah, and how do you know? So how do you know what's in that other person's mind? How can you ascribe motives to it? It drives me nuts that this is what we do now, where if someone does something or says something, someone else is offended by it, that person who's offended gets to decide what the intent was behind the other person's action, to the extent that if the other person says, this was my intention, I'll tell you what it was, they don't get to have a say in the intentions behind their own actions. They are suddenly not authorities in their own behavior. This other person who was the offended party gets to inform you what you meant by that thing, which is really what the movie called anti-racism. But in reality, there's only one person who can answer whether you're a racist person, and that's you. And if you don't think that you're racist, then you aren't, because racism is a thought process, and if it's not in your head, then you're not racist. You might have stereotypical views about people of other races. Everybody does to some extent. You might think things that are even insulting about people of other races, but it's not racist, because racist means you hate people of other races or you think they're inferior to you. But you could be not a racist person and think that whatever, Asians are bad drivers. You think that stereotype is true. Whether it's true or not, you just happen to think that that's a true thing about this group. Doesn't mean you hate them. Doesn't mean that you think that they're inferior. It's just,
you can say frat boys are annoying and not hate them.
Exactly.
Yeah. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. It's a really healthy, good thing to talk about what you're going through with people, the good and the bad. Don't keep it all bottled up. And sometimes that could be friends or family, but it also helps to talk to pros. And that's where BetterHelp comes in. It's therapy that's totally online, which makes it so easy to get started. You just fill out a few quick questions and they match you with someone to talk to. And if you don't get the right match at first, you can switch therapists at any time for free. It's easy, it's flexible, it's wherever you are. Seriously, it's a great thing to try. Scan to get started or visit betterhelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/JRE. This episode is brought to you by Blinds.com. Do you know the right window treatments aren't just about privacy? They could actually save you some serious cash on your energy bills too. But is it really worth the hassle? It's a lot of waiting for some pushy salesperson to come to your house with an overpriced quote. Sucks, right? Well, say goodbye to all that nonsense, because Blinds.com has revolutionized the game. Blinds.com lets you do a virtual consultation with their award-winning design experts whenever you have time. No pushy sales rep in your home. Just hop online and Blinds.com will send free samples right to your door. How cool is that? Whether you're a do-it-yourself beast or you prefer professional installation, Blinds.com has you covered. And guess what? You can get your entire house done for one low price. No hidden fees, no showroom markups. What you see is what you pay. Now, I get it. Ordering online can be sketchy, but not with Blinds.com. They've covered more than 25 million windows, and they've got a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Blinds.com is hooking up my listeners with an exclusive $50 off when you spend $500 or more. Just use the code Rogan at checkout at Blinds.com. Go to Blinds.com and use the promo code Rogan. Limited time offer, rules and restrictions apply. See Blinds.com for details.
Exactly. And most of the time, these stereotypes, they didn't just fall out of the sky. Like, they're grounded in something.
If they did, it wouldn't make any sense.
Right. And nobody would be offended. That's the thing. Nobody would be offended by a stereotype that really was not true at all.
Right.
you're only offended because it rings true at least a little bit, because otherwise it would just be
Exactly.
absurd. Which is why when you get, I mean, in the movie we go, there's a section where we go kind of outside this bubble, and we go down and we talk to bikers at a biker bar in the South. We talk to the poor black community in New Orleans. And the only reason we did that was just, well, let's find people who are not, they probably didn't go to college, so they didn't get brainwashed. They're not getting the corporate DEI seminars. They're not reading Rabbi or any of these people. What do they think about this stuff? Are they worried about systemic racism? Do they see everything as racist all the time? And what we found is no, they're just not even thinking. They don't even speak that language. When you say the term systemic racism to them, they say, well, what do you mean by that? What is that?
This was something that, like people are always concerned about people being racist. But there's something that happened in this country somewhere around 2012-ish, where things really, really ramped up. And it just became much more of a subject that was like constantly around, worrying about racial bias, and it ramped up, right? It ramped up to get to the point where you do have some of these race hustlers that are saying everyone's racist. You must confront your unconscious bias. And you're just constantly hearing about it. So
I think you're right. It was around 2012. BLM came into formation in 2013. I think it was the Trade on Martin. And it's not a coincidence that it seemed like race relations in this country were improving decade after decade. They weren't perfect, but it seemed like they were pretty good.
Much better than the 60s.
Yeah, the 90s. I grew up in the 90s. It was not perfect, but I grew up in a diverse area. I went to public school. A lot of people with different ethnicities and races. We weren't talking about racism all the time. It was basically fine. And then something happened in the middle parts of the first decade of the 2000s, where it seemed like things started backsliding, and that's right at the time when Barack Obama was elected. And that's not a coincidence. And a lot of people have noticed that it's odd that we had a black president, and then all of a sudden, now we're having race riots again. And I think the reason is that when you elect a black president, I didn't like Obama. I didn't vote for him. I think his policies were terrible. But you would think that at least one positive you could draw from that is that, well, at least that means that systemic racism is not a problem in this country anymore. I mean, if a black guy could rise to the top of the system and run it, then clearly the system is not racist against black people. And in fact, was overwhelmingly voted into that position by Americans, which is true. So that is evidence that America is systemically racist against black people. But the race hustlers don't want us to draw that conclusion. They're worried that we'll look at Obama as president and say, okay, well, racism isn't a big issue anymore. And that's a problem for them because there's a lot of power, money, and influence to be found in the racism narrative. So they had to kind of like double up on their efforts to convince us that America is actually racist, which is why during Obama's term, that's when we started getting all these race hoaxes and race riots and BLM. That's when things like people started talking about microaggressions and all this kind of nonsense, because they needed to tell us that, yeah, you might think that this issue is kind of solved now, but it's not. Racism is actually worse than you ever imagined. It's lurking everywhere. And now we're at a point, and then not long after that, they started tearing down Confederate Civil War monuments and stuff that's been there for like 100 years, which was always weird because 100 years ago, people could, walk by a Robert E. Lee monument and not care. It wasn't a big deal to them, black or white. Now, all of a sudden, it's a bigger deal to us than it was to people whose like parents fought. They had grandparents who fought in the Civil War and died in the Civil War. They were okay with it, and yet for us, the wounds of the Civil War are fresher or more raw for us than they were for people a century ago. It makes no sense. How are we less able to be objective and non-emotional about the Civil War than people who had family members? Ex-slaves who were still living back then.
Well, I think it's because it's just like a religious ideology. Like when the Taliban started blowing up those ancient statues of Buddhas. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Because they destroyed things that were a part of human history that we would have studied for thousands of years. They destroyed them because they didn't go along with their religious ideology. And I think part of the woke thing is this religious ideology that has to be followed. And you cannot stray from the lines. You have to stay inside whatever this ideology is promoting and telling you what to do. And one of the things was that you had to take down all of these statues of terrible people. And I remember Trump saying at the time, well, the problem with that is, like, eventually they're going to take down George Washington. And everybody thought he was crazy. Like, that's crazy to be said. But once they got past Civil War people, then they got to who owned slaves. And then they got to taking down, they wanted to take down statues of Thomas Jefferson, and eventually did get to George Washington.
Yeah, and it was always going to go there, because George Washington, the founding fathers owned slaves. And not only that, but they were rebels, rebelling against the governmental authority. And if they had lost, then they all would have been hanged as traitors. That's how they be remembered. Thankfully, they didn't. But it's not that far of a leap to go from one to the other. And of course, the issue is that everybody who lived on Earth certainly prior to 100 years ago, is racist by our standards today. Every single one. There was no one who lived on Earth 100 years ago we would not consider this anywhere of any race. If you go back 200 years or earlier than that, almost everybody either owned slaves or was okay with slavery as an institution. You go back 500 years, and there was nobody on the planet who considered slavery to be wrong fundamentally. They might have had issues with how slaves were treated in some contexts, but it took like thousands of years for it to ever even occur to a single human on Earth that slavery is actually fundamentally wrong. Which is a crazy thing, and that's actually an interesting thing we could talk about and think about. Like, why is that? How could it be that it's so obvious to us, but some of the greatest minds of history, they never thought of it? But we can't talk about that because we have to talk about slavery and racism if they're exclusive to that.
Well, I've had friends that have a different perspective on the Obama situation. And my friend Willie was talking about this, and he was saying that what happened was when look, one thing that we can be sure of is that racists are real. There are real racists in this country. There's real anti-black racists, anti-Asian racists. There's certain people that have hateful ideology in this country. Just a certain percentage of them, those are real. And when Obama became president, those people became more emboldened. And he said that he saw a lot more of that online, a lot more attacks, especially in uncensored online forums like 4chan and places where you can get away with saying whatever the fuck you want. He said he saw a lot more of that on the streets. And he said this is probably why he believed Michelle Obama didn't want to run for president, because she experienced so much of that hate while they were in the White House. Forget about the hate for their policies and what you think about them as president and vice president and first lady, but the racism hate. So his perspective as a black guy was like, you had to be a black person to realize how angry people were that there was a black guy who was president, because that was real too. It was real that racism in America, racial relations in America had changed radically since the 1960s, certainly since the 1920s. And over the years, this kept getting better. But in his mind, there was something that happened where when Barack Obama got into the White House, that the real hardcore racists got very vocal, and he experienced it. And I think this is akin in some ways to what's going on with anti-Semitism online. Because I think there's always been a certain amount of people in this country and the world that are deeply anti-Semitic. And they just don't like Jews. And when something happens where all of a sudden now it's okay to criticize Jews because of Israel's position in Gaza and what they've done, now you see anti-Semitism just pop out of the woodwork. I think there's something like that where people feel emboldened to talk about things. So maybe we just don't have an accurate account of how fucked up some people are. But the general population, whether you're conservative, whether you're liberal, everybody kind of agrees that racism is a stupid thing. There's amazing people of all ethnicities and colors, and you should judge people, like Martin Luther King said, by the content of their character. We all agree on that. But there's a certain amount of people that are always going to be racist. But when you start looking for it everywhere, and saying everything is racist. First of all, it's an insult to real racism. It's an insult to the people that are the victims of real racism. When you consider microaggressions or cutting in line in front of you to get ice cream, there's people that are real victims of racism. And pretending that everything is racist just minimizes that, and in fact probably makes more people racist. It's going to make a bunch of dumb liberals like drop to their knees or give you money for reparations, but it's going to make a bunch of other people really resentful, and it just polarizes us and drives people further and further apart.
Yeah.
It's just genuinely stupid.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I think that's true. What you said about, I'm sure that when there's a black president, we know there are real racists out there. They're anti-black, they're anti-white racists, but they're out there. And social media was also really coming online around that time, so people had a forum to express this kind of stuff.
And
anonymously. And so, yeah, those people come out of the woodwork. I'm sure that did happen. I don't deny that. The difference, though, is that that kind of racism is personal and individual. It's not systemic. It's not in the system.
Right.
And also, it's absolutely rejected by society. It's absolutely rejected by polite society. So there's a reason why they have to go to 14 or whatever to express their views, because you can't come out in public and say it. If you do, it'll be like the end of your career is probably the end of it. And that's the most you're going to, when it comes, as you said, there's never going to be a time when there's no racism in the world. So the most you can do is, okay, we're not going to have this stuff systemically. The system's going to treat everybody equally, right? We crossed that off the list. We've already done that. Actually, we've gone too far because you have affirmative action or you're discriminating against white Asian people. But so anti-black racism is out of the system. Fantastic. That's good. It's not accepted by mainstream society, right? And then that's kind of it. I mean, what else can we do with this? You can't get inside people's hearts and make them not feel things. Those people are going to be out there. They know that it's not accepted in mainstream society, and I kind of think you sort of move on from it culturally to other issues. It's not a major issue anymore. But they won't allow it, and you're right. But then it's got this pendulum thing where, okay, well, if you go after white people and you demonize them relentlessly, and you do it practically from birth now through the school system, some of those white people are going to end up being stricken by guilt, or they're going to walk around feeling like they're guilty or something. That's the white guilt liberal thing. But then you can have others who kind of become exactly what you accuse them of being, because they're like, well, you know what? If you're going to call me racist anyway, then, fine. And there's going to resentment that builds up, and you actually create more of it, which I think they're happy with. If actual racism is increasing in society, I don't know if it is or not, but I think the people that call themselves anti-racist are quite happy with it.
Well, business is booming. But the other thing is, like, think about Robert D'Angelo, who said just lives in her own bubble and really didn't know who you were and didn't catch on at any point in time that any of this stuff was ridiculous. Like these people, if that's all you think about, and that's all you like, I have friends that live in California, and every now and then I'll talk to them, and some politics issue will come up, and they give me this fucking CNBC, they give me this MSNBC, this fucking propaganda viewpoint on something that's so wrong, and I just go, okay, I can't. Like you're in your bubble. There's no real discourse. There's no discussions about whether or not what these people are saying is correct. It's just you're a part of this tribe, and this is what you believe. And I think that's the case with these anti-racist people too. They might not. Some of them might be like just hardcore grifters. Like they could be playing 3-card money, or they could just get corporations to give them money by saying that everybody's racist. There's some people that are definitely like that. But there's other people that are just, that's their friend. Like that's their social circle. Their social circles, all people believe this stupid shit. And they all yap it to each other, and they say it like it's a mantra, and they pray 5 times a day with it. It's really like a religious thing.
I think it is like I think it's exactly right. That's why for me, so the grifters that are getting paid, that's not that complicated to
Yeah.
They're getting paid.
A lot of them.
A lot of them are, and even when they're not, there's still power and influence, and they're being consulted as kind of these moral gurus, which is very, it strokes the ego. So
100%.
that's rewarding. But the more interesting thing is, what about the people who go to those people and consult them as moral gurus? I mean, in the movie, we have this race to dinner. We've got these white women who sit around a table and then invite these other two women, Sarah Rao and Jimmy Jackson, to come to dinner. They pay them to come to dinner and call them racist for 2 hours. And it's like, why would you subject yourself to that? It seems like the most miserable experience to volunteer to be broken down and insulted and degraded, which is what happened to these women. I mean, I saw it. It was like 2 hours of them just getting, you're racist, you're racist, you're racist. They had to go around the table, confess their racist sins. And they all each go and they say what their racist sins, like what's the racist thing you've done recently. They all confess. And I'm listening to it. It's like, none of you have actually done anything racist. I listen to all your stories. None of that is racist. There's a woman who said that she's married to a black guy, and he's loud, and she tells him to quiet down sometimes. What wife has not said that to their husband? So,
Exactly.
I
get that once a month.
Right. So what do they?
My wife is racist.
She could be. Sexist things. Yeah.
She's sexist.
So what are they? What are they getting out of it?
Well, they're getting out of it. First of all, they're terrified of being called racist, so they jump the gun. So they head it off at the gun. Like, I'm going to make sure I'm not racist, so I'm going to become an anti-racist. I talked about this before, but when my kids were young, like my youngest was pretty young when they started doing this anti-racism thing at the school, where they said it's not enough to be not racist. This is actually right after we left. So it's right after like the George Floyd things popped up. They said it's not good enough to not be racist. You have to be anti-racist. You're talking about some of these kids in that school are 6. Like, what are you saying?
It's not enough.
What are you saying? You saying a 6-year-old has to be an anti-racist? Can't they just play with their toys? Can't they just go to the park and hang out with their friends? Can't they just play sports? Can't they just enjoy each other? 6-year-olds don't give a fuck what color somebody is. They don't. They all just play together. They just want to play with the people who are nice to them and who they have fun with and laugh with. And here you've got some fucking grifter who latches themselves onto some school system that's filled with all these terrified liberals that are just terrified of being called out for anything. And then all the rules are changing and everybody's like, oh! And so they bend the knee. They bend the knee.
And it's with kids, it's so insidious because kids don't care about race. They notice it though, which is fine. But then you give them like this complex from such a young age, which is so unnecessary. And that's why, I remember when my oldest daughter was 5, we were at the mall or something, and a black family walked by, and she pointed at them and said, "Why are people black? Or why is their skin like that?" She wanted to know why does skin color exist? Like how do some people have different skin color than other people? And of course, I told her, well, to be polite, we don't point at people in public. So I told her that. But then we talked about it. It's okay to wonder that. It's okay to notice that. I think with these anti-racist people, if I was listening to them, I should have. This would have been an opportunity for me to give her a whole lecture about racism and make her feel really bad for noticing that and asking about it.
Yeah.
And then you create this complex. And fast forward 20 years, and she's one of these women that race to dinner.
Exactly.
It's awful. But it's a very potent thing. I mean, white guilt, the fear of being called racist. It's hard for me to understand because, I get called racist all the time, 50,000 times a day. And it just rolls off my back. I don't care because it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. But for you and I, it doesn't mean anything. But for a lot of normal people, especially,
it's a death sentence.
Right, to be called that. It's like the worst thing in the world. Yeah. They're terrified of it. They'd literally rather be called anything than racist.
Yeah.
And then, so for them, those kinds of people, when that's the threat, when being called racist is a threat, you can get them to do anything.
Yeah.
And I don't spoilers or whatever, but in the movie, the last thing in the movie where I do my own anti-racist workshop with these people, and they're all real people, and we get them to join in on some things that are really like morally repugnant, because they're terrified of being called racist publicly. They can't stand that thought.
And the other thing that happens with kids is if you have a thing like you're telling the kid they have to be anti-racist, well, some kids are going to use that as a platform to increase, whatever social credit they have, and they get feedback from it. It's positive feedback, and they get very vocal, and the more vocal, the more people are impressed, and the more work they do, the more people go, you're doing great work. And then you get what's essentially like the racial version of Greta Thunberg. Like, what is that lady? That lady's moral outrage. Like, what have you done? How dare you? And everybody's like, yes, we like what you just did. And so now you do it all the time. And so now somehow or another, a 16-year-old kid travels all over the world telling everybody they're bad. Flying around in jets, telling everybody they're bad for ruining the environment. Like,
She gets to feel
morally superior, virtuous. And for a child to be in a position where they become virtuous is, they love that. They love that.
to be in a position where they can lecture adults.
Yes,
Where adults
lecture.
are looking to them as authorities.
Yes, college kids love to do that. The moment they're out of the house, the moment they don't have their parents telling them what to do anymore, now they can tell other people what to do. And it's just like, it's one thing that you see online from people who have been bullied in the past. People that have been picked on and fucked with, boy, they like to do it to people, like online, on Twitter mobs. They like to jump in. And I know a lot of people that have engaged in these things. I know them personally. These feeble, weak, terrified men. And they say the most heinous things about people, like uncharitable, not knowing what kind of response these words are going to have in that person. And they bully these people because they've been hurt. It's that hurt people thing. That's what it is. But they don't think it's they don't think it's as bad as bullying, like in real life bullying. It's terrible. You hit somebody, how dare you, you fucking monster. We are emotionally scarring people online every day, and you think you're doing it through this. It's like one of the things, Elon's talked about this, that one of the things that woke does, it allows for really mean people. This ideology allows really mean, shitty people to have a virtuous way of expressing.
Yeah, I think that's right. And also the internet. I mean, the whole idea that the internet isn't real. We hear it all the time. That's why I hate when people say, Twitter isn't real life. And I understand what's meant by that when people say that, but it actually is real life because these are human beings who are communicating with each other. Now, there are bots too, but if you're a human being on Twitter saying something, that's real life. It's not fake. This isn't happening in some kind of dream world.
Right.
But then people think that, well, okay, if I just say this on Twitter, I put it in a YouTube comment section, and it's this heinous, awful thing, it doesn't count. It doesn't mean I'm a bad person because it's not real life. Which is that's like writing on a loose leaf paper, calling someone a piece of shit and handing it to them, and then they get mad at you, and you say, hey, that's the paper. It's not real life. Like it just happened on the paper. It's a method for communicating, and so I think people have been conditioned that in this world it's like a moral exception, so you can do and say whatever you want, and you don't have to feel bad about it. Right. And then it turns people into sociopaths.
I think it does too, and I also think it brings up anxiety in a huge way for the people that are actually engaging in it. The people that actually do it, I think they're just fully anxious all day long, and I think it's terrible for mental health. Even if you're like quote unquote winning these verbal battles online and engaging, I think it's terrible for everybody. It's really terrible for the people that are just like all day long, man. Like just arguing with people. Like, why do you want that in your life? That's a very unusual position to be in, where all day long you're in conflict. That's only war. In the real world, most of the day there's no conflict. That's why conflict is so uncomfortable, because it's so unusual. Yeah. If you're used to conflict with people all the time, and you see some guy and he's like, fuck you, no, fuck you. But if you're not used to someone saying fuck you, and also, hey, fuck you, you're like, what? Like, you're terrified, you're freaked out. Like, what's going on? Oh my God, this is conflict. the kind of conflict, verbal conflict that people engage in online all day long, has the same sort of effects on your psyche. You are perceiving the world to be this. This is one of the things that's so polarizing about this particular election, right? That people are willing to accept propaganda because it feeds into their view of the world, which is that they're engaged in this moral battle, good versus evil. And both sides think they're good, and both sides think the other side is going to be the end of the world. And it's accentuated heavily by mentally ill people that are on Twitter all day.
Yeah, I'm one of them. So
You seem fine.
but I mean, I am guilty of some of this. I do. I'm on it way too much. First of all, but I'm going to have an excuse, which is part of the job. It's part of the job. I do often think if I didn't do this for a living, I don't think I'd be on this.
I think I'd be off everything. If I was not a quote-unquote public figure, I would be off everything.
I don't know if you have a problem. If I go on vacation or something and I'm taking time, I have no issue with it. I have no compulsion to look at it. In fact, I have to, when I come off vacation, it's effort to get back. It's like, okay, I need to get back into this again. Mm-hmm. It takes me a couple days. Then after a couple days, now it's a compulsion again. But I have to reignite this weird compulsion to constantly look at my phone.
I have a problem too in that I'm a comedian and that I'm also a gold miner, right? So what that means is when I'm going through my news feed is the thing I'm the most addicted to. I'm mining for gold. Like, what's going on? What they do? They did what? They fucking what? And I need those. Those are really important because like those can be my next hour of stand up. Those can be they're chunks. And it's not every day. It's like I can go through 30 days of nonsense and just not one thing. But every now and then there's a chunk of gold in there. And then I put that in my notes and I justify endless scrolling to get to those gold nuggets.
But if you didn't do any of this for a living, if you just worked at Lowe's or something, you think you'd still be...
The problem is I'd still be me, and I still have this really intense curiosity. And I'm really curious about all kinds of things. There's so many subjects that I'm really, really interested in. I mean, I would for sure still be paying attention to science issues and space travel, and, new discoveries and universe. There's a bunch of stuff that I would just be ancient history, ancient civilization. There's no way I would not be fascinated by that because they almost have nothing to do with my job.
Yeah, I think I would be the same, but I don't think I'd feel the need to. I would like to absorb all that interesting information, but I wouldn't feel the need to say, "Hey, world, what do I think about this?"
Right.
I would just absorb it.
The problem is if you do, and you do it just once, and you get feedback, and people say, "Hey, I really like what you posted," and then all of a sudden you're connected. And then you're like looking for this feedback. So you're trying to post things to get likes. You're trying to post things to get reposts. You get comments, and you're engaging in the comments. And now you're fucked. Now you're locked into this weird ecosystem with these people you don't even know. They might be all stupid. They might be all really annoying people that you would avoid in real life. Like if you work with them, you go to the other side of the office. But now you're engaging people that you avoid having conversations with. You are now like in mortal combat with words on Twitter. It's fucking stupid.
And not only that, but their engagement with you is cheap. It's they don't care that much. So even if someone gives you positive feedback and they say, "Oh, that was a great tweet," they've forgotten about it 2 seconds ago. But you're just scrolling. You're just the latest thing they saw. You're scrolling, and they've already forgotten about it. They don't care. If they cuss you out because they're mad at you, same deal. They forgot about it 2 seconds ago. So. Yeah, I guess it can be kind of intoxicating with the engagement, but then it doesn't matter. That's one of the things that makes it so toxic is how it's sort of like nihilistic all is. That's why this never was an issue before, but now I feel like when I go on social media, I'm constantly seeing these horrific videos of people dying. Snuff films are all over social media now. It feels like a relatively recent development, and that's really horrible what it does. I don't really think we quite understand what it's doing to our minds. I actually think we all are traumatized from it. I don't use the word trauma loosely. But what's traumatizing is not only are you seeing somebody die, but it's the context. It's like you see this horrible video, somebody just got shot, and then you keep scrolling, and a second later you're reading something about whatever, celebrity news, or you're watching a cat video. So it's like this. It's this horrific human thing that happened, but for you, it's just content. You absorb it that way. And I don't know. After a while of just absorbing human suffering in this way, it's gotta mess with my mind.
Of course it does. I mean, you're the product of what you take in. Even if that information is like low impact, it's not the same impact as being there when the hitmen show up and gun the guys down in front of the cafe. Like I've seen these videos where it's just mass shootings. This one video I saw the other day of some gang violence situation. These guys drove by, gunned these guys down, and then the guys started shooting back, and they were all shot while they're shooting back, and the car backs up, and then they gunned them down more.
Saying that,
but it's not the same as being. If you were there, they would haunt you for the rest of your life. If you were across the street and watched that happen, and you watched these people die, it would haunt you for the rest of your life. But it's just, if you get a little blip, instead of getting 100% dose, you get like a 1% out, 1% dose, and you get them all. By the end of the day, it's like, what is the word?
but that's the thing. It kind of should.
Right.
It's a horrible thing to see.
But it's like Twitter in that it's not a full experience. Like the full experience, like if you were having the kind of like exchanges that some people have with each other, where they're just ruthlessly insulting and shitty to people. If you're having those in person, there's a high probability that's going to lead to violence. Actual violence. It's like two men are in a room and one man starts insulting this other person like really like viciously and talking about their life and their family and all kinds of crazy shit that people do online. There's a probability, it's more than 0% that this is going to result in violence. But there's zero possibility of that. It's just free. It's a free shot. And that's part of the problem as well, is that it's not a real human interaction. So you're getting like these little doses of shittiness from people. But you're not getting this one burst where you and this guy are about to throw down. Because he's insulting you to the point where like this person's actually dangerous. Like this person hates me. Like this could be a real bad situation for him. And I think much like that exists on Twitter when you have these little shitty interactions, like 1% of real hate and it just adds up over time. That's the same thing as seeing violence, seeing all these executions, seeing all these botched robberies, seeing all these people that get murdered in some third world country. You just get a little tiny piece of it all the time, and it normalizes it. It's probably really, really bad.
Do you pay attention to what people say about you online?
No.
You never do your research for Joe Rogan?
Nope. Nope. Shouldn't do it. It's not good for you. It's
nothing but. If you want to just destroy yourself, you could do it pretty quickly.
Well, that's what they want. That's what they would want to do when they say things like that. This is my opinion. And, a lot of it's like really out of line. Like a lot of it is just like the worst possible. Like the least charitable takes, the least nuanced, this ridiculous caricature of a human being, just to try to demonize them to make yourself look virtually or virtuously superior. It's just dumb. It's a dumb way for people to communicate, and the kind of people that do it are all losers.
Yeah.
There's no like really exceptional, fascinating people that engage in this stuff.
Well, the thing that gets me, I don't mind when people insult me. I'm used to it. It's the lies. Like when I see something about myself that's just a straight up lie, totally made up, and then it picks up traction, and people are. Sometimes it could be even someone photoshopping a tweet that I never said, whatever, anything. That stuff still like bothers me, and I try to tell myself, well, it shouldn't bother me, but at the same time, it should. It's like it's normal for a person to be bothered when you're being lied about, right? And other people are believing a lie. I think it's a normal human reaction, and I'm like, I don't want. That's not fair. It's not true. You can attack me for things that I really have said and done, but you can't do that. That's not true. But then at a certain point, you just have to sort of get into it and realize that something.
Well, it's also who knows who's doing it. And at this point in time, we have to accept the reality of propaganda, and that we talked about this ad nauseam. There was an FBI former analyst did some sort of a study on Twitter where he was estimating the amount of bots versus this is like right around the time Elon was saying that it's more than 5%. He said he thinks it's about 80%. He thinks 80% of the accounts, 80% of the accounts are fake accounts. Which just stop and think about if you're in a country, okay? Let's imagine you want the politics of America to swing in a certain direction, because we most certainly do this in other countries. I mean, we don't have to educate people on the long history of interventionist foreign policy where we have gone in and installed new leaders of countries and organized all kinds of shit. So we do it, and we do it, and we know they do it, but isn't it like the cheapest way to do it? Wouldn't it be to do it on social media? And if you did it, why would you do it like one account? Why wouldn't you have a million accounts? I would have a million accounts. Like, you just got to get a computer that keeps making new accounts. And you run a program. It's not the most difficult thing to do. For people that know how to actually code operating systems, you don't think there's someone out there that can code a computer program that can operate millions of different Twitter accounts, and you run it through some sort of AI that you develop, some large language model on things to say about MAGA, things to say about abortion, things to say about conservatives, things to say about liberals, and you put a fucking American flag in your little bio, or you put a pronoun thing, he, her, these are, whatever it is, and then you just flood the internet with fake anger, fake discourse, and you lie about people, and you, anytime there's a post about anything controversial, you insert something in there that gets people even more riled up. You could get people, you could swing the vote. You could swing the vote in one way or another, especially with fence sitters. With people that are not sure, like, is Trump really the answer? And then you get online and you see all this hateful shit, or you might get on MAGA forum and you go, oh, they are even counts. He was telling the truth. ABC's biased. And you could swing it one way or the other. And I think they're all trying to manipulate all these foreign governments, and I think internally in the United States, I'm sure there are groups that are doing it too, that are manipulating things one way or the other in a disingenuous way because it's available. And I don't know how to stop it. I think the only way for you to not personally be really affected by it is you have to understand that it exists. And you have to recognize that some of these takes are not even real human beings. So instead of saying, Jesus Christ, people are think that way, well, maybe not. Like maybe this isn't, maybe there's a few people that think that way, but you're being led to believe that it's a huge movement of people, when it might not be. But the problem is when it, even if it's fake, people are so stupid that even if it's a fake thing that becomes a bit of a movement online with fake, dumb people will jump in there and then it'll become a real thing. Like you're aware of the free bleeding movement that 4chan pushed?
Yeah, I think I heard of that. So, it became kind of real.
It became real. That's what I'm saying. Or flat Earth. It's the same thing. It became a joke. People were fucking around at first. We've known the Earth has not been flat for a long ass time. And then,
but now that's totally real, right?
It's totally real. Now there's massive groups of people who think the Earth is flat, which isn't. I am.
I don't know how that.
Yeah, you can't. But the thing is, that's how dumb people are. That you can have a fake thing and say it enough times, and enough people jump in and be on board with it, and then it becomes a real thing. And then you don't even have to like use propaganda anymore. These morons are doing it for you.
I think it gets me with the flat Earth thing. I didn't realize that it was a real thing until a few years ago. I posted something about it, and all these comments from real people that what gets me is, well, you have the people that say, yeah, I think that's flat, and that's stupid. But I was more fascinated by the like 80% of people who 80% of the flat Earth crowd. 80% of them, their take was, well, I'm not saying the Earth is flat, but I'm open to it. So I'm open to the possibility. I get it if you're just completely stupid and you got sucked into this cult thing. But what I don't get is how can you be on the fence about the shape of the Earth?
Well, it's just people that really are not educated. That's number one. And people that believe that there's a collusion that's so large that all of the space agencies from Japan, from China, from Russia, all of them are liars. That all of them are colluding together to hide the true shape of the Earth. Because if we really knew the Earth was flat, then it always is connected to some sort of a Bible thing. Like it's the firmament, and we're hiding the fact that God is real, and somehow there's some mass conspiracy that all these world governments and every person that ever was involved in space agencies, they're all hid from us.
Yeah, and you're moon landing. You're not
I used to be.
you don't anymore?
I had a joke in my act that before COVID, I was told you vaccine is the most important invention in history. After COVID, I don't think that's the moon.
Yeah, I know that was in your, but
Yeah.
you actually think that.
I think there is a less than zero possibility that we do not believe. I know. Why do you think it was?
Because it's exactly what you just said about, well, there's a lot of reasons, but the main thing is what you just said about the Earth. The vastness of the conspiracy that would be required to fake that. It's so vast that it's a lot more incredible to believe that we faked it than to believe that we just went. And going to the moon, it's a massive achievement. But I think the greatest human achievement of all time. But even so, to fake it would be even more massive, because not only would you need all of these, space agencies and all the different whatever people, American institutions to be political, but you'd also need foreign governments, including adversarial foreign governments, who at this point certainly would know we faked it, and for some reason haven't blown the lid on it. So they're letting us take this achievement that they know. Like, why haven't the Russians come out and say
All those things you're saying are true. I don't argue with any of the things you're saying. But one of the things that I think you have to consider is, if it's not possible for human beings to safely go through the Van Allen radiation belts and out into deep space without much protection, and face the temperatures that are on the surface of the moon, which get up to 250 degrees and 250 degrees below zero in the shadows. There's no environment. It's hostile beyond belief. Micrometeorites are flying into the moon all the time. They're flying through space all the time. We've never had a single biological organism go out into deep space, past the Van Allen radiation belts, and then come back to Earth and come back alive, except human beings during the Apollo missions. Every single space station mission, every single space shuttle mission, all of them are inside 350 miles from the Earth's surface. The only time human beings have ever been past that and through the Van Allen radiation belts was the Apollo missions. And we were the only humans that were ever able to do it. The Russians never figured out how to do it. No one else figured out how to do it but the Apollo astronauts. And we did it 7 times, 6 successfully from 1969 to 1972. If you said to me, do you think that they could fake the moon landing today? I would say no. I would say no. People are going to be able to track it. It's very easy. They have satellites. They're going to know everything. But in 1969, the technology was so crude that when they first showed the Apollo 11 landing, they didn't even show a direct feed to the networks. So like you're on CBS News, you don't get a direct feed. What you do is you point a camera at a projection screen. So that's why the film looks so shitty. The camera is pointed to a projection screen where you see the astronauts jumping around. And you see this weird, grainy, third generation image, right? And we did it, and we've never done it since. We've always said we were going to do it, and no one's ever even come close. No one's ever even gone into deep space since 1972.
we also haven't been trying?
We haven't been trying, but we always talk about going back, including Herbert Walker Bush talked about going back, George W. talked about going back. They all talk about going back, but nobody ever gets anywhere.
Well, I think that's because we lost the spirit and hunger for discovery.
We didn't just lose that, we lost all the technology from the Saturn V rocket. They don't even have that anymore. In fact, they don't even have the original film. They erased all the original footage of the Apollo missions. So you just have copies of everything.
You can develop the technology again. You can do all that.
Sure you can. If you can get through the Van Allen radiation belts into deep space with human beings and have them safely come back.
But I think what you're describing to me, all that does is highlight how incredible the achievement
If they
was.
did it. Right, if they
Right,
did it.
but well, here's the main point. There's no evidence, because saying there was a hoax is an assertion of it's not you're not just denying an event, you're asserting a whole other event that you say happened instead. And there is evidence that we went to the moon. Now someone who's a skeptic might say it's not enough evidence or it's not good evidence. There's like evidence. There's eyewitness, there's people that went and came back and told us. There's footage. There's a lot. There is evidence. Okay, but there's no evidence of the hoax. Like no one has come and said, "Here's my affirmative evidence that this hoax happened." It's never happened, right, as far as I'm aware. No one's ever provided that evidence.
I see what you're trying to say. The evidence that they went to the moon, there's a bunch, right? There's moon rocks. That's one. There's lunar reflectors that they placed on the moon. That's another. And there's a couple problems with those. First of all, the Soviets put solar laser reflectors on the moon as well. And also the moon itself, in many places where you shine lasers, it bounces back by itself. The reflective quality of the moon, the reason why the moon is so bright and white in the sky when the sun hits it, there's a certain amount of, you get a certain amount of bounce back off of different things with lasers. There's some photographs that are interesting. What was it? Was the India? What was the one where they got the most high resolution photos of the lander? One of the things that's interesting is they gave a moon rock to, was it the Prime Minister of Holland? Is that what it was? Which one was the moon rock they gave that turned out to be petrified wood? The Apollo astronauts gave a moon rock to some foreign dignitary, and it turned out to be a piece of petrified wood. They do have samples of moon rocks that came from the moon. We also have those on Earth. In fact, Werner von Braun in 1968, I believe, went to Antarctica. There's all these photographs of him in Antarctica. Antarctica is a great place to take moon rocks because Antarctica is just this gigantic sheet of white, and you can spot meteorites in the ground. So this is the photo. And this is from what? What is this from? What is the? So this is in India. Yeah, Indian Space Research Organization's Chandrayaan-2 orbiter captured images of NASA's Apollo 11 and 12 landing sites and lunar modules from 100-kilometer altitude. Apollo 12 image, astronaut boots tracks are still even visible due to the recent interest in another post I shared. Decided to download or view imagery. So that looks like there's some kind of thing on the moon.
Pretty good evidence.
It is evidence of something's on the moon. It's not evidence that human beings were. See, we have things that are on the moon. We have things on Mars right now. Well, we have things that we'd shot things in space for sure.
Yeah, but it's evidence. It's not proof in and of itself, but it is evidence.
Listen, I'm not saying we didn't go to the moon. What I'm saying is the subject is complex, and it's not even a little complex. It's really complex. There's a documentary called "The Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon." This guy, Bart Sikorel, he's been obsessed. He was a guest on the show too. Been obsessed about this his whole life, and absolutely believes we never went to the moon. And there's enough shit that you go, okay, if he's right about any of these things, it's weird. One of the things was some of the photographs of the moon, they ran through one of those AI detectors that can tell you whether or not something's false or artificially generated. And it showed different images from, I think it was a Chinese satellite of the moon. They said this is legitimate. But then they got to these Apollo images and they said these been doctored. This AI program.
All the images or
a few of them.
But then the other ones were found to be authentic.
I don't think so. I think they only ran a few images through. See if you can find those, Jamie. Find what they did. Again, this is not saying that we didn't go to the moon. It could be, and this was the fact with the Gemini 15 program, when Michael Collins, there's a photograph of Michael Collins that they took in one of his training exercises, where he had those packs that they put on that can move around while they're doing moon walks, or not moon walks, space walks outside of where they're connected by a tether. And he was like in this harness and manipulating this device. And what they had done is taken a photograph of him training, and then someone, probably some overzealous PR person, had taken that photograph and then blacked out the background and tried to pass it off as a really clear photograph of him out there on a spacewalk, which is probably very difficult to get, right? You'd have to have another person with the camera, frame it right. They have this photo, they're like, look, he did it. Let's just pass this off as the real thing. Which is, you're also talking about the Nixon administration, where they're just full of shit constantly. Yes. Yeah. So there's different video where they ran it through, and they said it was real, and it wasn't the Chinese program, but when they ran the American ones, the American images, they said they were not. Again, it doesn't mean that we didn't go to the moon, but it does mean, okay, there's that. That's weird. Have you ever seen the Apollo 11 post-flight press conference? Yeah, it looks like a hostage video. Looks like a bunch of guys who don't want to be there. They look real fucking nervous, and they look real deceptive. If you watch that video, it's weird.
Well, but I think that's the temperament it requires to do something like that.
Could be.
It's basically, it's almost suicidal to go to the
Right.
moon. And so you have to be like not barely even a human psychologically to do it. So that to me is just like, and they just went through this whole experience. So who knows what that does? It's like, to even just like be in the vastness of space, even on the space station, you know, I feel like that would change me as a person,
But
not necessarily for the best.
There's actually like psychological condition that you talk about. This sort of understanding that we're all connected. That a lot, it's like akin to a religious experience that many astronauts have. They go up to the space station and look down at the Earth and go, oh my God, what are we doing? Like, we're all together in this thing. We're so alone in the universe. For us to be fighting over these trivial differences and these stupid lines of dirt that we draw. And we are like just clinging to this ball in the middle of everything.
So then what would you say for someone who is a full-on believer?
Not full-on believer.
Someone who is a full-on believer in the moon. What would they say to my other point that there is evidence we went to the moon? You can try to nitpick the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
There is zero evidence of a hoax. That's a whole other event that would have had to have happened. There is no evidence at all, not one sliver of evidence ever, of that hoax having ever happened.
But I think that's a weird way to frame it, right? Is there evidence of the hoax of the JFK assassination that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone? Do you think there's evidence?
Well, but the event itself being that JFK was killed.
Right, but that's not the conspiracy. So the conspiracy is, did he act alone? And is there evidence that he didn't act alone? What do you think?
I'm very skeptical.
Yeah. Right. But
I don't know. I don't know exactly that. I don't know
exactly. Same exact perspective. The same exact perspective about this movie. Like it may have happened, but this was a time of deep deception in the American world. This is a time after Operation Northwoods. This is a time after the Kennedy assassination. This is a time. I mean, this is a weird, fucking shaky time in terms of propaganda. This is after Eisenhower warned about the military-industrial complex. This is like, there was a lot of deception. The Gulf of Tonkin incident. There's a lot of open deception that the American people were being subject to. And then there's this Cold War between us and Russia, this space war for superiority. We wanted it so bad, we brought in Nazis.
But I think, I mean, the JFK is an interesting example. But because yes, there are things that I'm skeptical of that are claimed, but I don't really have evidence that think it didn't happen. I would say, but I'm still skeptical. So I did that, but it feels different to me because the JFK assassination did happen. The question is, how did it happen? But if we're going to assert that a major historical event, probably the greatest, the most significant historical event in history, did not happen at all, no one did it, then, like I said, that's, so what you're actually claiming is that some other thing, they went somewhere and they pulled off this hoax and they planned it, and they did, like an event happened where they were faking it.
Right.
And so what I would want to see, has anybody come out, any whistleblower ever, to say, hey, I was involved in the shoot, or I'm in Hollywood, I talked to a guy who was there.
Well, that's not even evidence. You know, real evidence would be some sort of documentation, some sort of way to go over, like, there's a binary code that shows the distance between the Earth and the Moon module at every stage of the journey. But that's missing. That's what's missing. All the tracking data, they can't find it. All the original footage is missing. And it could just be people who are really bad with historical items. That's possible. But to say that faking the moon landing would be a bigger achievement than actually going to the moon, I would say only if people could actually go to the moon. So here's the question. Can we really, everyone wants to dismiss it, can we really send a biological entity into space, go through that radiation, which is thick, covering the earth, and have it come back around. Well, supposedly, this is the only time people had done it, and supposedly the way they did it was by going through the top area of the Earth, where the Van Allen radiation belts. It's like kind of like a donut surface that covers the Earth. It's not uniform. And there's an area at the top. But according to Bart Sabel, they didn't go that way because you would have had to launch from Antarctica to do that. It's not really possible that happened if they went that way. So he doesn't. He thinks that if they did go through that, there is no other examples of living things that have done that and come back alive. And they've known that this is an issue. They've known that this Van Allen radiation device, which is this band of heavy radiation that covers the Earth and protects us. They've known that it's out there because they tried to blow it up once. There was a thing called Operation Starfish Prime, where they launched one of several nuclear bombs into the radiation belt to try to blow a hole through it. And unfortunately, 67 maybe? It was Starfish Prime. But it did the opposite effect.
Why did they do that? Just for
they wanted to see what happens. They were giving so much power. You can't pull people up, but they're still doing studies. So they're doing tests all throughout Nevada. I mean, that's what killed John Wayne. John Wayne got cancer because he was working on a set doing a Western right next to where they were blowing up nuclear bombs. There were like 200 people on the set got cancer. Starfish Prime high altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States, a joint effort of the Atomic Energy Commission and the Defense Atomic Support Agency, July 9th, 1962. So this was like while Kennedy was in office. They were trying to figure out how we will get to the moon, not in this decade, but in the other, or whatever he said. High altitude nuclear test. So the thing it did, unfortunately, was it supercharged the band, and it made it much more radiation. Not only that, it blew out power in some parts of Hawaii. I think it cooked a few satellites, right? We talked about this the other day. It cooked a few satellites.
Okay, so can I ask this? Do we have examples? So we were saying, well, we don't know if a human can go through.
Right.
I would say, well, we do know because they did.
Yeah, they did.
Well, but if
listen, we know they sent people into near Earth orbit. That's a fact. We know that.
Well, how do we know that if we don't know? I mean, maybe there's
because we actually can see them. We can see where they launched. You can follow the trajectory. You can know about the propulsion units that they use. You know about what they were trying to accomplish, and you could watch it.
So my question is, have we tried to send humans through the radiation belt and not been able to? Does that happen?
They never even tried. They just did.
Right.
That's what's even crazy.
So, but how do we know? So
how do we know they did it? If the only time they did it was, the last time they did it was 1972. You don't think that's a little weird?
Not really.
No. Listen.
I don't think
even if they did go to the moon, let's say outside the moon, it's fucking. Everything from 1969 was easier, cheaper, and faster to reproduce today, except the moon landing, except space travel. I just don't think we thought. What?
I don't think there's a.
Do you know how much fucking resources there is on the moon? Do you know how many valuable minerals are on the moon and trillions of dollars of things that are very difficult to find in the United States are on the moon?
I don't think the people in the 1960s, the American people cared deeply about going to the moon. I don't think that these days. Most people, I think we should care about that, but most people don't care about.
If we found out that we didn't have to dig for lithium, that we could just go to the moon and pull giant chunks of it out and not have slave labor and no one has to feel bad about using their iPhone. You don't think that they would do that? Of course they would do that. If they could. If you could have a mining station on the moon, no problem at all, totally safe, of course they would do that.
Yeah. And I think
it only takes 2 weeks to get there. People mine in northern territories, like people mine in Canada in horrible conditions, fucking freezing cold out.
But it probably takes a lot of time to get to a point where you can do that consistently.
Right, but it's so. I know the idea that they wouldn't do that and they haven't done anything even remotely close to that since 1972 is weird.
I agree that it's weird makes it sound necessarily nefarious. I think it's
just weird. It's very unusual. It's unusual technological.
It's incongruent.
It's incongruent with technological progression. We have that with everything else. Everything else, phones are in your fucking pocket now. They have more computing power than the entire cluster that they used to launch the Apollo program. The Apollo program was a fucking giant room full of computers. Your phone is significantly more powerful. Yeah. Everything else got better, except that we thought that people were going to be going to space all the time. You ever watch that TV show Space 1999 when you were a kid? You never did. There was a stupid show called Space 1999, and they thought, oh, by 1999 we'll be flying around spaceships and people will be living on the moon. Every time they've done, like in the past, like after the moon landings, every time they did any sort of like science fiction movie, it always involved like colonies already like, established on the moon and on Mars and people traveling. Because we thought that was going to happen. Orville and Wilbur Wright, right? Think about the launch of the first airplane and then the launch of the Apollo program. It's only like 6 years. It's kind of crazy. The launch of the first airplane ever and dropping nuclear bombs out of an airplane is only like, what is it, 50 years? I think it's something like something kooky. Yeah, 50, 60 years. That's nuts.
I agree.
But then now you have supersonic jets, like 100 years later. Yeah. Now you have insane capabilities of like Air Force fighter jets. Unbelievable power and maneuverability, far beyond anything anybody would have possibly imagined when Orville and Wilbur had that stupid fucking bird-looking flimsy thing. So everything progresses technologically.
Well, but here's what I would say. I would say two things. Number one, I think that it does take. Yeah, we're kind of spoiled by the fact that there was this burst of incredible technological advancement.
In everything. In automobiles.
It doesn't necessarily, not every facet of technology is going to continue at that pace forever into infinity. So I think it does take, especially if you take a historical perspective, a longer term historical perspective, it just takes a while to get from one thing to the next. It hasn't even been that long. I mean, 1969 was not that long ago from the historical perspective. And especially if you want to do the next thing. I mean, what's the next thing? The next thing is to go to Mars. Most people agree. That's so much exponentially farther away and harder to do. Sure. And so if it takes decades more to figure out how to do that, that doesn't seem that crazy to me. And the second thing I'll say is that I do think, I get your point about researchers on the moon. There's a reason to go back. I agree, practically speaking. But it's just true that it requires a society that deeply values exploration for its own sake and is willing to make the sacrifices, is willing to send people off to do things just for the sake of exploration, knowing that they might die. I think we have almost no appetite for that now. Maybe the Challenger explosion was, you could point to that as the time when we sort of just, we have no appetite. We don't want people to die for this.
I see what you're saying. Here's the problem with what you're saying. The American people don't get to say whether or not we do things. They don't get to say whether or not we make a space shuttle. They don't get to decide whether or not we establish a new space station. No one talks about it. They just do it. Like, we barely get a say in how much money goes to Ukraine.
Yeah, that's got to be funded.
Right, but how much is funded to go to Ukraine? Like, all of a sudden, they had $175 billion plus to fund this proxy war. And who decided that? It wasn't the American people. Right?
It wasn't. But unfortunately, the politicians are the ones who decided it. The people who vote for those politicians. Unfortunately, there are a lot of Americans who are basically okay with something like Ukraine, which they shouldn't be. It's insane.
I agree with you. But what my point is that if you have a skillful politician on television explain that we have found a solution to all of our energy problems, it's mining. And through this mining on the moon, we are going to increase the overall way of life for every single human being on America's soil. We are going to raise everybody above the poverty level. There'll be no impoverished people because we have literally found trillions of dollars in very, very valuable minerals. And by using our United States taxpayers' funds to fund this program and to finance it, we're going to allow the entire country to share in some of this wealth, and we're going to change energy distribution and consumption in this country in an incredible way. It's going to be beneficial to everybody, and it's going to make a bunch of people really rich too. But it's going to change the quality of life for every person in this country, and this is how we're going to do it. Everybody.
Everybody's made that case.
Right, but you could make that case with the amount of minerals and the amount of valuable resources you can get, not just from the moon, but also from mining asteroids, which we're attempting to do now. If you can get people out there, if you really can get people out there. So here's the question. If you couldn't do it, if they knew they couldn't do it, but they wanted to show that they could do it, could they compartmentalize things? Could they feed a computer program that is, instead of the actual binary data that shows the distance between the lunar module and the surface of the Earth at any given time, could they just calculate that out with computers? Of course they could. Yeah, that's possible. Could they, if they couldn't get human beings into deep space and have them come back alive because they couldn't figure out a way to get through the Van Allen radiation belts and survive micrometeors and all of the shit you deal with, could they get enough people to shut the fuck up because it's in the best interest of national security? Of course they could, especially in 1969. People were fucking terrified. They had just killed the president 6 years earlier. People were absolutely terrified of getting under the sights of the intelligence agencies. And if you have top secret clearance, if you're involved in some sort of a project, or look at the Manhattan Project, people kept their fucking mouth shut. They knew they were working on something of importance that was above and beyond their need to yap about shit.
But for the moon landing, there would be way more people involved.
I don't know
more
if you would,
institutions.
because you actually have a real space program. So the space program's not fake, right? So let's just assume I'm a non-believer. I would tell you that the space program was absolutely real. The Saturn V rocket was absolutely real. The modules, the way they were able to parachute down into the ocean, 100% real. They did go into space. But how far did they go? This is the real question. And Bart Sibrel, the guy who made this documentary, he asserts that they went somewhere into Earth's orbit, like, in space, but not through the Van Allen radiation belts and not to the surface of the moon and back. And that they had video footage that they had done in some scenario. Some people think it's in the Nevada desert. Who knows what it is? But they had this footage of people bouncing around, and they said they got it on the moon, and they brought this back.
Does he have any evidence of that event occurring? Would he say, well, I know they only went so far and came back because of this?
Well, he has a bunch of different things. And one of them is the one that's like very hotly debated, and it's the different light sources in the photographs. So a lot of the photographs from the surface of the moon have intersecting shadows. So you have a shadow that's going this way, another shadow that's going that way, indicating more than one light source, or a close by light source that's coming in. Not something that's thousands, millions of miles away with the sun. There's those. There's the photographs. There's the photographs that run through AI. He has this other video of what looks like them filming the Earth through one of the round portal windows with everything blacked out in the cabin. And then they pull down the things that were blocking off the other light sources, and the cabin floods with light, and it looks like they're in near Earth. And it's very confusing. Because you're like, well, what is that video? What exactly is going on there? Because if they really are in deep space and they really are filming this small image of the Earth, because that's all they can see from 200,000 miles out, well, why, when they take those things down, does it look like the whole cabin is filled with light? Why does it look exactly like they're in near Earth?
But that still goes back.
Have you ever seen it?
The specific.
You want to see it?
Sure.
For shits and giggles. Yeah, because we're in the middle of this stupid conversation. It's a fun one. It's one of the most fun of all conspiracy theories. Because if they did it, wow. First of all, if they killed the president, wow. And it seems like they're trying to do that. So if they did this too, like what else did they do? Like what other hoaxes were played on American people if this is real? That's why it's fun. I'm not saying it's real, but it is a fun one. It's not as simple as the Earth is flat. That's a stupid one. But this is a fun one. This is a fun one because you're dealing with the kind of power with complete control over the media, complete control over newspapers and what they reported, the interest of national security, the Cold War with Russia, the space war with Russia. We wanted it so bad. We brought in some of the most heinous human beings that have ever lived to run our NASA program.
Yeah, it's not as dumb as Flat Earth, but it does reminds me of me, it's in the vein of like Sandy Hook was a hoax.
No.
But I'll tell you what,
That's
famous.
Let's
Not morally, not
Let
morally.
me show you the video. Let me show you. Jamie, you got that? Funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Is he hiding it? I know it's available. For sure.
I'm not even, I think I exactly what the video.
Proof.
I can video.
Okay, you'll find
Not
it.
exactly.
Okay, you'll find it. You'll find it. What's it? Again, I'm not saying we didn't go. I'm saying this is a fun one and it's a weird one. There's a lot of weirdness to it.
Isn't it similar? Okay, because a lot of this comes from it's such an incredible feat that's so difficult to do that it's hard to believe anyone actually did it.
Sure.
Which I can understand that mentality. But the thing is, you can go back in history and you can look at, for the sake of discovery and exploration, you can look at what other men have done hundreds of years ago that arguably is more impressive than going to the moon. Like, I mean, you name it. Like, take any famous explorer from like the 1500s to the 1800s, whether it's Magellan or James Cook or Christopher Columbus or any of them. What they were able to do, navigating this vast ocean, going to places, having no modern technology at all, being able to go from where their starting point, hit some little tiny island somewhere, and go around and navigating a world that they don't even know what it looks like. They have no maps, they have no GPS, they have nothing at all. I cannot conceive of how they could have ever done it. I don't know how in the world, not knowing what the world looks like, having no map, having no GPS, having no modern navigation whatsoever, how in the world could you possibly get on a ship launching out of France or Portugal or wherever and make it anywhere across the ocean? How could you? I don't know how you could do it.
It's incredible, but it's incredible.
But we know that it happened.
Okay, it's incredible, but it doesn't compare because they do it now easily. So anybody can get in a ship right now and travel. You can get in a small boat that you have enough resources and you have enough gas and you can travel through these routes. You can do it.
It took them hundreds of years,
but you can do it right now. So it's way easier to do now, right? So it's something that they did that's incredible, no doubt, no argument, but something that can be reproduced that easily, or at least possibly. I wouldn't say easily. It's a task.
But it also took centuries to get to the point where it could be easily.
But it got better right after each one did it because they had maps now. And then they also used their sextants, and they understood constellations in a way that most people don't today. And sextants are, if you actually use them correctly and you understand which way the tides go and which way the water currents are going, which way the flow is happening, they had a deep understanding of the currents of the earth. They knew travel lanes, and they knew which ways they could go with ships. So applying that to the open ocean, applying that to these continents they weren't even sure were there. It was very iffy, very dangerous, very courageous. But once they did it, then everybody else could do it easy. And then they started doing it better and better. And then people started coming to America, and then blah, 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 and now here we are. And now anybody can get in a boat. Anybody with enough resources can have a boat that can travel those roads. No one can just say, I want to go to the moon today and get their private moon craft and fucking shoot off into the atmosphere and land on the moon. So no one's done that since 1969. That's a recent occurrence in terms of like human history, but not technologically. The technology from 1969 is not even, it's like cave people shit compared to what we have today. So you really can't compare the courageous, amazing deeds of these early explorers. What they did was absolutely fantastic, but they left a clear record of how to do it, and then each person improved upon it, and now it's easy to do.
But still, I mean,
The spacecraft travel is not. There's nothing like that.
I would say 100 years from now,
Perhaps, maybe.
Christopher Columbus was 300 years before James Cook. The technology they were using was not that different. It was pretty similar. It didn't progress that fast.
Well, they had maps. They had sextants, and they had a detailed, at least crude understanding of the shape of certain continents. Like there's maps from the 1500s, there's maps from before that. There's plenty of maps that are rough estimates, and pretty good job actually. The cartographers back then were astonishingly good, because it was so valuable to be good at that. Yeah, this is the footage. Let's just watch this. So this is Neil Armstrong talking to Houston. So give me some volume. Why is that? All right. So let's do this. He and I will watch it with the sound on, and we'll tell everybody else to just go to the website or go to the YouTube video. So we don't get pulled up to YouTube. We'll watch it, and we won't say anything, and then we'll, after it's over, we'll come back to play it. Because I don't want them to hear it. Yeah, to review. That's right. What do you think about that footage?
I mean, it's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm at a slight disadvantage because I'm going to assume that people have addressed some of those issues and have given responses to them. I went to YouTube right now and looked up that video debunked. People have probably
I'm sure some.
So I don't know what their response would be. So it's interesting. I just don't see it. So to me, I listen to that and I think, well, that's interesting. I look into that to figure out what. The first thing I want to know is, okay, here's your claim, the claim they're making. I need to know what is the official narrative. Let's say, how do they respond to it? Because I know they do.
Right.
So I need to know that.
But here's two problems with that video. One, the English accent. Those motherfuckers. If they want to sell you something on late night TV, they use an English accent because it makes them look more intelligent, more sophisticated. The crescent insert. Why would they fake any of it? And then they got you with the music. The music is manipulative. So they're manipulating you in two ways. They're manipulating you with the woman's voice, and they're manipulating you with music.
Right, so you're saying they are manipulating you.
I'm saying they most certainly are manipulating you in that video. That video is not just the video. So what I would rather have is just the video and watch that. But we do get to see them say the distance they are from the Earth. Here's a couple of questions, right? What does it look like? What is the shine from the Earth from 200,000 miles out? And maybe in order to be able to film that, you have to block off the light from all those other windows, because even though it's 200,000 miles out, just like the moon lights up the sky on a night where there's a full moon, you're outside, you can see, like a really good full moon with a clear sky, you can see the ground. It lights it up. And the moon is 1/4 of the Earth's size, and the moon is 250 plus thousand miles away. So if something is 4 times bigger than the moon, and the blue from the Earth's oceans, like when you see it from the space station, it is powerful. It is a potent reflector of sunlight. So you could say that he's just ignorant about how much reflection you would get from the surface of the Earth from 200,000 miles away. And even though they are filming it by blocking out all the lights and filming it through this window, that actually is the Earth. That's actually what it looks like when you're in deep space. You could say that too.
How are you?
You just don't know. And it's hard to figure out what's
If you would have asked me, kids, how do you think that person's doing? It would have been exactly that.
And I don't think it's impossible to fake people going to the moon. I think it'd be very difficult. It would require a lot of people to be on board. But I also think it could be compartmentalized. The people that make the rockets, what you're doing is you're making a specific part, and this guy's making another part. You have the engineers put this thing together, and you launch this thing into space. The people that would have to know are the people that are actually charting the trajectory of the Apollo mission. The people that are actually talking to the astronauts and explaining to them what to say during the press conference. The people that are engineering the whole thing. And you could probably get away with doing something like that with a few hundred people. And you could get a few hundred people of high-ranking people that have top-secret clearance keep them out shut.
You could. I would need some kind of solid evidence of that to believe that's true.
Yeah, me too.
This, to me, there are some things that we call conspiracy theories that I think are clearly true. There are some things that we call conspiracy theories that I think are maybe true. But there are conspiracy theories that, to me, are just that. They're not even theories, really. They're just kind of like fanciful, whatever, projections. And the ones that I don't find convincing are where they usually start with there's a so-called official narrative of the thing that happened.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of things about what actually happened that are kind of weird. And we look at that and go, that's a little bit weird. And then the conspiracy theorists, in that case, they come in and they find these little tiny cracks, and then inside the cracks, they shove this whole like Hollywood cinematic narrative that they have created to explain what's actually like a pretty tiny crack. You don't need this whole thing to explain that. So with the moon thing, one of the first weird aspects of the moon landing that started kind of the conspiracy theories about it was the flag, the fact that the flag's moving in the picture. And so, yeah, it's like when you look at that, you don't really understand. You look at that as weird because there's no wind on the moon. But then you understand that, okay, for example, when you put the flag down, it creates reverberations, it makes the flag move. It's going to move for longer because there's no gravity. So there's an explanation for that. But if you're the conspiracy theorist, then you take the flag moving and you're like, nope, the whole thing is bunk.
Have you ever seen the video footage of the astronaut hopping by the flag, and the breeze of him hopping behind makes the flag move? He doesn't touch the flag at all. The flag is completely stationary, and the astronaut hops by the flag, and as he hops by the flag moves.
Are you saying that wouldn't happen on them?
No, it wouldn't. There's no air.
Yeah, okay. I haven't seen that.
We'll show it to you. It's weird. Listen, what you're saying is
Yeah, we're showing you.
entirely correct. Everything you're saying is entirely reasonable and correct if they actually can get through the Van Allen radiation bands. If they can, this is stupid. This whole thing's stupid. But if they can't really do that, and they never have done that, and the only time they say they've done that is these missions, it gets real weird. And since they haven't done it since then, it gets real weird. And it's not just that. There's other video, but it's not just the one where the guy's hopping by the flag. It's other ones where it looks like they're on wires, where they're being pulled up, they fall down, they're being yanked up. The whole thing's weird. There's a lot of weirdness to the footage. The physics don't line up exactly the same. If you go to the early days of the Apollo 11 footage, and you look at the difference between when they were playing golf and jumping around the moon, they move different. They cover more distance. It's like it looks different. They got better at it. They get better at filming it. They got better at whatever they're doing. And then there's the other question. Maybe they actually did do it, but the cameras weren't able to handle the radiation, and the film, which, you wouldn't even be able to send your film through the radar protector at the airport back then, because it would get fucked up. You'd have to put it aside. Maybe the radiation space fucks up the film, so even though they did do it, they showed you recreations, they show you these test runs that they did, and they film it because the actual film footage is impossible to obtain. That's possible too. Hasselblad, who made the cameras, didn't put any special protection on these cameras. There's nothing about them that was unusual that would be able to withstand that kind of radiation and that kind of heat at deep space. See, do you have that one where the guy walks by the flag and he hops around and it wiggles? We definitely played it before. Flag. No, that's not it. What did you write? Astronaut flag. Type in astronaut hops by flag. Flag wiggles. Astronaut hops by, causing a breeze to move the flag. Okay, that's it right there. That's it. That's the footage. Okay. So watch. So he's going to hop by. Okay.
Yeah, but he could have hit that.
Yeah, but he didn't. Look at the distance. Look how far away he is from it. Pull it back again. See where he is? He's in front. He's way in front of it. He hops by in the rivers.
He's in the suit. The suit's pretty clunky.
Yeah, but he's not close to it. Look at the perspective. Let's look at it in slow motion. So watch, he hops by. And just really, that's a breeze. So that might not have actually happened on the moon, okay? That might be footage that they filmed in a desert, and the footage they got on the moon got all fucked up, and so they tried to pass that off on people that got on the moon. It doesn't necessarily mean we didn't go to the moon, but that does look weird. And and it's just not. It's not one thing. If that was the only thing, you'd be like, oh, who knows? But there's a lot of it.
He could. I mean, it's close.
It's possible.
It's
It
close.
doesn't look like it. It looks like a breeze.
Yeah, but then the other part of this is that the people that went through all the struggle to fake the moon landing, how would they miss these things? That's the other.
Well, I don't think they thought people would catch it. First of all, you're dealing with a time there's no VHS tapes, there's no internet, right? So you show it on television once. You get to choose what gets shown and what doesn't get shown. You film a bunch of shit. That's how they got the footage of them inside the crowd going through that circular room. Because they don't air everything on television, but you have archives. They have all these archives, and these groups go through the archives. They find things like that. Okay, that doesn't even mean that was actually moon footage. That could have been some of the training footage.
I'll tell you what would convince me to, not that it's a fake, but at least would make me open to it. One thing that would shake my faith considerably in the moon landing, if Elon Musk were to come out and say, yeah, I don't know about this moon landing thing, then okay, fine. Because I'm not saying this is my whole reason for believing it happened, but Elon Musk, first of all, if moon landing was fake, he knows it is. He knows it was fake, sure. He's the richest man in the world. He's shown zero concern for, propping up official narratives at all, right? So he's a guy that would know if it's fake, there's no reason for him to continue that narrative if it was fake. In fact, he could even say, they faked it. I'm going to do it for real. I'll be the first one to go to the moon because they faked it. And he hasn't said that, so I also find that to be pretty compelling. The fact that he, as someone who would know, that's the problem is that you and I and most people that talk about this, we have no direct access to knowledge about space. This is all being given to us by the people. So you got to go to people that are actually working with this stuff. Mm-hmm. And so the fact that he has no time for this hearing all else will find persuasive.
It's good. It is persuasive, definitely. But also, he has contract with NASA, and he has to be very careful about what he says and does. And for him to say something incredibly insane, like we never went to the moon, even if he believes it, that would be a big risk with zero reward, because there's no way to prove, as you've said, there's no way to prove that we didn't go to the moon. And to say that we didn't go to the moon is a coup take. Right? That's it. What the fuck is wrong with you? You can say stupid things like that when you're a comedian who's a podcast host. But if you have contracts with NASA and you run SpaceX and you're legitimately making some of the greatest breakthroughs in space travel that human beings have ever known, like what they're doing with those Falcons when they have them land, fucking insane. Come back and land. I mean, we've never been able to do that before, and it's all because of Elon. I mean, if he really is going to get people to Mars, something is going to be addressed eventually. As if they do it and they pull it off and it's easy and comfortable, okay, we probably did it in 1969. If they go to the moon and there's no problem going through the Van Allen radiation belts with no particular insulation other than what the spaceship had, maybe. Yeah, they probably did it.
I will say, I don't even, the moon landing hoax idea, it's barely even a coup take anymore. I think it is, but you're probably in the majority with your take on it. And the last time I talked about this publicly, I got absolutely ripped to shreds. I mean, it felt like 99% against. And it's going to happen again in response to this conversation.
99% against you?
Yeah.
Against your take. So most people think that we didn't go to the moon.
It seems.
Maybe that's our followers, bro. I think if you get the overall internet, it would go the other way. The overall internet, if most people would think you're a coup, or even entertaining the idea that we never went to the moon.
Maybe, but it seems like it's shifted drastically. And a lot of that is people just have lost all faith in institutions, which I understand.
Yes.
So people are, that was kind of the point of your bit. People are, once you see this is a lie, this is a lie.
Yeah.
Exactly. That is happening. And I'm totally sympathetic to that part of it. But I just think that the movement is, there's a lot of values for it. And also, this is an emotional argument.
Yeah, it's an American thing.
It's one of our greatest achievements as Americans.
Sure.
Like, you gotta try that from my cold dead hands. I mean, you gotta really show me something to make me willing to give that up.
I would tell you that one of our greatest achievements is faking. I think it's an amazing achievement. It's akin to turning Kamala Harris into the most compelling presidential candidate since Barack Obama. Like, there's things that they can do with propaganda and spin that are truly amazing. And watching her become this like celebrated character when just a few months ago everybody was upset that she was on the ticket, and oh my God, if Joe Biden dies and she becomes president, people are freaking out. Now all of a sudden everybody's like, yes, she should be president.
That's also rare enough. I mean, that's.
You think so? I don't think so.
She doesn't have. They were able to make her into a sensation, a political sensation, for about a month. I don't think she has that anymore. I don't think people are. Because you can hype somebody up and you can turn them into the next political savior through really good branding. We did that with Obama, but you got to have something. There has to be something. They at least have to have charisma. I mean, Obama had charisma. But you at least have to have that. If you're a politician who has charisma, then the media can come in. They can do the rest. And they can turn you into.
Well, she certainly has charisma when she has planned speeches and she gets to read off a teleprompter. And think that's legit?
It could be.
You see the company who's responded?
To the
Yeah.
What did they say?
They said they definitely didn't deny it, and they said
Really?
it looks very close to like what our device is. And I
Really?
go to their website. It might be on their website. They might have. Somebody sent me something, and I just looked at it briefly. And I'm like, oh, this probably come up today. I want to see it in real time, because whatever the website is of the company that makes that thing, they've apparently addressed it on the website. But is that illegal?
I don't know if it's illegal, but it's
You're not
incredibly unethical.
unethical for sure. But also, if they pulled that off with earrings, like,
And it would explain because she stayed on script really well.
amazingly well. Amazing.
What in the fuck is that? Why the what propaganda spreading am I doing?
The company definitely responded. Maybe it wasn't their website. Maybe it was social media. What is the name of the company? Okay, Google Nova audio earrings response to presidential. Nova audio earrings response to presidential. It might have been true. That's why I wanted to see it in real time. Let's see if there's a website where they responded. So I think they did respond. I can find it. Company says Kamal's earrings strikingly similar to its Bluetooth device. Okay, there it is. Strikingly similar to its Bluetooth device, offers to make ones for Trump. Imagine Trump starts wearing earrings. First of all, that would never work because you can't tell him what to do.
Yeah, he would never.
He's not going to listen. He knows what he's free for. We do not know whether Mrs. Harris wore one of our products. The resemblance is striking, and while our product is not specifically developed for use at presidential debates, it is nonetheless suited for it. Okay, there you go. To ensure a level playing field for both candidates, we are currently developing a male version, and we'll soon be able to offer it to the Trump campaign. The choice of color is a bit challenging, though, as orange does not go well with a lot of colors. That company's funny. They're funny. That's a funny company. I would buy their shit.
Bulletproof earrings.
Yeah, right? Yeah, I mean, how crazy is the conspiracy theory that he didn't actually get shot? They like cut his ear like a pro wrestler.
Yeah, that's another. Or that it was shrapnel, which to me would make even less sense. Because yeah, it's a very minor injury because he gets just got hit. But if it's shrapnel, you would expect marks all over his face.
Right. Or not. You know, the thing with shrapnel could be a small piece of shrapnel. You know, shrapnel's not beautiful. Right. So if it hits a railing, which apparently there is some shot, there's some video footage of, because I think there was 9 shots fired total.
Yeah.
Was that what it was?
Okay, yeah.
Something crazy like that. So Trump sustained 2 centimeter-wide gunshot wound to his ear. Okay. The thing is, ears heal pretty quick.
Yeah, 2 centimeters. I mean, you can't see it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but that's different. That's a hole. This is a scratch. Like ears, like I've gotten my ears fucked up a bunch of times in jiu-jitsu, and they heal pretty quick. It's foreheads heal quick, ears heal quick, things around your mouth heal really quick. There's parts of your body that have a lot of blood vessels, and they heal pretty quick. He's old, which is odd for him not to have a scar. But it's not inconceivable that it could just scratch the surface and that would cause a lot of blood. Like if you get a forehead cut, forehead cuts are crazy. You just pours blood in your face. But if you get a cut like on your knee, it doesn't even drip, you know? You have to have a real cut on your knee to get dribbling blood down your shin. You know, the forehead is filled with blood vessels. I think on the tips of the ears. So I think it would bleed a lot, and it might be a minor injury that bleeds a lot, and it can heal in a few days.
Also, it wouldn't even if you didn't get hit with the bullet, which you did. But if you didn't, it doesn't make a difference. You still got shot at. It doesn't change what
people
happened.
behind him, one guy died, and other people got grievously injured.
Yeah.
Like terribly injured to the point it's going to affect them for the rest of their life.
The more bizarre thing about the shooting is that it's only been 2 months since it happened. Right? 2 months. Or not even 2 months. It's been like a month and a half. And we've moved on like it never happened.
Like it never happened in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
2 weeks and stuff.
It's had no political impact whatsoever.
Nuts.
You got no polling boost from it. Reagan got like 12 points briefly.
Which shows you the polls are full of shit.
Probably, but
yeah, full of shit.
I mean, they are full of shit. But also, it would not shock me if, because we're so easily distracted, if people really did just forget and don't care a week later, 2 weeks later.
Well, as long as it's not the news, it's not the news. You don't care about it. Also, there was no press conference, so that's kind of crazy. There's no disclosure of all the information about the young man's prior history, what led him to this. They went to his apartment, and it was professionally scrubbed. There was no silverware in his place. There's also this bizarre thing where there's, they get that data where you can track where phones have been. Yeah. This one phone was going from outside of the FBI office in Washington, D.C. to where this kid is, multiple times. So how did this kid get these explosive devices? How did he get up on the roof? How did they not flag him? And you see a guy walking around with a rangefinder a half an hour before the event. That guy's going to jail. Like, what are you talking about? There's 2 reasons for a rangefinder. You're trying to shoot something, or you're using it for golf. Or if you're not playing golf, then you're trying to shoot something. That's the only other reason for a rangefinder.
Yeah. And that was like 3 hours before.
Yeah. They knew about that kid. They were aware that he was there. He somehow or another got on the roof with a rifle. The whole thing sucks. It stinks to high heaven. And then they cremate him. He's gone. They get his body. Someone snatches his body like 5 or 6 days after the event, and 10 days later he's cremated. The whole thing is nuts. Like, who is this kid? Why did he do this? Why did some 20-year-old kid take shots at the president? Why didn't he have a scope?
This is one where I'm totally with the conspiracy theories, only because there's not even like an official narrative for it. They basically told us nothing. So we're left to fill in the blanks.
Not only that, think about how perfect it would have been for a plan to assassinate someone. If you do get this lone, crazy kid, and give him whatever, I mean, there's been no toxicology examination of his body that's been released, right? So who knows what the fuck this kid's on. If you're going to try to convince someone to go shoot the former president, you'd probably dope them up with some crazy shit, right? And then that would be in the system, and then it would be like, they will trace, okay, how do you get this? Let's talk to all the people that are on his cell phone, all the people that are in his email. Let's investigate, find out where the fuck he got this stuff that he's on when he shoots at the president. You don't hear a peep out of that. So this guy, somehow or another, figures out how to get on the roof, take these shots, and then they kill him. Now, if he shot and hit Trump, if Trump didn't turn his head at that pivotal moment we're talking about, and it's a headshot, Trump is dead, the world's chaos, and this kid's dead seconds later. And then it's like that. Crazy kid who shoots the president, and that's it. And then, okay, now who's going to run as a Republican? The world's in chaos. It would have been a perfect plan if that kid just pulled it off.
Yeah, I mean, and I can't. I think about it. When I do a college speech, we'll have a few security guys there. And there's no way, if someone showed up with a rangefinder, they would not get in the building. Anyone that looks vaguely suspicious with any kind of bag is getting flagged. I get 3 or 4 guys, and I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy giving a speech in a college. That never would have happened. It could not have happened. It would have flagged, especially 3 hours ahead of time. So how does that happen with the president of the United States or a former president? It's impossible to wrap your mind around. It's not like they've come up with. It's not like they've come up with some explanation where you could go, okay, well now I can see that. Everything we've heard since then just makes you even more confused.
You know, it's insane. The whole story is insane. And the fact that it went away is even more insane. And the fact that there was a brief moment where even Biden was saying real stuff, so polarized and stuff, attacking each other and just trying to help this country heal. And then, a week later, fuck that guy. That guy's a threat to democracy.
But I also think part of it, the fact that America seems to have moved on.
Mm-hmm.
Part of it was it's a political mistake. A lot of it's the media, of course, they have no interest in talking about it. Some of it goes to the Republican Party. I mean, you had the Republican convention, which was like 2 days later. So the timing is nuts. And even at the Republican convention, I just felt like the fact that this guy was almost killed 2 days ago should be like the centerpiece of this thing. I mean, you've got all the cameras on you for 4 days. And so everything you were planning for the convention should change now because of this. And it should take on an extra seriousness, and just the whole tone should change.
Yeah.
Because of this incredible historic event, fist up, fight, the whole thing. And I don't know, they just went to the Republican convention and they started parading around the normal, they had their celebrity. They've got Instagram influencers, and they've got MAGA rappers from YouTube, and it's just like you are not showing us how serious this thing is, and so I think that was a mistake.
Right. Well, I think you don't want to address it once. It's probably he's got a great ability to push things aside, and it's one of the reasons why he didn't age like everybody else ages when they get to the White House. He kind of aged normal,
Yeah.
Didn't seem any older when he got out. That's when he got in. He's the same guy. I think he's got this ability because so many people have hated him for so long. He gets attacked so often. He knows how to just shut it off and shut it out. And I think he probably did that with the assassination attempt too. It's one of the reasons why he said, I want to talk about it once, and I'm not going to talk about it again. And he's basically helped to that, other than briefly mentioning it, that he thinks he got shot in the head because of the way they talk about him, which I would agree. I mean, if we watched that footage right before the podcast of Trump on the Colbert Show that apparently never aired. But James says you can get it on Colbert's website. No, but it's just saying that it never aired on television. Is that true? Well, because sometimes things get on YouTube that never air on television, like Fear Factor. The Fear Factor episode that got us canceled, you can't watch it on television. It was never aired on NBC, but it's on YouTube. You can watch it on YouTube. There's things that get aired.
It's just things that go around.
Okay, so he might have actually been a guest. Okay, so it was a guest on it. But the way they talked to him, the way Colbert talks to him, and the way they talked to him on The View is my favorite. The View's wild. When they're all hugging him and everybody loves him.
They both, I think, are equal as well. Because Colbert apologizes to him apparently for being mean to him. Tells him in the clip we watched, I'm so grateful that you're running for president.
Yeah.
And this was and this was September of 2016, 15. So this is, of course, after he'd already announced
a year plus before the elections.
Yeah.
But I thought he was a joke.
Yeah, I think it was that they were happy that he ran. And they wanted to win the nomination because they thought they was going to beat him. So it really is a Frankenstein kind of story from their perspective. Yeah, because they look at him as a monster, this monstrous figure, and the media deliberately created this. They gave him all the attention. They sucked all the oxygen out of the room for every other candidate because this is the guy they wanted, and they thought we were going to annihilate him. There's no way he's going to win the general election. That was one, but and I think that's one of the reasons why. Ever since then, they haven't been able. The media, they hate him with an extra passion that they have not had even for other Republican presidents. And I think a lot of it is, it's like this. They're projecting because they realize that they did this, and they just can't get over it.
Well, there's definitely this overcorrection. Robert Epstein talked about that. Robert Epstein's done all that work on Google and his ephemeral instances of interacting with Google where it shows you with search results and with news stories that get brought to your feed that they're temporary. You don't record them. So he records all these. And what he has found through his research is that, especially with people that are on the fence, like people that are 50-50, you could swing 50-50 to 90-10. Like people that don't know who they're going to vote for, you could make it 90-10 just through these interactions with Google. It's really shocking.
What do you mean 90-10?
90-10, like say if you want Hillary or you want Trump, whatever candidate you choose. If you manipulate the search results, if you manipulate just the filling, the suggestions, is Matt Walsh A, and then it just fills it in. Just through that, just through the suggestions, they can manipulate it to a significant difference for people that are on the fence, that are independents or that are undecided. And he said you can take 50-50 and turn it to 90-10, which is fucking stunning. It's stunning. It's terrifying. It's unregulated. And one of the things that happened was after Trump won in 2016, there was some sort of a meeting at Google where they were openly talking about this. And they were talking about we can't let this happen again, which is such a crazy thing to say. That we can't let the people decide who they want to be president. Again, if that is what they said, if that is what they, and let's find out what the actual quote was. I could see how someone would say that if they worked at an insurance company and they're a pro, a diehard Democrat, blue no matter who, and they were like, we can't let this happen again. I could see how you say that. If you're just an individual voter who doesn't really have an impact. But if you're someone who can shift undecided voters from 50-50 to 90-10, as Robert Epstein's alleging, if that's true, that's crazy. Because you're deciding, you're going to decide the result of the election. And you don't give a fuck about debate and free speech and people being able to decide for themselves because you think that you're right. You think everybody else should agree with you.
You also think that you are, or you've told yourself that you are the vanguard protecting democracy in our way of life, which is insane. Of course, the idea that you have to prevent people from voting for a certain guy in order to protect democracy. It's like it's nuts. It's so nuts. But that's what they actually believe, and when you tell yourself that, you can convince yourself that this is for their own good. These people are silly. They don't know. They're dumb. They're bigoted. They don't understand what they're doing. So for their own good, we have to prevent it. We do whatever we can to prevent this.
When I talk to some of my hardcore lefty friends that are still left in LA, that I was telling you about before, they say we all the time. We have to win this. They say that all the time. We can win if this happens. They say that kind of shit. And they talk about it like they're talking about the Dodgers. They really do. They talk about it like talk about our team. And they're connected to all these other people in the community. They're all on this team. It's weird. It's a weird little hack. It's just like hypnosis. It's weird to do that to people. It's weird that you can get people to just ideologically be captured and join this team and lose all ability to look at things objectively and then just understand nuance and understand the influence of propaganda. How many people are spending money on this? Why does all the news have this one specific narrative and then Fox News is a totally different? Well, what is going on here? Nobody does that.
And not only can you get them to obviously they hate Trump, but to also demonize half of the country's population. It was just, it was MSNBC yesterday. One of these pundits was talking about Trump and said, well, he's despicable, he's terrible. But his supporters are too, he said. And they went on about how terrible his supporters are, which is, you're talking about tens of millions of Americans.
Basket of deplorables.
Right. But, we take it for granted now, but 15 years ago, that would kind of be unthinkable. You wouldn't do that. You would. Right. You can say whatever you want about a politician. You hate them. They're terrible. It was just generally understood that you don't use that language to talk about all the people voting for. These are American citizens.
Do you remember when me and Barack Obama debated? It was the most cordial, professional, respectful discussion of the issues, and he could do a better job. Yeah. Kind of amazing. Kind of amazing that was 2012.
Yeah.
Kind of amazing.
And I don't mind, because you can go back farther in American history, you can find back to the beginning, when they're in Congress, beating each other over the head with fireplace pokers and that sort of thing. And I don't, there's an argument to be made for that kind of. It certainly makes C-SPAN a lot more interesting. But that shows a certain passion for the issues, I suppose.
Sure.
But it's what we have now is different from that. It's much more. I mean, there have been multiple cases recently of congressional hearings where they start screaming at each other.
Marjorie Taylor Greene,
AOC. Who's the other one? Jasmine Crockett, I think. And it's like a waffle. It's like, just no respect for each other, but also no dignity at all.
Right.
No class.
No respect for the position.
Right.
Like you can't be yelling out, "Oh, baby girl."
Exactly.
Congresswoman. And they're making fun of each other's wigs. Google versus Trump leaked video reveals executives' negative reactions to Trump's 2016 election victory. So, what is the actual quote?
I didn't see the actual quote that we were trying to find. There was stuff said that they weren't happy. And then this was a confidential video that got released via Breitbart in 2016.
So he's saying here, hold on. He's saying here, most people are pretty upset and sad because of the election. Imagine that, most people. How do you know? Myself, as an immigrant, a refugee, I certainly find this election deeply offensive, and I know many of you do too. I think it's a very stressful time, and it conflicts with many of our values. So scroll up. What else do you say? I don't have very high hopes, but he could do anything. You have no idea. Maybe he would do something great. Who knows? Take a little bit of wishful thinking. Well, that's bias right there, saying that most of us are upset, right? For over 20 years, everyone in Google has been able to freely express their opinions at these meetings. Nothing was said at that meeting or any other meeting to suggest that any political biases ever influences the way we build or operate our products. So this is Google's official statement. So what else did he say about? Because the thing that Robert was alleging, that he was saying we want to make sure it doesn't happen. You know, find that. Well, I watched the video. Scroll back up so we can just read all this stuff. Right. I think a lot of us read this election particularly hard. He said there's a lot of rhetoric. Yeah. Well, that's what elections are.
One of the things that's always interesting to me is that they are so desperate to stop Trump, and they act like it's the future of the planet hangs in the balance. Meanwhile, they still own everything. They own all the institutions, Google, the federal government. So the truth is that Trump could get into office. This happened last time. He was in office for 4 years. They act like it's the end of the world. Then he's out of office. And they basically reversed everything he did in like 2 seconds. A couple executive orders, whatever, and most of it never took hold anyway because the bureaucracy is entirely aligned against Trump. So that's the problem, is that even when Trump gets in there, he's handicapped in his ability to do anything because the entire federal government, he might be at the top of it, but everybody underneath him despises him, and they're all leftists. So, and they can just reverse it the second that he leaves, and yet they still act like if he's in there, that it's the end of the world. They still can't. I think they'd almost have an attitude. They're like, yeah, whatever, fine. Let him have it for 4 years. Yeah, it still won't matter because we're still going to be in charge of everything.
Did you see the conversation where this woman was talking to someone from the Trump's team, saying, worried that he was going to weaponize the judicial system once he got into office? And if he got into office, he would weaponize the judicial system and go after his enemies. And he says, like, what? What are you saying? Are you for you saying that and asking whether or not Trump would do that? You have to acknowledge the fact that that's absolutely happening to him right now. And then she tries to push back against it, and he does a brilliant job of explaining how she's incorrect. Okay, I'm going to find this, Jamie, because this is a good one. Unless you could find it. But it's kind of crazy, like, to see this conversation take place, because it's just like, what? Like, how are you so aligned to what's absolutely happening that you can even say that? It's so hard to find things that you say on these social media platforms. See if you can find it. No, it was from a conversation between someone in the Trump administration and someone on his team, and
that Trump is going to weaponize the
yeah, that's her argument, is that Trump is going to weaponize the political system. You know, it's just, how are you even saying that without admitting that they're doing that right now to him? I don't know what I'm saying. Sorry. I know, but that's because of Google. That's why what's his face is correct.
shit. Of course, the funny thing is that he definitely will not do that.
Well, he didn't do that when he was in office. He could have done that to him. Right. He said he thought it would be a bad look.
Yeah, he ran the law properly. I mean, that's the thing. They always, their criticisms of Trump, one of the reasons they don't really win is that they're not hitting him in the places where, like, they don't even understand what his weaknesses actually are. They try to make him out to be some kind of dictator. That's the opposite. If anything, he has the opposite. If anything, he has the opposite flaw. That he's actually hesitant to wield power, even at the times when he should. So, you know, if anything, that should be the criticism, that you should use your power more. But it's probably the least dictatorial, you know, presidential candidate we've ever had.
Yeah, probably. When you think about what he actually did when he was in office, that's why it gets weird. It's like, because they can say something and it can be not true, but yet enough people repeat it, and then it just becomes a narrative that everyone just, I mean, like, it's true that he's a convicted felon, but is it true that it makes any sense? No. For you to say that he's a convicted felon, like, okay, right, but what did he do? Do you know what he did? What he did is a misdemeanor. And it also, it laps the whatever the fuck it is where you statute of limitations. Thank you. So, and there's 34 counts for a bookkeeping.
Right. But they don't. People saying that they don't know like that. They don't care.
Right, they don't care. So they just repeat that thing that he's a convicted felon. I can't find this goddamn thing. It's driving me nuts. Because it was really interesting. I hate when I save something out. But I know how to do it.
And the funny thing, these are also people who otherwise would say that the court system is entirely corrupt, that just because you're a convicted felon, it really doesn't mean anything at all necessarily.
Right.
So, but in this case, they put a lot of stock.
Well, it's just, we're in the weirdest time where people are willing to believe bullshit. It's not as simple as being able to recognize bullshit. They recognize it, they have it right in front of them, and they're willing to believe it because it's more convenient to believe it.
Yeah. Well, they said stuff like that. Sure.
Yeah, I know they have, but this one was really interesting because you see this guy combat it, and the way he combats it is so interesting to see it respond. Because, yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. But, I mean, it's not a terrible crime that he committed. I mean, you're making it seem as if it's something that he deserves to be in jail for the rest of his life. That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. And that might actually happen if he doesn't become president. If he doesn't become president, they might actually lock him up for 25 years. Which is essentially the rest of his life behind bars. They're right.
Yeah, I kind of go back. That's the conventional reason, at least on the people I talk to. Basically, if Trump doesn't win, he's going to do it. And so he's got a lot of money. I kind of think, are they really? Maybe it's naive of me to think, but would they do that, or would they rather just he loses, Kamala wins, and then they can let Trump? They'd want Trump to just fade into obscurity and never talk about it. I don't know. I would tend to think that would be that they prefer that, but probably not.
Yeah, you don't know. It's so hard to tell. Just the whole country seems so committed to their side, and I don't know what a solution to that is, and I don't know how we go past this, and whether Trump wins or loses. Like, what happens? What happens? I don't know.
There's certainly a real thirst for vengeance. They want revenge. I think that's what it comes down to. whether it helps them politically or not. Because I think that's the problem, is if Kamala wins and then they really go after Trump and try to put him in jail, but if they actually do put him in jail, I don't see how it helps them politically. I think that's just going to radicalize people on the right.
It will radicalize people on the right, but
Yeah, for good reason, by the way. I'm radicalized, but so it doesn't help them politically. But I think he has to pay the price for defying them.
But if he does get in office, then it's very interesting. What can he do? How much different is his take on it now? Because one of the things that he said is the first time he got it, he didn't know anything about government. I had to find people, I picked some of the wrong people, but I know better now. I'm going to do a better job, which kind of makes sense. Is if I wanted to talk to him, one of the things I really want to ask is, what is it like? But first, when you actually get in there, they don't think you're going to be in there, and then all of a sudden you're the actual president. Like, what is the resistance like? What are the communications like? What can you say about how you have these conversations with these people and how you govern them, how you get things done?
Yeah, how much power do you have?
Right. What is it actually like? Because we all have this sort of mystical view of what it's like to be the actual president. Very few people, and only one ever, that's not a part of the system, has ever snuck through and attained that position. It's only him.
Yeah, I'd be interested to hear his answer to that. It wouldn't surprise me if, in a weird way, when you become president, you feel very powerless once you're sitting there, because you realize that you're overseeing this just gigantic mammoth thing that's just so unwieldy. There's no way to really control it. And especially in his case, you've got so many people within his own administration plotting against him. So
is there a lot of people within his own administration now? You think it's temporarily? You think it's just like backstabbing politics that just everybody do? Period.
I mean, at the time there certainly was, and I think he also made some bad choices in personnel. Bringing guys like John Bolton. There's no chance that you're not going to be underlined by somebody like that. Especially, in Trump's first campaign in 2016, Drain the Swamp was build the wall and drain the swamp. And Lockhart, three big things. And we don't hear Drain the Swamp nearly as much anymore. I don't think I've heard it. It's never said anymore, right? Which is unfortunate, because that is the first thing that needs to happen if he gets in there. And what I would love to see is that, okay, he's in there now. He got back in. They tried to stop him. They tried to kill him. They tried to put him in jail. He still got in there. He's not getting reelected. This is it for him. 4 more years. He's out of politics forever after. And I'd love to see him just. I got nothing to lose. They're going to put me in jail in a minute. So I got nothing to lose. I don't care what these people say. And just ruthlessly push your agenda through, no matter how much they complain about. I'd love to see him do that. I think that they're assuming he will, which is why they're so desperate to stop him. But I don't know. It didn't happen the first time. So I hope it does.
It's also going to be very interesting to see what do they do to try to prevent this from happening in the future. Because one of the things that's been discussed is cracking down on misinformation, and that free speech does include misinformation, which is a wild thing to say after what we just went through with COVID, or what people were saying was misinformation turned out to be 100% true. Not just about COVID, but we got a bunch of things, top stories, a bunch of different things. Like, who the fuck gets to decide what's information? Only the government? You guys? The people that have lied about basically everything? This is a crazy thing to say, and to be running on that, and to get people to support that. This is the lack of understanding of what it means to be able to freely express ideas and communicate, and whistleblowers from corporations that are telling you about something you're doing that's illegal, whistleblowers from government agents that are telling you they're spying on you when it's illegal, all that shit. Like, to have that be filtered through the government is an insane position. And yet, that's something they talk about, and this is something bizarre that the left says.
Even if it is missing, most of the stuff they call misinformation isn't. But in the case when there's something that is missing, it's just not true. It's being plenty of that goes around the internet. That's still free speech too. You have the right to say things that are not, as long as you're not slandering somebody. you have the right to make claims about the world that don't have to be true. So the idea that doesn't qualify as free speech is, of course, absurd. And then that also requires some central authority to be the arbiter of what is true or not.
Exactly. It's like a childish view of truth and lies. It's childish because one of the only ways that people find out if something is correct or not is let someone say something that's incorrect, and someone who knows a lot more comes along to correct stuff. Right. Yeah, that's how it works. You know, like I had Terrence Howard. You know Terrence Howard, the actor, brilliant guy, but wrong about a lot of the things that he thinks is right about. I brought him in with Eric Weinstein, and Eric Weinstein, who's a genius, like a legitimate genius and a mathematician, explained to him, like very patiently and carefully, this is why you're wrong, and this is what you need to know, and you've got some good ideas, but you're off on all these different things. I'm an actual expert. Let me help you out. And so anybody who saw Terrence Howard talk on the first podcast had this idea. And he's right about this. Anybody who saw the second podcast with Eric, where Eric clearly corrects him and actually knows what he's talking about, is brilliant guy. Now, that's what free speech is supposed to be. That's what it's supposed to be. An actual expert comes and corrects it. And then you have this look at it like, now it's been looked at, but it's not silence Terrence Howard because he doesn't know what the fuck he's saying. No, it's like let him talk. Now let someone who really knows what they're talking about explain to him why he's wrong. That's the benefit of free speech, and everybody who listens to that has a better understanding of all these different, really weird, complex things they're discussing that maybe otherwise you would never have illuminated in that way. You'd never really be able to understand.
That's why I think the free speech thing is people act like it's a complicated subject. Where do you draw the line? What is free speech? What qualifies and what doesn't? I don't think it is that complicated. I think it's just you should have the right to express whatever your opinion happens to be. Everyone should be able to say their opinion, their point of view. Wrong or right, reprehensible or not, they should be able to say it. Yeah, you can't defame someone. You can't threaten to kill somebody. But those aren't really opinions. That's different. If it's just your opinion about what's happening in the world, it should be allowed. And it should be allowed legally. It should be allowed on every social media platform. I think it's kind of simple, actually, to differentiate between that and because there's certain kinds of speech that should not be allowed.
Yeah, it's complicated, and this childish idea that just hindering the government, that's not the answer. It is complicated. There are going to be people that say a bunch of things that aren't true. But the way to combat that is not put the government in charge when it's true. Especially when they've been wrong sometimes. Or they just out and out lied sometimes. It's a crazy position for the left to take. The ones who are supposed to be the party of science and reason. The ones who are supposed to be the most educated. It's just a bizarre perspective just because you don't want Trump. You don't want this to happen.
And hate speech too is the other label they use to. You can't say Tim Wall said this recently about free speech. It's like, well, of course you can't. Hate speech and misinformation doesn't count. But what is hate speech? Hate speech is just you're expressing that you hate something. That's people hate things. It's legitimate. There are some things we should hate. So the idea that it's automatically illegitimate to express a view if it's communicating hatred.
It is ridiculous, but it's also a really goofy label that you can slap on basically anything.
Right.
Like hate speech can get to the point where if you call Caitlyn Jenner Bruce Jenner, that's hate speech, right? That's dead naming. Dead naming falls under hate speech. And so, what are you saying? You can't do that? Like, well, that's fucking ridiculous. I can call him a cunt, but I can't say his name is Bruce. That's insanity. Like, what world are we living in where you can decide what someone can and can't say by a label that's so wide? It's such a net you're casting. Hate speech. It's like completely subjective. Anyone can decide what's hate speech.
Right. And it implies that all hatred is automatically bad, or at least it puts the people in power in a position where they can decide what kind of things are allowed and which not.
Right, and it makes things all equal too. Something like very benign versus something truly awful. It's all under this one stupid umbrella of hate speech.
Hate crimes too.
Everything we would be if you are having about Twitter.
Different world, right? Yeah. That's I think Elon Musk is he is actually preserving free speech one of the main people preserving free speech in America right now, and going into space. So it's always fun to me when people, when the left tries to nitpick and needle at him. It's like, this is one of the most significant human beings in the world right now.
And literally one of the most significant human beings historically ever.
Right.
He's like a Nikola Tesla type character that people are going to be talking about 100 years from now.
And SpaceX will launch a rocket and it'll blow up or something.
Stephen King was making fun of him.
Right. Someone like Stephen King, rocket blew up. It's like, dude, yeah, your rocket still blew up because you don't build it. I mean,
not only that, like he made this tweet about how it damaged the ionosphere when it blew up. But you know that like heals up in like 40 minutes? You didn't even bother looking into that. Like every time they punch a rocket through that shit, it damages it. But it heals. Like you punch it, it's like, you punch a hole through a cloud.
And a lot of times when they say that the rocket malfunctions, it's actually expensive to test. But
yeah, they have to test tolerances of things. I mean, they have a lot of them blow up. That's what you have to do until you get one that doesn't blow up.
Yeah, and we just need people in the world. This is very much it's like the Teddy Roosevelt in the arena speech. You need people in the arena who are actually trying to do stuff, do important things. You need people like that. Yeah. And of course, social media gives a platform for people who are like not doing anything at all to just sit and snicker at the few people in the world who are trying to do something.
Yeah, but that's okay. That's okay too. That's their free speech. If that's what Stephen King wants to do today, let him go. Who cares? It's interesting to watch. All of it is interesting to watch. There's a lot of people out there that are fools, and they serve as education to others. You see the folly in their actions and behaviors, and how stupid they look, and how ridiculous this whole thing is. And it's there for you. You learn from those people. You have a better understanding of human beings. You have a better understanding that people are capable of, being really interesting, intelligent people, but also being buffoons at the same time. And that, we're all subject to all these various influences. And especially for the use of social media, it's just, like I said before, it's an anxiety machine. And there's so many of these people that are attached to it that are so deeply rooted in these online conversations and so disconnected from the natural world. And it's odd to watch, but they're there for you. They're there for an education, understanding, greater understanding of the weird nuances of human thinking. Because that's genuinely what this whole thing's all about. All the ideologies and all the left and the right, and immigrants are great, immigrants are terrible, and they're eating ducks. All of it is just human thinking, trying to figure out what's the correct and incorrect way that we all cohabitate, and what's the best way for all of us to sort of get along.
Yeah, I mean that's the catch-22 of social media, because it could be, if you use it exactly the right way, it does give you access to all these human beings and the way that they're thinking about things, which can be quite enlightening. But most people don't use it the right way. And also,
you have to use it the right way.
And you can't. That's also why my kids, none of my kids have smartphones or social media.
Yeah, you're bullied.
Well, they're not on social media, so
you're gonna get bullied. But how old are your kids?
August or 11.
That's young. You should have social media. Yeah, I agree with you. But as they get into like the high school ages, I think it's a new world. We're navigating it. They should learn how to navigate it too. I think it is very addictive, but also there's people that know how to walk away from it and know how to self-regulate. And I think that's a valuable skill that I think everyone's going to have to learn.
Yeah, I think we haven't quite decided when we're going to introduce this stuff to the kids, but once again, at a certain point, I don't want them to be 18 and it's their first time ever holding a cell phone. Right. Because then they have no idea. We haven't given them the tools to understand how to use this stuff, like the emotional and intellectual tools. They got to introduce it at some point, but most kids today, I don't know what the latest figure is, but millions of kids today have smartphones. Oh yeah, a lot of my kids, with friends, were 8, 9, 10 years old. Phones. I just think it's like it can only harm them. You're saying as a parent, you're giving them something at this age, they cannot use it appropriately or correctly. They don't have the tools for it. They're not old enough. It cannot help them in their life. It can only harm them. It can only do damage to them.
I think we're going to look at it 20, 30 years from now. 20, 30 years from now, it's not really what people smoking. I think we're gonna think, what we're doing. What we're doing giving kids those goddamn phones. What did we do? Like what we don't even know what the kids of today who are on the internet who are subject to the same sort of horrific images that you and I are talking about. Like what is that doing to people long term? Like I never got exposed to anything like that when I was 7. Like how many kids are getting exposed to like murder videos when they're 10 years old? Yeah, probably quite a few. Pornography. Yeah. Oh, that's the craziest one, right? Because that was a hard thing to get. It was difficult. When I was a boy, we'd find magazines in the woods. You knew a guy who had a VHS tape. It was crazy. Now, kids have it on their phones, and it's instantaneous. You have 5G on your phone. You go to any porn site anytime you want.
Yeah, I mean, the average age of first exposure to pornography now is, I think it's around 10 years old, but it depends on this thing. It's young. And it's not just, because, yeah, people sometimes will dismiss the harms of it, but because they'll say, oh, yeah, I found a Playboy under my dad's mattress here. No, but it's not at all the same. The kind of thing you're being exposed to, how often you're being exposed to, how ubiquitous it is now, how readily available it is, it's not at all the same.
Well, we had the guys on from that Chimp Crazy show. You know that new show on HBO where the people have pet chimps? Crazy. It's the same guys who did Tiger King.
Oh.
And it's amazing. It's on Max. It's HBO. And one of the things they say is the chimps get addicted to pornography.
Really?
Yeah. They get addicted to pornography and they watch it all the time. Like these certain chimps, they get older, they give them iPads, they give them phones, and they show them, when you get on the internet. And if someone shows them pornography, they get addicted to pornography.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. And they start sexualizing human beings.
But that kind of goes to show there's something primal about it. Even just obviously pornography, but the phone, even like my 2-year-old twins, they don't have phones obviously, but there's just something about the phone itself, even if it's off, they just like to cool object. Yeah. And in our kids, we will, they don't have tablets and that stuff, but if we go on the ball card trip, it's a one-time legal exception. If we're going like a 20-hour card trip, just so we don't, just for our own sanity, we let them, let's in the car, games and types of stuff. But then we get wherever we're going, we take the tablets away, and we get them anymore. But there's like a detox period of like 2 or 3 days where they're jonesing. They're constantly, they're constantly asking for it. And once you get past that, they're fine again. But there's a real, it's like there's something that creates this compulsion that kids take to it really quickly. And it just becomes, it becomes another room for them. Or they're a part of them somehow, really quickly.
Yeah, it's weird. And the addictions to phones, which we all have, then the addictions to social media, which a lot of people have, and then you get these weird insulated groups that live in echo chambers, and that's, I think, like one of the things you highlight the most about this show, this Am I Racist film. It's like the struggle sessions where these people get like the first scene where you before they know who you are, where you're going and it's sitting there and talking to these people about these things. Like, who are you? Like, where do you live? How do you think like this? Like, what is going on in your life? You've been exposed to this version of the world that seems so ridiculous to someone who's not in that bubble. So ridiculous that it seems fake. It seems like you're doing like a Borat thing.
Yeah, and we've gotten that with the movie. People ask, is it all real? It's all totally real. We didn't script any of it. And that in particular is it's like a support group for white people who are struggling with their white grief because they have privilege and they're grieving their whiteness and their privilege. And there's this woman, Bashir Wade, I think is her name. She's a black woman. She'll do these sessions with white people where she'll kind of like talk them through their whiteness. And people pay money to go and sit around and talk to her. And that was another one. That was like an hour and a half, 2 hours in the room in real time.
When did you start figuring out who you were?
At some point, midway through, I started looking at me strange because I was intentionally making it really awkward, just because it was funny. But then as you see in the movie, I get emotional because I'm on my own journey of self-discovery, and I had to leave because there's the one rule that all these people have. We've ran into this multiple times. Is if you're white, you're not allowed to cry in front of black people because that's white tears, and you can't shed white tears around black people because white tears are manipulative. So in this place, she had a cry room. She said, if you get emotional, you have to cry. Come to the room. Get away from us and go cry over there. So at one point, I left to the cry room because I was getting emotional. It's a very emotional experience to confront my whiteness. And I guess while I was gone, they started talking to each other. They looked it up and they were Googling. And then I came back. The whole thing had changed. The tone had changed. They kicked me out.
It's a great scene.
They called the cops.
When the guy is saying that he's trying to hold your hand, should we grab you? He's like, I do not consent to be touched. He's like, I'm not going to touch you. I'm just going to answer your questions. Come on, answer. He's going to answer your questions. Like, what kind of answers are you going to give me, buddy?
That guy too, I can say. One of the people in that group is a professional cutter. It's not in the movie, but we just know about them.
They get paid to cuddle with people?
Yeah, one of the people. A cuddlist is what they call it. So these are, but that's like, I think
fringe people.
We thought about somehow we could put up a lower third on the screen but it would seem fake. It's like, people don't really professional cuddler, come on. But this is too crazy. These people exist out there. This is our world that they live in.
Yeah.
They go to events like this and they feel they have a lot of guilt for the fact that they're white, There were people crying in the circle. I mean, they were getting really emotionally talking about it. There's the part where she says, think about being white. What emotions come up when you think about being white? And everyone goes around and I have revulsion. I just feel, I cringe. I feel cringe. Really? This is who you live with. You're talking about yourself. It's sick. It's a sickness.
Yeah. Well, it was very funny at the end, too. We try to get people, spoiler alert, trying to get people to self-flagellate.
Yeah.
If you do like that's it, I'm out. Like slowly, you lost like a bunch of people over the course of it.
I didn't think. I mean, we had that time as our last exercise. We debated like, is anyone really going to take it? I didn't think anybody would. I thought that this would be because we needed an end for the season, so I thought I'd bring the whips out and everybody would leave. And so then that would be the end, and that's our. It's a narrative. We're trying to tell a story, so that would be the thing that shows me I've gone too far. But then they started taking the whips. I'm like, I don't think I can actually have you eat yourself right now, or like liability. I don't know if I can do it. So I was not expecting it.
We lost a lot of people. Yes, who's the most racist person in the room?
Yeah. There was really the right before that. When I'm grading my racism, well, you gotta watch it. Like, you gotta watch it. That was for me the most shocking. Making the movie, the most shocking thing to me that happened. That really took me back was in that moment and the way they responded to it, which I was not expecting. And it's kind of dark.
Yeah, they got aggressive with it.
Yeah.
It's a great movie, and it's just like What Is a Woman in sort of the same vein. Just it almost feels like satire, but you realize it's not. It's just ridiculous. But you do a great job. You do a really good job of staying calm and deadpanning. Because I don't have that skill. I would not be able to hold it together. I would have to start laughing. At some point in time, I would cry. It's just I wouldn't be able to not enjoy it in the moment. The point
well, that's the thing. You don't enjoy it in the moment because it's really unpleasant in the moment. You're in this environment with
insane people.
Yeah, it's like it's like exhausting. Listening to this.
How did you develop that skill to do that, though? Because that's a skill.
I don't know if it's.
No, we're not.
I did anything to develop it.
Well, most recent update is I got kicked out of a fucking server. Fuck these people. Hangout. It's called the Hangout or something like that. I get kicked out. I'm just gonna read you what they fucking said. This is the new one. I got the new one. new one. It's nothing too complicated, but let me see what they said. They said, I got a notification like that. They said, do. Moderate. Calls 03275. Reason. Propaganda spread. Dog, I literally don't say anything. I don't talk to anybody at a certain point. It's like, I don't want to say why they're picking on me, but they're just picking on me. I don't like it. Literally, the only propaganda that I spread is for peace and for propaganda. Right? I mean, I don't really know. At a certain point, I just get it. They don't like you, or don't like me, I should say, and they just don't want you. And they have to, and they have to provide a reason. So the reason that they provide is propaganda. Okay, you don't fucking know what propaganda is, and that's just someone's opinion on what. Yeah, I mean that's fine. If you want to do that, you're entitled to your opinion. But that doesn't mean that I shouldn't. I shouldn't have the ability to stream there. It shouldn't mean that I should be kicked out without a warning. It's literally. I just say this to myself. It's some 14-year-old kid who was made a moderator because he begged and begged and begged, and it's the middle of the fucking night, and he has nothing else to do. He's bored and wants to ban you. I get it. And so with every fucking account that they ban me. I think to myself this. I have another army of fucking accounts that I can use with VPNs to get back into any single fucking Discord that I want. And I can go in there and I can just light it up for 10 seconds and just spam the shit out of them, tell them how I feel. Or I'll just do the slow play with them. They literally will have to ban me on every Discord server before I do this, but once they do, then I just go into another account. I change it slightly. I don't call it Rabbi. I just say, please join my server. And I fucking park it there anyway. And then they can get me. They'll literally have to click on the link and see what it is and be like, oh, this asshole again. And you have to ban me so many fucking servers. It's going to take you a while. I mean, I can play this game. I've been doing it for 3 fucking years with these people. I'll do it for 30 if I need to. The other thing that they do, well, there are just so many different servers, though, that it's like, okay, you banned me from Hangover. So I'm still in Hangout, whatever the fuck that is, it's your sister server, and they still let me fucking stream in there. So they both have a lot of people in them. And I did have somebody tonight tell me that they had known about me from YouTube years ago. They're like, hey, I know you from YouTube. I watched you like years ago doing your thing, and I'm just like basically letting you know I know who you are. Okay, that's cool. I appreciate that. But then, I mean, with every one person who tells me that, there are 10 people who don't tell me that. They're just either bored or they don't want to talk to me or whatever. But it's just the more and more attention that I get, the better and better, or the closer and closer we go to going viral. If anything, there's like, there's no quit in me, and anything that they want to do to be able to stop me, I just think of another reason. I mean, look, I say this to myself all the time. Aiden Ross used to kick me out of the server all the time. I've gotten banned from Aiden Ross's server. Now, I've been in it live for 6 months, and he knows who I am. His this whole fucking community knows who I am, and I just have to win them over. Enough time I can. Emotion. Oh, that was a good one. Thank you. I think it's well that people in abandonment, whatever, I am recording absolutely everything that you do. So in the future, and I mean this for all you assholes out there, especially this, whenever anybody is mean to me on the internet, I don't call them all of the words that I can. The only thing that I call them is discriminate. And when I label you that, when I go viral, I'm just going to get all the fucking people who I call discriminators. We're going to invite them to an event, and I'm going to tear into every one of their motherfucking assholes, and I'm going to punish their families. And what does that mean? It means this. Hey, you're from, I don't know, Odessa, Texas. Well, everyone knows that you were mean to me. You were discriminated. Now, basically, we're going to throw a party for your town in Odessa, Texas, or fucking Jacksonville, Florida, or Yorba Linda, or wherever, and you're not invited. So basically, the way that I punish people is that I'm going to spread love to everyone but you because of your reactions, and then you have to live with your family. Just going to be like, dude, I'm such an asshole. And they're like, I just banned him in Discord like 6 years ago. And they're like, yeah, but for what? And they're like, well, I'm just being immature with it. It's just now we have a record of it, and we have a record of how you're treating people on the internet. So I'm not gonna. When I say punish you, I'm not gonna hurt you, but I'm gonna reward everyone in your social circle, and like literally, I'll find out, hey, who'd you have a crush on when you were in high school? Oh, okay, that girl. We're gonna make her a pop star, just to fucking piss you off because you were an asshole to me. Yeah, it's like nothing negative against. Exactly. And then it's not a negative thing against them. It's not like I'm saying, I'm going to make sure that your boss fires you or that you don't get into a good college or anything like that. Nope. But everyone around you is going to have a wonderful life and you're going to have to watch it. Now, I'm also a really understanding person too, and I know how I would be. The second that everybody in their fucking town got to go celebrate something, then I'm going to cave probably to most of these people and go, okay, you can participate as well. But it will be a lesson for everyone on the internet that yeah, exactly. He banned you in the hangout for propaganda. Not how you like my propaganda ass. Yeah. But I'm just exactly. Right. I'm someone who it's an interesting way to punish someone. I'm not gonna make them wrong and happen to you. Your family is the one that is going to be the one to punish you because all of their friends are going to have good cars. All of their friends are going to have great investments, and they're going to be like, because of your actions, we're getting punished for this, even though it's not affecting us directly. It is because all of the people who we used to shit on now are successful, and it's like an interesting way to punish them. When I say it's a punishment, is it? I mean, I define it as such, but usually people think that I'm going to ruin your life. No. You're going to live exactly the same life, but every single person around you is going to just be upside down, and you're going to have to watch this happen. And the other thing too is when this goes viral, I think it will. It's going to change the internet. There won't be so many people who live by the anonymity of the internet. And I was thinking about this right before I could. And I thought, in the future, I don't think the internet will be enough to have like a internet license, like you need a television license in the United Kingdom. And I thought, well, why do they even allow? If the internet isn't enough, you have IP addresses, but why did they allow? Why did they allow any internet? Like when you're on the road, you have like a license plate, you have from car to car without insurance and do whatever you want. And then I really thought it's about the control of the minds of the world. Basically, you can create a ton of propaganda if you don't know who wrote a blog article or you don't know who exactly. And so once the world is at a point where it's all controlled, which basically happened, I mean, arguably it's happened for a long time, but like with the pandemic and such, like now any kind of voices are basically silenced, all this other stuff. Once you get to that point, now you make it so that everything is publicized, so that you can basically not do anything. You change things. So, but when this is viral, people, I think, on the internet, especially, in general, to people, will be much nicer because they'll see the other side of it. And it's just like, hold on a second, you mean this person's been streaming for a month and they didn't say anything to anyone else? And now you're saying that they're spreading propaganda? Yeah. Well, firstly, why didn't you warn them? That's what made them warn them. Oh, well, just because, I'm 15 and this is me. And I just really can't get my head around it. Like, that's why I think probably half of the messages that I send on Discord are you 18 years old? If not, please don't talk to me. Because I just need a certain level of maturity out of someone. If they want to have a conversation with me, that you're not going to get out of Discord again. And I've said it before, I say it again, I don't know why there isn't a setting that for Facebook and YouTube and everything else. I just don't want to interact with anyone who's not an adult. Why is that? It's confusing to me why that's not a setting. It's such a simple setting. Like, there's the reverse of that. If I'm a child, don't show me anything adult related. Why can't I be an adult and don't show me anything child like related to children? But, yeah, and so I want that setting. And it's nothing against children. I love children. I taught children. I think children are our future, and I want to have an excellent relationship with children. But that doesn't mean that I have to listen to them. I don't, frankly, not that their opinions don't matter to me, but their opinions are not as experienced as some other opinions are. And also, children are just immature and mean and other things. I don't want to have to deal with that. But until that's a setting, I don't understand it. But I think the anonymity of the internet will go away eventually. But all these people who are shitting on me, you're hearing me in 2024 or 3024, all your shit is recorded, and your families are going to shit on you so badly because you were mean to me, and they're just going to be like, why can't you just be nicer to someone else? They weren't bothering you. We've taught you to mind your own business. We've taught you not to pick fights with people, and all of a sudden you guys are so big and bad, and now we're not getting to be able to retire from it. Now we have to work our jobs until we are of retirement age. We're going to have to work another 20 or 30 years, and so are you, because you were the bad person. There's the opposite of this that can happen. Besides that effect where it's like, oh, all those people will be beloved. And I can see that happening too, where it'd be like, oh, you were the person who man have I commissioned world famous for them. And I get that. I'm going to get like the opposite of a lot of things that I do too. But at the end of the day, what's important to me is that your actions are recorded and people in the future will learn how to treat people. And it will have a bigger effect on humanity and the social, like, and society. I'm in these subreddits that are very nostalgic. Like, and a lot of people, if you want to know when the date was that changed everything, I think it was an active push in 2012. I know the world was supposed to end in 2012 with the Mayan calendar, but truthfully, that December 21st, 2012 was a major push in society for some certain contingents, certain groups of people, and I would say that also say that date is pretty important for, like, you could say that social media really started to take over more than your traditional media. And I'm not saying that social media wasn't important in 2008, 2009, 2010, and 2011, but once 2012 hit, that's when it started really getting into gear. And people started losing YouTube accounts, and people started losing Facebook accounts, and there would be these big purges that would go on. I can remember that there's nothing I could do about it, but I would watch these just amazing YouTube accounts. Just sit there and watch documentary after documentary after documentary, and they were enlightening. And then all of a sudden, they would get purged, and they're gone. And all of that information is gone. You can't find it anymore. And it's an unfortunate state of where we are in society. And when this goes by, I will hope to at least make people aware of, hey, did you know what your kid was doing on the internet and calling people the F word and calling people the N word? Did you know that? No, why not? Oh, because you were on fucking Tinder trying to pick up their third new stepmom instead of paying attention with your children. And it's kind of how I feel. I see these kids, it's like, I can't stand this. Like, well, I shouldn't say I can't stand it. I understand that it's coming to an end. That one of these days, this goes up. But it goes back, in my opinion, to how old should we be able to there's a reason why adults, I mean, there are a lot of adults on this. Surprisingly. But I get it. It's a really great platform. This one's a really great platform for us for a lot of discussion, but the fact that they have this contingent of 13 to 15-year-olds on it, or 13 to 15-year-olds, I should say, just brings the average IQ discussion down. I think on Twitter you have to be 18 years old, and you see, like, Twitter is much more. I think that conversations, while they could be mudslinging, they're more mature because you don't have this segment. And, when I say 13, we really know that some of these kids are very, very young on it. They just got a hold of the device, and their parents don't care about it, and they're not paying attention to what they're doing, and they think it's funny to literally just go up to people and say bad things. I really want the world to hear this when I say this. It has been so difficult. I feel personally, from just my observation of what particular, not just African Americans, but Black people of all colors have to deal with on the internet when they start up a stream or they just get into a Discord or something. All they hear is the N word. It's so terrible. It's absolutely terrible. And it's to me like, I'm an advocate for free speech, but there's something in me that just thinks it's absolutely terrible. But somebody who just wants to come into a discussion because of the way they look, they get called the N word, and it's like, under what conditions is that? I just.
I just know what we're making a movement, so I'm aware of that the whole time. Obviously, if you weren't, the cameras weren't moving, they would be reacting the same way. So just kind of keeping that in the back of my mind. This is what we need for this season, and also But the main thing is we want to, with both boys, the whole point is to create an environment where the other person feels comfortable saying what they actually think, what they really believe, and doing what they would really do. And that means not react, because if you laugh at them, they clam up. If you argue with them, if you show any real skepticism, they clam up. They're not going to tell you what they really believe, and then it's a boring movie because all you're getting is the talking points, and that's especially the case we found in this. That was the case with this woman we're talking to, the trans activist, but in this, we were talking to the race hustlers. They've been doing it for a lot longer. The race hustle has been around a lot longer than the trans hustle, and they're pretty good at what they do, and they're usually pretty sensitive to detecting when someone's being skeptical, and if they get that, then they kind of go into a different mode, and they go into this kind of HR, DEI mode where everything's very sanitized, very surface level. They're not going to tell you this stuff about how all white people are anti-racist. They're not going to get into the really brutal, terrible racist stuff. So we just thought making this movie helping just create an environment where they'll be themselves. The cookiest version, which with what is woman, all that required was just kind of being slight and asking questions. But this one required more of an affirmatively agreeing with them and demonstrating that I'm fully on board with this.
There's a feel that you have when you go into it. Like if I was there and I didn't know you, I'd be like, oh, this guy's fucking around. There's just an edge, just a touch of it that makes it even funnier. Because you're hanging in there and you're being dead planned. But there's some moments where, like, one of my favorite moments was you asked Robin DeAngelo what mansplaining was. And then when she gave you a definition, you mansplained her, you corrected her. And she didn't even pick up with what you just did.
That's right.
It's very subtle. It's very subtle. I was stretching when I was watching it, just laughing really loud. And it was like, you just did, oh my God.
She did, but the thing is, she did kind of. And I think you can see it on camera. In the room, I could tell. She was kind of like,
what did you just do?
Yeah, she was trying to figure out in her head. I think she was trying to sort through it. Like, but I think she just couldn't. She couldn't. The possibility that she was in the room with someone who doesn't already agree with her about everything, it's like unthinkable. She couldn't fathom it. That's probably the first time in like 20 years that she's been in a room with someone who doesn't agree with her on everything.
Has she responded to the movie at all?
No, she took down her Twitter page. So most of the people in the movie have taken down their Twitter pages. So they're kind of they're going into a bubble somewhere. I mean, the truth is, there's not a lot they can say because, listen, if we deceptively edited it, if we pulled any trick like that, they'd happily come out and say that. But they know that we didn't. Everything that's in there is what they said. We didn't change anything. It's all real, and they know that. So what can they say? And especially in Rabbi DeAngelo's case, it goes in a direction. She's willing to do some things that are quite embarrassing for her. But we didn't put a gun to it. We didn't force it. So what can she say?
Listen, man, congratulations. It's really funny. It's great. And I think it's a great way to expose how ridiculous some of this shit is. You can expose it by being angry and yelling and arguing with people on Twitter, but to do it the way you did it and just make it a hilarious hour-and-a-half movie is really good. So, kudos. Yeah. Congratulations. All right, tell everybody where they can see it. It's on dailywire.com.
Actually, it's in theaters.
Oh, it's in theaters. Oh, nice.
You get tickets and stuff.
Nice.
So we're trying to get it out to make it available to whoever wants to see it.
It's very fun, folks. All right. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Program experience.
Train my name, you're running walk against my name all day.
Did you guys both do Tiger King as well?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of came in towards the tail end when we were meeting you about
Keep it this close to your face.
Okay.
So you can speak.
Yeah.
It moves and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I met Eric kind of towards the tail end of filming Tiger King. Yeah, that was kind of the first experience I had.
You guys like struck lightning with that because it came right at the pandemic, where everyone's locked at home, and everyone's like, "What the fuck is going on with these guys?"
Yeah, captive cats and captive audience.
And just crazy people. And then your new show, Chimp Crazy, is like basically on the same vein. And it is so odd how nutty these animal people are. These people that have captive animals at their home. It's such a bizarre. I would like to see like a psychologist, a clinical psychologist, do an examination of what type of personality wants to have these enormous wild animals captive in their homes.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's incredible, and of course that's what interests us. Because I'm an animal guy, but you have to have interesting people to tell a good story.
Well, we are animals. That's the weird part about it. We're this bizarre animal that likes to keep animals in cages.
And some people think we should have been in the same genus as apes.
Yeah.
But of course there's something called religion and dominion. And of course, we're not animals. We're not apes.
Well, we certainly are. I mean, those people, they still believe in religion. But, the reality of observable science is also there. So, unfortunately, we're just a weird animal. We're the fucking weirdest ones. But the show Chimp Crazy, I just finished episode 3 last night, and we got to number 4, and my daughter wanted to watch it. I'm like, I don't think I could do it. I was so bummed out after episode 3. I was like, oh my God. I don't want to give away anything for people who haven't watched the series yet. I highly recommend it. It's really fucking good. But episode 3, man, it's like there's something about it. First of all, this is one of the rare times when I'm fully with PETA. Well, it's like when you side with PETA on things, it's like like this got to be an egregious example of something absolutely horrific. And the one situation where the woman who's a drunk kept the chimp and then they attacked her daughter and the whole thing. At the end of the show, I was like, oh my God, I don't know if I can keep doing this.
Yeah. No, it's interesting you mentioned PETA because I'm not fully aligned with PETA on a number of things. But in this case, I am aligned with PETA. But just to touch on PETA, I work with reptiles and I try to save turtles and tortoises, which actually are the most endangered group of animals, along with primates.
Turtles and tortoises.
If you think about the percentage that are on the brink of extinction, over half of primates are on the brink of extinction, and over half of turtles and tortoises.
I had no idea.
But where I am not aligned with PETA is when you have to make a choice between, eradicating a rat that's killing off the last Galapagos tortoises, or eradicate a mongoose that was introduced that's killing off, an iguana in the Caribbean. I will make that choice. PETA basically views it as the rat has rights just as much as the tortoise, and I'd like to have the tortoise around for future generations. So I'm not always aligned with PETA, but in this case, yes.
Well, they have a background with the Animal Liberation Organization, which essentially doesn't think that any animals should be captive. And I do understand their point. But then you have Carl. How's Carl gonna not have an owner? How's little Carl over there not gonna be fed? I mean, do you want French bulldogs to go extinct? Because they will. They can't even breathe.
If you did a poll and asked how many people at PETA keep dogs, it's like 95%.
Which is crazy.
So it's a little hypocritical if they don't want people to have pets.
Well, it's one of those things. It's like how it starts and how it's going. Like where did it start from? And I see look, all dogs are a horrible misjustice that's been done to wolves. Like we somehow or another we have become friends with wolves and turned them into these strange things. But the reality of life in 2024 is we have dogs, and dogs need owners and they love you and it's a great relationship.
But it's in their genetics, right?
Yeah.
They've been
Thousands
thousands
of years. Right. It's like saying that we should be going back to chimps.
Sure.
We should live in the jungle. We should live in trees, which is also crazy.
What is it, Eric, that we are? Chimps are more like chimps than we are humans.
Chimps are closer to us than they are gorillas because we are the subfamily of chimpanzees, which are called hominids. And yes, chimpanzees are closely related to us more than any other.
Yeah.
But it's, back to what you said a minute ago about making these movies. I just want to touch on, why we do this. A lot of people miss the point of Tiger King even. There's a point. Yeah, there's a point.
I think I missed that.
Well, we were really trying to get Joe exotic elected president. That was the thing. No, but the point was that a lot of docs, man, are great and they are really informative, but they preach to the converted, people that already know the issue, like the code, and they're great.
Right.
And, what we wanted to do is preach to people that don't know about the issue. So you have to you had to get a lot of eyeballs on it to make a difference, right?
Right.
So that was sort of the goal of both Tiger King and Chuck Crazy in the end.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Running a business ain't easy, especially a small business. You have to wear a lot of different hats to keep things running smoothly. And when you have to do everything on top of hiring, it can be a nightmare. Thankfully, there's a place you can go to for help, ZipRecruiter. And even better, you can try it for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter does most of the work for you to make hiring more manageable. And the secret to their success is their powerful matching technology. As soon as you post your job, ZipRecruiter will get to work finding qualified candidates for your role. Experience faster, easier hiring with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Well, I think you definitely did that. I mean, I had a joke in one of my earlier comedy specials about Texas and tigers. The statistics. There's more tigers in captivity in Texas than all the wild world in private collections.
Yeah.
I mean, not in zoos, in people's yards. Yeah. There's these wacky people that have fucking tigers in their backyards. Yeah. And there's a lot of those, thousands of tigers in Texas that are in people's yards.
Yeah, that statistic has been going around for a long time. That may change. But yes, they used to say there's more than 3,000 tigers in Texas, and there's less than 3,000 tigers in the wild.
Yeah. They think there's 5,000 in Texas. Well, there's also other animals that are in Texas that are exotics, like Scimitar oryx, which is very rare in the wild and is endangered in the wild. But it's so common in Texas that you can hunt them.
Yeah.
And they have them on these enormous ranches, 30,000, 50,000 acres. And they're wild, but they live wild. I don't have a problem with that. Like, if they could figure out a way to actually ensure that tigers could be kept in a 60,000 acre preserve, and you had adequate funding to where the fences were completely monitored every day to make sure that they don't get out and kill people, you're talking about a different thing. But what you're mostly getting is small enclosures of tortured animals who are fed cold meat. And that is not what they want. It's not what nature intended them. They're the cleanup crew. They're everything that has a limp, anything that's slow. They keep populations down. They make sure there's not an overpopulation problem with ungulates. That's what tigers do. That's what they do in the wild. And so all of their instincts, everything, their essence of their being is all stifled by being captive. We were talking about giraffes. They're the only animal that I don't have a problem with at the zoo. Because they're so chill. They're so chill. Babies feed them. When my daughters were young, we took them to the zoo, and you could hold a piece of lettuce, and the giraffe with his giant fucking head that's like as big as this table would come over and gently take the lettuce with their tongue. And we're so confident that they have no aggression towards people that we allow little babies to feed giraffes. Giraffes don't seem to have a problem at the zoo. They seem to be totally relaxed with it. But there's a lot of animals where it's nothing but torture.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think it's incredible that in the day that we live in 2024, that in the consciousness of the culture, that we still keep certain animals in zoos that really are miserable. Those are things like, the whales and cetaceans and elephants are not happy in zoos, and
monkeys.
And most primates are not happy in zoos. And I think there are animals that lend themselves more, I like to say, to being in captivity.
Yeah, like giraffes. I think giraffes is another example.
Yeah, or a giant tortoise. Maybe.
Yeah, that's a good example. Solitary. Solitary. Well, even just animals that just don't. They're just happy that there's no predators, and then they're relaxed.
Yeah.
But the last time I went to a zoo, my daughters were younger, but not like babies, and we were in Denver, and I was there for a gig, and we went to the zoo, and to this day it haunts me. There's this primate enclosure, and this one monkey was just screaming like in anger, like being tortured, just holding on to the bars and screaming because he was by himself and just this tiny little cage, and there was nowhere to go, and people just staring at him all day, and he was just losing his fucking mind. I'm like, I don't want to do this. I can't. Because I felt super hypocritical because I've always had like an issue. Because it's animal prison. It's animal prison for animals who did nothing wrong.
I was at the Singapore Zoo once, which is a good zoo for zoos in Asia. It's one of the best zoos, maybe the best zoo, along with the Taipei Zoo. But there was a polar bear at the Singapore Zoo. This is like 95% humidity, 90 degrees, and it was green because it was covered in a film of algae. And so the polar bear was literally green. And you just say to yourself, like, it's just, if you have a zoo in Alaska, you maybe have a polar bear. But Phoenix, Arizona, Singapore, even if you have a zoo in Alaska, polar bears are the one bear that doesn't eat anything but animals. So polar bears are extraordinarily predatory, and they have hunting instincts. So all day they just want to roam and hunt. And I drove limos for a while, and I had this gig once in New Hampshire, and I was on my way home, and I stopped just because I do this job where I drop somebody off who's a few hours away, and on the way back, I got lunch, and I saw this zoo. So let me just check this zoo out. And I went to the zoo. There's this little shitty zoo in like somewhere I think it was in Massachusetts. And there was this polar bear in this tiny little enclosure just going in circles. Like he was fucking crazy, just going in circles. Tiny little enclosure. And I was like, why is this okay? Like, what is this? This is not a life. This is terrible. It's terrible.
We there's another project we've been working on for equal time to Chip Crazy, and you've been spending more time in over 10 years, which loosely covers the exotic animal wildlife trade, international wildlife trade. And through that interest, we've had this incredible opportunity to explore all of these, moral truths about American zoos. For us, one thing that was too deeply fascinating is something like 242 accredited zoos in this country. 750 million people visit zoos annually, which is more than the 5 major sporting events combined. The way in which zoos function is like the 80-20 rule. There's 5 or 10 that contribute the majority of the income that cover most of the zoos, and they run like entertainment complexes, like amusement parks, and very little money goes back into conservation. Now, there's a lot of zoos that are doing great stuff, and I think that the things that we're learning about is the educational value of zoos for kids is no longer as what they intended it to be. I think there's great things that they do, but there's there's nothing proven around zoos are educational facilities for.
Well, what really rocked zoos was the film Blackfish. And they suddenly went, wait a minute, the public doesn't like us. And they started putting into effect all these kind of new programs for animal welfare, and particularly for bears, like polar bears, like what you just mentioned. And they have a new word, it's not so new anymore, called enrichment, which means that you give a bear something to do, so it doesn't do what you were just saying. You put their food in ice, so they have to work to get it up. You put their food in a ball and make them have to do things. But, that was the big shakeup for zoos in terms of animal welfare. And now, of course, it's still evolving. And zoos are scared when they see Tiger King and even Chimp Crazy.
But Jim's daughter's grandkids will still see orcas at SeaWorld.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I mean, because they
Well, they live a long time.
a long time. They SeaWorld,
Maybe not granddaughters, but
okay, but I say it more. I have little boys, like a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old, and I think it's particularly interesting to kind of go through these experiences. They're obsessed with animals. You're kind of educating them on these kind of moral issues surrounding animals. The anthropomorphic characters that are created to describe feelings and where they should live and how they should feel, and kids relate with them in some form of a bridge to humanity. I think. And we, you ask this fundamental question when you go to the zoo. Hey, where did all the animals come from? No one really begs to think that.
well, where he's going right now is the sort of a big part of our next documentary, which is about the illegal animal trade. And also zoos were complicit in that for a very long time, maybe still.
Mm.
So, anyway,
Yeah, no, sorry. But the zoo thing, I mean, you're into that. I just get emotional on this, and what's really cool about this kind of medium that we're in, we have access to all this information and all these people over large decades of work in conservation and zoos and PETA and legislation, laws. It's really I just love the idea of synthesizing this information to a point in today's context, which is, it's you go to a zoo, no one seems to ask for the
Right.
It is a very simple idea that many people miss the point of. Now, I'm not anti-zoo totally either. I have no real position or ability to also suggest that, but I do think I'm interested in asking these questions of what we can do to make these institutions better.
Yeah, I mean, for sure they should be bigger. I mean, there should be a size requirement. You should have to have a certain amount of acres for each individual species, so that they don't, like we were talking about the chimp enclosure at the LA Zoo, they bite each other's fingers off. They need space. They need space and they need activities. And ideally, what we should do is emulate their wild existence. But then you have this moral question of, are we going to let goats into the tiger cage and just let them sort it out? Because that's really what they want. What lions want to do is chase down the wildebeest and eat it. And instead, what we do is we slide a tray underneath their cage. And that's torture for them. It really is. It's torture for them to have an enclosed space where it's small. It's torture for them to not be able to express their natural instincts. I mean, it's one thing if you're talking about something like the thylacine, right? Where they kept them in captivity and they're the last known survivors, and you had this thing, and like, wow, now we have video of this thing, and now it doesn't exist anymore. So the zoos were like the last hope to try to keep things from going extinct. It may not be extinct. There's a lot of
sea banks.
Yeah, the Tasmanian tiger. Yeah, that's like eerie footage of the last ones.
Yeah, they think there might actually be living specimens that are alive. And, there's.
Well, in this state, they're bringing it.
But I know Forest Milan.
Yeah, I was just going to bring up.
I also have colleagues that have gone looking for thylacines in the islands of New Guinea. So far, people anecdotally say yes, they're thylacine. But it's unlikely, but there might be.
Well, they're very hard. I mean, like, try finding a wolverine. There's wolverine populations are pretty healthy, but good luck finding them. They're very, very, very difficult to find, unless you spend an enormous amount of time alone in the bush.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, so, and then you're dealing with thylacines, you're dealing with a very unpopulated area that's extremely hostile to people. But there are anecdotal sightings, and hopefully that thing does exist. And I would love for Forrest to be the guy who finds it, because he spent so much time looking for it. But other than a dying species, I can't see a good argument for keeping these things. It used to be that a zoo existed before there was videos, right? So if you wanted to find out about a lion, you know, the only way a child could see a lion was to go to the zoo. Oh my God, that's a lion! Look at that! Look at that lion! Oh, and the kids are. And it is educational for children, but at what cost? And are there better resources now? And I think video is a much better resource. It's much better to see lions in the wild.
No, I mean, of course, zoos were originally created it was like good civic planning, 150, 200 years ago. Like, to have a park, a zoo, a library when they were building a city.
Right.
So they were really just built as, a good city needs to have a zoo, it's entertainment, and they weren't really designed to have anything to do with conservation or anything to do with animal welfare. But yeah, today, like you mentioned, the oryx here in Texas, there are species that have either gone what we call biologically extinct, which means that one animal can't find another, they're virtually extinct, or they are extinct in the wild, and zoos may offer some hope for those animals where they could put them into what's called assurance colonies and try to maintain genetically diverse groups in a zoo for the day that one day you can return it to the wild.
Right.
There may be a reason to have animals in captivity.
How much success has there been in returning animals to the wild?
Well, where we live is
The Eastern Bucks or
No. The example he's talking about is like California condors, California condors, or black-footed ferrets, or animals that, whatever it's called, there's an endemic horse that they've done some work with. But yeah, it's, much less than it should be putting animals back into the wild that went extinct or went virtually extinct. Much less than it should be.
Yeah, it should. I mean, it should be a priority. With certain animals specifically.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of a really good success story of an animal that went back into the wild and it was really successful. California condors, the problem is they reintroduced them into the Great Grand Canyon in Arizona. When I was young in the 70s, there was maybe 28 of them left in the wild. They brought them into captivity. Today, there's probably hundreds in the wild, but at a very expensive price tag. Because what made them go extinct in that case was the lead, the bullets that kill a deer. The condor would eat the deer, then die from the lead. So the condors, to use that example, was just a lot of management to keep them alive.
I think there's some dispute
about
whether or not it's the lead from the bullets that was killing them.
I mean, that's what they say, but maybe.
Yeah, I was reading something recently about that. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't attribute to you think about the number of animals that are shot with a bullet that aren't recovered. It's so small.
Interesting. Yeah.
That it doesn't make sense that it would be enough to kill off these animals, and there's probably some other factors that we are not considering.
I believe that because a condor in a day the condor in a day can travel 400 miles in the thermals looking for carcass.
Right.
And I would suspect that the fact that there's just less carcasses out there
might
be part of it.
I think that's the argument. I think the argument is there's less predators and there's less prey. Yeah. Right. So you have a decrease. So like California, for example, like you have a fairly small deer population because you have so many animals that kill deer, right? So California has a lot of coyotes, and California has a lot of mountain lions. And there's a lot of people where I used to live in the hills that did not like coyotes. I'm like, do you like rats? Okay, well, if you don't like rats, you should like coyotes. Yeah, don't leave your dog outside because your dog's going to get, and my daughter's puppy got killed by a coyote, and I've had chickens killed by coyotes.
Ranchers hate coyotes more than.
And they kill fawns. They kill baby cows. They kill baby everything. That's just what they do, and that's their job. But there's an ecosystem. That's a part of the ecosystem. And what's really unnatural is ranching.
There forever, there was a bounty on coyotes where if you brought in 2 ears, you got like a buck. And people would bring in 100 sets of ears and get $100. I mean, they were vilified. When I grew up in California, the ranches next to us, which were sheep ranches, because sheep are dumb and coyotes can get sheep easier than calves. They would trap the coyote with those horrible traps. They'd put gasoline on them. They'd light them on fire and let them run off burning. I mean, they hate coyotes, which is really unfair.
Well, they're cool. They're just not cool to eat your cat. But they're a fascinating animal. I mean, I remember when I first saw them, I moved to California in '94, and I was staying at, you know what the Oakwood Gardens are? It's like those they're pre-furnished apartments that you just rent, like people that are like sort of transient. Just moving it. They allow you to like have a place before you get a place. And I was driving, so it was in Burbank, and I was driving down the street, and I was like, "Where's fucking dog? Where's dogs running around?" And then I drove it. I'd never seen a coyote before.
Oh wow!
I was like, "That's a coyote?
Yeah.
Oh my god, there's coyotes on the streets." And that was pretty rare then. But 30 years later, it became insanely common. I would rarely go. I lived in a fairly rural area where I lived in California. I lived about an hour outside the city, and I had a lot of acres, and it was cool to live out there. But you experience a lot of wildlife, and I saw coyotes almost every day. Almost all day.
Yeah, they look like a mangy, motley, skinny dog.
Yeah, but they're cool. There's something cool about coyotes. But the reality of coyotes, I don't know if you know why they're so successful, but one of the reasons why is because they're the only. So red wolves can interbreed with coyotes, in that you get the coy wolf. But gray wolves do not breed with coyotes; they just kill them. And so, because the gray wolf, which lived in California and lived all over the West Coast, was the predominant predator, the coyotes had to develop a way of surviving. And the adaptation was when they call out, when they yell out in the night, you're trying to do roll call and figure out how many guys are around. When one is missing, the female will have a change to a reproductive system where she will develop more pups. And then they will expand their territory. So because they were persecuted by wolves, they expanded their territory. So now when people came in and started killing off the wolves, which they did successfully, but they were never able to kill off coyotes because of this trait. So coyotes are now in every single city in the United States. This was not the case just 30 years ago.
They're what we call, there's a word for that, it's called subsidized predators. And these are animals that do better around man. And crows are one of those animals, raccoons are one of them, coyotes, and they're weirdly can thrive and do better around human activity than a lot of other animals. And so coyotes are one of those. Because of garbage. Yeah, because of garbage, because of water. They need water in arid areas. So they're a highly adaptable creature. And just for the record, I do like coyotes, and I listen to them almost every night having a tailgate party behind my house. They're cool. They're cool. They make the eeriest noise together. They caught something.
Yeah, but I'm sure you've seen that video from Woodland Hills where this man was unloading his car and a coyote came and snatched his toddler, like right in front of him. It's hard. They're fucking predators, right? And you have to be careful. Little things and little people and animals will get eaten by them, and that is what they do.
Like dingoes in Australia.
Right. There's no doubt that we live in complex ecosystems, and we do not like the idea of them. We've developed these bizarre establishments called cities. And in these cities, we have removed ourselves from nature. And, if you go to the mountains of Colorado, people are well aware of mountain lions. They're well aware of bears. They have to lock the garbage up. They have like a neighborhood email list where they talk about like bears broke into this guy's car. Everybody's on the list. But they understand they're living in this system. They're living in this system. Most people in the United States that live in urban areas have no idea that they're in an ecosystem, because we've essentially done some very bizarre stuff and isolated ourselves from nature, which is one of the reasons why we have this strange idea that we are not animals and that we are not a part of nature. It's just weird. We're fucking weird. We're weird in our justifications. we're weird in what we allow ourselves to do.
Yeah, that's back to the chimpanzees. That was one of the things that I just couldn't ever, you know, I couldn't ever connect with this woman, Tanya, that kept this chimp, and tried to explain to her, you know, that we are chimps, you know, effectively. And, you know, and she just, you know, took the page out of, you know, Genesis, where she just said, you know, I'm not, you know, we're not animals. This is an animal. I can own it like property. Anyway, that was just one of the things that she just never really fully understood.
Well, to be kind, she's not bright. You know, she's not a bright woman, not a well-bred woman, you know, unfortunately. And this seems to be part of the theme of all these books, which is weird, you know. And then you got the one guy in Tiger King that's essentially running like a little sex cult, right? That guy. Yeah. And then you've got the Tiger King himself.
So
you got Joe Exotic, who is also kind of running a straight to sex cult. But, you know, he's just got all this personality, and he's interesting, fascinating. And if he wasn't in jail, it's really unfortunate, you know, because if he wasn't in jail, he'd be a very popular person.
Can you imagine if he was?
Well, he's trying to get Donald Trump to exonerate him and pardon him. I mean, he was constantly, after I talked about Tiger King,
Sure, yeah.
I get messages from I don't know how he's giving me messages. I'm assuming it's somebody who works for him. Yeah. But I get messages all the time. Like, you've got to help get him out, put him on your podcast, do this, do that. Like,
But he also has communication in jail. He gets somehow he's able to get his phone. He's doing video calls.
well, you know, goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a moment when we were filming this kind of like second installment of Tiger King where we covered this pardon, presidential pardon. There's a real shot where Joe was actually on a list, supposedly, that Trump was going to like.
Hilarious.
It's hilarious.
So I don't remember exactly what the specifics of his accusation. So was he caught trying to hire someone to whack that lady?
Yeah.
So he was.
Twice. Yeah.
You know,
And that lady, is there any truth to this idea that she whacked her husband?
Carol Baskin. There's a lot of circumstantial, I wouldn't say maybe evidence, but it's sort of, who else?
It's not clean.
Who else? And it was either, it feels as if it was her or members of her family, and they were the only ones to gain. And so, yeah.
And what a great way to dispose of the body.
I don't know how she disposed of the body. It's nice to.
Well, you have meat grinders on the premises, and you have enormous predators
You know,
on premises, and you feed them a tiger.
Don't you think the only thing I'd say, Eric, is the circumstances surrounding the change of the will? I mean, who alters it to account for disappearance?
On my disappearance.
It's a very, very strange.
And isn't there like a disparity in the handwriting?
Yeah, we did handwriting experts. We did the entire thing.
Yeah.
To prove otherwise.
It's also just when she talks about it.
You know, but Joe, back to Joe, Joe Exotic. You know, I was on the phone with him a lot up until he was convicted. You know, from prison, and he just was convinced he was going to be exonerated and not convicted. And they offered him, the feds offered him a deal, which was something like 6 or 7 years. You know, you can plea or you can go to court.
He'd probably be out by now.
Yeah, I was just going to say he'd be out now. And so he was so convinced that he was going to win, which is so delusional. But yeah, poor Joe would be out right now had he made that deal.
By the way, how crazy is that you could plot to kill somebody and let you out in 4 years? Like, I know you've been locked up with a bunch of murders and thieves, but I'm sure you're a better person now.
Yeah. Well, it's plot and intent. You know, it's paying someone to go do something.
Right. There's quite a few steps involved.
But yes, Joe's now pro-Trump again. He was pro-Biden when Trump did.
Because he was trying to get Biden to pardon him. They wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole, but Trump might.
Yeah.
Especially this time around. Just for fun.
Well, let's hope Tanya doesn't go to prison. I don't wish that on Tanya.
I haven't seen episode 4, so I don't know. But when you guys were filming, again, spoiler alert, please, if you're watching the series, stop right now and scoot ahead by a few minutes. When they found that Tonka was in the basement, and when I saw their film, when you guys are filming it, I was like, Jesus Christ, this lady is so crazy. She's showing everybody. She has, with like all due respect, she just does not seem like a smart person, and she's almost like if you gave her an IQ test, like, and then gave a chimp an IQ test, it made it up. You know, I mean, I think that's part of the problem. I don't think this lady understands the consequences of what she's doing, just like she doesn't understand how crazy her eyelashes are. You know, like all of it is just there's some fuses that are missing, some wires that aren't connected, and then because of the fact that at one point in time, at least, it was legal for her to do what she was doing, and they become accustomed to being able to have, and then their identity revolves around they're the person that has all the monkeys and all the chimpanzees. It's just fucking weird.
Well, it's still legal.
It is still
legal.
I thought they changed it.
No, there's no federal law preventing ownership.
Jesus Christ, you can own a fucking chimp still?
There's 20 or so states legally you can
Oh
do it.
my God.
Missouri's one of them.
Oh my God.
But, you know, background, we spent about 4 years making this documentary series.
First of all, how'd you start? How do you find out about these people?
How
do you get after Tiger King? How do you get anybody to talk to you on camera?
I've done a lot of animal people, Joe, but I did not know about monkey bombs. And along the course of making Tiger King, I started filming some monkey bombs. And like as you see in Chimp Crazy, you just can't make them up. And so after Tiger King, I was just like, let's scratch the surface, let's check into these monkey bombs again. And so it's these women that dress up their monkeys like dolls, like Jumbare Ramsey, like a little pageant doll, and they want them to be kids, and they seem to have the same pathology over and over and over. There's a lot of monkey bombs out there that we did not film, and they have annually something called a monkey ball, where they all come together with their monkeys. Anyway, we discovered them in the course of making Tiger King, and
my grandma
casted.
My grandma had a monkey she kept in the attic.
Really?
Yeah, the monkey's name is Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi used to eat gum. They'd give Chi-Chi a piece of gum. Chi-Chi would unwrap the gum and put the gum in his mouth or her mouth. I don't remember the order.
You don't got a monkey?
I do not. I was very small.
Yeah.
I was very young at the time, and I remember she had to get rid of it because it bit my cousin.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens.
Yeah. But Chi-Chi couldn't be around anybody other than my grandmother. My grandmother was very excited.
Yeah, they're territorial, and they're territorial, and they're protective of their owner. Mm-hmm. So, when I was young in the 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s, you could buy a monkey in virtually any pet store across the United States. And thank God people realize, like your grandmother, they're not good pets.
You can buy them in the newspaper.
Yeah, and they're not good pets.
I think my grandmother, after her kids were grown, she just decided she wanted a kid forever. If I had a guess. Yeah, if I had a guess.
Yeah.
That's our consensus.
Yeah. Also, a kid that doesn't talk back.
Yeah. It's a great book you'd love. It's by this guy who had stored your movie Trefnick. It's called The Don't Talk Back. And it's these kind of chronicles of his experiences, through the last.
This was a big exotic animal dealership. They existed up until the 70s in New York City, but they had everything: chimps, gorillas, elephants, and they sold stuff to the private sector and zoos. But
you could walk into a Woolworth, right, and buy monkeys.
They still, to this day, catch people with large animals in their apartments in New York City. Yeah. Like, wasn't there one real recently where a guy had a large reptile? Right? Was it snakes?
The venomous snake bite, yeah.
Some guy. Well, there's one guy. I think it was in Harlem, who had a tiger.
Yeah.
And there's a crazy image of the cops going up the fire escape and the tiger's in the window.
Yeah.
And you see the tiger bearing its fangs and the window. That was glass. That's fucking big. That is so crazy. This thing is trapped in this regular apartment with regular glass. Like at any moment, the only thing keeping that thing out is it doesn't know that it could just smash that and get on that fire escape and just go run through the streets.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
But the bizarre thing is that there's humans that want those. They want those.
Yeah.
I mean,
the tiger thing is more like kind of a macho thing, I think.
what about Carol then? She's a woman.
Yeah, she's kind of an anomaly. It's funny.
She liked the lesser known.
I interviewed Tippi Hedren, in the course of doing all of this, and her, Xanadu, it's called Shambhala with Afrikaans. And I know you've talked about this, about Melanie Griffith growing up with lions.
That crazy movie Roar.
Yeah, and that movie Roar.
That's
God, that movie Roar. But yeah, when I interviewed Tippi Hedren, literally on our property in California, she lives with all these tigers and lions. She built a museum for herself. So she's got her own museum, the Tippi Hedren Museum, where I interviewed her. But yeah, there are some women, Tippi Hedren, Carol Baskin. But generally speaking, I think it's one.
Well, I guarantee if you go through the Texas private collections, there's a bunch of good old boys.
Yeah,
exactly. Probably.
Yeah.
But
you've got canned ranches in Texas.
There's a lot of those. Yeah, there's a lot of canned ranches, which is very hot, and some of them are fairly small, like a couple hundred acres, and they keep animals there.
Yeah,
it's in my mind, what that is agriculture. Okay, it's just you're doing a different form of deer agriculture. You're not really hunting. Hunting to me is you go into the wild, you go into the woods, and you experience real nature, and it's fascinating. It's enthralling. There's something about it's also so lonely. There's something about being in those mountains that just puts you in check. None of that exists in a canned ranch.
Yeah, canned ranch you can go shoot, like in South Africa, a lion.
Right.
And the lion was raised in a kind of domestic situation.
It's recently released.
Yeah, so it just sits there.
Yeah.
There's no sport in it. Hunting in the United States, for elk or deer, there's a lot of things people don't know about hunting, which is, one, just obviously, the obvious statistic is that more wild lands are protected because of hunting. So, yeah, you're killing a deer, but you're protecting all the other stuff.
Well, the amount of money, because of the Pittman-Robertson Act, the amount of money that gets, I think it's 10% of all sales of outdoor activities gets donated towards wildlife preservation. This is the reason why we can have these enormous national forests, where you have wildlife biologists establish what the healthy numbers of these animals are and how many people can go hunt them. And they also know, because you have to, when you say if you shoot a deer, you have to register that you shot the deer, you have a tag. They make sure that your tag is right, you got the right species, you got the right sex, the whole deal. And so they have a very accurate number of how many animals in there, and they spend a lot of money doing this. And these wildlife biologists do an absolutely incredible job. There's more white-tailed deer in this country right now than there were in Columbus. Well, part of that is because of agriculture. That's where it gets weird. So agriculture, particularly, I have a good buddy of mine who is he's an archer, a professional archer, and he lives in Iowa. I always get those confused. In Iowa, it's all farmland, right? And they have enormous deer, and they set these ranches up. He has a place that's like 600 acres. It's all, there's no fences, the animals come and go, but they establish these food plots, and they put these things in to make it a good place for deer to be so they can hunt them. Yeah. So it's this weird sort of ethical bastardization of the wild, right? It's like dealing with the reality of what you have. You have untold thousands and thousands of monocrop agriculture acres. So thousands and thousands of acres of Monsanto corn. And they're all, these deer thrive there. Because when they chop down the corn, they don't chop it all down. And, these deer, they go there after fresh feedings. They go there, you see them eating corn and they eat grass. There's grass everywhere. There's plenty and plenty of food. And a very low number of predators. Like Iowa does not have they don't have wolves. They don't have a lot of animals that would sort of balance out the population of these animals. And so you have insane amounts of car accidents. Like when I was I went to visit my buddy there, and just driving from the airport to his house, we saw like 50 fucking deer. And if you're going there around November, which is the rut, the men lose their mind. So the male deer, they're horny as hell. They're crazy. The female are breeding, the female are running from the males and running right into traffic, and the males are running after them, and they're running right into traffic. It's kind of nuts. It's a really nutty situation because it only exists because there's no predators. So if like California has this bizarre model, and what California would like, I mean, California is, I think, the only state that doesn't have a fish and game department. They have fish and wildlife. And so they treat it very differently. Instead of treating it as a renewable resource where people can go and get their own food and hunt animals in the wild, they treat it like we should have the animals take care of themselves. And so that's why it's illegal to kill a mountain lion in California, and they have a large number of mountain lions. It's probably underreported.
I have mountain lions in my pocket all the time.
They're dangerous. They're underreported. And they are a predator, and they will kill people. And they have killed people. It's not often, but if you're on a bike, the problem with being on a bike is you're moving a little too quick, and their instincts take over. They think you're trying to run from them, and they can't even help themselves. It's like a kitten with a ball yawn, and their instincts clip in, and they just go chasing after it. But I've seen mountain lions in the wild, and it is a sobering moment when you stare into the eyes of those things. Whoa!
What are you supposed to do?
You can't do much, man.
Make a lot of noise.
You're
not supposed to run.
You don't want. If you have this weapon, you should really have that weapon ready because they will jump you. Every now and then they jump people. There's a crazy video. Yeah, well, I believe 2 people were killed last year in the Pacific Northwest.
Of all the big cats, I think jaguars kill the least people,
Which is crazy
for some reason. But
well, they also live in the least populated areas.
for the most part, yeah. And mountain lions, yeah, of course, they will kill someone, but typically they're not looking for people.
Right, they're not looking for people.
It's not like a tiger that it has all its prey, get trapped by the local people in India, and they have to go out and try to find prey, and it's people oftentimes.
And jaguars have to, at this point in time, have realized that people have bows and arrows and spears, and every now and then, if you go after a person, you can get jumped. So they probably like grizzly bears behave very differently in places where grizzly bears are hunted. So in the lower 48, it's illegal to hunt grizzly bears. So if they see you, if you run into them, they're not going to run away. They might run towards you. Especially if you surprise them, it's very dangerous. And that's why, and they will treat you as food if they're really hungry.
In the course of making Tiger King, I would interview people about tigers and how what it's like keeping 100 tigers. And people would always say to me, I'd rather have 100 tigers than 1 chimp. And that's because chimps, everyone thinks tigers are dangerous, but chimps can figure shit out. And one of the chronic problems keeping chimps is that they can figure out how to escape. And so you can never use a combination lock because they sit there all day and figure it out.
Oh my
And
God.
you got to use oftentimes like 3 layers of locks. But I'm just bringing it back to chimps because, people think, oh, it's a chimp, it's so cute, it's in the circus. Trust me, it's a lot easier to have a tiger act than a chimp act.
Oh, I can imagine. And also, when I was watching this lady's enclosure, I was looking at the steel that's drilled into wood, and I'm like, I could get out of that. I could get out of that 100%. The way that thing is bolted into the woods, all you have to do is kick that door enough.
Yeah.
You kick that door hard enough, and that wood will get out. It's the wood that it looks like you're encased in steel bars, but the steel bars are connected by wood. Wood's easy for a chimp to break. They're so much fucking stronger than us.
Right.
If that thing knew that it could just grab those bars and slam and slam,
It would have worked on that one. Yeah.
100% would have.
Right.
You would have had to figure out a way, way, way better cage, especially the one that you put in her home.
I'll tell you a really weird story that I just never would have thought of in a million years about chimps. I was interviewing a guy in Kenya that had a chimpanzee, and the keeper was this blonde woman. And all the chimp ever saw was this blonde woman. So I gave the chimp Playboy, and then it graduated to porn. And the chimp, because it never seen other chimps, it was raised in isolation, started thinking it was human, and started sexually identifying with this woman that was keeping it, and started becoming sort of addicted to pornography. So just to give you sorry, I'm segueing. But how crazy, and like these chimps, they'll have a favorite show. Like I remember a group of them in South Africa, all they watched was Avatar. But anyway, just to back to sort of how weird it is to keep a chimpanzee. You don't have a tiger getting addicted to human pornography. Or watching Avatar all day long. So anyway.
They're too intelligent. They're just way too intelligent, especially as they get 5, 6, and 7 years old. They get really fucking dangerous. That lady in Connecticut, I had heard that she slept in the bed with that chimpanzee.
Well, that's where I was going.
Yeah.
One of the things we did not cover, which I always wanted to know more about, is what really is going on in that bed with that woman. I mean, I don't want to talk about it in too much detail here,
Well,
but you have to ask yourself, you have to ask yourself, like, how weird does it get?
Right. I mean, how weird does it get? Wasn't she giving it Xanax and wine? Get that alone.
You haven't seen that?
Viagra. She was giving it Viagra? Oh.
I think, but you can't just.
You're gonna get sick.
Yeah, you cannot. But speaking of that, though, you saw the second episode. We episode.
How big gyms need Viagra?
So they're very active.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. I
Right.
heard that a chimp can talk 50 times a day. That's
Yeah.
like in the wild. So,
Yeah.
So maybe they don't need that.
Well, primates are very promiscuous, and chimpanzees in particular. If you notice that chimpanzees have the largest balls of any primate, and there's a reason for that. The more promiscuous the female chimpanzees are, the more sexually active the males become, and the bigger the testicles are. So there's like a direct correlation between the size of the male's testicles, and they think that exists with human beings as well, but it's more problematic for talent. But
That's my problem.
yeah, you're around a bunch of ladies that are a bunch of sluts. I get fired up. I think that with chimpanzees, you're dealing with these incredibly complex social structures. I'm sure you guys have seen Chimp Nation.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. It's so good. It's so good because it is a rare documentary that had this established element in that these scientists had been embedded in this group of chimpanzees for 20 years. And so these scientists had very specific rules. You don't look them in the eye. You don't get any closer than 20 yards. If they come towards you, move away. Don't ever have food. There's like a bunch of rules. And as long as you have those rules, they behave completely normally. And you're just a thing. You're like a tree or a bird or something they're not interested in, which is really interesting, right? Because they got incredible footage of the social interactions. They got a detailed analysis of how they establish dominance and losing control. And we used to think it's always the biggest, strongest chimp. And no, it's not. It's ones that form unions and bonds and communities. Very interesting. It's so much like us.
Well, I think also what's just so amazing about that film is, and I give them a ton of credit, most people that go out to do a documentary don't have the capacity to film it many days. Like they covered, I don't know, it was like hundreds of days or something.
Yeah, years.
And years. And I think, they really invested the time and they deserve the credit because they put in that amount of time. And for us to do even, Chimp Crazy, we filmed,
It's probably close to 250 days.
I mean, most people can't do that.
Right.
And so,
It's incredible resource stuff. Like, how much does it cost?
that's where I'm going.
Yeah, my God.
But in order to make a documentary this way, you have to catch it while it's happening, contemporaneously. So you have to be there. If you snooze, you lose. If you're not there, you're not going to make Chimp Crazy.
Right.
Or Chimp, what's it called? Chimp Nation.
Yeah, Chimp Empire. Yeah.
You say Chimp.
There's two, right?
Chimp Empire, right?
That's Chimp Empire. Is Chimp Nation another one?
Or Chimp Empire.
Yeah, this is
Chimp
this one,
Empire.
yeah.
The way that, the thing about the difference between your show is you need someone who's compelling, and so you have to find someone. What's her name again? Tanya. Crazy Tanya. And Joe Exotic. You need someone who's like the figurehead, like with the photo that you guys have on the promo of her laying down in the chimp behind her. It's perfect. I mean, you need that nutty person to compel you because there's part of all of us that recognizes that thought would come into our minds, but then rational thought would go into play. Like, you can't do this. They're dangerous. They're big. They get older. Can't control them. What happens to them? It's not fair. And then you go, I don't want you. But if you're dull-minded, if you got a 9-volt brain, and you look at it, it's like, I am going to take, they're more important to me than my own babies. Like, when she says stuff like that, you're like, oh, well, you shouldn't even have a dog. Like, you definitely should be allowed to vote.
No, but it's interesting. You should say you have to find those characters. We also have to find the story, and you can talk about this, is how wide would that be cast? Because after Tiger King, it wasn't like we just jumped into this chimp mob world. We were filming Mark the Shark, and
we were interested
it took a lot of time
in the animal human relationship in a variety of forms. I think we and you see in episode 1 where the first thing we shot years before we even met Tom was this woman, the circus family from Rosaire, watching 2001: Space Odyssey with her chimpanzee Chance. It's talk about sobering experience. I'm in car distance with Chance the chimpanzee, 15 years old, pounding basically a modified trailer home floor, echoing. The loudness was of that sound on the floor was so loud I'd take my headset off.
Yeah, it was a lot scarier, and you were there. It was a lot scarier to film chimps than tigers. The crew didn't have a problem going into a tiger enclosure, because the thing about tigers is, as long as they're about under the age 4, even though it looks like a full-grown tiger, they haven't gone through puberty yet. They haven't gotten the tiger mentality of killing you. But a chimp, anyway, the chimp filming was much more difficult.
But they're also like human characters and wiry, and you don't know what's going to happen on these kind of niches.
Well, it's also how they evolved. I mean, that's what kept them alive. If you watch Chimp Nations, like those sort of instincts is what keeps them alive.
Oh, sure. Very murderous.
Well, we didn't really know how murderous they were until Attenborough. When David Attenborough did that series, I think it was in the 90s, when he captured the chimps eating monkeys.
Yeah.
And this is one of the things that when I had the guy from Chimp Nation on, I discussed it with him. It's like how often they eat monkeys? Like, we couldn't even show that. It would just be like the whole show would be chimps eating monkeys, because that's what they want to do. They want to eat monkeys. That's their primary source of protein. They like fruit. Fruit's great, but they also like monkeys.
They call us monkeys. Yeah, they eat. I'm a reptile guy. And in the range of those chimps in the wild, there's a tortoise. And this tortoise, it's like our box turtles. It's much bigger, but it's called a hingeback tortoise. And it literally closes up like a rock. You can't see it, any flesh. The chimps will grab that tortoise, and they'll just bang it against a tree and just crack it up like a cantaloupe. Wow. And and I'm just saying that because, yes, they're really hardcore when it comes to the way they predate other animals.
And they're about as strong as a 500-pound man. It's so
right.
Yeah, it's so insane for us. We had a chimp on the set of News Radio, 96 or something like that. There was a baby chimp. It was a baby. He was in a diaper. And this chimp climbed on my back and whacked me a couple of times in the back, just playing. He was just having fun. And I remember, first of all, the feeling of holding it is like it was made out of steel wires. It wasn't made out of like a baby. You pick up a baby. Babies are like soft, little. You pick up a 3-year-old. They're soft little things, and you hold on to them, and they're weak. These things were strong as fuck, like in a bizarre way. We like to look at something that's close to our size and think, I can overpower that. I know I'll fight that fucking chimp off. No, you have zero chance. It's a different thing. Everything about it is different. The muscle structure is completely different. The tendon structure is completely different. And the amount of force it can generate.
The arm leverage.
Yes.
Pretty incredible.
But
they also want to fuck with you. They also want to.
I was just going to say, people always
eyeballs.
talk about like when a bear killed a lion or when the bear killed a tiger. I think chimpanzees, and you're into obviously fighting, and I think they are the most diabolical fighters because I don't know what a chimp would do to a grizzly, but a chimp goes after your genitals, your fingers, your face. Yeah. They know how to fuck you up like nothing else.
Yeah, they know how to debilitate you and take away what makes you human. Yeah, and they also have zero remorse. So they're like a human in that they can think, but they have zero empathy. And they're fucking dangerous.
I'm writing this. What was so fascinating, I think, knowing all this about chimps later, and remember this, Eric, we were talking about, well, there must be like reported human deaths in the United States with chimp attacks. We couldn't find any.
It's only Maine.
It's only little.
I mean, there are globally, but
globally, a lot of
somehow-
them in Africa,
Yeah,
kids
globally,
get snatched and
The
stuff.
kids get
eaten.
yeah.
But in the U.S., there has been no really human death caused by chimpanzee. Now, what was fascinating, and you haven't watched this yet, but in episode 4, we kind of it comes like from delusion to reality, and it's heavy. We filmed our first chimpanzee funeral. And what we didn't show, which I just remember this now, everyone that would come up to say their piece would share a story where they were attacked by that animal. It was so the kind of juxtaposition of this celebration of life and these attacks in this context of a situation that you've never been in. It was kind of
Right,
remarkable.
and animal attacks in general across the board in roadside zoos and private sector are completely underreported because people don't want their animals taken away. So if a tiger attacks someone and they have a huge laceration, they'll go to the hospital saying it was a chainsaw. Because the second they say it was my tiger or my chimp, they run the risk of losing that animal.
You also have the problem with less than extraordinary people being addicted to extraordinary circumstances. So if you have a boring ass fucking life in some middle of nowhere town, but you also have a lion, all of a sudden,
You're cool.
You're cool. Life's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's Joe Exotic, right? Well, Joe Exotic, I think, is pretty smart. He's odd for sure, but intelligent. But in Tanya's case, like, what would that lady be like if she didn't have chimps? Like, it is the focal point of her life, the point where she neglected her own biological children.
Yeah, it gives her an identity.
Yeah, in a weird way, very compelling way. And when people live boring ass lives, things like that seem like something that's who I am. Like, that's me, because it's extraordinary experiences. A person needs that, it's
Where
like
did that come from? With Joe,
I think we like experiences, first of all. There's a part of evolution where human beings, part of our lust for innovation and for constant improvement of our environment and circumstances is we like extraordinary experiences. I think it's what made people successful. I think the more daring and the more addicted you were to extraordinary experiences, the more likely you were to find new hunting grounds, the more likely you were to conquer neighboring tribes, the more likely you were to survive an attack. I think human beings like extraordinary experiences. We like comfort, but not as much as we like extraordinary experiences.
But having some of these animals is like chick bait. It's like a little cooch gets you a lot of cooch, like a guy that's walking a dog. Joe had tigers that got boys.
Which is so wild. Where he got straight guys. I mean, that guy had some fucking game.
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess I see your point.
Come on, if you have a chimp, a baby chimp, you're walking around Austin, Texas.
Sure.
You get people come up to you and go, "Oh, Joe, I love your little chimp."
That's interesting.
I'm like, wow,
What a weird way to try to attract people. Like, you always say that about puppies. Like,
That's right.
guys bring a puppy to
right.
I'm more interested in Carl now.
Yeah, what's your motivation over there with that baby dog?
I mean, it's interesting when you see Carl interact with Marshall. Because Marshall's like, I don't want to hurt you. I don't want nothing to do with this. Stop biting me. What are you doing?
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah. But you get two different kinds of things, Like, one of them is like a little bulldog, a psychopath. And the other one is a golden retriever, is like a love sponge. Like, all he wants to do is be your friend. Yeah. He wants to be your friend, and unless you're a squirrel. I mean, that's really interesting. You watch his reaction to squirrels, like his intensity when it comes to like squirrels and birds.
It's the movement, right? It's the movement? Is that what
it's just instincts. It just fires up that part in their DNA that knows that that's what they do. But the bizarre thing with retrievers is it's not to eat it; it's to bring it to you. It's always to bring it to you. Like, one time I got home and I let the dog out. I opened up the back door and I just had to take a leak. So I took a leak, and then as I flushed, washed my hands, opened the door, he's standing there with a squirrel in his mouth. Like, he got a squirrel that quick.
Wow,
And he
so
wanted
happy
me to
to
know.
show
He
you.
was so happy.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, what did you do? He was like, what did I do? I'm like, what did you do, man? And so I got rid of the squirrel, but whenever he sees one, it's just, nobody had to teach him that. He's locked in. Like that's what he wants to do. He wants to go get squirrels, and he wants to bring them back to you. It's a weird thing because it's like you understand predatory instincts. Like cats have them. They're the worst. They have killed so many fucking birds. It's something like multiple billions of mammals and birds are killed every year by outside cats.
Yeah. The first thing that kills songbirds, birds, is glass windows, skyscrapers. That's what. Second is domestic cats, and they are killing machines, and they really do take a toll on wildlife.
I went because I'm getting ready for this podcast. I went down a dirty road last night, a wormhole of cats, predatory cats, and there's compilations of cats just jacking pigeons, jacking squirrels, jacking everything they can get their hands on.
Yeah. Now, cats are bad unless they're indoors. Domestic cats. In Hawaii, cats are the reason why so many species in Hawaii went extinct.
Yep. And Australia. They brought them in Australia to deal with certain animals, and then they got out of control. And now in Australia, they hunt them.
Dodo birds went extinct because of domestic cats that were introduced into Mauritius in 200, 300 years ago. Whenever dodo birds went extinct, but no, they're killing machines.
They're machines.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No worries. But their predatory instincts are more reasonable. Like I understand that they're cats, and that's what cats do. But the weird thing about a retriever is he's not doing it to eat it. He's doing it to bring it to me. Like I didn't even have to teach him to bring a ball back. Like he learned within like the first 2 or 3 throws. If I throw the ball, he brings it back to me. It's just it's brought into them. Whereas every other dog that I've had, I had to teach him. You throw the ball, you're like, come on, bring it back. Come on, bring it back. You bring it back, give a treat, and they understand. You praise them, and then eventually they understand commands, and they have this like pathway that you've carved into their system of chasing the ball, bring it back. We're gonna have fun. Chase the ball, bring it back. Marshall, it was in. It was already in there.
Programming, right? I mean,
it's crazy.
Which is so much of what we find so interesting about the justification for this love that a lot of subjects we covered had for these chimpanzees was that they love me. They do these things with me. I've trained them to believe that they have feelings for me and I have feelings for them. We have this understanding. And I feel what we realize is this kind of imbalance of this mutuality of caregiving that I think exists with a lot of our subjects that we cover, but also some of the chimpanzees. It's very, very incredibly selfish around the symmetry of needs.
But it's so disturbing. You have a beautiful lab with a dog that, Tanya says constantly how much she loves this chimp Tonka, but the chimp is like incarcerated in this cage. It's like, Tanya, if you really love this chimp and Tonka loves you back, why the cage?
Right.
You don't have a cage for your dog.
Right.
And it just seems so obvious. Like, Tanya, this chimp does not love you for what you love it.
Well, I think it does, but it also doesn't have a choice, right? So if Tanya lived in the jungle, if she had a shack in the jungle and the chimp lived in the jungle wild and free, how much would the chimp visit her? First of all, I wouldn't be eating chicken nuggets and drinking Coca-Cola, which is weird too. That she's feeding this thing, and she said there has congestive heart failure. Spoiler alert again. It's still good. You still gotta watch it, folks. But if you give a person that, they fucking get sick. Like, nothing you're doing to that chimp is natural. The cage is not natural. The food's not natural. Nothing's natural. You know, one of the saddest things for me was when she was showing it Instagram reels. And just scrolling through reels, and the chimp's just staring at the screen. That was the weirdest one.
That's really disturbing.
For me, I do
that. That's a lot of the sentiment we see for people is the reaction that we are basically doing that ourselves.
Oh yeah, we're doing it to ourselves.
You're not looking at your son.
You can make a choice.
Yeah,
I'm gonna put this down. I'm gonna go out in the real world and have fun with human beings and have a good time with my friends. You can make those choices. The chimp doesn't have a choice. It's essentially a prison for no reason, and it likes the guard.
And that chimp, Tonka was looking at its kids.
Yeah,
and that footage. Whether Tonka knew it or not, but
and Instagram. Yeah, a bunch of things, but just staring at the screens. But I don't think it probably understood that those were his kids, but it probably did remember what it was like to have babies.
And to be outside.
Yeah,
sitting there in that cage in the basement, looking at these chimps washing a Mercedes that's outside. We both still talk to Tanya almost daily. Communicate with Tanya.
Oh my God.
And it's the most bizarre communication because, you know, we don't, everyone thinks I lied to Tanya about this film. She would have talked to me anyway. I'm convinced of that. And when I did come into the picture, she didn't skip a beat, and she was like, "Oh, it's you. Let's keep filming for another year and a half." But she continues to talk with us, and we continue to tell her, Tanya, you know, maybe this is an opportunity for you to rethink and reinvent yourself. You know, like it's really interesting.
Well, it doesn't seem like she has a lot of self-reflection, with all due respect. Which, you know,
It's hard not to be compassionate with a lot of these people, to be honest.
Right.
It's really hard because I do think they're human.
Well, especially Tanya, because she led us into her life in such an intimate way that, you know, it was, you know, she was really generous that way. So it isn't black and white. There's a lot of gray.
I understand an audience reaction. You can have those kind of conflicting views on it, but being part of making it is, you know, we're partially complicit to it too as well. I mean, in a way of sharing that story in a way.
well, you know, there's the age-old term: with great power comes great responsibility. It is a great responsibility to hold a large chimpanzee in your house. That is a great power. It is an enormous responsibility, and she should not have the option to have that responsibility.
Yeah.
She's not capable of managing that situation. It's. I don't think anybody's capable of it. I think the same way. I just think dolphins were lucky that they're nice. That's what I think. We're lucky that they're nice because they should be killing us every chance they can. They are. They're not just that, but infanticide. You know, the reason why female dolphins are so promiscuous.
Yeah.
Well, male dolphins, when they find a female, if the female has babies, she will not breed for, I think it's a long period of time. I think it's around 6 years.
Oh, wow.
See if that's true. But so what the male will do is kill the babies. The males will kill the babies to force her into estrus, so she will start breeding again. So what the females do to counteract that is to have sex with as many male dolphins as they can. So they have sex with all the male dolphins. They're not monogamous in any way, stretch, or form. They just go and fuck as many guys as they can. So those guys will protect their babies because they don't know if that's their baby or not, because they know they've had sex with her. But if they have not had sex with her and then she has babies, they will kill that baby.
Are any animals monogamous? Because they used to think so.
Penguins. Penguins are, but they only do it for like a year. They're monogamous for like a year.
because
They also look exactly the same.
They used to think macaw parrots were monogamous and swans, and then they started doing the genetics. They realized they cheat like hell.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. It doesn't seem to serve any purpose evolutionarily for them to be monogamous. It seems contrary to the idea of natural selection. You should be wanting to, if you have potent genes, you should want to spread those genes as much as possible.
So that means we shouldn't be monogamous.
Well, human beings, we've fallen into this weird thing where we're more than an animal, in that we are an animal, but we're an animal that expresses our thoughts and feelings to each other, and we are evolving. We're clearly different in that we are animals, but we can manipulate our environment like no animal that's ever existed. We can travel to any place in the world, which no animal can ever do on its own. We can do all kinds of things that other animals can't do, but more importantly, we communicate.
Yeah.
We communicate
stories.
Yes, and we empathize with each other, and we recognize things in other people, even heinous people, even people you don't like whether it's Joe Exotic or Tanya. You recognize, like, I see, she's not. I get it. You know, she's just a person who's all fucked up. Even that crazy drunk lady who had the one that attacked her daughter. Like, what happened to her? You know, like, what was her childhood? It couldn't have been good.
And she's the one person out there who's still alive who I really don't want to hear from.
Yeah.
Because I really wonder right now, what is she thinking?
Well, the calmness while her daughter was being attacked on the phone, the calmness of that phone call was just shocking.
Suspicious.
I think, you know, when that lady from the liquor store was talking about how much that lady drinks, like, who knows what she's even responsible for anymore. Like, she's got to be out of her fucking mind all the time if she's drinking that much booze.
But I think she wanted out with the chimp. I think she was as caged, as depressed as the chimp, possibly in that house after 15 years living with this chimp that she thought, you know, was her son, and then later was dressing, you know, the chimp up with the same clothing as her deceased husband. I think she wanted out, and somehow she figured it out.
Well, the life choice is really remarkable. They're also basically in cages. The humans taking care of the chimpanzees.
Right.
Really think about it. And the same goes for Sandy Harold. You know, this. What was so great about revisiting that story in Connecticut, you know, we basically we were set to come out with this show in March this year, and we were basically wrapped in November, and we were going to be finishing, and we suddenly got access to the entire Travis story. We worked with this guy who wrote this incredible article, a New York Magazine article named Dan Lee. It's one of the best written articles about Travis. It's called Travis the Menace. He has no attribution of sources. You don't know who is talking. So it's a kind of foundational piece for the Travis story. We track him down. He says, I have everyone that was part of that story, and they have archive. Do you want to do it? And so we basically said, you know, is this going to make our story better? Meaning that we're going to have to extend for at least 4 or 5 months to do this right and postpone our entire delivery schedule. And once we got into it, it was so worth it because we got this total intimate view of what it was like to be in Sandy's world. You have this archived video that you see has never been seen before. This portrait of a family, this kind of very complicated, complex family life that's been inhabited by Travis, which was a descendant of Connie Casey's place in Missouri. If you think about it, that's where our starting point was for this whole project was always around how do we understand where captive primates came from in America. Connie Casey was this place, this kind of, you know, breeding ground for all of these animals that were kind of cycled for Hollywood. And what I found very interesting is this lineage that led to Travis. Travis was sort of Sandy, and it's so incestuous. It's so incestuous that they're all connected. And you'll see a little bit in episode 4. There it is.
Travis the Menace.
And it's a remarkable story. This is Sandy who bought Travis from Connie. Connie, you know, it was Susie.
By the way, how much does that photograph freak you out?
Yeah,
It's when you see that chimp holding that baby any minute, just decide to pull that baby right off.
and when chimps smile, it's actually a sign of aggression. It's not like us. We you know smile because we're happy. That's not a happy chimp doing that.
So he's trained.
Really?
He's trained.
Yeah,
He's trained. But he's trained to smile. He's not necessarily aggressive right here. He's trained to show his teeth because it's cute.
Right.
It's more of a grimace. It's more of a happy
Right.
smile.
Right.
So it was fascinating for us to get access to this story. We go into it, and
He's drinking soda.
That's disturbing.
yeah, he got too big.
Well, you've given him the standard American diet.
Look
Yeah.
at the canines compared to ours. Look
Oh,
how
yeah.
sharp daggers.
Oh, well, the fight force, everything. I mean, everything about them. We are so watered down by the evolutionary process. And I was real aware of that when I was touching that 2-year-old chimp with diapers. Like, real aware.
Yeah, sure.
It's a different thing. And when you're taking this thing and you're, you know, it's a time bomb. You have like 4 years we can control it, maybe 5, right? And then they say after 5, it's just like you're basically rolling the dice anytime someone comes over the house.
Yeah, that's basically what it
It's
was.
just so crazy.
But he was, you know, this classic story was this kind of gothic fairy tale in Stamford, Connecticut, which was so unusual because it's a suburb of Manhattan. You know,
Yeah.
everyone thought this was in the South or whatever. It was happening in Stamford, Connecticut. And Sandy had this kind of void in her life. She buys Travis and raises her part of the family. And you see the story, the same arc as every other chimp story in a family setting. They get too mature and they have to, you know, the thing that I thought you'd appreciate in terms of our kind of this idea that we show in the story really well, I think, is this chimp is happy and connected to the community because he's free. He's socializing, he's a counselor,
Right,
he's
right.
at work with Sandy in the tow shop, you know,
Right.
answering phones,
Yeah.
you know, filling up people.
The mascot of the tow shop, Desire Me Motors.
Right.
Yeah, he's airbrushed everywhere in trucks.
And he lives a cool life.
He lives a cool life.
And one day,
Everyone gets to see the chimp, right? And then one day he gets too aggressive, and this incredible story which we don't cover in the doc, but he's in this intersection, very busy intersection in Connecticut. A little boy throws a can of Coke over to the car with the chimp. The chimp gets out. You know, stops traffic. You know, and it's covered in the news, and it's a joke. Everyone's like, "Oh my God, it's Planet of the
The
Apes."
chimp is trying to get hold of the kid.
Chimp's trying to, like, he's irritated. Why did he bother the chimpanzee? He threw a can of Coke at him. He runs out of the car trying to figure out what's going on. Meanwhile, Sandy gets an ice cream cone, brings it back in the car, and everything's cool.
2 hours later.
2 hours later, right? So the state of Connecticut says, no way, you can't have this chimp anymore out in public. You got to bring him home. So this chimp is out in space for the majority of his life, and then built to confinement the majority of his life. And so fast forward, and I'll spare you kind of the other stuff that we learned, but you know what everyone kind of talks about in revisiting media at the time is it was Xanax, it was the wine glasses, it was drunk, it was
Maybe
maybe the relationship went wrong. But he grabbed car keys. He wanted to go for a ride. He could drive a car. He wanted to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Right.
And the person who he went into first, Charlotte, represents confinement. He was a nanny. So what do you think's going to happen? And it was also reported he left already. He was like cruising around and he was in a graveyard, fucking the guy who was digging graves. That's what we heard.
Insanely bored, just like a person that's stuck in a cage.
The chimps, when they're born, you always see it, they walk. So you see, if you're watching that section of Chimp Crazy, Travis was just sitting there walking. It's just like a tick, you know. Right. Big cats do a figure 8 over and over and over. You know, chimps do this walk. And when you see that, you know that's a really desperately depressed chimp.
But we love this. You know, I'm sorry, love. But we're interested in this tension because we think we can control things. I mean, that's what we see in the movie Nope. With this great footage with this Jim Forty, which he covers as a through line of the show. It's inspired based on this whole idea of spectacle and humans that can control things. Nope. In that scene with Forty, the chimp, is probably one of the most beautiful displays, thematically, that I've seen. It's horrible. It's very tragic. But
The one person that has the 15-year-old chimp in their house, how would they been able to avoid all that?
she's careful. I mean, she's 77 years old, Pam Roselle. When she was 7 years old, she was asked what she wants to do with her life in this circus animal family, and she says, "I want to train chimps. I want to do something hard. I want to do something difficult." The rest of her family trained horses and elephants, and that was culturally.
But that's a really good question. How is it that Pam has
okay, you're thinking about more different measures, but like
I'm thinking about attacks. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So a really good question, because I always wondered that about Pam there. How come she's the one person that has sort of been immune to it, or has she?
I think she's got some, look, I think she's lucky. I think it's the best way. I don't know what happens behind the scenes, to be honest. I think, to be fair, I don't know. But I do know that when I watched her interaction, there's a real, understanding. And and she has a leash on. I mean,
well, and she also, they are new. These chicks
castrated. Yeah,
they do. They remove their canines oftentimes. They do have to alter them to be able to continue to work with them.
Yeah, they're modified.
I mean, I should say there's a lot of dark parts of our story that we didn't go into. One of the things we learned was that so many of the monkeys that are being sold, by Tanya and others, are coming across the border from Mexico, just along with probably drugs. And more recently, in recent time, we've seen a lot of Central American and Mexican species coming into the U.S. So there's a pipeline. I'm sort of saying.
Well, yes, it is. We didn't realize also how dark this was coming out of it because we were so close to it, and the reaction of people, it's very heavy. So we're all desensitized from seeing this. There's some really interesting stuff that happens in 4-2. I hope you finish it, including another attempt, but this time with a person that we all know. And
oh, you're teasing me.
I'm teasing you a little bit. Sorry.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Okay, it's pretty good. It's
a part of her body that's good.
Well, come on, man.
I'm not kidding.
Similar to Trump.
Yeah, now you're giving away way too much. I fucked it up. You're looking over here the whole show. So is that lady with the 15-year-old chimp, is that the only one that you know of that keeps a full-grown adult and has it just wander around with everybody?
Well, it's also, to be clear, Pam doesn't live in the chimp doesn't live in her house.
It's in there sometimes.
Yeah,
sometimes, but it's
and
not.
How much of castrating it changes its behavior?
I think significantly, because buck in Oregon was castrated, and then
The Connecticut chimpanzee, was that castrated?
probably, but Buck was castrated and started wearing a shock collar.
Right.
In order to manage a chimp, as you say, after 4 or 5 years old, they typically alter, remove their canines, castrate them, shock collars.
It's so crazy. Like fixing a dog is so commonplace. People don't even think twice. Oh, is your dog neutered? Oh, you're a good pet owner. You know, that way your dog's not going to have unwanted puppies.
Yeah.
But fixing a chimpanzee, like, what are you doing? What did you do to it?
It's like fixing your.
But also, by
It's
the
like
way,
fixing a helmet.
think about what the medical care they did. You know, the guy was a horse vet.
Right.
Was the guy working at a chimpanzee?
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky.
Yeah. So if you think about the care, it's really horrible. But I was going to add to what you're saying, Eric. One thing that we learned through the process about kind of what is this about, mainly, you know, we're talking about this very niche subject matter of captive chimpanzees in America, which we learned there really only is about 1,300 remaining in captivity, which includes those who are already in sanctuaries in the U.S. About half of that,
And big zoos.
and big zoos have about 250 of them still. So in terms of the kind of roadside zoo private home environment, it's between less than 100 chimpanzees that remain in captivity. So to answer your question, there might be more, but it's hard.
But globally, there's still many chimps in Thailand and all over the world that are, so in the U.S. at least there's less and less in this.
There's less and less. The primates in general, in terms of monkeys as pets, it's reported somewhere around 15,000 people in America have primates as chimpanzees as pets. 15,000 according to the American Welfare for Animal Welfare Institute. So that's what we're finding. But through that, we had to zoom out, and I think that what I've learned personally about organizations that are doing something to protect wild lands, to protect wild populations of chimpanzees. There's a lot of great ones out there. So we've been supporting a program that's doing 12 project sites in Africa, $10 million, 10,000 chimpanzees, and that's what we're hopeful for. I mean, Africa is basically going to be China one day.
What do you do though? With animals that have been kept in captivity their whole life, you can't really introduce them to the wild, can you?
It depends on the species.
Certainly not. I mean, chimpanzees. Certainly not after the castrate.
Not chimpanzees.
We've done all these
But
projects.
chimpanzees,
I don't know if you'd like to look at things that we've done about these scientific experiments people have in their homes in the 70s and 80s, bringing chimps and reintroducing them into the wild. It doesn't work. It's worthless.
Well, there's a place in Africa. There's a sort of an island, sort of. It's like a freshwater river where they have released chimps, but chimps that are just placed in Africa. But yeah, to release them actually back into a population of wild chimps hasn't been successful for sure. Not with chimps.
Have they done it with cats?
That's a good. There's that famous image of Putin releasing a tiger that was captive. They have done it with cats. Actually, I work with an organization that's been releasing jaguars back in northern Argentina, where jaguars have now disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
But the jaguar program, it's very, they do it very carefully, and they put the jaguar in enormous enclosures and let them capture wild prey before they release them. It takes a lot of time.
Well, I mean, we were talking about house cats earlier.
Oh, house cats.
No, I wasn't saying house cats. I was saying cats in general. But I was saying that house cats, which are like completely domesticated, you come to them, pet them. If you let them loose, they survive fine.
Yeah,
Feral cats. They all have instincts to kill and eat things.
Yeah.
So I would imagine cats would probably be one of the easiest ones to reintroduce to the wild. But then you have things that are accustomed, like bears. One of the problems with people that live in rural communities is when bears start attacking your dumpsters and your garbage cans. They know food is there and you can't get rid of them. They will come back to that, no matter what. You can't scare them off. You scare them off, you don't scare them for an hour, they'll be back.
Yeah.
They know there's food there.
Where we live in California, we have bears, black bears, grizzly bears, and we have mountain lions. And almost every night you'll see on our streets, when there's a certain night of the week when the garbage comes out, all the garbage cans are tipped over because of the bears.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right. They once they learn that, then they have a pattern, and they go after those dumpsters.
I mean, California used to have big brown bears.
The California state flag is a grizzly bear.
It's crazy.
And we work with an organization that's trying to bring them back to
Settle down,
California.
folks. Settle down. Let's keep them alive where they are. Don't get nutty. But these people that want to reintroduce animals, like, okay, it's just you have to understand you're playing God.
And there's a reason it went extinct because the last grizzly bear in California was shot about 100 years ago, and it's because they eat people.
Levesque, California is named after the last guy who died from grizzly bear attack. Yeah, I think his name's Stephen Levesque. And he got fucked up. They were big, big brown bears, and we killed them all because they were killing people. And I'm not saying you should kill them all. I'm not saying what we did was good, but once you've established an ecosystem that if you make I believe I like humans more than I like other animals. This is my thought. I believe that we're more important to each other than animals are to us. Doesn't mean that I don't care about animals. But if you start bringing in things that are going to eat people, I'm like, hey, this is not good for us. This is not good for us. We don't have to reintroduce them to places. I think a better solution would be let's make sure that wherever they live, naturally, their populations are fine. I think that's probably the better solution. There's been some success of reintroducing wolves into Montana, the Yellowstone reintroduction.
Yeah, we know those guys.
Really interesting. Like they did have an overpopulation problem of ungulates because bears can only eat so many of them, and wolves are much more clever and they act together. And it's kind of balanced things out for now.
We work with Turner Endangered Species, with Ted Turner, and we work very closely with this guy, Mike Phillips, in Montana. He's been probably the key guy to bring back gray wolves into this part of the western part of the United States. But yeah, it's been without, I know we do this, that even gray wolves, there's a lot of controversy from ranchers. Imagine bringing back big grizzlies, brown bears to California.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem. But people that live in urban areas don't understand what their problem is. Like, this is the problem that Vancouver has. So British Columbia outlawed brown bear hunting. You can hunt black bears because people eat black bears, and you can eat brown bears as well, but most people don't. And they have in their mind hunting grizzly bears is in line with what they want to call trophy hunting, which is gross. You're just killing an animal so you can stuff it. It's gross. We all agree it's gross. But the reality of grizzly bears in the rural areas, I have a good friend who lives in northern BC. He lives in like a very rural area. He's like, they're fucking dangerous. He had to shoot one that was trying to break into his cabin from 3 feet away. He shot a large grizzly bear trying to get into his cabin and eat him from 3 feet away. He said they're really bold now because they haven't hunted them for a few years. So if you're running into a 4 or 5 year old male, they don't know what it's like to be hunted. It's not. No one has any feelings of being nervous around human beings.
And you remember the movie The Grizzly, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's Timothy Treadwell.
That's fascinating.
He was large.
That's my favorite unintentional comment.
Yeah.
Werner Herzog, I think, made that movie funny on purpose.
Of course, that's like our. It's
a good movie. But I never forget watching it in New York City. I was watching it in the theater. The whole time, I was just saying, like, oh my God. Like, I was angry with this guy. Right. He was like worried about his bandana or his whatever he was worried about. I was so pissed watching that, but it was a good movie.
But it's the same thing. It's a less than extraordinary person who gets attached and addicted to extraordinary experiences.
Yeah.
You're constantly around. I mean, he got some incredible footage. That guy got some amazing footage. He did some fucking hard camping. Okay, that guy was out there roughing it for a long ass time in a tent, surrounded by monsters, living in the grizzly maze. He's a maniac.
Yeah, talk to the horse.
He pulled it off for a long time. But you knew what was going to happen if you watch that. Like, eventually something's going to decide to eat.
Right.
And then that's exactly what happens.
It's like these chips with these women.
Similar, but at least that guy's going to where they live.
Yeah, of course.
I don't have any problem with someone deciding to do that. If you're that fucking crazy and you want to throw yourself into the system and maybe live with them for as long as it lasts, I mean, and maybe it also is suicide by bear, right? Because that guy seemed really depressed. It did seem like he was having a good time.
Yeah, but he had the bear eat his girlfriend too. That was
like the bear ate his girlfriend after it ate him.
Right.
It killed him. She was trying to defend him. She was hitting it with a frying pan.
Yeah, but she was like, collateral damage. I feel bad for the girlfriend.
I do too, but again, like, what kind of choices are we making in this life?
But think about, you asked a question about reproduction or these attacks that occur. There was a story we didn't include. It was just too tangential. But there was a neighbor of the Missouri Primate Foundation, the chimp party place where all the animals were bred. At a time in the 90s, she had 42 chimps living in the house in a single property. One escapes. A 19-year-old boy recognizes his dog in the backyard is being attacked by a chimpanzee. He grabs a gun, shoots the chimpanzee. He gets charged with destruction of property. It's a felony.
Oh my God.
He went to prison
Oh my
for
God.
6 months. Gets out. He missed the birth of his daughter.
That's insane.
And his name is Jason Coates. It's a really interesting story.
Who the fuck tried that?
And then guess what? Here's what happened. Two years ago, I think, he gets his record expunged finally at 40 years old. And now he can't get work. You know, the guy's like a contractor, and he couldn't get work.
That's so crazy.
Defending his property. He shouldn't have been in that situation in the first place.
Also, the thing is life. Like the reality of, if you understand chimpanzees, the person who had that chimpanzee is responsible. It's not this man who's defending his life. You are so vulnerable to a chimpanzee. If they decide to get after you, there's not a lot you can do. You get survive for a little bit, but it's going to tear you apart. That's just how it is. And if that guy is not armed and he can't protect himself, then what do you have? You have a person who gets torn apart by a chimpanzee. The idea that you can't protect yourself from someone's crazy fucking idea of harboring an animal, an enormous animal that's insanely strong and hyper aggressive and intelligent and uncontrolled.
Yeah, that was a tragic story.
Terrible.
It's really hard making these films with so many good stories fall on the cutting room floor and so many great subjects, and that was one of them.
Well, you have to have some discretion in the process of casting subjects. I mean, it's a choice, but I also think the idea is it was also kind of far away from where we were going with these things. I think.
Well, it seems like you could do multiple series.
Oh my God, we can continue with this thing. It's harder. It's getting harder and harder to do.
But is it also harder to get people to be natural on camera and to not be performative?
It's harder. I mean, what is harder now, and it was hard from the very beginning also, is that these people that keep, I'm generalizing a little bit, but for the most part, they're very guarded about letting you in because, one, they don't know if you're a spy for animal rights groups. They don't know if you're the feds. And they don't know if you're going to steal their animals. And so a lot of these people have very valuable animals. And they're, extremely guarded and paranoid about letting you in. Now, of course, it's going to become harder because in our case, we've been sort of, become known. And so to continue this model of doing another story on, I don't know, bears, people are going to be suspicious. But as far as being natural, I don't think that's so hard. With Tanya and Joe, Joe's obviously a performer in a sense, but we just film them. And the more intimate you can make that filming experience for them, the more natural they become. So we work with hardly anybody. With Tiger King, it was just me and a camera guy. And then, and I drove back and forth from Texas to Oklahoma constantly, Dallas to Oklahoma City. It was just two of us filming. And so the more intimate it is, the more, the less of an audience is watching while you're filming, the better it is.
And also, before Tiger King, there's no way they could have how big that was going to be.
Oh my God, I didn't know. We didn't
know. No way they could have ever anticipated some bizarre, obscure documentary of people that are keeping pet cats. I started making a film about the sixth extinction.
Big cats in America. Yeah, okay, that's like low risk.
We didn't even know it was going to be successful.
Yeah.
So.
Well, like I said, you guys caught lightning in a bottle. It was the perfect timing of people being locked in during the pandemic. You guys were kind of the early stars of the pandemic. Your show. It was also a welcome escape from the craziness that we were all experiencing. We were experiencing everyone's wearing a mask, keeping away from people, and then you're at least in your home with your family, like, oh my God, we're not these fucking idiots. We're crazy. It's crazy. Like this world is so much more insane. This new insane world that it became sort of a little bit of a panacea for us.
I think I was telling Eric this. So we get asked this question a lot about the state of non-scripted, unscripted shows, documentaries. And this dramatization that you're seeing is a trend, people making very cinematic, real stories, dramatic recreations. Eric and I, we're talking about it a lot because so much of our content is so much more surreal than anything we can even make up or recreate. And that's what's so surreal about our process and also just the stuff we capture.
Right.
It's stranger than fiction.
It's stranger than fiction, and it also comes off as authentic. And as someone who's worked in reality TV, it's not reality, okay? And especially the kind of reality shows you think of as reality shows, they have all these scenarios set up that edit things to make them look like different things happen because they just want you to keep people tuned in for drama. So if you're following a family around, they create drama. They have scripted shit, and it feels like, right? The thing about Tiger King and the thing about Chimp Crazy is it feels very authentic. It's crazy.
God, I'm so glad you said that because I would fly into St. Louis, drive down to the Ozarks to film Tanya, and she'd be like 3 hours late for some reason, and then she'd show up and she'd say, "Oh, I gotta go get my eyes done," and then I would be like, "Tanya, you're 3 hours late. Can I at least film you with getting your eyes done?" And not once were we setting her up or saying, "Can you, get your lip injections?" She just would say, "No, I got 4 o'clock appointment with my lip injection," and we just shadowed her. So it was just her life.
Yeah. So it is authentic.
Yeah, and we also have,
Eric,
we're also fortunate to have an incredibly talented team that can help, create these experiences in a way on screen that make it authentic.
Well, it's also the editing process.
we had a great team.
Incredible group of team.
So as they're doing it, are they like marking down like key moments? Do they have someone who's like a stenographer or someone who's like marking down so like what to look for? Or do you at the end of the day go, that thing where she went and got her lips on, but that's not that?
I mean, I wish we had what you just said. It would be very helpful.
It sounds like
we don't.
It's pretty organic. It's pretty organic. I think there's also, you follow the core story, which was Tanya's story. We kind of knew that we had it the minute the missing chimpanzee happened, with the supposed death occurred. So that was the story. Where's the story? And through that story, we're able to latch on all of these other things. Now, what you don't know is we shot these other stories, out of sequence. The Travis came at the very end, so we had to figure out a way to, weave it into episode 2 and weave it into episode 4. We knew we really wanted that in to serve as thematic connection to Tanya's story.
I just have to make one big overriding point, which is that this is not a good recipe for people.
Yeah, sure.
Making films like this, because it's not. Because we, like there's all these sort of formulaic styles of documentaries, like a biopic, famous person, or a takedown documentary, or a true crime. What we do, and I think we've just been really lucky, is we just start filming somebody, never knowing, of course, where this is going to go. And that is not a good smart way to make public documentaries. Because what if it goes nowhere?
Right.
I'm just bringing that up because, and so in order to do Chimp Crazy after Tiger King, we actually filmed so many different things to get to chimp people.
How do we spend less time on these things? And what we've kind of realized it's like it's not a team. It's worth it though.
Well, it seems like there's no other way. It's keep it authentic, and it just shadow these people forever, and then splice it down to 4 hours.
Yeah.
Which is like, you have 250 plus hours of footage.
250 days of footage.
It's like about 1,500 hours.
Okay, 1,300 hours down to 4.
Yeah. That's just primary camera. That's like summarizing the days. I mean, multiple cameras, multiple things happening in a day. Right. We were very efficient. It's an 8 to 12 hour day. We're capturing a lot of stuff in a day.
So are you archiving and you look at the end of the day, so like what day this happened or what day that you're. So you do make sure
there's a process. There's a field process to ingest that has the notes of half of the day. What happened? What's interesting about the day?
And are you trying to form the narrative of how you're going to have the whole documentary series play out as you're doing that, or is it just
that comes so much later?
Yeah,
like we have no idea where it's going. Probably for the first year and a half of filming. In case of Chimp Crazy, we didn't even discover Tanya until a year and a half in.
No, it's kind of made it more complicated. Well, what's so interesting, Joe, and I want to come back to this about, I saw you get a little emotional with the Buck story because it was really a hard one for us to tell, but an important one to make sure we got that in. But we missed it. We missed the cover. We were going to go. Eric and I were going to go to Pendleton to cover what was happening with Buck, because we knew there was a violation that occurred from the state of Oregon that basically said, Tamara, you have to do these improvements, otherwise we're taking the animal away from you. And that happened. We thought we would cover the response to that. 4 days later, Buck was shot. And we said to ourselves, and I remember this so vividly, we have to trust our instincts. Like when we are into something, let's cover it, film it, send someone out, cover it if we need to. So we decided to film everything, including our conversations and process, like very meta, which ended up becoming part of the story too, which you'll see more in 4, where we get to turn her in basically. So the point of being is that the Buck story happened. We thought we'd just send this guy, Dwayne, who we recruited to kind of join the team, into Festus to cover this confiscation. We're thinking nothing was going to happen. Day happens, take the animals out, one is missing. And then the guy that we had sent there became friends with her, and we just had to keep following it. So this guy became essential to the story with no intended reasoning for that. So yeah, it's the making of became more interesting than the actual subject matter in a way to us, and kind of weaving that together came much later. It's not a good formula. I'm interested though. You're also kind of an outsider in this. What was your kind of response to the industry, formulaic kind of way of doing things?
Well, I mean, doing what kind of things?
With reality TV programming or programming in general?
Well, I think with reality TV, it was pretty simple. I could see how it started. It was people that were involved in scripted shows. And then scripted shows somewhere around the early 2000s got decimated by reality shows. And so these people who were already respected television producers, they made their way into reality television. And then they realized some of these people are pretty fucking boring most of the time. We don't have enough time to spend 250 days to film one episode of a show, right? Which is what you guys had to do. Mm-hmm. So instead, what they do is they say, okay, today you're going to argue about what to have for lunch, And so Bob wants Mexican food, Sally wants Chinese food. You have to figure it out, and you have to go around town and figure out where to eat, and you're eventually going to decide this. This is the place you're going to eat, and you're going to be happy. And so the whole thing is the personal dynamics, the relationships these people have to each other, and then they create drama along the way. Along the way, you got to run into your friend from high school who's perfectly made up, well lit with a microphone on. Whoa. So it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's not really reality, but it's also not really a drama. It's real human beings. They're doing nonsense, and you feel it. Yeah. And then there's also reality shows that are on specific subjects, and those are bullshit too. Yeah. And then you have dating shows, which are super, super popular. It's who is he going to pick? Who's she going to pick? How's this going to work? But we get excited about that. Or fucking these garage shows where someone shows up at a storage unit. Well, a lot of those shows, they fake it. They load up the storage unit because so they can't be assured that the storage unit's going to have some fucking pirate's treasure in it. Right, so what do? They put pirates in it. Yeah, so they pretend that they got this at an auction. Who knows what's in it? Apparently, the guy died in a mysterious way. There's people looking for him. We might really be onto something. And then commercial. Is that gold? Cut to commercial. Commercial. Is that gold?
But I even thought, I don't watch any of those shows. I even thought some of these nature shows like Steve Irwin, and I know Forrest Gallant, but I was kind of wondering, is he walking through the jungle and then he suddenly finds the snake? It's got to be set up a lot of the time.
A lot of the time, I'm sure it is.
Or the crocodile.
Some of those shows, but a lot of the ones, one of the more interesting things today is YouTube, right? Because YouTube, you have these small, independent people, this guy we had on called Python Cowboy. Mm-hmm. And this guy goes out into the Everglades every day and captures pythons. Yeah. And, these videos of him be updated by one, really fucked up, his arms gushing blood, his whole time. They're enormous. There's more pythons in the Everglades than anywhere on Earth.
Burmese pythons.
Yeah, Burmese pythons that used to be people's pets or used to be a part of a reptile facility.
So we're doing our next doc series is about reptiles and the slug-legged reptiles. We have a whole section of that.
Another thing, I went down a rabbit hole last night. Nile crocodiles. I was going to the Nile crocodiles.
I can tell you a lot about Nile crocodiles.
Tell me about Nile crocodiles in the Everglades, though. Because what they were saying is they found a few, and the ones that they identified that they've captured that were definitely Nile crocodiles came from the same gene line. So they think they came from the same genetic source. But then there was another guy that I was watching this documentary last night, or this YouTube video rather last night, where he was saying that there's like huge crocodiles that take out cattle on the west side of Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was sketching me out.
I mean, there's like 23 or 24 species of crocodilians in the world. You know, that includes caimans, crocodiles, alligators, guy whales, and the only crocs that are really dangerous to man are saltwater crocodiles, owl crocodiles, mugger crocodiles. But the crocs in Florida that are native, you know, American crocodiles, they are brackish water. They're not like Nile crocodiles that are in freshwater. So in Florida, you basically just have American alligators, and there's a very small population of American crocodiles that are still native, but they're in the estuaries and brackish water.
They're smaller.
Which ones are small?
American crocodiles.
Well, they're bigger than alligators.
Are they really?
Yeah, for sure.
What's the biggest American crocodile that they're found?
Oh, they can be big. I've seen American crocodiles. Because the American crocodile normally in South Florida is the same croc that you see in coastal Mexico, goes down into Costa Rica. You can see, I've looked over, you know, I've seen a lot of American crocodiles in Mexico, Costa Rica. They're big. They're long. Longer than your alligator. Not that much longer, but longer.
Jamie, can you find out what's the largest American alligator or American crocodile? I was under the impression that they were smaller species than the alligators were. They're definitely smaller than the rest.
Check me on that. That's alligator. That's alligator.
Monster cattle-eating alligator shot in Florida. Look at the size of that thing.
Okay, but that's unusual.
15 feet. Oh my goodness. Wow. Look at the size of that sucker.
But you said earlier crocodile.
Right, American crocodile. Yeah. What's the largest American crocodile, Jim?
And the largest American alligator, right?
I think the largest American alligator is 20 feet long.
Wow, really?
Yeah,
that big?
that's the largest alligator.
I love this fact check.
Okay, here we go. 14 foot. Yeah, so they're small.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, what's the largest American alligator then?
It's bigger, definitely.
Is it really?
Yeah, because that one that we have out there is 52.
Yeah. It's like when you catch a fish, right? You say it's this big. I think that's how I'm big.
Yeah, okay. 19 feet 2 inches.
Oh, Joe, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm wrong.
Well, so there's a bunch of different ones, right? And the Nile crocodiles are a different animal. Like Nile crocodiles regularly get to 18 feet. And there's some really interesting reports from back in the day of much larger ones. And so the question is, like, here's the thing about alligators and crocodiles in particular. They don't die of old age. They just keep getting older and bigger. And when you introduce human beings and guns into the equation, what are the people going to shoot? Well, they're going to shoot the biggest ones, right? So you have guns being introduced in the 1800s, and now in 2024, you can't find the really big ones. Well, one of the reasons for that is a really big one would take hundreds of years to get that big. So an alligator like that big fucker that they had, that they cattle eating 15-foot alligator, that guy might be 90 years old. You know, so a crocodile that gets to 30 feet long, which is, you know, there was reports of ones that were longer than a 38-foot boat that these guys were on. This is a long time ago, though. And so there's all this speculation. Were these people just freaking out because it was big and exaggerated? Is this hyperbole? Like, what is this? But there's the other part of the speculation is, well, for sure we know crocodiles used to be bigger. There was many species of crocodiles that were fucking enormous. Dinosaur-eating crocodiles, huge thing. What is the biggest ancient crocodile that was ever discovered fossilized? I think it's like in the neighborhood of 50+ feet long.
I like this right now, what we're doing. And I like that you were right. I was wrong.
I like it too. I'm about taking it.
Well, so my point is that, like, these things they're so different than us that it's hard for us to even imagine. Okay, the biggest freshwater croc ever was 40 feet long, 110 million years ago. What about saltwater? Is that the largest crocodile period, or what they all the big ones freshwater? Is that the biggest crocodile fossil ever found? Okay, largest sea-dwelling one, 30 feet long. Interesting. So the 40-foot long one was bigger. Interesting. So these ones that super croc, massive fossilized croc discovered in the Agulla Formation in Big Bend National Park, 40 to 50 feet long, jaws with 6-inch teeth. Good Lord. Wow. Good Lord. Good Lord. 6-inch teeth. Okay, just imagine. Fucking 6-inch teeth, and it's 40 feet long. Oh my God.
I mean, I think saltwater crocs and Nile crocs might eat more people, right?
Yes.
Today.
Well, I have a friend, Jim Shockey, who's actually a professional hunter, was hired to go to Africa to shoot some of these man-eating crocodiles that were taking out these people in this village. And the footage that we got of it is so disturbing because everyone in the village is missing something. Everyone in the village is either missing an arm or missing a leg. There's a bite taken out of them. And while he was there, a woman got snatched up when she was trying to do laundry. So it's a very poor village, and these people are at the mercy of these monsters that are actively hunting them. So what they do is if they want to do something like have a place where they retrieve water safely, what they do is they put like giant holes in the ground all around. So they essentially like encase this area. But the problem is crocodiles figure it out. And they go in there and just settle in, and they just wait for you. Because they can walk around on land, obviously. So they go out and then they go, oh, well, they only go in this little area. How do I get in that area? And they're watching you underwater for hours without breathing.
You know, I worked a lot in Madagascar, and we have Nile crocodiles in Madagascar, but they're not as big as mainland Nile crocs. But I know that in Madagascar, it's when people go to wash their clothing around the edge of these lakes that they get, and
that's what I say, because that's how they get deer. Like these little
every year people die washing their clothing in Madagascar from Nile crocs.
Yeah.
But,
so the speculation is that there's breeding populations of those Nile crocs in the Everglades.
Really?
Yeah. They've seen enough. See if you can find like what's the latest breeding Nile crocodiles in the Everglades. But they have a shoot on site order.
I mean, it makes sense. I always wondered why there were not anacondas, and in the making of this reptile documentary we're doing, the reason we've been told that there are not anacondas in the Everglades is that they didn't import anacondas in the way they did Burmese pythons. Burmese pythons, from what we understand, the python skin people in Thailand, Malaysia, they would collect the eggs and breed, have the babies. They sent thousands of baby Burmese pythons to the U.S., and that never happened with anacondas. But you think about anacondas, because they would live in the Everglades.
You're meeting the guy responsible for that tomorrow.
It's unclear if Nile crocodiles are breeding. It's unclear if they're breeding in the wild in Florida. But there's some information about Nile crocodiles and breeding in Florida. Nile crocodiles first observed in Florida in the 60s. Wow. Believes they've captured all the Nile crocodiles in the area. Nile crocodiles become established in Florida. They could threaten native species. Well, that's what pythons have done.
Yeah.
I mean, they might have to bring the Nile crocs.
But what's interesting about that, in the 60s, alligators were endangered.
Yes. Well, I lived in Florida in the 70s. When I lived in Florida, they were endangered.
They were on the endangered species list.
People used to feed them marshmallows.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I lived in Gainesville, Florida. We used to go, and when I was there, some lady got her dog snatched. And then everybody got kind of freaked out. Everybody in town was like, whoa. Because they got way too comfortable with alligators. Because alligators, when they get used to people, they just lay around. So they would just sit on the banks. And we would go to the fucking park, like Lake Ice, is where the lake is. We'd go to the park and hang out. And alligators would just be hanging out there. When I was a little kid, it was normal. It was normal to see alligators just sunning themselves. And they were endangered. And now they're not endangered. Now they're everywhere.
And the crocodile farming had a lot to do with why they're out. Really, from what I understand. Yeah, because what took pressure off of crocs just globally, and not so much alligators, but crocs in general, was when the farming happened, it took pressure off of hunting, obviously, for skins, right?
Right.
And the farming of crocodiles has been a really, it's controversial, but it's really been a success story for wild crocodilians.
But why is that? How does it affect alligators?
Well, That's a good question. I think it was crocodile farming. You should ask, but I know croc farming in general has protected crocodilians across the board. I guess they used to hunt alligators also for skins. Or am I wrong?
Oh yeah, for sure. They still do.
Okay, so maybe
They still breed them for skins, hunt them for skins, but now they have an overpopulation problem. So I was just curious, like, how would crocodile farming make that happen? I don't think that. I think it's probably just a natural reaction to the fact they weren't hunted anymore, and then they just blossomed, and it just took a few decades, and then you have enormous populations.
Yeah, that may be true. I know croc farming has helped crocodilians across the board. Sure, that's for sure.
Well, and storms patterns, right? Should be also true.
American alligators were on the endangered species list. Like, they were very rare in the 60s. Now they're incredibly common.
Well, they were very rare because they were overhunted.
They were overhunted. Exactly.
I mean, that's the problem. When we were talking about deer, one of the things that was established through Teddy Roosevelt, and when they set up the national parks and wildlife services in this country, they had market hunting before that. And they had wiped out everything. There used to be elk all over 50 states. They used to be everywhere.
Well, the eastern elk is extinct.
Yes, exactly. And we have Rocky Mountain elk now that have been transplanted into the east. But the market hunting was a real problem. We decimated the populations of all these things. They were just hunting deer and all these different animals and selling them for food. And oftentimes it's like bison, they would just sell their tons, which is really crazy because bison meat is thought to be like some of the best meat. But they were pickling their tongues and sending them back east.
Wow. You're now making me think about something, and I don't know the facts, but the Migratory Bird Act is some, that we used to shoot birds all the time, and obviously the most common bird, or one of the most common birds, was passenger pigeons. Right, and there were so many.
Phyllis Scott.
Phyllis Scott, yeah. And then I think the Migratory Bird Act came into effect. Anyway, but you're right. Around the Teddy Roosevelt period,
these people killed off all the. There were so many passenger pigeons; they were fucking everywhere, and we killed them all for food
and for feathers and people's hats.
Crazy. Anyway. Yeah, we're gross.
So what do you think? So you have Teddy Roosevelt.
I like that you called it.
And services, you have things like Migratory Bird Act, you have things like the ESA, which had its own unintended consequences, which you actually cover in your series about stopping importation but upheld domestic interest.
Yeah,
through breeding. And the demand that's created through U.S. zoo systems that you see. So what happens next, I guess, is
it's really complex. And the problem is people are very dug in on their sides.
Yeah.
You have people that are very dug in with the animal liberation idea, very dug in PETA, veganism, dug in anti-hunting, and then there's people that are ranchers, and then there's people that are very dug into animals on our property. It's quite complicated, and it's just one of those things about being a human being, is there's nuance to most things that are important to all of us.
Sure.
And the success of wildlife is important to all of us.
It's so true. And one of the things we've tried to do a little bit is bring the animal rights groups closer together with the conservation biologist groups so that they could kind of work together, because you're right. They're so polarized.
Well, there's also the problem is, like we were talking about with BC. I didn't really finish my thought, but the reason why they outlawed bear hunting in BC is because the high population centers are all urban. So people don't have any experience with grizzly bears trying to eat their dogs, or grizzly bears killing hikers. They don't experience it. If they did, they'd be terrified. It's a giant predator, and you have no chance if it catches you out in the wild. I don't think we should ever kill off all the grizzly bears, but they should control the populations. And the way to control the populations ethically is you do it through hunting. As much as this seems counterintuitive to people that love the wildlife, the right way to do it is you have informed, well-schooled biologists that really do a great job of managing the numbers that are in the area. And then you have people that spend enormous amounts of money to hunt those things. And then that money goes into maintaining the population and make sure that it's at a healthy balance. If there's too many bears, look, genocide, infanticide in bears is common. Almost all bears are cannibals. They eat their own babies. The whole thing is mad. And if they don't have enough food, or if the males come out of the, if they're hibernating and they come out before the female does with her cubs, they'll actively seek out those cubs for food. And they will do less of that if there's less of them, and if there's more of a balance between predator and prey. And that's where it gets weird because as a person who loves nature, who are we to say you should kill a certain amount of bears and a certain amount of wolves? That seems fucked. Like we should just sort of like let it be what it is and enjoy it. But the problem is it leaks over into this strange world that we created. And this is the reality. If you want to be able to go to Starbucks, if you want to be able to go outside and have a cheeseburger in an outdoor patio, you can't have fucking wolves everywhere. Okay? This is just reality, and we're accustomed to this artificial enclosure that we've created to keep human beings safe, and we've lost our perspective in what it means to be an animal in the world.
No, it's something like calling elephants. If you don't manage elephants, they'll denude everything, and then they'll all die.
Well, there's that, but there's also they don't give a fuck who planted that food. If you're in a village and your whole family survival is dependent upon you getting these vegetables that you planted, and then elephants come in and eat all your vegetables, you could very easily starve to death. And that's real too. And people don't want to think about that because you think of elephants, and elephants are endangered. Yes, they are. Elephants are hunted for their ivory. Yes, they were. But also elephants Africa is fucking huge. There's not the same amount of black bears in San Francisco as there are in, rural Wyoming, right? It's because that's the environment to live. If you went to San Francisco, like, oh my God, black bears are extinct. But, go to New Jersey, they're everywhere, right? So it's not that the animal is that, you shouldn't have any of them. It's just like there should be places where they exist and places where they don't exist. And if you want to maintain a city, you're going to have to do something about the population of predators. You're going to have to do something. It's just like how far outside of your city does human control radiate? But then you have ranchers, right? If you want to have a guy who grows cows and eats steak, you're going to have to be able to protect this guy's crop, or it's not going to be profitable for him to do this. You're going to have to be able to protect his animals.
I completely agree. Keep animal-human conflict. If you want to keep it at bay, keep wild animals in the wild.
Right.
I would question, I think you're right, bringing or reintroducing grizzly bears into areas where there are high densities of humans. It's a recipe for trouble.
Well, it's also completely theoretical.
And right now it's theoretical, although they did just recently reintroduce grizzlies back into Washington State.
I don't mean theoretical in the sense they haven't done it as far as what the outcome's going to be. Like, you really don't know. And especially if they get to a point where they become bold and they're not threatened by people at all anymore. And that's what happens in certain parts of the country. That's what happens when they have too many of them in a specific area. I mean, they compete for resources, and it can get weird.
The outcome of Tiger King, I mean, no one knows this, but I'll tell you this, I don't think anyone knows it publicly, but, a few things happened. One thing is federal law, the Cat Public Safety Act was passed, largely because of Tiger King. But the other thing we did just sort of privately is we donated $1 million to tiger conservation in India. And one of the countries where tigers are still doing quite well. And so we went to visit the program last September in India. And, it was so interesting because you were talking about bears attacking people. In India, they do live with tigers. And they do have, obviously, a certain amount of people that get killed every year. But the key is to keep enough prey within the area where these tigers are. So the local people, I guess, out-hunt or compete with the prey, but the tigers start going into more human, basically start looking at humans as something to eat. But anyway, I just bring that up because it was something that was a byproduct of tiger play. It was something that we did just privately as the people that did tiger play, including you.
And that's what I
donated money privately now.
Are you aware of the cinder bands?
Yeah,
And the tiger attacks and the cinder bands?
absolutely.
The cinder bands are fascinating because hundreds of thousands of people have been killed by tigers. Yeah, but also brackish water. And I think that might contribute to the aggression of the tigers. They drink too much salty water and they're just constantly irritated. But they seem to kill people for sport.
Really?
Yeah, there's this one story of this group of men that are in a boat, and they're rowing this boat in the water, and they're trying to get away from this tiger. This tiger jumps into the water, swims up to the boat, kills the guy, drags him to shore, jumps back in the water, swims out to the boat again, kills another guy, drags him to shore, and one guy gets away. One or two guys got away.
Were they wearing masks behind their heads?
They weren't. But yeah, that's also what they do. when you walk around there and they do surveys of the animals. But it's also insanely difficult to find out where they are too, because the grass is so high, and they're just built to fuck things up. That's what their job is. And if people live around them, people are on the menu. That's just what it is with tigers.
It didn't make it into Tiger King, but we filmed in southern Nepal, a place called Chitwan National Park, where tigers are doing very well. And they actually have armed guards with machine guns to protect the tigers from poachers. We filmed there, but it's pretty remote, and I don't remember how many people that count. But yeah, where there are tigers, people are going to have problems.
Yeah,
if there's high densities of
but
people.
it's all there's a reason why human beings don't live. Your shots guys. You shouldn't be living with the tigers.
There's also
They have to. They're stuck. They're fucked. But boy, we should figure out a way to develop some sort of an area there where they don't have to live like that.
there's a lot of people.
I mean, it is amazing. It's
Right?
amazing.
He has a billion people.
It's amazing that in India there's still tigers at all, because it's one of the second most populated country in the world.
Yeah,
it feels like when you're in India, there's people everywhere. Like you think you're going off on some rural road, it's just there's people.
But if you go into a place where the jungle is, like where the tigers live, it's like really hard to live there. Like, and then the people that are living there probably have no options. They're the poorest, and so they're living, in sort of a traditional way, out exposed, and then they have to figure out how to protect themselves from these enormous stealthy cats.
Mm-hmm.
They're sneaking around everywhere they go.
And you see plenty of cows, which is amazing, by the way. Just
Which is so
roaming.
nice.
So it's roaming is going to,
That is
mind you
fascinating.
of
I would
sacred
really
cows.
love to know what the origin of the sacred cow is. Really love to know the origin of that. That's one of the most fascinating things. That you have a place where people are starving and they choose not to eat cows.
Yeah. And it's not just the traffic stop,
Mm-hmm.
which is, these roads that have no lane, and they're all just
India's wild.
But it's so crazy that they stick to this one thing. Like I was just watching this news report of this group of people that were not Hindu. I think they were of some other religion, and they lived in India, and they got arrested for killing cows. So they had cows in their yard. They arrested them, and they bulldozed their homes.
Wow.
Yeah, so you can find that.
Oh, they're also probably Muslim.
I believe they were.
Yeah. But more people die from what in India in terms of wildlife? Is it snakes? Probably mosquitoes. I mean, of course, mosquitoes. But after that, snakes or tigers?
I don't know. It's a good question. I don't think it's tigers. I think the Sundarbans is the area where they get jacked pretty regularly. But yeah, and also, how many people are doing surveys? How many people are missing? When you're going into these like very remote areas, how many people know? Indian authorities bulldoze homes of 11 people after finding beef in fridges. Slaughter of cows, which Hindus worship as a deity, is banned in most of India, as is consumption of their meat. Isn't that fucking fascinating?
You cut down an oak tree in California here.
Right, but now I'm gonna bulldoze your fucking house.
That's a tree.
Isn't that nuts? People found beef in the fridge and cows in the backyard. So they
Wait, so
bulldoze
in India, you can eat a hamburger?
you cannot.
Yeah, they're not really.
Really? I was just in
I
India.
think you can get it at hotels and stuff, but you can't get it at like a.
Oh wow! Well, how would in hotels?
Yeah, you can get it at.
I mean,
I was
another
just
animal.
in India.
So you can eat lamb. You can eat sheep. You can eat other different animals. You just can't eat cows.
Yeah. Wow, I didn't even think of that when I was there.
A lot of people think it has its roots in psychedelic mushrooms. The psilocybin grows on account of that, and that these people, which is one of the oldest. What is it? I think it's called Choctaw Hayok. It's like one of the oldest known civilizations, which was a cattle worshiping civilization. And they had like these, like, why were people who were fucking starving to death, like barely getting by? Why were they like in the worshiping cows? Well, that's where you got all your mushrooms. It completely makes sense. It's almost the only thing that makes sense. It's almost the only thing that you can, especially if you have like ancient stories of soma and these different psychedelic compounds that the Hindus would eat, and these different psychedelic notions or potions rather that were talked about, where we don't really know what the composition of them was, but we do know that psilocybin mushroom has a long history of use, and it's really common to find them growing on common. Why else? Why else would poor people that don't have any food not eat this one animal?
I don't know, but I've seen mushrooms in Canada.
Confusing information on burger and just
Yeah.
Chicken. You eat chicken all you want, baby.
they definitely said they have burgers, but I don't know that they're making them with
Beef.
ground beef.
Right. Could be like a lamb burger.
Should be
Yeah.
that's a burger.
Right. When you get Indian food, so is lamb.
It's a bit more Western. I mean, it's one like kind of more,
Not to these people.
Yeah.
These people wasn't Western enough.
Oh, yeah.
They bulldozed their fucking house a couple months ago.
That's incredible.
I bet you they're also. That's also
Yeah, right. It's like the Uyghurs get treated.
There's a lot of that.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some of that too. Yeah, but it's just our relationship with animals is very bizarre, and I think most people have a really stunted understanding of it. They're never really around wild animals. It's a squirrel or a pigeon or something like that. Like they don't see
Further and further. It's kind of perverse, our relationship.
It is. Well, it's the cities, as much as I love them, they are perverse. They're strange, and they've done us a lot of harm psychologically. They've created people that are much more vulnerable than they've ever been before. They're soft and lazy and entitled, and everything comes easy to them. And I don't think that's normal for human beings either. And you can get food anywhere you want, and all the worst kinds of food, and you're in a prison of your own choosing. You're going from one closed environment to another closed environment, riding around your car or the subway or whatever you're doing, and we're completely disconnected to what it meant to be a human being for hundreds of thousands of years. And it happened in a blink of an eye. In a couple of hundred years, all of a sudden we're fucked. And we're trapped in this bizarre system. And in this system, occasionally we interact with animals, and our understanding of it and what we think of it, what we think it is so different. We have anthropomorphization through Yogi Bear and all that kind of stuff, and we're so weird with the way we interact with animals. Every piece of it.
I was so lucky to grow up in nature, and I take it for granted.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up mostly in Northern California, but I was like a feral kid. My mother always said, "You were feral. We didn't plan anything." I would spend my days fishing and hiking in the creeks.
What part of Northern California?
In Sonoma area.
Okay.
And then I spent 40 something years in New York City, but I never lost what you're talking about, and that interest and love of going out into nature. But I think you're right. Today, people don't have the experience I had. So many kids are from an urban, world, and they can't connect.
We don't even know what it's like. But I would imagine if you went to a city, your average city, like New York City or Los Angeles, the average person there, what percentage of them spend any time at all alone in the woods?
Yeah.
Very few.
Yeah, we've lost our connection. I think we had this conversation with Carl Eric recently, which kind of put it really well for me. So much of the conversations you have is, oh, we're going to go connect with nature. We're going to Botswana for the summer and, do tourism. But what you really can do is put a bird feeder outside your window and connect with nature that way. And you'll see lots of different birds. And
You must have grown up in nature in some way, or no?
Not really. No, not really.
But why do you then have such a connection to it?
Because I like interesting things.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. The fact that so few people engage in it is also interesting to me, because I'm fascinated by just whatever the pull of urban life is. Like, what is the gravity of urban life that's changed us into these soft, non-self-sufficient beings that is completely relying on some strange system that's ultimately polluting the world and decimating of its resources. Like, what are we? Like, we're weird. And time I spend in the woods, in the wilderness, just being out there, you get a different sense of what life actually is. It's so extraordinary to see wild animals in the wild, like wild deer and elk and bears, see them existing. It's incredible. It's better than any movie. It's like it gives you a vitamin that you didn't know you needed. Like the feeling that you get when you go out in the sun, like maybe you've been indoors in the winter and then there's a nice sunny day in the spring, everybody's outside in the park, like, getting my vitamins, right? Doesn't it feel like that? You're lying down, like, getting my vitamins. That's what it feels like, a nice sunny day in like Central Park, right? There's a vitamin that we get in the wilderness that we don't know we're lacking. I think it's a part of being a person. I think It's a part of being interconnected to every life form that exists wherever we are. And we don't think we are because we live in an apartment and we play Nintendo and we're locked into this thing that human beings have created, but we're missing something. And it's not as extreme as Tonka being trapped in that lady's basement, but it's in the neighborhood. There's something about it that's real similar. There's something about it that's real weird, where our own prison of our own choosing is not good for us.
And it's interesting, most all of the characters in Tiger King and Chimp Crazy have never seen chimps or tigers in the wild or had any interest. They were just interested. They didn't have the
Want to control.
They didn't have the intellectual curiosity that you would think they would have to see them in the wild.
I'm not shocked.
Yeah.
I do have a question though, really important. The chimp with the McNuggets, chicken nuggets, does he open up the sauce and dip?
Yes.
Did you show him dipping?
Yeah.
Well, I think he just went like this, but they are dexterous enough, and they've eaten so much McDonald's, they do know how to do that.
So they do dip.
Yeah. I don't think it's in that shot.
No, I've seen they actually peel it with their mouth.
Mm.
Yeah.
They peel the wrapper off.
So
like
they-
wrappers.
So
Yeah.
do they dig in with the nugget?
I think they just
Honey
squeeze it
mustard
in
sauce.
there. They're not dipping.
I like that question.
That's a good one.
We were confused.
Yeah.
He's gonna dip. And then it cut away.
I mean, that sauce toss moment was just so surreal.
You want your
Just
sauce?
real.
Sauce.
Yeah, that was so surreal. Incredible.
They know too much. Like just the communication. Get that piece of paper and gets the paper and brings it back. They knew too much. It's too creepy. It's so weird. I mean, you guys did an amazing capture, and thank God you found that one Betty lady. She really glues it all together. But everybody should watch it. It's really good, and everybody should watch it also because you have to know that that's a thing. Like you don't know what people are really capable of until you watch like a serial killer documentary. You go, oh, Jesus Christ, that's the thing.
Yeah.
So you don't know that people are keeping chimps in their house until you watch your show and you go, oh, that's the thing.
But it wakes you up from human confinement to the symptom you just described of urbanization and coastal bubbles.
Yeah.
It's kind of the people are like, oh my God, this is America. Like, what are you, of course, like go outside 45 minutes away from where you live.
Right. I didn't know it was a thing, and I've been involved with animal people my whole life. So yeah, it's a thing. Monkey moms.
So yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that it's
If you
it's
let
a
people
common
do it,
thing,
they'll do it.
There's some strange obsessions in this world.
Yeah, if you give people free license to do it, it's one of the great things about being American. You have so many freedoms. There's so many things you can do. But it's also like at a certain point in time, we've got to wake up and go, hey, putting a dolphin in a fucking swimming pool is evil. And one day when AI can transcribe dolphin communication, we're going to probably realize they're as smart as us. And that's where it gets really, really, really scary, is that we have been engaging in a form of indentured slavery. We've captured them, we've raised them from the time they're a baby, they've been in captivity. The whole thing's completely disgusting. And yet it's a normal part of life. And until Blackfish, most people weren't even aware that it was a thing or what it actually was. When you see orcas behave in the wild versus the way you see them trapped in those swimming pools, it's torturous. Their skin's falling off and the whole thing.
But think about this: 100 years ago, you could go to the Bronx Zoo, see a boy in a cage out of Bangkok.
It was a
photo was remarkable.
They kept in a cage.
What year was that? 1913, 1920s? Was it 20s maybe?
He ultimately shot his brains out. Even people then knew that Audubonga, this, basically a indigenous man from West Africa with these
1912 or something like that.
Anyway, that even then people were disturbed to see a human being next to a gorilla.
And he was in a cage by himself.
I think he was in the 8th house at the Bronx.
Well, first he was brought to the World's Fair on display, to show. There you go. They shaved his teeth down to be more like fangs. Shark, for those.
So what year was the Bronx Fair?
Actually, got 1969. Okay, so
Sort of the century. Yeah.
So that's our history. 1964, Bronx Zoo. Like this incredible. I love this image. It was an exhibition, right? World's most dangerous animal. And it's a reflection. It's a mirror of the bars. And you walk into it and you see yourself.
But they were
really cool.
they were conscious of that in 1964.
1964.
Well, it was 20 years after we dropped a fucking couple of nuclear bombs.
Yeah.
How cool is that image?
It is cool. That's, yeah, you would never have that today.
The most dangerous animal in the world is us, which is, so true.
Well, it certainly is numerical.
Yeah.
You know, also just the impact we have overall. We're a sketchy group. But we know more about us because of stuff like what you guys have done. So thank you very much. Cool. It was really fun talking to you. And did HBO fund this, or did you guys bring it to HBO after it was done?
We cross midstream. So we kind of typically what we do is we figure out if we have something. We self-fund and develop something until we get to a point where we think it's ready.
I mean, Tiger, I almost finished it before I brought it to anything.
So I think now we have the ability to kind of control output and actually control of what the ultimate product can be. It was a little bit harder back then. But yeah, we can figure out if it's worth it or not, and then we take it out.
But Joe, thanks for coming.
Yeah.
My pleasure. You guys nailed it twice. That's really, Crazy is really good. And of course, Tiger King was awesome too. And what I said, I really mean. I think you guys are doing something that's, you're giving us a better understanding of humans, through this very strange lens of watching these very bizarre people and their psychological misfortunes. Like whatever it is about them, whatever unfortunate aspect of their mind or the interface with the world allows them to do that. It gives us a better understanding of ourselves. I really think so. So I appreciate you having us. My pleasure. Thank you guys.
Cool.
And please finish the show.
I will. I was just bummed out last night. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Good job. Go again. Experience.
Drink my name, Joe Rogan. Podcast my name. All day. Yeah, I've watched so many people get their legs broken.
Yeah.
And I see it in my jiu-jitsu videos all the time where someone's like going for a heel hook and then you hear this crap. The guy screams in agony and then everyone's like, this is horrible.
Yeah, and the arm twisted, wrestling videos.
I saw a guy in girl arm wrestling. Guy broke the girl's arm. What the fuck?
I was just like, how does that? Because I don't want to do it ever again. Really, arm wrestling? No, I think it's stupid. But like for me to get involved in, but like even when I'm just like, well, why is this happening? And there was these two competitors, like pro arm wrestlers, were like, well, you never want to get away from the arm. Their arms break once they're out here. So you always like keep your arm in tight. The arms don't break with your feet.
Right.
But once you get extension, like that's
it's the dumbest macho thing that we do for sure.
I did one arm wrestling. Remember? That was horrifying. It was after we did a show in Louisville at the club. I think it was tied to like a UFC.
Okay.
One of those back in the day. We went to a bar afterwards, which was cool. Somebody said arm wrestling. I was like, you want to do it? I was like, sure. I couldn't believe how strong you were. I mean, I knew you're strong, but I was like, you're like, go. I was like, I am going to do it. Like, I couldn't get any fucking.
Well, you're fucking that dude that works for you. That was the most ridiculous.
That was.
Do you think he just does that because he just wants attention?
No, I think, I mean, there might be a little bit of that, but I really think this, and he has this thing. I mean, it's probably just, it's part of his wiring. It's probably gotten him somewhere in life in some ways. Where he just being delusional about, I can't lose. Like if if somebody says I can beat you, I can't beat you. They're like, what are you talking about? And then when you pull up, I was like, why don't you fucking ask him? Like, I already know. And then he also loves to gamble. I was like, yeah, I'll take that action. So yeah, that's and yeah,
But he's not even a strong guy. That's why I was so confused. I was looking at him like, you want to arm wrestle? Like, you're not even a strong guy. Like, you know, like, there's probably a lot of things you could do better than it. But this one
you got.
this is silly.
But
That's silly.
It is funny how our capacity for delusion is just incredible.
It can serve you well if you get lucky, right?
Yeah, I think the two things I think about. One of my friends was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer, and he found out at stage 4. Oof, right? Like, he had to go to the hospital. Like, his wife was like, "You're fucking sweating and, you know, heavy breathing." It was actually one of my shows, and so they go, and then the next day, like, stage 4 lung cancer, and all the doctors were like, you know, say goodbye to your friend, you know, and his brother found the expert, like, in this specific type of, because, you know, there's in oncology really specialized types of cancer and treatment. And I remember talking to him, and he was like, you know, I'm going to beat this thing. And I was looking at him, and I was like, you're so stupid. You know, like, like, you're definitely going to beat me. But the thing is, I saw that he believed it. 1,000% believed it.
Yeah.
And as he got better, I was like, this guy's fucking delusion is serving him. Like, I think most people, like, I remember when my uncle got a mesothelioma, and he was like a high-level urologist for Mayo Clinic. And I remember when I was talking to my dad about it, he was like, yeah, he's too smart. He can read the labs. He knows what he has. Like, he's too smart to go, like, I'm going to beat this thing. You know what I mean? Like, you're just so well versed.
But isn't it a delusional thing, or just like guy had other success in life because he's just super determined?
I mean, he's certainly a determined guy, and he does. But what's up, Big Steve?
Yo, big ass dude.
But I really was like, I credited this guy's, like, it felt like a level of delusion to believe you were going to survive.
But if he's correct, and he was correct, it's not delusional.
You're correct, yes.
Right?
But you
It's
always,
kind of crazy.
it is kind of crazy.
The doctors were like, you're dead.
Mhm.
And what if he just decides I'm dead and he starts freaking out, or maybe he goes to Oregon and gets assisted suicide?
And so many people go down that path,
Yeah.
right? Like, but
You're
right?
right. You're whacking people left and right up in Canada.
Yeah.
You depressed?
Yeah.
Like, you're not feeling good? Come on.
Sign up.
Fucking sign up for the program. We'll get rid of you. Let's just kill you.
In Europe, they did. In the Netherlands, don't they do that? Somewhere.
I don't know. I'm sure it's other countries, but it's a recent thing in Canada where they just whack people.
I didn't know they were doing that.
Yeah. See, Google it, because this is something you'll actually find on Google. It's like, it's assisted suicide in Canada.
The other delusion that because I just watched Scott Peterson.
Is that the Lacey Peterson?
Yes.
So is that one? Is the new one where people are saying maybe he didn't kill her?
No, it's essentially it's fantastic. It's on Netflix. I think it's a 3-part docuseries, and it begins with, you know, it's like this reminder. It was 20 years ago,
Right.
just, you know, time just. You're like, oh shit.
What was that story?
So
Canada's controversial medically assisted death program is fastest growing in the world. Since suicide became legal in Canada, the number of deaths have grown each year. So this is August. So this is just last month. So what is it saying in terms of the numbers? The most recent data shows 13,241 people in 2022. Wow, that's a jump, bro. So 2022 is 13,000. Who knows what 2023 and 2024 is?
Oh man,
They're whacking people up there.
that's pretty
Yeah,
wild.
come on in, man. Come on, we get foot hurt.
I love that.
I just get in here. Fuck life.
Yeah.
Fuck life.
That's a great tap out fucking option.
It's great. I mean, what is this? Is this like? Is it a kind of eugenics? Like, what is it? Like, what is it? I mean, you could say it's being compassionate, and in some cases, like Michael Lear, you know, he went to Oregon. Like Michael Lear his body was failing so horribly. He couldn't talk anymore.
It was ALS.
Yes.
Wasn't that the same thing that it was ravaged? That what was the famous one? That it was a huge international case here. Remember, Terry Schiavo? Was it Terry Schiavo?
I don't know.
But she had this horrible, debilitating.
Yeah,
disease.
and you're still alive. And
Yeah.
at the end, it kept getting worse and worse. It wasn't getting better, so he went to Oregon to do it. And he actually went to Oregon once and then changed his mind, came back.
And when you sign up for that in Canada, can you just go like, "That's just what I want"? Doesn't matter.
I don't know. I don't know what the rules are, but I know that some people are very upset about it because you're taking people that maybe you could talk them off the ledge.
Yeah.
Maybe they could have got better. Maybe with some love and some friendship and some playing and some therapy.
They wouldn't take the option.
Yeah, maybe they'd be happy.
Yeah.
I've known quite a few people that have taken their life.
Yeah, I know a few that have done it too. And it's always super sad. I mean, I don't know anybody that's done it, with the exception of Michael. I don't know anybody that's done it in the case of,
Like a medical basis.
No.
No, Michael's the one. Yeah, but there's Brody. Yeah, Brody was a hard one. My friend Tony, who's a pool player up in San Francisco, he jumped off the bridge.
Yeah.
Which is a crazy thing spot wherever he goes.
Yeah, one of my college, and I had jobs. So I worked, when I was in college, I worked full time. I had job, part-time jobs. And one of my coworkers, it was fucking terrible. Man. Our boss went to his apartment and found him.
Oh,
It was terrible.
For some people, they don't think it's ever going to get better. And if you don't have support around you, you don't have someone that can pick you up. And it's crazy how someone can pick you up. It's crazy how you can be just feeling like total, complete shit. And someone who cares about you can come over your house, take you out, have some laughs.
Yeah.
And you're like, I think I feel better.
Yeah. Yeah.
We feel better around people.
And
Some people are super isolated too.
that's the dangerous one.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the things I realized as I got older is you don't realize how many people are in
Right.
Like you get older, I'm saying, because you encounter more people
Mm-hmm.
and you talk to people. Like you realize you have this like full life that you could take for granted, like your family, your friends, and then you meet people who they don't have anyone, and they're alone. And
There's a lot of those.
there's a lot of people that are alone.
Well, there's also this internet culture too, right? So there's people that don't have actual physical contact with anyone.
Yeah.
So all their interactions with people online.
And so it's a dark place too.
They're streaming all day, and chatting all day on Instagram, jerking off. It's madness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not a path to fulfillment. Is isolated online.
No.
But also, you don't. Sometimes I don't have it to that degree, but you're online for a while on something, and then you go into the real world, and you're like, oh yeah, I was just living in this make believe place.
Right.
You don't realize it's not real.
Right. You're living in this make-believe place, and you're not having any of the normal human contact that we thrive on.
Right.
All your contact is like this weird, like displaced, not connected. It's all weird.
Mm-hmm.
Which is like if you go to someone's Twitter profile, you see they're online 12 hours away, just fucking barking at people. Like a dog.
That's giving them some charge.
Yeah, it's like an annoying dog next door. Just baiting people all day. Speaking of baiting, did you watch the debate? This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. Bro,
I forgot.
let me tell you, before I say anything, I just want to say, whoever's helping her, whoever's coaching her, whoever's the puppet master running the strings, did a fucking amazing job. They did an amazing job from the moment Biden drops out, forcing Biden to drop out. Right, whatever they're doing, whoever's writing those speeches, getting her, delivering, coaching her, she's nailing it. She nailed that one speech. She's like, say it to my face. She nailed it, dude. And then last night, to me, when I was like, oh my God, this is jiu-jitsu, where she was like, if you go to his rallies, his crowds are boring, they're tired, they all leave her. My crowds are the best crowds. I have the number one crowd. He couldn't help himself.
And she got him. She walked him right in.
100%. 100%. See, the difference in that debate was not a difference in like who's going to have better policies, who's going to be better for the country. The difference in the debate, in my opinion, was who was better prepared.
Mm-hmm.
She was way better prepared.
Yeah.
And even when it came to answering tough questions, instead of answering, she would just say things that she believed. Yes, sure. And they sounded real good.
Yeah, that's
That's a soundbite.
That's called being a savvy politician.
It's also called being someone who's working with a team versus someone who's like, they said Trump, that deal was the best deal. They've never seen a deal like this before. They said, how did you put that deal together?
People say that was brilliant. Yeah, and
it's like, he's not working with a team that's like, I mean, I know he's doing like mock debates. I know he did one with, I think he did one with Tulsi Gabbard, but someone needs to like tell him, like, you've got these tiny little windows, and you should have all the words ready for those windows.
He started
out no repeating things.
Yeah, he started out strong.
Yeah,
because I out of the gate, everybody can't help but get in their own way with who they are, right? And for him, it's like, okay, don't get fucking crazy. Like I'm sure things like don't say wild shit.
Don't say people are eating cats and dogs.
And they're fucking coming in here eating all our pets, and you just watch them. You watch this and you're like, what? And it's just fucking insane. And then for her, they're just basically like, don't laugh like a stripper. Like every time you come to a podium, you're like,
well, that's a panic. It's a move that like comics will do when their material's not that good. They laugh
through it. Exactly. Yeah. But then you remember, this is somebody, like, take away your politics or whatever you believe. This is a former prosecutor. It's a trainable person, right? If you're a prosecutor, you can get the information, and regurgitate it.
She's not dumb.
No.
See, people want to say she's dumb because she's not good off the cuff when pressure's on her. But you don't understand what that kind of pressure's like. Like the kind of pressure that lady has been under for the last, let's think about the pressure she's been under for the last 4 years being vice president. Everybody hates her.
Yeah.
She a lot of gaffes, a lot of dumb things. So every time she's saying something, in the back of her head, she's like, don't fuck this up.
Yeah.
They're going to come for you. They're going to use this against you. Don't say, did you just fall out of a coconut tree?
Yeah.
Don't say that one again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, so there's that kind of pressure. So it's very hard off the cuff. But when you give her time and prepare her, like last night,
it's a good showing for her, for sure.
Very, very good showing. And unfortunately for him, like the thing that he does that it's just like he can do it better than anybody alive is just riff. He can go out there and have a crowd of people and he's funny, man. He does things about, like, he did an Elon impression the other day. It was hilarious.
He's great.
He's killing.
People,
he kills like a comedian.
Who don't like the guy still have to acknowledge that he's funny.
He's funny.
Yeah.
He's funny like a comic. You know, it's just like we don't necessarily want that as the guy with his finger on the button. That's all it is. Sure. That's the thing that freaks people out. But the policies that he had when he was in, the thing is, everyone's saying he's going to be a dictator. He wasn't a dictator. He was the president. He actually was the president for 4 years. And the economy really did well. And he really did try to cut some of the bullshit down that's going on. And who knows what would have happened if he had 4 more years. Maybe we would have been economically better off, even if you had that one person to be like the figurehead of the country that you identify with. You don't want to identify with this guy that you think is blustery and, you know.
Well, the thing is, he's going to, we have like 55 days or something. And the thing that's really going to happen now is I think he realizes when she first was announced, I'm sure most people, myself included, were like, he's just going to destroy her.
Right.
I don't think she was even going to have a chance. But now you realize this is going to be, I believe, a much closer race.
It's close as fuck. She's probably ahead now. After last, like, what is the late? I saw the Fox News poll there. Fox News like 90% Trump won.
Yeah.
Larry, I saw on Facebook.
Killing newborn babies.
By the way, I think they are eating cats.
Yeah.
I think some people are eating cats. Sure. I think you get a bunch of poor people that are from an island where they occasionally eat cats.
Yeah.
And you throw them in a city where there's 50,000 people, you throw 20,000 people in there, and there's ducks at the pond. I'm not going to get a duck if I'm hungry.
Well, my fucking son took that out of there, so I grabbed it by the neck. So yeah, I would not just do not believe
Yeah, dude, if I was starving, if I just came from another country and there's ducks playing around, I'd grab a duck.
Sure.
That's not their fault. Like, how the fuck did they get it? How'd you get 20,000 shipped to one town? Like,
Yeah.
what is that?
No, it's
What's the real story behind that?
the
Is that organized?
immigration issues. Shit, a real issue. It's a state predominantly too.
It's a lot of it, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean,
A lot of it in California, a lot of it in Arizona. But it's a real issue. And look, you and I are both the products of immigration. Immigration is fucking awesome. But hey, maybe when they do stuff that's bad, you should put them in jail. Hey, maybe. Hey, maybe you should use the same laws on them. Hey, maybe. We should check to see if they're murderers before they come across the board.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe.
I know.
Hey, maybe.
They just turned. I mean, this current administration just was like, oh yeah, we should. Just recently.
Do you think that recently, I think they're also flying people, which is crazy. But recently, I think it's because they want people that are on the fence. The people that are on the fence, because this is not
all that plays to.
Yeah,
It's all that matters.
But once they're in again, if they're in again, they'll probably do the same thing. Because what you're doing is you're essentially changing states that are swing states into blue. Because if you're going to give these people money, and debit cards and food stamps, and let them come in, and they're even talking about gender reassignment surgeries.
Yeah, I heard this. Yeah.
I don't know if that's true.
I don't know
Find
if
out if that's true. Because that's part of the problem with this whole people are eating cats. It's like you don't fucking know what's true anymore.
That's
If you just read things on the internet or you hear things on the radio, who fucking knows what's true?
which is why, like, because a lot of people were also talking about the moderators interjecting much, right?
Yes.
But like, part of that, I mean, feels like you kind of need some of that interjecting because otherwise things are just said and you have zero idea.
100%.
I mean, the big one to me of like this is why you need to have somebody interject at times. When he said to her, like, you went and negotiated with Zelensky and Putin.
Right.
And then and then just moves on. Well, if you're a regular person at home, you work and you take care of your family, you don't know the ins and outs of diplomacy and what's happening internationally. You hear that, you just go, oh, I didn't know that. Right. So you kind of have to have somebody go, wait a minute, you didn't negotiate with Putin. You never met him.
Right. Harris told ACLU in 2019 she supports cuts to ICE funding and providing gender transition surgery to detain migrants. That is great.
Yeah, and also,
Like, that's just
she's going to do what politicians do, which she's in the midst of this right now.
Yeah.
Which is just going, yeah, change that. And she did it like 5 times last night alone. Like, didn't you say this? She's like, yeah, I'll change it. And now this. Like,
that's a good thing.
Yeah,
people can change. This idea of flip-flopping when you learn more information, no, stick to your guns.
No.
Stupid shit. First,
You can evolve and change.
Yeah, that's dumb. Yeah, you definitely could evolve and you could be wrong. And that's part of being a good leader is recognizing the wrong and correcting the course. That's all good. What is going on with the earrings?
Earrings?
Do you know about the earring
No.
controversy?
No.
So there are people that believe that what she was wearing last night was the type of earring that they use for. It's like it's an earpiece, like you can talk through it.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So someone can talk to her. So someone can coach her. Well, no, Jamie. They want one that looks like a fucking earring, so you can just wear it. Duh. Like if you have one that looks like an earpiece, like if Trump had one right through the bullet hole.
This is
Wire
definitely going to take off if they're already starting.
Yeah. Well, it looks. But here's the thing: it does look exactly like the ones that they use for what they're called Nova earphones.
Okay.
So there's a video. I'll send you the video. But there's a video of this thing in action. It's pretty fucking interesting because in the video they're showing that these little earphones, like it's a commercial, and it's pretty cool.
Mm.
Yeah.
So is the actual ear?
See if you can
yeah,
find.
if you have the real thing, did you wear it as an earring?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you wear it as an earring. God damn it! I saved it. I might have saved it on Twitter. No, it's Twitter. But it's to find it. There's a video. It's kind of cool. But it's cool because I like all that spy espionage type shit.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
interesting. But if she really did do that, first of all, she didn't do that. Bring those earrings. Allow them to be investigated, please.
Sure.
Just the ones that you wore. We'll trust you. Take those, because you can't really get a pair made that aren't those.
Right.
If you have them. Like, so this is what it looks like. So there's a different commercial that I saw. It's pretty cool. So like these are earrings, but they're actually earphones. So like you listen to music, all kinds of shit. Or you could have people give you instructions and say, hey, make fun of the crowds. Make fun now's the time.
Right.
Make fun of smile. He's talking about eating cats.
Yeah,
Don't get mad. Don't cackle. So these are actual earphones.
No, those are really
crazy.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
And so that's exactly what the ones like that she's wearing.
But that'd be a thing to run with.
Yeah, fun times.
These next 55 days will be.
Yeah, they're gonna be bonkers.
I forgot how crazy it gets. Just the energy and chaos.
Oh my god! Every
That'd
time
be
I get fucking anxiety, I
Yeah.
sent it to you. See the comparison side by side of the two of them.
Yeah, it's gonna be bloody good. And when we get into
Terrifying.
November, it's
Terrifying. I'm just scared that someone's gonna do something really stupid.
Yeah.
Some extremists on either side that really do believe you're gonna take away the trans kids, or really do believe you're gonna destroy the country from the inside. So that's what it looks like. Real fucking similar. Yeah, real fucking similar. I don't know. I don't know if that's what she's wearing. She might have just been wearing earrings. But if they had the kind of technology like that for regular people, and you could do that, and most people aren't aware of it, you can get it off because the ABC people aren't aware of it.
Sure.
Make it any baby.
Yeah. But anyway,
It's fun.
I respect it so much.
Look, wherever you stand, politically left or right, you gotta respect what she did last night. She got a great showing. She did a great job. But it just, whoever's pulling the strings, what a masterful job of propaganda they've done, taking someone that they all agreed was not a good vice president. It was the least popular vice president.
Nobody even fucking knew anything about it. Nothing.
Bro, everybody made fun of her. Even like Joe Scarborough was talking about how she's like a problem for the ticket.
Sure.
And now you look, and
Yeah.
she's like neck and neck with him. Is she ahead of him today? Don't think so. But Taylor Swift's on her side.
It's going to come down in these key states to just county by county. It's going to be like, where you're going to, hour to hour, you're going to see this county turn in, and it's red, and it goes up, and blue county, it's really going to be in PA, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Nevada, Arizona. But, I still think it's so crazy that a lot of the developed world has Saturday elections.
Yeah,
it's like,
should be.
yeah, that's what people are.
Yeah, you don't work.
Yeah, it's just fucking crazy.
It's ridiculous. Most people have to work. And also, vote in person with a fucking ID. We just got through 3 fucking years of you have to have a vaccine passport in order to get food.
Right, and you don't have to show your ID.
You have to be able to show an ID and show that you're vaccinated to get on an airplane. We just got through that.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden it's racist to say that you want voter ID.
No, I think it's insane.
There's only one reason to do it that way. There's two things that are going on simultaneously. You're letting in literally millions of people.
Mhm.
Millions of people. And you're giving them all these services.
Yeah.
For sure. Okay, but whatever, however much, there's all this talk about they need the money, and there's, all these stories about people up in hotels in New York City and they're giving them free food. And then there's people that are poor that live in America. They're like, hey, why am I not getting that?
Yeah.
Like, what's going on here? Well, because they already have your vote. They've already tricked you into voting specifically for this one party.
Yeah.
So now, if you bring in millions and millions of people, and then the same people that want to bring these people in, or that are allowing, the policies that are allowing these people in, are the same people that think voter ID is racist. Like, you're racist saying voter ID is racist.
I agree.
Because you're saying that these people are too stupid to get a fucking driver's license?
Yeah.
Everybody has a goddamn driver's license.
That's true.
What are you saying?
I know.
What are you saying? Like, voter ID is racist?
Yeah, our system is really
Crazy.
And so are like the county drawings that they do for districts, the gerrymandering, like they're like, oh, well, you look at the graph and it's just to like engulf a part of a district that doesn't make sense to include it on. All this is manipulation.
Well, there's also how many seats is dependent upon how many people are in your county. Like,
Yes.
and the more people you import into your county, the more you can change, like, the
But these county
demographics.
lines make no sense half the time when you look at them, when you study out the way that they're attributed.
You gotta fucking give the Democrats credit for the manipulation. I mean, they did everything like every time they've had a hurdle. Like, they moved Bernie off the fucking primaries, they fucked him.
Yeah.
Then it comes to the whole thing with RFK, they fucked him, fuck you, fuck Tulsi, fuck you, everybody's out. They've done, I mean, and right in front of everybody's face, and yet all these people are like, yay,
Yeah.
save democracy. Like,
Yeah.
are you not seeing what's going on? Are you not seeing, like, if the same people with the same ideas played fair, if the same people with the same ideas played fair, we have a different thing. And then we can get back to people disagreeing about policy, disagreeing about plans.
You seem like we're far from that.
We're so far from that. We're so far from that people don't even give a fuck about what the policy is. They're just committed to their side, and anything their side does that's kind of fucked up or twisted, or they'll gaslight you on it, and they'll say it's not that big of a deal, and then they'll tell you it's good that that's happening.
Of course, you fully justify it.
Somebody had a great tweet about the eating pets thing. It's one of those things where I read it, and I'm so happy that we live in a time of the internet, because the internet is so fun, because there's so many regular people out there in the world that are so fun.
Yeah, they are.
So this dude's name is Nick Freitas, and Green Beret, combat veteran. So look at his tweet that I sent you, Julie. I can't believe this is a topic. The left. No one is eating people's pets, which means we're 1 week away from why do you care that people are eating pets? 3 weeks from why eating pets is a good thing. 4 weeks from refusing to eat pets is white supremacy.
No, he's got it. He fucking nailed it. He nailed it.
It's just like we live in such a mad world.
Yeah. And it's like, this is entertaining too. To read this, but also if you lose yourself in these like back and forth online, you lose your fucking mind.
Oh, you lose your fucking
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people losing it. It's just, I don't engage in it. I know you don't either. It's a bad way to communicate with people. It's a bad way. It's bad for your health. I really believe that. I think it's bad for your mental health.
100% agree.
Yeah.
I remember, I don't know if he still does this, and I've heard of other people do this, but I remember when Stefano told me that he was like a year or so ago, he's like, he's fucking with my like happiness.
Yeah.
And then he gave somebody his login stuff. He's like, I don't want it. You have it.
Yeah.
I'll just send you things to post, but I'm never gonna. I don't even have it.
Ari did that for a while too.
Yeah.
Right before the Kobe thing. He got back on and immediately went down.
Yeah.
But it's not good for anybody. That's why I am absolutely addicted to looking at things on my phone. I'm addicted to watching YouTube. I'm addicted to stories, just looking at stories on Google and A lot of it is nonsense, but a lot of it is super interesting science stuff. I get a lot of super interesting science stuff all day. People send me super interesting stuff,
productive stuff.
not you and me.
You and me.
We have a bad day. You and me, our text, I was going to get to, our text message chain is the fucking worst thing on the internet.
So dark. People go, hey, if they hear about it, and they include me. Like, you can ruin your fucking life. Run your whole algorithm, you can just be darkest.
Yeah, this is my time stuff. But the darkest thing to find. And
my algorithm is confusing.
Oh yeah, it's nice.
It's confusing. It's dark, semi-erotic, and it's just the most peculiar. Like, but also I just can't help with all the censorship that has become, so prevalent. It's one of the big topics of the past 5 years. I still don't understand why I get to watch movies all day long. I mean, I get to see on my Instagram executions, a lot of Russian car accidents and manufacturing mishaps. Like people getting electrocuted, hit by trains.
Yep.
And straight up, just gun to the head, just like hitmen.
Yeah.
I've seen on closed circuit TV where you're like, "Whoa, this is cool," but like I don't know, a girl's tit isn't, and somebody leaving a comment that is like
misgendered someone.
Yeah, like the language isn't that person's account gets fucking banned, but I can see this guy get his head fucking blown off. Why? It doesn't add up at all.
Well, that was why the old Twitter was weird, because they had hardcore porn. There was always hardcore pornography, but if you misgendered someone, you'd be banned for life.
Yeah, that doesn't add up at all. There's always been this thing in America, like one of the big European versus American differences is that we always had this holier than thou reaction to the naked body and to just sex in general, right? Like the topless person or a lovemaking scene, people are like, either this is NC-17 or but we can have someone like a grenade in a guy's mouth and then and they're like, yeah, well that's on fucking TNT today.
Well, how is it getting through Instagram's filters?
I don't.
Because I asked you this like a couple months ago because I'm not on TikTok. I'm like, did you see that when you sent me something particularly disturbing? I was like, okay, is this on TikTok too?
I've seen crazy shit there as well. I do know that the go around on Instagram seems to be just in your caption. So if you look at the caption,
a lot of time it's like 2024 Mercedes-Benz. That's an amazing off-road vehicle,
because they figured out that the sensors and the algorithm doesn't watch the video.
Right.
It's like if you were to write, here is a guy getting hit by a truck, his fucking head comes off in your caption, that thing would get taken down. But if you're like, check out the new fucking 2024 MDX or whatever it's called,
but here's the question: where is the money? How are they making money?
That's good. I don't know.
Because whoever's putting these videos up, these are accounts from bots. So if you look at the accounts, there's no real comments and real things that anybody's saying with that account. And then this account might have thousands of these videos.
Yeah. And the war footage, the drone footage.
Oh, I saw one yesterday where this drone, the kamikaze drone, was coming after these guys and they were shooting at AKs and they couldn't take it down. The thing was evading the bullets. And then finally it moved into the guy, threw his AK at it, and it blew up. It saved his life.
Really?
He threw his fucking rifle at the drone as it was coming to shoot, because they dive on you and blow up.
I think being able to see those, I will say this, gives you like a very sobering perspective on modern day war.
Yeah.
Because that's obviously, that wasn't a thing in Vietnam or World War II. You see it. But like the fact that you see these guys out in the field, whatever side they're on, I'm just talking about the reality of these human beings, right? And then this fucking drone with a camera is chasing them down, and it can just blow.
This is the first time that's ever happened.
It's fucking
the first time we've ever had drones that chase people.
Yeah, I'd seen, obviously I've heard of it. Knew about drones that are like basically satellites, that fly.
Right.
They're like planes, and they lock in on the location and fire a missile.
Right.
But these little tiny ones that just chase people and blow up.
They're suicide bombers.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really
It's super disturbing.
guys are going into the trenches with GoPros. Like I watched this one where this Russian guy killed these Ukrainian guys that were in they were in a trench, and he's like got a GoPro.
Crazy.
And he guns these guys down when they're in the trench. One guy's like struggling for the rifle, and he fucking gets the barrel back and blows his head off, and they're like, yeah. And it's all like 5 feet away, 3 feet away. Fuck.
And you see that, and then you're like, do you want to make a prosciutto and mozzarella sandwich? that's my feed. And you're like, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, if you saw my feed, if I was like being arrested for being a serial killer, and they'll look at social media, like, that's unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
Oh, like when Christina's just out there, she's just like, you're such a sick person. So what do you want? What do you feel?
I don't know.
I also go to bed, and I always put on biographies, like it's either war, a serial killer, or it's a scripted show about a murder. It's the only thing that it engages. I find enticing, exciting to watch. Are like either real stories about horrible things, or I like suspense.
Right.
I like that genre, so I just always watch it.
Well, it's always interesting, just psychologically, to see like what the fuck were they? Like you're watching something on Richard Ramirez or something.
Yeah.
Like, what was this guy like?
Oh yeah.
I just cannot watch those things at night. If I watch them in the day, I can tolerate them.
Yeah.
But at night, before I go to bed, it just gives me too much room for crazy thoughts.
So apparently that's a healthier reaction than mine, because I watch it and I'm like, night, and I just fucking go to bed.
I don't. I can't watch things about war at night. War freaks me out the most because I'm always like, okay, before Pearl Harbor or before 9/11, like nobody knew that was going to happen. Like, how do we not know? How do we know that we're not in a situation right now where we're just before something really fucked up happened? And that gets me.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, and also the way that now, because I've watched docs on those very things recently. The latest one, the latest Nazi one, and that's something I'm also like, are they ever just going to be like, I think we've covered it with Hitler? And never. And then I watched the latest one. There was a Netflix release. It was absolutely phenomenal. Like the best docuseries I've ever seen done.
On the Nazis?
Yeah, it's like a 6 or 8 part series. I don't remember what it's called. It came out a couple months ago. It's so fucking good. You don't realize that they could go deeper and really highlight things that you didn't know about. It's just so educational. But
Hitler and the Nazis, evil on trial.
it is fucking so goddamn good. I cannot tell you how good this is.
So is this colorized footage?
There's color footage. There's they go between the like real footage, like real historical footage, narration, and it's just
Do they have dramatization as well?
yes, and it's so high level, so well done. It just paints a picture in a way that I don't think has really been done before. It's just incredibly fascinating. But yeah, I mean, I get that at night too, because you kind of go like, especially I mean, it was highlighted. I think even in the debate, it is a very bad point, which is that you just don't know what's going to happen in any war. But when you have Russia involved in this war, you do have a country with thousands of nukes.
Yeah.
Like you just don't know how he's deciding to fight. You don't know.
And he's a KGB guy who's a dictator.
Yeah.
Like the whole thing is, it's crazy.
And you just do, one little thing that for him that's the line.
Yeah.
You just don't know what that is.
Yeah, you don't know what that is, and you don't know why it's happening. You hear about NATO moving their arms closer to Russia, and you know that there was a coup that was probably facilitated by the United States in 2014, and so all this mucking that shit overseas scares the fuck out of me.
Of course. Yeah.
Every day there could be some new thing popping off somewhere in the world.
That's another one, the Turning Point doc about the history of the Cold War, and when you realize how the new programs evolved and what was really going on, and like how in the 60s, when we were, the Bay of Pigs and all that was happening, we thought because they postured like we can fucking take you guys down too. And we ended up discovering that later that they had like 7 bombs and we had like 10,000 at the time.
Oh god.
But then
7's enough though.
it's enough, but it's also like, you know, you could also target these areas. It's a more, you can deal with it. Of course, they never showed that in, but then you see how into the 80s, how their program just far exceeded our. At one point, they had like triple what we had. And also, these are an amount of bombs that doesn't even really matter. If you have 33,000, it's just completely correct. The world's over. Yeah, it's over. But how we both operated on the sense that, like, oh yeah, either one of us crossed the line, it's just over for both of us.
Yeah, mutually assured self-destruction.
Yes.
And then the other thing was that during the Reagan administration, they kind of like forced the Russians trying to keep up with us militarily, which kind of bankrupted the Soviet Union.
Sure.
Because if you have a communist country, it's way harder to get money.
Yeah.
You're not making anything. You're not selling anything. You're not ever.
And things got really bad there. You massive poverty and starvation.
Yeah. And while you're having massive military spending, it's kind of unsustainable. But then they've since recovered.
Yeah.
And then them, like China, like what's interesting what China has done is China has developed this sort of, they have capitalism and communism, which is the way to do it. Like you get people motivated to make a lot of money, get industries get huge, but everything is completely tied into the government. They're just like, oh, we know. This is it. It's a good program. It's a good program. It's not good for people.
Yeah.
It's not good for us.
It's good for running the show.
It's great for running the show.
Yeah.
And that's, this is what's scary about what's going on in this country. Is there's some people that have the notion that in order for us to compete with these other countries, we have to govern people in a more similar way than they do. They have to have more control over information, more control over what people say and do, more control over money. China now has centralized digital currency in some places, that's very scary.
Yeah.
Once the government has complete access to your money and be able to shut your money off, you saw what happened in Canada with the truckers.
Yeah.
So these people just donated money to this trucker protest. That's all they did. Donate money. And Canada shut their bank accounts down. That's scary stuff.
That's very scary.
That's Banana Republic shit. And you could walk to Canada. Wasn't that far?
To the, when we had the, what was it called? What's the company that they had the malfunction on the airline just stopped for a fucking
Yes.
day? Yeah. My friends was bringing up how, all these car manufacturers are pledging, we'll be fully electric by 2035. Man, for me, I've just always been like, that would suck just because I like cars that are gas powered. And, I guess I'm a dinosaur in that way. But no, they're cool. They're cool. But what my friend was like, he was like, he brought up that malfunction. He's like, what, I just keep thinking about it. But if we were all electric, that the government could also just go like,
oh yeah,
cars don't work.
Well, there's cars today that have OnStar that the police can shut your car off.
Yeah.
So if you're running a high-speed chase with the cops and you have some vehicle that has OnStar on it, you just hit a button. Is that true? Make sure that's true. That might be theoretical. I think it's true though. I think they could just shut your car off.
That's pretty scary.
So like if something, but they market to you, if someone steals your car that time, you just call it, and they'll have that car shut up. And that person on the highway, and they just goes with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scary.
Yeah. Well, you know the story about Michael Hastings, right? Michael Hastings was the reporter for Rolling Stone. Okay. The police use OnStar to disable a car. If the vehicle is parked and turned off, the OnStar advisor can use remote ignition block to prevent the engine from being restarted, allowing the police to recover the vehicle. So they can only do it once it's off. Can police use OnStar to disable a car? Click that. Search for it. Below that. That part. Click that. See if that gets you information. If the vehicle's parked and turned off, same thing. So can it shut off your car while you're driving? Hold on, keep it back. Yeah. Disable engine and end high-speed chases, so it can. Satellite technology that can disable an engine with a simple push of a button helped end a high-speed chase of a stolen sports utility vehicle in LaPorte, resulting in the arrest of Mishawaka Man.
And look what it says there.
Yeah.
It was reaching 80 miles an hour before the OnStar technology slowed it to 20. So it's just basically.
Yeah. So OnStar controlled this guy's car. And they're looking at it like it's a good thing, because it is a good thing, because this guy's a crazy person. Reckless driving, other counts, resisting law enforcement, running from the cops. But it's kind of crazy that they can just press a button. So maybe it's something that you didn't really do. Maybe you're a whistleblower for some chemical company that's done something that's illegal, and then people don't want you to. You're going to crash the stock market, and you're on the run, and they know he's got the papers on him. Find that buck, and they just boom, slow your Cadillac down. Yep. Spooky. It's not spooky, man. It's spooky because we know that people abuse power. It's not spooky. Look, if we had our elected officials were all super enlightened beings that were different than human beings, and that only did things according to ethics and rules and morals, and knew what was right and what was wrong. Yeah. Okay, maybe then you could make a justification. That's on the evidence. That's on the evidence. All that stuff's crazy. It's just you're giving too much power to people. And then you can figure out a way to justify it. Say, yeah, what about those people that are running from the cops? You're right. But what about someone who's corrupt, who's got a hold of that technology, and they're tracking their ex-wife because she's going to testify against them, and they have her whacked? Yeah, that shit happens too. For sure. For fucking sure. And then if there's no record of it, if you just got some sort of computer, you can just fucking slow down someone's car, and then the hitman catches up to him, guns are down or whatever.
Yeah, it's a. I mean, all technology can be abused.
100%. Well, we're seeing that with Google searches. Nobody ever thought that you could just manipulate Google searches. Yeah. You 100%. I had Robert Epstein on the other day, and he was explaining how it's done and what they do, and they're capturing all these ephemeral. So like every time Google shows you stories, or every time you Google something, they record what Google shows you. And every time you Google something about Trump, it's going to show you all the negative. You Google about Kamala Harris, it's going to show you all the positive. And just by doing that, for the casual voter, they can change the vote by a significant percent.
It's insane. And also the listening thing, No, it's like when I ran into a meta engineer when I was on the road to the hotel. He was like, oh, man, I just started talking to him. I was like, hey, because we had just talked with my tour crew about. This is so fucking, something you keep going, this is so weird. We are having this conversation, and it's right here. And it's in my algorithm now. And then also I'm getting emails about this. Very strange. So strange. And then we did like an experiment. I was like, all right, let's just keep talking about Lamborghini. Like, let's just keep talking about it. And we just kept talking about it in this conversation with our phones out. And then I don't know, 2 hours later, we were all sharing the look at my thing. It's just like my algorithm has Lamborghini. I got an email about a Lamborghini. Like, it's so, and he goes, well, this. Like, well, yeah, I mean, I figure, like, I know that we all kind of talk about it, but, like, weird to have you confirm it.
Did he say they listen when the app is open?
We didn't go that far. He was just like, we're going to put this.
Have you ever done an experiment where all your apps are closed and you just start talking about something and see if Google picks that up? That would be interesting. Let's do that right now. Okay, what should we talk about? What would be a good thing? Let me make sure that all my shit is closed. We close everything. What would be a good thing to talk about that we find out? Let's go something that we don't ever look at.
Yeah, something that's not
high school baseball.
High school baseball is definitely not something I'm interested in.
Right.
Yeah.
So you don't talk about high school baseball.
I'm never talking about high school baseball.
High school baseball is so important because high school baseball teaches you teamwork, and it teaches you how to perform together with friends. You develop camaraderie. You learn how to compete.
And high school baseball really is the minor leagues up the minor leagues. Because if you thrive in high school baseball and you're a good high school baseball player, then you go to college. And you go to the minors, and you can,
next thing you know, you're in the fucking Dodgers. And you're balling. And you're driving a Lamborghini.
Yellow Lamborghini.
Okay, now let's see. How much time do you think it takes?
I think it takes a
high
little
school
more.
baseball.
I think you should.
I just want to bring up high school high school baseball.
High school baseball. I think high school baseball results. And also, it's like you think about high school baseball, you realize that pitching at that level, you're a real outlier if you get above 40 miles an hour. Because there's some high school kids that can pitch like 80, 85. When you start getting high school kids pitching above 90, you're talking about an elite level. The kid with a
big old fella, long ass arms.
That torque.
Yeah, whip. Those dudes can whip that ball. So, what is the fastest anyone's ever thrown up a fastball?
That's a great question.
Let's guess.
Okay, that's a good guess. And I definitely don't know. I know the real baseball fans are going to fucking idiot. But I'm going to guess 112. Is that crazy?
I was going to say 118. Okay. That's just a wild guess, though.
It's going to be the.
What do you think it is, Jamie? Do you know what it is?
Is it the highest in a game or just the
highest ever? Like the fastest. It must be like who's the fastest.
So I bet the guy who's the best ever or fastest ever isn't the best.
Yeah, right. It's probably not the most accurate.
Like it's just like in tennis.
Yeah.
The craziest speed ever on serve is not from
Federer.
Right.
Like a guy with the hardest punch is not necessarily the best fighter. Exactly. So what is let's take this.
I'm just trying to get erase like in Major League Baseball.
What's the fastest pitch ever thrown?
Fastest in Major League Baseball is now 5.
What about in like the world record for the fastest ball ever thrown? There's got to be competitions, right? Like they have those golf competitions where you just drive the ball.
1,000%. Yeah.
Bro,
You could throw fast.
that's true. That's true. They would just figure out a way to get you over the plate.
Yeah.
You only have to do it like 10 times.
So 105?
5.8. One guy has done a bunch of times at 105, and 2 people have tried at 105, and then cracked 106.
That must be so fast, God.
You ever look at the
From an umpire's perspective?
No, but I'm saying, that's but if you look at tennis, the high level serve speeds,
What are their speeds?
we're talking like into the 130s.
Really?
Yeah. There's probably a guy who's probably going 140.
All right, I'm opening up Google to see if we get any high school baseball. Come on, Google. Let's just apply.
163 for fastest.
What? What? Right. Fastest serve? 163?
John Eisner.
Yeah, Eisner's 6'10", 50.
Bro, that's bananas.
He's 6'10".
So far, it's just Wolves and MMA. So,
I can get that about 30 minutes to an hour.
okay.
What do I got chiropractors, Italian men's feet.
I got the debate. I got upcoming fights. That's Canelo Alvarez, Sugar Sean O'Malley and Rothschild Willie, watches, Cybertruck, baseball.
You know what would be interesting though? Is you check back.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep checking back for high school baseball. And if high school baseball, I'm cheating. I'm cheating. See if they get me. Okay. I should have come up with a product instead of high school baseball.
Product's a good idea.
Like Lamborghini's a product, and I try to sell you the product. That would be a better move.
There you go.
Should have got a product. What would be the product? But it has to. I want it to be a product that I wouldn't ordinarily search. That's why I said high school baseball, right? Like, what's a product that I wouldn't search?
Humidors?
No. Humidors. That's a good one.
Cigar humidor.
Cigar humidor. Cigar humidors. What are the best ones?
Yeah.
Cigar humidors. What's the difference?
There's some sizes.
Are there some that are too crazy and it's just overkill? Or something? What's the best wood for a cigar humidor?
No, it's not. He's trying to get away from his wife. He got this like store.
He's trying to hide. He's trying to hide from his wife. He's hiding. I love it. I don't do this anymore. I mean, it's women repellent.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, no one was ever.
Yeah, they hate it. It stinks. So they hate it when it's outside. Like, oh, across the street comes a car.
You know what I did yesterday? I had a gummy, a mushroom gummy. It was so good. Just I like it. Yeah. That was nice.
It's not giving you traumatized.
You know?
I mean, it kind of depends on the mushroom. I take a lot of vegetable mushrooms over the last 6 months or so. So I've been taking Reiki and cordyceps, and
I gotta get some. They're really good. Smooth. Very nice. I'm also like a bit naive as I haven't like taken that much before. So I did mine like before bed. And then I put like an eye mask on and I was like, just look at that. Oh yeah. And it's 2:30 in the morning. I gotta take something else. I go to bed.
but when I get riled up late at night, I always feel like an idiot because those are like I've just ruined my sleep.
Yeah,
If I'm late at night, I've got too many crazy ideas and it starts freaking me out. It just ruins your sleep. And the next thing you know, 4 o'clock in the morning, you're on bed.
it fucked me up. It was just not ridiculous.
And then if you have a podcast the next day, you come back, your eyes look like shit, and your brain's not working so great. Oh, by the way, one of the best supplements for performance, mental performance, when you are missing sleep is creatine.
Really? Like
Yeah.
creatine, like the workout supplement?
Yeah, creatine, the workout supplement, it's really good for workouts, but it's also really good for cognitive function.
Didn't know that.
Yeah,
Never
well,
heard
if you think about it, what creatine does, like, Google what exactly creatine does so I don't fuck this up, but what I think it does essentially is it allows your body to hold on to more water. There's more water in the muscles, so it increases muscle volume and it helps with the So creatine compound body naturally makes get it from protein-rich foods. It supplies energy to your muscles and may also promote brain health. Many people take creatine supplements to increase strength, improve performance, and help. What'd you just do? Yeah, but you changed it. I was reading it. Okay. Increase strength, improve performance, and help keep their mind sharp.
I've never heard this.
But the recent study was the positive effects of creatine on people that are sleep deprived. It says increase energy supply to neurons in the brain, which may help with mood and thinking. So it does something with water.
That is,
It makes you gain a little weight from it, but I think you're storing more water.
so you have a bad night's sleep.
The next day, yeah, but I take it every day anyway. I've been taking it every day anyway for the past 6 months.
Good.
Yeah, it makes a difference. It really does. It makes a difference in your workouts. But what I think, I try to take as many things as possible that are good for cognitive performance. You know, obviously, like doing a podcast, you need that increased water. Here it is. Creatine is an osmotically active substance. Thus, any increase in the body's content, creatine content, should result in increased water retention and consequent gains in body mass.
So I knew about the water retention and that it was a verified, like, one of the supplements you can count on for gains.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I've never heard about the brain rate.
Yeah. Yeah, that's more recent. They've been talking about that. It's been used as a muscle supplement since like the 90s, or been popular since the 90s. Jimmy, what does it say about, there was a study about creatine supplementation to enhance performance with sleep deprivation? Because there was this study that was showing that, your cognitive performance when you just have like 4 or 5 hours sleep drops off a cliff. I noticed it in a big way. I'm just like, it's 70% of like my normal. A single high dose of creatine can temporarily improve cognitive performance during sleep deprivation. This is due to creatine's ability to prevent a drop in pH level, improve processing speed, increase intercellular energy consumption, and increase high extracellular creatine availability. Isn't that awesome?
That is so fucking cool.
Yeah.
I really had no clue about this.
Yeah.
I
I take it every day.
really poor night's sleep like a month or so ago. And I was going into my writer's room on my show. And that's so like, to me, like when you go, what's the worst things about it when you have bad sleep? Or A, physically, like your workouts suck. Like it's really rough.
Yeah.
Poor sleep. But mentally, I hate doing a show on poor sleep. And to go into a writer's room, you're supposed to be, talking about like stories, and I took a stimulant. Shit. It was like I slept fucking 12 hours. I couldn't believe it. 5 minutes. Yeah. Oh, nice. Oh my god.
I think you have ADD or ADHD, whatever that is. I think so.
But I couldn't.
I think we both need Vyvanse, whatever it is. Isn't that the guy who's the vice president of Trump? No, it was
JD
JD
Vance. Yeah, JD Vance, the creator of Vyvanse. I couldn't believe though how I was really dragging. I was like on one of those last 3.5
And I was like, bam.
I mean, firing on all cylinders. Like it was like I had a great night's sleep. Really, I could not.
What's the come down?
Not that bad. No, apparently that's going to be. Don't do it. The big difference is between is that the crash from Adderall. I never did Adderall. I never had it. Like people talk about the post Adderall crash, but the Vyvanse, I was like, yeah, dude, they got it. Yeah, these motherfuckers. These motherfuckers. And, yeah.
Yo, there's a lot of people out there just trying to find amphetamines.
That's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, pretty incredible.
Can't believe I'm bringing it up again. That book over there, Blitzed, is a Norman Ohler book about the Nazis during the Blitzkrieg campaign. They were on.
Oh, yeah. And then, a lot of people go, and I talk about the stage, but the people don't know that there was a lot of cocaine too.
Oh, Hitler was on a lot of oxycodone too.
Yeah, but the coke part was always like, to me, the thing that I was like, wait, what? Like, it was this doctor that was getting to.
That's what that book's all about.
It's really fascinating. That whole army was all methed out.
Oh, yeah. And then we give more meth to the people that are on the front lines. Like the tank guys, they get the most meth.
Yeah.
Fucking meth them up.
Well, there's that
Makes sense.
People on meth, what is it? People on meth love confrontation. They are
Aggressive.
yeah, they seek out confrontation. So I know I talked to Dr. Rabbi. There's people on cocaine run from the cops, and people on meth run towards the cops. Really? Yeah. So like, people like really like serious coke problem. They see a uniform, they whoa. And people on meth, it's like we're doing like real meth. People they see cops and they're like, "What's up, bitch?" And they're like, they want confrontation with uniforms. Like they just seek it out. That's fucking what they
You see
do.
that football player they played over?
Yeah, man, that was fucking wild. Yeah, Tyreek Hill, yeah, on the way to the Dolphins game.
It's interesting. He just didn't want to roll his window down.
I know, I understand. Like, there's like a lot of people weighing in on the nuances of this whole thing. Because it's like layered. It's not, but it's like, I mean, look, I'll never have Tyreek Hill's experience. Like being a black guy in America and in a McLaren, and I don't know what it's like to get pulled over. My whole thing with cops, if I get pulled over, I always run.
Yes,
10 and 2, yes, like,
yes, sir.
now people are right. It's not against the law to not be like that. We're allowed to be like, whatever. Hurry up and fucking figure this out. You can do that, but I just feel like it's not de-escalating things. But then those cops were fucking hot. Like you could tell. The one in particular felt like to me watching it that he had felt maybe humiliated by it. Also, he was somebody who recognized him, just somebody with wealth who was feeling entitled. That he wanted to show the other cops. Yeah. That like I don't think it's shit, which I feel like it's a human emotion. But then,
but you can't have that human emotion as a cop. You can't act on it for sure.
You can't just fucking throw somebody
to the ground and cuff them as if they're a dangerous criminal.
Like he was a violent offender. Right. It's really fucking nuts.
It is nuts. The whole thing's nuts. It's nuts, but it's also it's nuts both ways, right? It's like roll the window down.
Roll the window down to
say yes, sir. Give your driver's license. You're speeding. You're going 103 miles an hour. Where they're alleging.
I don't know what his issue was. But he just didn't feel like it.
That's a fun car.
So 765.
I don't know what it is. I don't know anything about cars, but it's fucking dope. I know. I remember when we were reviewing one, and you had that car thing we were doing for a while.
I've driven a lot of them. I've driven the 600 LT.
You never got one. is, but they're making cars that just a rich knucklehead can buy that has the most insane speed and power.
I remember when they said, I've driven, like I said, a lot of the lineup. When I drove the 765 LT, I remember talking to, at the time, he was with McLaren in F1, Daniel Ricciardo, and I was like, dude, I just drove this fucking thing. And I've been driven a lot of cars. I've never been more scared of what could happen in a car. You know, I was driving down the 110, and we were doing like 70, and it was just open road, and I had like somebody in the passenger seat, and he was like, punch it. And I mean, in the blink of an eye, we're going 130, and it's just like, it's so fast and so responsive, you know, the slightest input. And I was like, it was a scary feeling where I go, I want to hand this in, like I want to hand this in right now, and I was like, you know, like the both things were like, I know this is bad for me, yeah, but can I get some finance? Because this is fucking pretty cool. Like, that's what it felt like. It was terrifying and seductive, but the conversation that I had with him was like, it's crazy that you can just buy this, yeah, and have that there's no skill requirement associated. And he and other automotive journalists were like, oh yeah, you should definitely have to prove something, yeah, to drive something like this. Look at that thing. Yeah.
But like, think about the Corvette ZR1. So that has an even lower bar to entry. Right? That's like 200 grand, right? What's a ZR1? The new one.
I don't know the price.
But that thing's insanity. That's like 1,100 horsepower, right?
They're really crazy. Yeah.
Insane. Rear-wheel drive car.
I mean, and all the manufacturers keep getting
crazier and crazier.
And then you get to the electric stuff. Yeah. It's also like, it's a missing, you know?
1,064. So it's almost 1,100 horsepower. Fucking bananas. That's so much power for a car. It used to be a car at 400 horsepower. Like, I remember I got a Porsche Turbo in like 2003. And it was 420 horsepower. I was like, this is crazy.
Yeah, that's a bonkers number.
It was crazy back then.
Guinness is perfect. Yeah.
Just Google MSRP for ZR1. You really can't get one. Allocation, right? Was that one? One for sale?
That's the 3.
129. Oh, it's an 06. Oh, that's a Z06. Yeah, Z06 is pretty fucking incredible too. So that's 129. So the ZR1 is right. Yeah, it's 200,000. $200,000 Corvette. Wow, others believe it will start for much less than that. Oh, so you haven't really got the price out there yet. Wow.
Yeah, that 765 is 400. It's
400 grand. So crazy. Well, then you got that Hennessy, the Venom thing. That's $3 million.
So you get like Mercedes, Pagani.
Yeah. Have you seen that Pagani that has all of its instrumentation is all mechanical, like a beautiful watch, and the steering wheel turns around the gauge cluster, so the gauge cluster maintains in the center of the wheel, and your steering wheel turns around it and it never moves.
No.
It's fucking magnificent.
What is this thing?
A Bugatti.
Oh, wow.
I'm not even a Bugatti guy,
Yeah.
because Bugatti to me is like, that's Bugatti, you know? But look at that fucking thing.
Yeah, no, they're sexy.
See if you can find the gauge cluster. Because the gauge cluster is just complete insanity. Scroll up close to get the interior. No, you have to show. There it is. They're going to show it. So that's the gauge cluster. So the steering wheel spins around that stuff. So all that stuff sits behind the wheel, and it's all mechanical clocks. Like, look at it. It's digital and mechanical at the same time. I mean, it is just a piece of art, and this is definitely crazy. If you could get, right, it's probably $5 million, but you probably can't even get 3.8 million pounds, or is that pounds or euros? What is that little thing? Squiggly thing?
That's pounds.
Pounds. So what is 3.8 million pounds? It's over $4. It's incredible. But I mean, you basically have a house. You're driving around a fucking house. Look at that little touch screen pops up. Look at that screen. Whee! Look at it spins around, says Bugatti. Why are you laughing? Why does it have to spin around? Why didn't it just come out the way? Because it's like, look at my dick. It's a big old Italian dick. Look at my dick. It's incredible.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
The technology is just. I mean, it always it's like what will be around in 20 years? Because I got to say, when Bugatti, and honestly, when they do these things, I always think like this is outrageous.
Yeah.
But also, it's so cool to have a spaceship. Like that's basically
Ground ship. Yeah. Do you know Sam Altman? He's always keeping head of OpenAI.
Yes.
He's always kind of said, "I'm not doing this for money. I don't need any money." They just busted him in a $4 million cul-de-sac.
They did.
Yes. See if you can find that car. The video of him in that car. I don't need money. I'm not even interested in money. He's driving around a $4 million cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
Look at it. Oh, go back to the beginning so you can see him get in it. Does it show him get in it? No, that's it. Okay. Yeah. Elon was mocking him. Look at that. Got a $4 million car. There he is. Hi, busted, bro. Hey, bro. I think you like money. Like, you don't buy one of those unless you really.
Yeah. And you also want everyone to know how.
You want everyone to know how rich, and you're rich right now. I'm not. I wouldn't do that. I'd be freaked out. I can't drive. I can't park anywhere. What am I gonna do? That's crazy. So that means he's got. It's like, yeah. How much money you making? What are you doing? You're driving a $4 million car. And you're telling everybody you're not trying to make money? If you're not interested in money, you get a Mercedes. You get a nice S-Class, and people get mad at you. You really want people to not get mad at you? Get a Lexus. Get an LS 500, cruise around style. No one's going to get mad at you. You have a $4 million car, and you're involved in artificial intelligence, and it's supposed to be open AI, and then also became private company. There's like a lot of weirdness. What happened with the money?
Yeah.
Oh, Sam Altman car collection. He's got a McLaren. 2 McLarens. He's got some. Well, he probably already had a bunch of money already, right? Like, so how did he come into OpenAI? Well, there you go. So he's got a $4 million car. That's why
he's got $2 billion.
Yeah. I mean, Shazam!
Yeah, that checks out.
And also, it spells the ink because he ain't making no kids. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. $4 million car. What did Elon say about it? There was something about Elon mocking him. It's like, because Elon was a part of OpenAI in the beginning. Then he was like, "Hey, this isn't so open."
Right.
What's going on?
And he brought up the threat.
Yeah. Elon mocks. What is he saying? How's he mocking him? Oh, what does it say? OpenAI drive one of the most expensive cars. How did OpenAI become a for-profit business when it was a non-profit? Elon says, great question. But also, if this guy was already a billionaire, so was he a billionaire before OpenAI?
Was probably separate from. I don't know what happened on Twitter. I just think someone's adding that moment to video of him in the car.
Oh, are they? Oh, those dirty bitches.
What's the
You sure that wasn't quoting the actual video?
Could have been, but
It might.
what's the origin of his money?
That's a good question. What's the origin of Sam Altman's wealth? Where did he make all the cheddar? Oh, he's got a $4 million car. $4 million car. So like, it's just like the Bugatti. That's a huge
the quick search says various investments through venture capital firm.
So he's balling. So he's balling. He's already balling. So don't be hating, kids. You guys making it. It's out there rocking the free world. Yeah. The thing about those cars are really fun, but you know what my most fun car to drive is? Actually, the most engaging car is my little air-cooled 964. That Porsche RX America. It's not the fastest. Yep, not the fastest by any stretch of the imagination. It's slow compared to.
My favorite is my slowest too.
Which one?
GT4.
Yeah.
Has that demand upgrade.
Yeah, but that car's way faster than mine.
But
That car's pretty fucking fast.
it's pretty fast, but it's not like I think everything else I have is almost faster than it.
So it's just engaging.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it puts the biggest smile on the face.
Right.
It's very fun.
Yeah, that's like my white car, the GT3 RS, the Sharkworks car. Same kind of thing. It's just real raw. But they're not as raw as that little red car. That little red car is like you're on an awesome ride at Disney.
Yeah.
Where you're in control of this car. You feel everything. No power steering. You know, it's like power assisted brakes. There's no air conditioning, no heat, no nothing. Light as fuck. 300 horsepower.
And it's just a
And it just makes your whole body tingle.
yeah.
It's like exciting.
That is to me the most fun thing.
It doesn't even, you don't have to be going fast. That's
No.
what's crazy. Merging on the highway, getting to 65 miles an hour is a fucking thrill. Whereas like in the Tesla, it's like, it's just no sound. All of a sudden you're going 70. You don't even notice. That car's like,
The problem with some of these like faster cars that I have and that exist is that a lot of times when you take them out, you're like, yeah, I'm not really getting to drive this thing.
right,
You know, because if you're going 75
right.
and you're
You have to go to a track.
you have to,
Yeah, you have
to
to.
enjoy it.
Yeah, and how often you do that?
That's the fucking thing, is that like you tell yourself that you know, we've been doing it together.
Yeah.
You're like, I want to do this all the time.
Well, let's do it next month.
It's hard to do.
Let's definitely do, well, next month we probably can't because next month is F1. But after F1's
After F1.
Yeah, after F1, we'll do the ultimate baller move. Field, and all these guys are going to get chateaus in France and oh, this is the ultimate baller move. You get a giant piece of land that's flat, and you put yourself up in the track. Let's go.
Somebody did this in Austin. It's for sale. Yeah, somebody in the greater Austin market.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Just don't do this.
And then a guy, a billionaire in Japan, just did that there's a people track that you can get a membership at his track.
Oh, that's
Right.
pretty cool.
It's pretty fucking cool.
That's a good move. So if you know some cool car people, you can hang out together.
Yeah, they
You
have
don't want to be
that.
alone on your track. Oh, nobody's going to left.
Audi has that out in Indigo.
Oh yeah.
That area. It's a private, like a really nice track that has like a country club. It has a restaurant and you can house your cars there. That'd be so addictive. So addictive. And
Even just in my auto, just going around in something fun. Small.
easy.
Yeah. Right. It's like that's what I'm saying. It's like it's not about how fast you go. It's about how much fun it is to go fast.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's cars that go way like my Tesla. That's the best example. It goes way faster than anything else I own. But it's not as fun.
No.
There's a fun factor to the roar of the engine, the feeling of the tires, the shifting the gears yourself, all of it. The fun part.
And fun is just, that's the joy of it.
Mhm.
That's why you keep getting it.
And everybody today is chasing. They're all chasing rubber ring times and 0 to 60s and quarter miles.
Yeah, and it makes you lose sight of the real thrill of driving.
It's also dangerous for everybody on the street. You got these 5-amped up kids out there in the fucking CR1. There's a replica of the Istanbul F1 track in Texas, and it's for sale. Holy shit.
Isn't that great?
See, you guys got an F1 track in his fucking yard.
Isn't it?
That's nuts.
And I feel like it's very Texas.
Where is
Like,
it?
this is like the state.
That looks like it's down by the ocean.
It's in Amarillo.
Scroll up a little so I can see that image better. Yeah, is that the ocean in the back? What's that blue shit?
I think it's just.
I guess that's a Amarillo. Oh, is that where Amarillo is? Oh, I don't know where Amarillo is. 50-acre complex for sale. Click on it. How much? For a reasonable price, it says. Let's go. $2 million. Hang on. For real? Hang on. Hang on. This thing just got juicy. How far is that drive? Find out how far that drive is.
How far is that flight?
20 minutes.
There you go.
Let's go.
Cars there once.
Don't make me do this.
Come on, dude.
Well, I want to get a ranch. I've been talking about getting a ranch.
There's one for sale right there.
But I want
Oh, you don't
to. I want to survive.
It's right there. Survival around. It is. It's acres and acres, man. It's a small
I had Chris Harrison the other day.
Yeah.
I love that dude.
Yeah, that dude comes around.
If we had a track, I was in the airport right next to it. If we had a track like real close, and we could take Chris Harris out. How much fun would that be?
Awesome. That dude's
Yeah.
so fucking great.
Yeah.
I love watching him drive too. He's fucking.
He loves cars. When you're around, like somebody who really loves cars, he loves all kinds of cars too.
Yeah.
You know, he loves the
He knows his shit.
Yeah,
I like watching his videos.
Yeah.
They're great.
Yeah, fun dude. You got fucked over on a top gear deal.
He did?
Top tier story. How it ended was horrible. Ended due to an accident. He had gone to the producer saying we have to stop pushing this. Someone's gonna get hurt, killed, and then someone got hurt real bad. But he's a real big guy though, and he got fucked up from his flipped over a 3-wheeler. He got really fucked up, but survived. And then they killed the show.
Really?
Yeah. It was crazy.
After he kind of warned.
Mm-hmm. And he also experienced a shit ton of online hate because he was replacing Jeremy Clarkson. So everybody fucking hated him. And meanwhile, he's like the best auto journalist there is. He's so fun. He's such a good guy. And people are mad that he's not Jeremy Clarkson. Like, hey, Jeremy Clarkson's still on the air, you fucking idiots. Yeah. Go over to the Amazon, get the Jeremy Clarkson. It's great. Go watch that too. You fucking morons.
No, that's too bad. I think Chris does great work. I love watching him review stuff, and you can tell like not only is his skill is on track, but that he's genuinely having a good time. You can tell him like, oh, he's smiling. Whatever.
He's gonna do more of his own stuff. And good. Him and I were, I looked at that. I was encouraging that. I was like, you really need to be doing your own thing. Like you're so good. Automotive journalism, so fun. People love watching you. You should be doing your own show online. You shouldn't be doing it with other people.
Yeah.
There's no need for that. And also, like the Top Gear's a great show and everything like that, but they all want to do like crazy stunts. Like they threw a car off the side of a bridge with a bungee cord attached to it.
Yeah, they get to a point on all these shows.
Yeah.
Where it's just a producer.
So, and what we were saying was, for television, that's what people like.
Yeah.
But for the internet, like for YouTube, completely different audience.
Yeah.
Then you get enthusiasts. So, like, if you get the newest GT3 RS and Chris Harris is reviewing it, it'll have millions of views. But you want to see a guy who really fucking drive, who really loves cars, who understands them, review the car. I'm like, that's where you're at your best, man.
1,000%.
For the enthusiasts, not for the casual dorks who want to see a car go off a dam with a bungee cord. Yeah, I mean, fuck out
Also
here.
on those internet videos too, is that the great thing is you get there. Somebody like him gives you an authentic reaction.
Yes.
And they give you authentic critiques. They're like, you know what? They changed the seats on this new, and it's not as good, or talk about the suspension, and they'll give you like the insight that if you're really thinking about getting that car, you go like, oh, maybe I'm like the previous generation. Like they give you real insight.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he gives a lot of good criticisms of the vehicle. Matt Farrah does a great job with that.
Matt does awesome with that. There's a couple other guys that do that stuff. Straight pipe.
Chris works with Singer. And, Singer is doing turbo now.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, my God. There's a green one. He went to go to the factory and showing it. The attention to detail is so fucking incredible.
Singer #1 during your first year. Really? So, was it pretty cool. It's cool. It's a guy who has a few. I'm sure it's like he's #1.
That's probably worth it. See if you can find the Singer Turbo video of Chris Harris, because it's I just want to see what they do. And it's like it looks kind of like an old 911 Turbo. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, that's it. But it looks kind of like an old 911 Turbo, but then when you see the details of it, you're like,
they do enough.
This is way better than a regular. Way better than a regular. See if you can find the video. Because the video is incredible. No, that's the video of his original car. This is how I found it. Just click that real quick. Because that was before Singer. He had this car made. And this is, this is Singer. Okay, this is a different one. This is just how many years ago was this?
22.
Okay, this is the Dynamics and Lightweight Study one. This is the crazy $3 million Singer. This one's different. This one's not a turbo. This is their super lightweight, incredible car. This car's incredible. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But this car is crazy, crazy expensive. Yeah, but it's immaculate. Immaculate. Singer Turbo. So put it in turbo. Singer Turbo Green. Go to videos. Go to videos. And go to recent. Okay, right there, where it says more than 10 years. Click that. There you go. Bam. Okay, this is it. So look at that fucking thing. So this is the turbo. So it looks kind of like a 911 turbo from like whatever year that would be, like 1980 or whatever the fuck it was. But it's way more smooth and polished and refined, and When you see it parked and still, it's just amazing. Like their attention to detail is just off the fucking charts on it.
Yeah.
But this, go back so you can see. So that's the car. So they're just going over all the things that they massaged and changed on the car and all the details, so you get a sense there, you get a sense of what it looks like. Look at that. Yeah. Cars don't get prettier; they just get different. They don't get prettier now; they just get different. And in that dark, cool metallic green, like, look at that thing.
I would get talking to this. Yeah, in this moment that they were like,
Yeah. How much do you think that fucker cost? 'Cause that's not as much as the DLR.
No, it's not. I think, I don't know, you probably
DLS.
you get so much customization involved in it.
Right. Probably $1 million.
That or just under, you know. I think they can make these, from what I remember, for a little bit less than what they were making because they were just doing 964s before, I think, right? That they can make these.
That's not a 964 chassis. You don't start with a 964
on the turbo. I don't know, but I'm
know.
saying on the Singers were all just one model before.
Right.
Those were more expensive for them to just even produce.
Singer DLS turbo. Oh boy. So starts as a 964 jet, but this is a DLS turbo. That's a different one. Look how sick that thing looks. That is another level. That's the dynamic lightweight study Porsche turbo, which is bananas. And that thing looks, that doesn't look anything like anything that's ever existed before. No, that's the difference. Oh yeah,
but the one we were just looking at, I think you could do stuff.
Look at that. That's insane. Oh my god, that thing's insane. No, get away from me. There's like a line where I won't cross.
Really?
Yeah.
What's the
That's
line?
the line.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That was fucking
insane. You start getting into $1 million cars. Yeah, it's just no. That's true. It's not a Bugatti. It's also a different kind of thing. That you look at my gig. It's more of like, oh, you know, coffee. Yeah, you know, what gets the wheel spin. That's I just love that there's people like there, like Gunther Works guys, people like there making them.
So fun.
Yeah, I just love that there's someone who just goes so hard. Yeah. They're not even really Porsche, right?
No, I mean,
like, they can't really call them Porsche.
They call them roofs, yeah.
But it looks exactly like a Porsche. Like, what is this? Like, you go to Roof's website, RUF, when you see, like, the new one that they have, the crazy, it's water-cooled, right? But it looks like an air-cooled car, right?
Yeah, I've never been in one. I've just seen photos and videos and stuff, and it makes you go, what's this like?
It must be insane. And there's these cars like that are just like completely. Whoa. That's a 993 turbo base, and so that's their turbo R that they make. Look at that fucking thing. So this is the one. These are the ones that are weird. The ones that aren't like scroll back up. Rough car. So okay, that one. So CTR anniversary. So that one, I don't think is a Porsche.
Really?
I don't think it starts off as a Porsche. I think it's all their shit.
And it just makes it look like
it looks exactly like a Porsche, but I don't believe it has. I think it's a new car. But yeah, see, Montague completely developed by Rough. It's a type of aviation CTR reminiscent of the legendary Yellowbird. So the Yellowbird was a Porsche. There was a Roof Yellowbird from the 80s. Remember that one, that Porsche one that was crazy? But this is not really a Porsche. This is a Roof car that they make.
That just looks.
They're basically ripping off Porsche.
Really?
Yeah. I mean,
what about the other ones are modified?
Exactly.
Porsche.
The other one, that one was a 993. That was they take the base 993 and they juice it up. But this one, I think, is entirely developed by them.
Wow.
Yeah, it's supposed to be madness. It's supposed to be total madness.
Roof, holler.
Yeah, completely redesigned. Yeah. Let's scroll up so I can see the image of the front. And look how fat the tires are.
Yeah, you get it too. Why you encounter these people with just like nothing about Porsches.
Yeah,
it's just there's something about them.
Yeah.
What about the other one?
Yeah,
they just kind of keep going.
Yeah, there's also something about the size of them, right? They're so small and compact that when you're in them, you feel like you're in you're in a race car.
Yeah.
Bunkered in there.
There's something weird about, even though these get obviously very expensive, I've always felt like it's a more accessible to the world car than other supercars. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
for
you
sure.
see one parked, you can see a Porsche parked in a grocery store parking lot. And like you're just like, oh, it's fucking rad. Then you see a Lambo. What the fuck is this person doing?
Right.
Like, this douchebag. Yeah, it just doesn't feel like it fits.
Lambo with the HEB parking lot.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
Yeah. Coming out with giant sunglasses on, looking for attention to wrap around. He's just trying to get punched. Yeah, that's there's so many people that see people like that too that really want to smack them.
Yeah.
They see you with that thing like,
yeah,
fucking stupid.
Yeah, nobody has any like sympathy for you on the road if you're in something like that.
And you crash?
Or like try to merge.
Fuck you. Yeah. Fuck you. You can get from me, douchebag.
Yeah.
You gotta go somewhere.
No, I was just looking good.
Sorry.
You're
addictive, man. They're addictive. You ever thought of like going to the flip phone?
Oh, Ari style?
Yeah.
Wasn't that Dana too?
Dana had it in the beginning. He had a flip phone early on. But then it got to the point where, he has to manage the social media of the UFC, so he has to be able to look at things online. And,
I'm saying you're crazy. We were from Vegas. Talking about you. Fucking guy.
I love him too. Yeah. He's great. If it wasn't for him, that sport would not be what it is.
You told us the story about clearing out the New York offices.
Oh, yeah.
He was checking tapes.
Yeah.
He's using Keenan
Yeah.
I need this fucking guy.
Yeah. It was crazy because in the beginning I didn't even want to do it. When he was trying to get, because I had already worked for the UFC in the past. From 97 to 98, I did post-fight interviews. I was like, I'm out. And then they bought it in 2001, and he was trying to talk me into working for them. I'm like,
really?
Yeah, I was like, I don't want to do this. But I would ask him, hey, have you ever watched K1? Do you guys watch Pride? Do you know about this guy? You ever see Funaki fight? He's crazy. He's even better than Boyce. And we started having these conversations, and he was like, how much of this shit do you watch? I was like, it's not the only sport I know. I don't even know the rules to basketball. They blow that whistle. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know.
I told him this story about how when I would go with you on these weekends, and I'm like, just like as a fan of sports and broadcasting, it's like, so where's like your prep? Like, it's all here. What are you talking about? You're about to call 7 hours, and you said, there's nothing else up here cluttering my mind. It's other sports. I only know one sport.
Yeah, but that's true. I mean, I do watch fights. But when I watch fights, I don't have to like say, "Oh, this guy's got a great question mark." I already have. I know what he does. I know what that guy does.
Yeah, that's impressive.
I've seen him fight 100. But it really is true that I don't have any clutter in my.
Yeah, I believe it.
I don't have any football. I don't know what's going on with football.
Yeah.
What's offside?
Yeah.
Why is he on a flag? What's it down? Why is it first down? What is happening? Oh, that guy got hurt. That's how I know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Oh, he ran the ball pretty far.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on, and I don't want it. I don't care. I can still enjoy it.
Sure.
I have room for a couple of things in my head, like combat sports things. I just smash them all together.
If you had to put something that interests you even somewhat outside of combat sports, MMA and all that, what sport would be like second? I know it's a distant second, but what would be the one where you're like, all right, I enjoy that?
Where a sport that I don't participate, that I can watch.
Yeah. Like that you would sit down and
outside of combat sports?
Yeah. Somebody had it on, you'd be like, all right, I'll watch this.
I maybe would be like, what's going on? What do you guys do? Cricket? Yeah, I'd be like, what is that? What the hell's happening? Why you got that paddle?
You'd be
I'll tell you what I really like watching is soccer. We went to the Boston professional soccer game.
Yeah.
Soccer's legit. Here's one of the reasons why soccer's legit and why it's not going to become successful in America is because they don't take breaks. So there's no fucking commercial time.
Yeah.
There's no time to shove Taco Bell down your face.
They don't take any?
No breaks.
Really?
Nope. It goes for a certain amount of time to get along with soccer matches.
It's increased in its popularity.
Yeah.
Tenfold in the last decade.
I'm telling you, if you go to see it live, it's
I've been at multiple games.
Incredible, right?
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
And the arena they have here in Austin is amazing.
It's great. You don't realize that it's, compared to what we're used to for like American football stadiums.
Right.
It's small. It doesn't feel small. Every seat in that house is fantastic.
Yep. Yep.
And it's great competition. We keep getting better players here. I mean, I was somebody who, I grew up not into soccer at all, and half my family was like, "What's wrong with you?" Because they're all South America,
Right.
you know?
In Argentina, it's fucking huge, right?
Argentina, that's bigger than religion. It's just it is religion. And I mean, my Peruvian cousins were all like, "How do you not like soccer?"
The whole world loves it.
The whole world loves it. But I do think it's cool that in the last decade plus, first of all, we lived in a time with like some generational talent, with like Ronaldo and Messi,
Right.
and these guys, and it's like shifting now to Mbappe and these just incredible talents. So I think high level anything becomes interesting.
Yeah.
Like when I would watch the El Clasico, the Madrid Barcelona game, at the height of these guys' club powers in like 10 years ago, you're watching such a high stakes, high level game. You can have zero interest, and you're like, holy shit, this is so incredible. And I think that and Premier League stuff kind of, it kind of drifted over to the point where we're like, hey, soccer's been played here forever, just didn't have that same popularity. But this MLS stuff has continued to grow and grow. People, I remember Saturday mornings during our football season, a lot of times you putting it on now, and you'll see soccer games like from the Premier League. It was on NBC for a while. I don't know if they still have that contract, but here you go. But like, it just has, and they keep getting better talent on the state side. That I think we'll continue to see it become more popular.
If you go see it live, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, the MLS games are. Oh my God, I was on tour in Australia last year, and I got to see the Australian Open men's final. Djokovic. Seeing that in person, there's also not a bad seat in that place. It's a whole other thing. It made me go, okay, I want to go to like the big
Real.
Yeah. He was just incredible to see in person. Again, just somebody so talented at their sport that watching it live changed. I played tennis growing up, and like I've watched tennis tournaments, but live is everything. I mean, I've told people that about UFC too. It's like, yeah, it's cool to watch on TV, but it's so different in person.
Especially with no commentary, just watching the actual violence. Oh my God, it's so
there.
real.
Yeah. And then you have a moment of like the sound of the crowd dies, and you hear
And everybody goes, hey. My favorite place to see fights is in the Apex Center. Because the UFC Apex Center has no audience.
Yeah, so small.
It's incredible. And during COVID, that was the best thing about COVID for me.
How about this year?
It's going to be nice. That's this weekend.
I know.
Yeah, I'm pretty pumped. I don't know what they're going to do. I know they have, I don't know if they're going to show the fights on the ceiling. So you know how they have video monitors in the studio where you always see that the video monitors are showing you the fights of the people that are like,
He told us.
Can you say it?
Yeah, I don't know. I see. We were on a podcast. It hasn't been released. Dude, he's like, it's a movie that's going to play about the history.
The Mexican combat sports. I know about that. There's 6 of them. 6 different small films.
Yeah, okay. That's what he was telling us.
Yeah.
He was just like, everything is authenticated. And and the crew, it's just like this Mexican flight story. And I mean, I don't know if the broadcast goes up on the wall.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm wondering if you could see the fights take place on the ceiling.
Jesus.
Which would be an advantage in certain positions. No, I haven't.
You?
I've heard it's the same. What did Bert go see? Was it dead?
He's seen a few there. He saw the. He saw the dad, and he saw. He went to a YouTube show when we were there too.
Oh wow!
He said, "Of course."
I cried the first time. They should. Fuck you. He doesn't just cry. He likes to take photos of him crying and post it on Instagram.
I'm so sad.
My daughter went to college. Look, is this one good? How did he take? Forget that one.
He's a fucking mess myself.
Of course.
Yeah, the college dropout has got to be heavy. Yeah.
He's how's he doing these days? He benders, it goes off, it goes on.
Yeah,
He's cleaned up for a little while, right back in.
He's in a bird cycle. Yeah, he was real clean, and then my favorite was like we were somewhere in Vegas, and somebody was like, do you want this? He's like, can't pork keto. And I was like, okay. And then we go to this. Like, okay.
It's like when you say, we twist your head, it's such a bird.
And then we go to this bar and we're pouring drinks, Morosos drinks, we're like our brand, and it's like tons of people, and it's a very fun thing. Everyone's out and getting bottles and drinks, and we're signing things, and of course, like,
he's throwing
back. Biggest fan ever. Shirtless, he goes, I'm absolutely free of shit. I go, yeah, I can tell. And so I go, hey, some time passes. Are you want to get out of here? He's like, yeah, we're going to go this way out of this place and use the exit. Like, okay. So I turn this way. He says, I'm not ready. He goes, I'm this way. Okay, I'll see you later, man. So I leave. I get the fuck out of there. And then I run into him later. I'm like, how was it? He's like, dude, I was so random. Like, yeah, I know. Yeah, I got back and I ate it. And I was like, I go, what happened to hardcore keto? He goes, well, I just ate the tops. And I go, that's not how keto.
It works. Yeah. That's where the frosting is. What are you talking about?
He's a winner.
Oh my god. He's still alive. Mm-hmm. I wonder how long you do that for. And how long can you do that for?
Yeah, he goes, and then what'll happen is like, so he's like, whatever, real crazy right now. We'll see him in like a month. He'll be like, oh yeah. My other favorite phrase is like, I quit drinking. I go, when? He goes, Wednesday. I'm like, it was fucking Friday. He's like, I know, but it's like 48 hours, nothing. That's not.
That's a normal
That's
person.
not how term works. And he's like, so he'll get to a certain point here where he'll be like, I gotta clean it up. And he'll just like really clean it up. Like won't drink for a while, hang up the diet. You'll see him just like thin out.
He takes a picture on Instagram.
Takes a good picture.
Sucks his gut in.
Sexy picture.
This is me now.
And then he'll be like, oh,
3 weeks
good.
later, huge.
It's just like,
3 weeks later, I see him waddle through the fucking green room with the mothership. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? The fuck are you doing?
I know.
He goes hard.
He goes hard, dude. He goes hard. I've been going hard with eating just super clean.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How long?
A couple months in. Yeah. The funny thing is, like, by just being so committed to it, anything outside of it,
You feel it.
yes. So like, I really didn't have a reference for it.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I'm eating a lot of, pretty much the same wheelhouse of shit every day. I have 4 eggs, blueberries, a little while later, protein shake, lunch. I had lunch today, 10 ounces of chicken, greens. And I have like little things like peanut butter jelly pack
So you
as
just
a bridge.
stay clean.
Yep. And then dinner, I'll have 16 to 20 ounces of lean protein, like sea bass, salmon, and sometimes I'll have the leaner red meats, greens, fruit.
You got someone organizing this for you, or are you just doing it yourself?
Yeah, I saw it. It's funny. I did it because I'm shooting a show next month, and I was like 3 months out. I don't like that, I'm gonna show up. Yeah, and I'm gonna show up, and I'm gonna be like, oh, good. I just don't want to have I didn't try.
Right.
But I was like, I know I'm not gonna live with a powerful guy in 3 months, but I know I can clean it up in 3 months.
Yeah.
And like,
You just don't want to look at yourself on TV and go,
fuck. Yeah, you fucking music piece of shit.
Yeah.
Look at this, the worst. So I've gone down, I'm down to like 204. Body fat's down. I have about another month, so it's sticking to it. But the funny thing is, like, the other night I got home and the boys were like, they got, what's it called, like the shaved ice machine, and they've been making those, during the day, and they're kids. You gotta have, okay, I'll try. So they shave the icing machine, and they pour flavors into it. And I take like, a few spoons. It's very sweet, right?
dude, within an hour, like doubled over, running to the toilet.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh yeah, because I can isolate.
Mm-hmm.
Before, when I was using like a trash can, like I would just go like, I don't know what it was. I don't know, fucking maybe it was the bread. Maybe
Also,
it was-
you get used to feeling like shit.
yeah, you do.
That's what Duncan's, Duncan had diabetes.
Yeah.
He got type 2 diabetes from, I think it's from vaping. Sugar for sure, but also vaping. And the reason why I say this is one of the things he found out, he was getting his blood sugar checked, and it was spiking. He's like, I don't even understand. I'm not drinking any soda, I'm not eating any sugar. And then he realized that it spikes after he vapes.
Wow.
And so, because he was going to monitor him. And then he realized, oh my God, there's a reason why this stuff is sweet. There's fucking sugar in the vapes.
It makes sense. I've tried them. Like,
Of course. It's watermelon. How else are you going to get a watermelon flavor? How else are you going to get a peach flavored vape unless you have some sugar in there?
Yeah.
How are you getting a fucking apple flavored vapes?
Yeah, of course.
There's sugar in there. And so the sugar was spiking his blood pressure.
That's
or his blood
insane.
sugar.
Did he get himself out of it?
Yeah, he got off of it, got on his knees. And, it's just, you don't realize that you're poisoning yourself until you stop poisoning yourself.
Yeah.
And you eat really healthy. And he was like, dude, I don't need naps anymore. I have energy all day.
It's like this company so cheap, like this eating plan. And I got it from a nutritionist in LA, Dr. Guinness. And like I told him a couple weeks into it, I was like, if I don't lose a pound, I'm already gonna thank you for my digestion change. Like I used to, I got so used to just sick shits all the time. Like Christina's like, are you going to ever see a doctor? I hear this violence coming out of the bathroom. And I'm like, yeah, I got to go check it out. And then I had a colonoscopy a couple years ago, and they were like, you're good. And I'm like, yeah, but I mean, I diarrhea 14 times a week. Is that normal? No. So this switching to like the way I just described eating now, I think I'm totally normal.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be.
It took me 45 years to figure out.
Well, that's one of the things that's very interesting about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. being connected to Trump in this election.
Really?
If Trump winds up winning, they're going to expose our food systems. Robert Kennedy, one of the things he really wants to do is he wants to expose a bunch of problems we have in our food system. One is glyphosate. Glyphosate, which is used, it's an herbicide. It's used all over the place. It's in a lot of food. Most people they test, some incredibly high number of people test positive for glyphosate.
Really?
Yeah, because you're getting organic vegetables, even. Like some vegetables. I shouldn't say organic, but you're getting it from, like, there's some stuff that they just spray it on, no matter, like, I think the most glyphosate, I think it might be corn. So what things contain the most glyphosate? Let's Google that. I think it's corn, rice, and different vegetables and fruits.
If you go to Western Europe, you realize that
They don't use any glyphosate.
But like our food would be like illegal.
Our Fruit Loops are illegal in Canada.
Are they really?
Yeah, because we use dye. There's all these red dyes and shit in our Fruit Loops. They have the same Fruit Loops in Canada. They're like, no, you can't put that stuff in there. So they have to sell different Fruit Loops in Canada than they do to America. Some of the most common foods with glyphosate: non-organic cereals and grains harvested with glyphosate. These include wheat, barley, buckwheat, millet, rice, oats, wild rice, popcorn, and sorghum. Wild rice. So you think wild rice? Oh, I'm getting wild rice.
Yeah.
Popcorn. But a lot of people think that part of the thing that's going on with people, they say they're glucose or gluten intolerant. And what's actually, it's not gluten that's fucking with them, it's glyphosate.
Really?
Yeah.
And this is just one of those like
those American things.
Like huge conglomerates.
Yep. Monsanto. Yeah. So that's Roundup. So there's that, and then there's seed oils. Fucking terrible for you. And they're in everything. And they're in everything because they're cheap. And it used to be industrial lubricant, and they figured out a way to make it somehow or another turn into food.
It's so fucking sad. Like I also that most people, myself included, I'm not even talking about like you just don't have the knowledge of it. You have to inquire, really be curious about this.
And you got to dig for a long time. If you talk to your doctors, a lot of times doctors don't know jack shit. Most doctors spend a shockingly small amount of time in in medical school studying nutrition.
Yeah.
Most doctors, they'll tell you, just eat a healthy diet. I'm like, look at you, doc. Look at you, doc.
You know, I had was a 260 pound cardiologist. Isn't that crazy? Like, I'm not
That's like 7 feet tall.
He was shorter than me.
Oh,
And I was like,
so big.
you tell people? I'm like, baby,
That's so crazy.
it's so crazy. He's wild.
Some people just can't control themselves. They just don't. They don't have a history of controlling themselves, and so they just don't. They just eat. I mean, bro, I remember Ralphie, man. We one time we all left the comedy store and we went to a bar. It was Stanhope, me, and a couple other comics, and Ralphie. His name was Joey, and Ralphie was the biggest thing. There was this bar that's like, you know, it was also back in the day before Hollywood was a zombie. And so Ralphie doesn't show up. We're waiting for him. Where the fuck's Ralphie? We were waiting for everybody outside. We were gonna all go in together and get a table.
Yeah.
We're sitting outside and Ralphie, no Ralphie for a long ass time. And then all of a sudden, like an hour later, Ralphie shows up. And Ralphie's back seat was just filled with rappers. So addicted that he couldn't get in his car and drive from the comedy store to this bar, which is like 2 miles away. He had to stop at Jack in the Box. Tear it up. This was at a time where he got his stomach stapled, so he couldn't eat any meat. So he wasn't eating meat, so he's eating jalapeno poppers from Jack in the Box. Just stacks of them.
Yeah, he was really sick.
He was sick. He ate through his stomach stapling twice.
I got to push over.
Oh, let's be together. And we're back.
Great people. It's such a good church.
When you have to pee and I can't concentrate, so hard to talk.
Your eye starts to flutter.
Yeah. Makes me think about those debates. If we're someone has to pee in a debate, you gotta dial your water in just right.
Do you have I have a pre-show routine?
Do you?
Yeah, because I would say like my fixation is I kind of have to when I get like during the day I'm drinking water and a couple of coffees. It's like we're on the road, we go work out, increase the water intake, start drinking more, and then get ready, head over to the venue, and it's like okay, I get there. Show would be 45 minutes. It's like I pee, but then I keep going. Oh, there's a water. And I pour a Diet Coke and then take on stage in a cup, water, and then it's like I start the show. I introduce, opener, and then I'm like, all right, I'll be back, and I do that, and then it's like, hey, he's got 5 minutes left, and I always go, do I have to breathe in? Like this is like a real, yeah. It's like you're gonna go to a spa or like you're gonna get a massage, and like you have to breathe, and I go, do I? Yeah. I think there's 4 drops left. I'd like to get them out.
Get them out. The worst shit. If you think you're gonna go on stage for an hour and you take shit, oh my god.
Yeah.
How much time does he have left? He has 3 minutes left. Get shit.
I know that is. But your body does this thing where it'll shut the shit thing down, unless it's like a real fucking emergency. But
you ever had that on stage?
Have I ever had that? I puked on the side of the stage.
Really?
Yeah, that was. Those are.
Were you sick?
Yeah, and that was horrible. Literally in a can in the wings.
Oh my god.
Jesus. Like that was.
Did you go back on stage?
Yep.
Did they know you threw up?
Nope. So I told them.
Wow.
No. But the key one, like I hate when you go, all right, I just like a toddler, just go fucking douche, and then it's like 5 minutes in, I have to pee right now. You just carry that.
Oh,
your body will like, but there's like this discomfort you have the whole time you stand up. You get it for an hour.
I did it once where I ran off stage, and the mothership,
Yeah.
Just,
And you went down.
No, it was like I finished my set.
Oh, you finished it.
But like halfway through my set, I was like, God damn, I had to pee. Yeah, it's almost in the bathroom, like right before I went.
Right.
I was like, fuck.
No, it's. I've also started the stage before, like in a panic.
Jesus. On the ground?
No, like in a trash. And in a cup. I've done that too.
How many times has Ari peed right there? This is in fucking kombucha bottles and everything.
It's disgusting.
He's gross. He wants you to know he's peeing in the room.
Yeah. Show you the nuts. I'm surprised I haven't seen it. Oh, there's some decent.
We're getting close to October. We're gonna do something this year.
Dude, I'm shooting you every month.
Oh,
I'll be here.
okay.
I'll be here.
You gonna go sober?
No, sure. I'm gonna be like shooting 5 days a week. I'm sure.
You think we get Bert to go sober for a month again? Because last year he was excited to do it. But, maybe he could use it though, right?
I don't know.
Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
No, it's never the worst thing for any of us to take a month off.
You're good.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, I always feel like, I mean, it's what kind of challenge is it for each person, you know?
Well, it's easy for me. I haven't had a drink since I had a couple classes. I had a margarita and like a mule Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
So that was it. That was the last time I drank.
Yeah, I had a few drinks Saturday night. Like,
That was at dinner with the missus. But I haven't had any food drinks since then, which is normal. I go a week, 2. Like it's not, it's not that big a deal.
that's what I'm saying. So like,
But for Bert, it's a big ass deal.
yeah, it tests his will for sure, and will to work, cleans him up. I think he also kind of gets off on challenge of it because so many people are like, you're gonna struggle with this, like, online. I think that
Well, Bert's another one that has that delusional, I can't lose.
he is. I remember what is it? When he was like, I can do this, folks. I think I can.
I was like, you're gonna fucking tear your hands. When he told me he could, I really believed for a second he could. I was like, really? Wow.
I know, because it also is one of those things that Bert could see, like, you know what I mean? It wouldn't be out of the realm of possibilities. It's
Right.
like, oh, you have this secret skill, you can also do this?
Right, like when you played tennis. You thought like you could serve like a fucking pro.
You know, he gets all these, like, weird, it's like hidden skills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really believe that he could do the splits.
Yeah.
But he couldn't even come close. It wasn't even in the neighborhood where you did a split once in your life and you got to get it back. You know, like maybe you did it when you were in high school and you can kind of get back there.
Yeah. You could get it. Now, do you still do them all the time?
All the time.
Okay.
I stretch out constantly. Okay. Especially lately, because I've been dealing with like some real stiff back problems. 'Cause when I shoot a lot of archery, I get real stiff in my right side of my lower back and my neck. Because my bow is 80 pounds to pull back. So I'm pulling back 80 pounds like 150 times a day.
Yeah. So it's tight.
Everything's tight, so it really helps to stretch. Massage helps a lot, but man, stretching helps so much.
I started stretching, and like, it's not that unusual, like, kind of chronically tight hamstrings, you know? But, the massage definitely helps, but spending a little time every day working on hamstring stretches is definitely helpful.
It's fucking gigantic. Everyone should stretch. And especially for anyone that has like stiffness in their lower back. And a lot of that stuff, like, you'd be amazed at how stretching hamstrings alleviates a lot of stress on their lower back.
Yeah, it's all tied there. Like, a lot of times that lower back tightness, it's just, you just follow the line. It's like your glutes into your hamstrings, and your hamstrings are super tight. They're pulling down, and it'll relieve your lower back.
Yeah, I do a lot of hamstring exercises too, though. I do a lot of Nordic curls. I do those. Those are the shit, man. Once I started getting into those, the neo toes kind of stuff.
Like Nordic, is that like laying flat?
Yeah, you lay flat, you pull yourself up.
Oh yeah,
it's fucking hard.
Really?
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah,
I do that for sets of 6, like 6 reps. Myself up. And I remember the first time I did it, I couldn't do one. I was like, "This is crazy."
Really?
Yeah. I was like, "I have strong fucking legs. Like, how can I not do this? This is nuts." I couldn't believe I couldn't do it. I was shocked. That's why I really started concentrating on it. Now I do sets of 6, but I think I could probably do 9. If I guessed, I think
it's that challenge.
It's fucking hard, dude. It's
I don't think I've ever tried it.
She's tried. Okay, we'll do it out here. I have one right out in the middle of it.
Really?
Yeah, I have one in the. I have an extra one for you.
That's good.
Yeah. I have a bunch of them. I've gotten. There's the Tib Bar guy who made me a cool one, and there's a few other ones. This is that guy, Mr. Infinity, who made one that's really good. There's a lot of ones that are adjustable to do a bunch of different things, as well as just do the Nordic curls, and some of them reverse hypers on, a bunch of other lower back exercises. But it's a great one for stabilizing the knee. Really good exercise for, because there's nothing else like it. It's like you're pulling your whole, like that's it. That's what it looks like when you're doing it.
Yeah, that looks.
That's a sweat. It's fucking hard, man.
Yeah, it looks like.
But the one that's really cool, the reason why I really like the tip bar guy one and the Mr. Infinity one is that you can change the angle of it. So instead of starting flat, like the road one that we have outside, you start completely flat. And at the beginning, I had to help myself. I had to, like, what I would do is I put 2 fingers down and give myself a little push with fingers, and then complete the reps of the hamstring, and then try to lower myself as much as I could and then catch it. But now I've got to the point where I just go all the way down slow, all the way up. That's cool. I could do it. But it took a while to build it up, and I was kind of surprised because I thought it was going to be like one of those things like a pistol squat. Like, it looks hard, but last try I can do that. But I was like, this is fucking impossible. Wow. But you think about that kind of a pull, that's it right there. Who is this one? Tip bar guys. This one's a really good one, man. So you can use it to do back extensions. You can use it to do reverse hypers. Really top-notch stuff. And the angle change is huge because you started off, give yourself a little bit of an angle, so you're already like halfway through the rep, and it's much easier. And then lower a little bit, and then eventually it gets to flat.
I like that. That's right.
It's especially for rehabbing that bad knee, injured knee. It's really good. Anything I do leg curls too with those. You ever use those monkey feet?
Yeah,
things.
yeah.
That thing's fucking great. And then they have a new one, a Monkey Feet Pro. So they have the plates already built into it, and so you can slide a pin out. You know, with those like dumbbells that do that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so it's built in. It's flat at the bottom instead of like having a dumbbell that you have to attach to it. That's cool. Yeah, that's the new one. So that's fucking huge. But all those different things to stabilize all those muscles and to do knee raises and fucking stuff.
Yeah, that seems awesome.
So if we do so for October, do you think we should have some sort of challenge this year, or should we?
I just won't have time.
Right.
I just would be way too busy.
Are you gonna work out at all?
Yeah, so I already talked to look, I mean, I've been preparing for this thing by training 6 days a week and alternating. Today was a steady state cardio day, so I did an endurance ride for 60 minutes, a bike ride. And then tomorrow morning, I'll get up and lift. And then, so you're really organized. I'm organized. I like structure. So I'll follow my plan, but I'm able to do right now hour sessions, hour lifting, hour cardio sessions. Sometimes I can do 2 a days if the schedule allows. Do 2 in a day. But I was like, look, I know when we're in production. No, so I'm just my trainer and I have been figuring out like, all right, what about like, because I've had days where I go, I don't have an hour, right? But you can still like get something good going in 30 minutes. Sure. And I'm like, look, all I got to do, I still want to get into working on production and just go into zero. I'll feel like shit too.
Right.
So figuring out like, okay, I think it has to be AM for me. This whole idea that I'm going to shoot all day and at the end of the day you're prepping for the next day. I'm going to work out now at like 9:30. It's just not going to happen. So we're going to try to organize workouts that are more condensed that I'll be able to keep doing through production. This is 6 weeks, 7 weeks of production.
And what is the show?
So this is the show that I don't think I've ever shown you, but like 2 years ago, I had a break on my tour, and I had this kind of distorted sense of income because you're on tour, and you're like, I love features, but trying to pull a feature together is a huge undertaking. But if you want to shoot like a short film, it's a lot easier to manage. So I go, I had all these things that I've written, 5 to 10 page short stories, and I hit up my friend Rabbi. I was like, hey, we work together and stuff. He's the one that directed my music video. So I go, I got a break on tour. I'm willing to write a check to make a short film. I stopped you right there. Yeah. Did Bert ever have a really hard problem? You stabbing him to death? He was like, I don't know. That's just your humor. He's like, people ask me, and he said, I just told them that's comes humor. I guess that's what he finds funny. Because that was like,
if my friend did a video where he stabbed me to death, I might be like, how does he really feel about it? Like, what the fuck is going on? He stabbed me to death on a video.
But he is right, and I do. I mean, if you see the series, you'll see that like, oh, this is a warm feeling to you. Like I just, you know, it is.
It's just so ridiculous. And he's so big in that video. With the face swap.
Yeah, it was a great deep fake for at the time too. It's gotten so much better now. But anyway, I tell my friend, I go, I want to shoot a short film. You know, like during this break, like I'll pay for it, and I just want to shoot and put it out, kind of like a music video. And he was like, looking at, I was sending him scripts. He's like, I think we could actually, if you can take this like 11 days, I think we could shoot 3. I'm like, really? That's gonna be fucking crazy to shoot 11 days in a row on break when I should be like taking time down. But I go, okay. So we signed up to shoot 3. And again, the whole thing is like, we'll just make these because I enjoy making them. You know what I mean? All right. So we shoot them, and then when we have them, we're like, oh, this kind of is like a show now. It's like the old Twilight Zone. It's just like, here's a short story. But then we went back to a white site, like a sound stage, and I shot an production, like I'm the host of a show. And then the idea was, remember I built like during the pandemic this pay-per-view kind of website, you know, where people could buy tickets to like live podcasts. It's like, oh, I know what we're going to cut this together, and then this will be the first like ticketed like pay-per-view event. It is a scripted, written show as opposed to like a live podcast, which I was really excited about. I was like, look, I don't even care. I don't need to make money, even if this like helps me recoup a portion of what I spent to make this. I feel like that would be a win. It's just exciting to try something new like that. Right. So it's all cut together. You know, it's super high production quality, and I show it to like agents, and they're you gotta show this to some of the streamers. You know? But I told them my plan. I was like, my plan was just to do this, and we can get a series out of this. We showed it to Netflix, and they were like, yeah, we'll do a series, do 6 seasons. So now we spent time, obviously, in the writer's room writing 6 episodes worth of these, and each episode will have like a theme, and then short stories that are dark, like twisted, fucked up stories. They're with a comedic twist to it, right? Like things that are comedic in nature, I would say, but dark. So I think it's like I say like the best way to describe it is it's kind of a comedic Black Mirror. Short stories that are twisted that have a comedic tone.
So do you have the whole app? First of all, you really like to be busy.
I mean,
more than anybody I know.
I do feel, I think, better having a lot going on. You know?
But even you like to be overwhelmed.
I think there's a line. I've discovered in my life that there's a line, and that and you have to figure out the line by living.
Well,
that you go to.
I'm coming everywhere was the line.
That was too much.
Right.
That was your tour. That was the last tour, and that was, you leave Monday and you do shows Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, like that. And that was week after week, and that was a lot. That was too much. This tour that I've been on this year is like, this weekend I'm in Eugene, Vancouver, Denver. That's it. Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
I'm home that night. Right. The next week, Cleveland, Buffalo, Toronto. It's like three shows, 3 nights.
Right.
That's a much more manageable way to live.
Yeah.
But I had to figure it out. Production too. There's no way to work in production where I'm writing, producing, directing something. There's no way to do that without being busy, but it's also a condensed amount of time. That's what I like about production, is that you only have 2 weeks. You see your ending. We're done, so we just have to make it happen. So I mean, it'll be a very busy 6 weeks for me, but it also will be over.
And when is that going to get out on Netflix?
My thought is that it would probably be spring. I think. So I'm sure that conversation not so simple. But I'm so fucking stoked for you. Like we got a great group together to write it, and I love that I get to work with Rami, I'm with Jared Connor, and just a great crew. And like we're casting here in the next couple of weeks. One of the things I'm honestly super proud of is that I got them to let me do the show in Austin. And we're gonna have Austin production, Austin crew, we're casting Austin actors. So it's like a real Austin production. You know? So that to me was like very fun. I was like, I don't want to go move to Atlanta to do this. Right. I want to do it home. I'll see how you kind of actors here. Oh, for sure there's actors. And also and we are doing Austin locations. Like we're shooting all over the city. But I think that's fucking cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's exciting. It's a wild show. When you see this stuff, you're fucked up. Man.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
I'm excited. So when do you start?
Our first shoot day is October 7th, I think.
Wow.
It's not long.
6 weeks of chaos.
6 weeks of chaos. And
there's something about having a goal to like a thing that you're working towards. It just changes your mindset.
Yeah. I think this has helped with like even like the kind of focus of like nutrition and health and like, you know, the discipline of that leads into the discipline of writing and like getting these meetings done and like it all comes together.
Yeah. When I was getting ready to do my live special, knowing that there was a date that this had to be done, and it was only on one night. Yeah. So it was like this like super hyper focused getting ready for something like that.
Yeah.
And when I did it, I was like, after it was over, I was like, I want to do that again. Yeah. At first I was like, I'm gonna do this one time. I'm never gonna fucking do this again. This is a ridiculous idea to be able to do something live to millions of people on Netflix.
So you enjoy the experience.
I like it.
So you like the pressure.
I like it. Yeah. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I like it too much.
And that's kind of how I am about the.
Have you ever thought about doing a live special?
Never thought of that.
You should do it.
You think so?
Yep. I think everybody should do it. Yeah. Everybody's good. You do good shows. You do great sets for headlining sets. Just get it dialed in, where moves, and let's fucking go and just bust that motherfucker out for the whole world. And you have to do anything.
That I'll tell you, I fucking hate. Oof. For the worst. You know, the last time they called me, so we're gonna have to change your release date because you won't watch it.
Yeah, I always. I don't want to.
Either.
I don't want to.
I fucking hated it.
Yeah.
And then gross. Then I told them I wanted the show that they were like, no, not that. Well, yeah, no, I want this show. What about the other show? I don't want that show. And then everyone was like, oh, you asked me to fucking watch this. I watched it.
Well, that's got to be. You can't have anybody giving you advice.
No.
I don't agree. I think if a comic is going to put out a special, it should be that comic special. That comic thing should be on that special, and that's it. I don't want to know. I remember Rabbi and Bill Burr were arguing in the parking lot of the comedy store, and Rabbi was drunk, and Bill Burr was like, "Hey, I'm not going to fucking argue with you about what my fucking act is while you're drunk at the comedy store." It's this like incredible moment. I'm like, yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. You're not supposed to have someone tell you what the fuck you're going to put in your act.
Sure.
Like, do you know how to do comedy? No, you don't do comedy, right? Shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up. This is crazy. This is a crazy conversation.
Yeah,
but everybody wants to get in there. And that's the problem with, like, if you were doing your show. It's a problem with doing anything. Like, imagine if you did your mom's house and you had a bunch of people you were working for.
That's a great analogy. I mean, yes.
Especially your mom's house live.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Which I was a Fear Factor for 6 years. And I fucking gagged so hard watching that show. I had to turn away 3 or 4 times.
I know you're right. I mean,
no one would let you do it, but yet it's hugely successful.
It's totally true. I mean, notes-wise, I'll say this. Like, so I experienced this with the book. I wrote a book, a year ago or whatever. Is like the first time you get notes on anything, a script or anything, you're like, what the fuck is this?
Right.
And then when you do encounter notes of value, because there are notes that are short, that you go like, that was a good note. You have to be able to balance. Because what ends up happening, the way to really, I think, handle it is you listen to all of them, but you also have to be able to go, I hear what you're saying on this, and I totally disagree. You can't, it's hard to do when you're like, starting out.
Right, it's impossible.
You just can't. But once you kind of know yourself and what you're trying to do, you get to go like, oh yeah, that's a good, I know what you're going for there, I don't want to do that.
Right.
And so I'm not.
Yeah.
But your other note was great.
But could you imagine if, like, you decided that like doing your mom's house was too difficult, so you're gonna bring in some Hollywood executives to help you. Some actual Hollywood producers that do like Keeping Up with the Kardashians or something. And they're gonna help you produce your mom's house.
That's so far fetched, but like it's like it would be such a fucking shit show.
It would be terrible.
It would be terrible.
But isn't it interesting? It's so popular.
Yeah.
That but people once it becomes popular, then they would want to get in.
And here's how we can make it
Better. Yeah, let's tighten it up.
Yeah.
Figure out a way to
Can
make
you
it.
imagine somebody telling you how to connect this thing?
It'd be impossible.
Yeah.
I can't even take it. I don't even when someone asks me to put someone on, even if I would want to put that person on, no, I don't want to put them on.
Just because they ask.
I don't want to get into that. Only want to have people on the show that I want on the show, and that's it. That's the only way I've ever done it. That's the only way I want to do it.
Somebody asked me just like a week ago, a guy stopped me and he was like, I have a question about podcasting. And I go, what? He goes, what's the criteria for asking someone to be a guest?
Please don't.
What do you check off on somebody I want to talk to?
Please don't
Yeah.
send me that.
That's the
That's it.
he goes,
Please
that's
don't
it.
send me that.
That's what I want to do.
That's the beautiful thing about what we're doing. The beautiful thing about today. There's never been a time like that where something can reach fucking millions and millions of people,
Mm.
and it's just I want to talk to that guy.
Yeah.
Like this guy doesn't think the moon is real. Come on in.
Come in here.
Let's talk. You had that fucking hummus cannon guy on. No, you didn't.
No, yeah, the funny is we were exchanging videos of him before that. Remember we were
Oh,
like,
yeah. Is that guy for real? Like, what do you think is
He is
going
for
on?
real.
So that's really who he is?
that's who he is.
You sure there's not like a little bit of
He understands, he gets Will Blunderfeld. He gets that there's an angle with which people are seeing this through, and he understands the humor in it, but it's based in, for him, an authentic point of view, for sure.
so he's trying to get straight guys to do gay stuff.
He would say it's fucking gayer to not do that stuff.
This is
The
Spartan
straightest
mentality.
thing you can do is fill in like an epic cum. It's like, what is this?
What's funny about that is that used to be how warriors lived.
That's what he talks about all the time. And he's pretty well versed in like Spartan history, samurai. And he'll know he's like, here's the literature. He'll show you. Like, I think, look, the real, if you want to like break down what he's doing, I think a big part of what he's doing is trying to
trick guys in the fucking
that's one of them. The other one is, shedding this masculinity is only this. Like that's like the origin of it, right? That like that you don't have to be this way in order to be or like guys are whatever. So many guys are super homophobic. It's like that's like the footsteps of all this starting.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think he's very aware of humor. And
He must,
he totally.
It's a hummus cannon.
No, it's great. I mean, and you're wonderful.
Yeah.
Starfish receptacle or something.
Yeah, where was
Yeah.
dirt hole?
Yeah. So all types of where you got lick each other's nipples if you're a good man.
Yeah.
But yeah, he knows what he's doing. I think
How many guys are sucking his dick because of those videos?
a couple of probably been like, am I straight now? I did what you said. I don't know.
That's the thing. Like if someone gets enough followers, there's going to be, out of every 1,000 people,
My
there's a guy
favorite,
that you're talking to a being in a cult.
my favorite is this guy right now, Fancy Chef. Where he's like, he's just. I haven't seen you Fancy Chef video.
No.
He's just like in his kitchen, and he's in his chef's outfit with the hat, and he'll put like strawberries in the glass. He's like beautiful. Look at this shit I need to make. Like, you just put strawberries in the glass, but he's like, book me, call me right now, millionaires and billionaires. And he does this whole pitch about how he's like a world class chef, and you just keep watching. And you're like, am I getting trolled? Or is what's going on?
Is this a delusional person or is this a subtle troll?
That's exactly what you do. And then the more you watch, you're like, oh no, he's delusional for sure. But
Being delusional can get you pretty fucking
it
far.
can. And like,
So he's cooking food. What's the food on the left? On the left, right there. What is that? What's he got going on there? Looks like chicken.
That's beautiful.
beautiful. Nice.
That's so beautiful. It's beautiful.
Well, he just laid fucking time on top of it. I don't know if that's gonna do anything.
That's what I tell you. That's what I tell you. That's what's so Let's go see it to you.
And he goes between this. There's a lot of wine glasses. Like he's always putting something in a glass, and then okay, look at the top panel. Day 238 of not knowing whether this channel is satire. Like it's like
Jamie, I'm gonna send you the guy that I'm addicted to. I'm addicted to this dude. It's BS dining experience. And all this dude does is deep fry food.
That's it.
But it just does it with enthusiasm outdoors. Give me some volume. Go down and get the chicken, not the snake. The snake's disgusting. Go down and get some of that chicken. What's this? Good. Yes. Yeah, he baptizes it in the grease. Everything's getting
That's
baptized.
a lot of chicken.
Oh yeah, he's cooking for like parties. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
Oh, you imagine how good that is, dude.
Oh my god, I get so hungry. And watch when he puts it out. Watch he pulls it out. Oh my god. Come on. Come on. Look at that. Look at that. And he does this with everything. He does it with fish. Like go back to his page. His actual page, so you can see all different. Yeah. So he's got all kinds of shit. Like look, he's doing crabs, fish. Look at this.
Wait, how you living? Excellent. How'd you find out about me? Oh, which Discord? Which one? Chillzone. Oh, great. Wonderful. Well, how's your day going, people? Excellent. You mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. We talk about some things on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society, things that can't grab events and matter faster than light travel. We talk about life extension technology, de-extinction, talk about mind deployment. Has anybody ever told you they don't think you're going to die? No, there's a way to escape death. It's known as mind deployment technology. So essentially, we scan your brain into a computer. We scan your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, or later download as an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a cybernetic being, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want. But essentially, what I'm saying is that if you took it, you'll be able to really do that. No matter how much you choose to see the art. There you go. All right, well, that's how it happened.
It's all deep fried, terrible for you. It looks amazing.
Like
He's
you
got
like,
waffles and everything.
if you were like, what's the decadent thing you kind of want to indulge in? Where when it's done well, I don't know that everything makes me happier, but fried chicken.
Fried chicken at Roscoe's with waffles, with butter and syrup, and you get a little piece of the chicken, a little piece of the waffle. Sensational.
Fried chicken where crisp is done perfectly, and the chicken isn't dry. It's still mush.
That's why that kind of stuff looks so good. Oh, my juice. I got juicy fried chicken.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. There's anything.
I got Colonel Sanders the other day.
Yeah.
Not the other day, about 7 months ago. I was just driving. I was hungry. Like, chicken's probably pretty safe. Let me pull and get some fried chicken. It just tasted like poison.
Yeah.
I was like, what's in this? What kind of oil are you guys using? When was the last time you cleaned the oil?
At KFC.
A random KFC in the middle of nowhere. So I've had some KFC that's really good. Like there used to be a KFC in Woodland Hills. I used to get now and then I wanted to cheat. I go in there and get some chicken. That's
Fried
good.
chicken.
It's so good. So good with hot sauce on it. Baby. But this one was terrible.
Do you have an unnatural tolerance for hot sauce?
Yes.
Is this genetic?
I think it is. Because my daughter had it. I have
Like,
one daughter that
you haven't like trained up to it, or you have.
I think I've trained up to it too. Yeah.
But one daughter is like
one daughter just can take anything.
She's fine.
Yeah, she loves it. She's like really hot stuff. Like I brought her some of that Senor Lechuga. I have a partnership with Senor Lechuga that makes crazy hot stuff. Like Reapers in it.
Yeah.
It's potent. She's no problem.
So that's
It has to be genetic.
because I've been with you and I'm like, what are you talking about? It's fine. That's not fine. No one else is fine.
Yeah, I fuck up that hot wing show. I can get down.
I think you would.
I can get down. Yeah.
He's the best.
I just don't want to answer questions while I'm eating hot dogs.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense. But I can get down with some ferocious shit.
Yeah. I've seen it. It can't just be like the natural.
No, no.
Like it's natural, but I'm saying it's not everybody.
No, I think there's some genetic and then there's some build up to it. But I like it.
I like Kit, but I don't like that.
I like it. Really.
And you don't feel like it.
I start sweating. My daughter makes fun of me because I literally pouring down my face. She's like, "What the fuck is wrong with you in your head?"
I start sweating. But I start sweating way lower.
My clothes are wet, like everything.
Love eggs.
Oh yeah. I put some early chew on my eggs this morning. I had eggs with elk sausage for breakfast. You want some elk sausage? I got some.
Yes.
Ooh, I hope you are.
Really?
Yeah. I'll give you
Okay.
I got a commercial freezer back there. So
Okay.
Elk sausage is so good,
And
man.
it's just like ready, frozen. And
Mhm.
stuff. Is it?
Yep, frozen. And I got this jalapeno cheddar.
What's the best way to prepare that white sausage?
I like it on a skillet. I like it. I do it on a Traeger too. I do it on a pellet grill. That's good too. You get to a certain temperature. I like that too. I do it real slow. I do like 225 degrees and get it up to like 134 internal and then pull it. But it's as long as you don't overcook it because they do add like a little bit of pork fat when they make it for me because I get it prepared at like a butcher shop. But you're dealing with a much leaner meat. It's
You can dry it out.
yeah, you can dry it out. There's like a fine line. You want it like right, you're medium rare.
That's why I love using my pellet grill.
Oh, those are great. That's great. Yeah, and there's some easy. I got the newest Traeger. I had the old one, but the newest one is so much better. It's incredible.
Really?
Yeah, it makes everything smokier. The effect is better. The flavor's better. It's easier to use. It's got 2 different probes for temperature. It's just like it alerts you on your app. You can lower and raise the temperature on the app.
And I went out.
Yeah.
I left the house with the boys. Just check the.
Yeah, you see the temperature of the food. You can see the temperature of the grill. And you can say, you know what, it's getting a little close. Let me drop that bitch down to 180.
Yeah.
And bang.
It's incredible.
Yeah. Well, it's just so easy to use. I still like an offset smoker too, though. I have a real offset smoker that I got. That is better. The thing about the real offset smoker, it's much more of a pain in the ass, but there's certain sugars that you get from the wood itself, like a real piece of mesquite, a real piece of post oak, and you set a little fire underneath there with little sticks, and you get it built up, and then you dial it in with the dampers. It's like a thing. It's like a lot of work.
Yeah.
But the flavor is even more intense.
I get so seduced by these videos of people doing things, and I think this. Get what company it is makes this Argentine.
I got one of those too. Real Works.
Where they wheel it over the fire. I want one of those.
Real Works.
Yeah,
Go to Real Works.
I want one of those.
This dude, Real Works Ben, he hooked me up, and I have one installed at my house. It's the same thing. Cranking up. That is great. Just steaks.
Yeah, just like watching that video.
Oh yeah. Because it's the same thing. You're just using hardwood. So you just got hardwood cooking. You get those flames rising up. Look. There's a place.
Oh, this is the thing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the place in Vegas.
This is
Bizarre Meats. Jose Andres' place. That's what they use.
I want one of these.
I'll get you. I'll hook you up.
Really?
Yeah. I'll have that guy make it. Fuck yes, dude. You'll love it. They're the shit. They're the shit.
Steak.
Oh yeah, it's incredible. And they have a bunch of different ones. They can either do a custom build, or they can just have one like that that's already made. They roll it into your backyard. Fucking incredible. And if you dial it in right, you use meat probes and you slowly cook it and then sear it at the end. It has that flavor, like that place, Bizarre Meats in Vegas. You walk it. Shout out to those. That's the best shit. Bro, how crazy was what happened to him in Israel?
With his World Central Kitchen?
Yeah. It looks like they targeted.
It's horrible, man.
Didn't they kill like 6 people? A bunch of people died. Yeah, we're just trying to feed refugees. It fucking sucks. How crazy is that? It sucks. And those guys are just—they go. People don't know. It's Central Kitchen just goes anywhere there's a disaster, like hurricane, tornadoes, earthquakes, war zones.
Invasion of Ukraine. They were setting up outside.
They're just like people need to eat. They're not like politically siding with anyone.
Nope.
They're just feeding.
They're not even publicizing it.
Yeah.
He's just doing it, and people write stories about the fact that he's doing it.
It's incredible.
He's genuine. He's like there's genuine people that are really filled with like real philanthropy, like really want to help people.
Yeah.
That's that guy.
Yeah.
And his food is insane. That bizarre meats in Vegas is like so underrated.
Yeah, here's the one in DC, especially the chocolate. Yeah, it's so fucking good. All Spanish.
Mm.
I
think he's got one in Chicago too.
Yeah, he's got a bunch, but he doesn't miss. But his food is amazing.
He's the best. Tony Bonds, you're the fucking man.
Thanks
for doing this, brother.
Yeah, of course.
So when your show comes out, come back and do it again.
I would love to. Thank you so much.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you.
All right. Bye, everybody. Oh, check on the baseball stuff real quick. Okay.
Yeah.
Good call. Good call. All right. Open up Google. High school baseball. Come on.
What was the other one?
Yeah, humidors and high school baseball. Nope. Most of this shit I already look at. Phones, cars, Halle Berry, boxers, Michael Jordan. Nope, not yet. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe eventually.
I'll send you.
Right now, it seems like all the same stuff that we always talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would definitely.
Science, black hole, Stephen Colbert. All right. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Joe, we still have a name for it.
We're not the cocks, right? What was wrong with the cocks?
Cocks is okay. Protect your neck. I think protect your neck is best. That's the best one.
Yeah, let's go with protect
I'm
your
down
neck.
with that. Protect your neck.
Yeah, I'm down for that. Protect your neck.
Yeah.
Theme song.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the theme song's already done for us. We
Yeah.
got it.
There's 2 Wu-Tang songs I always listen to when I'm going to an arena, when I'm doing a show. It's Protect Your Neck and Gravel Pit. Those 2, they just get you.
Get you
Especially
going.
Gravel Pit. Oh, there it is. There's our theme song, boys. All right, that's all we got without getting kicked off of YouTube. Even that might get us in trouble. You all right there, Rella?
Are you fingering that skull?
We gotta pause real quick so Jamie can fix this. We'll pause.
Can you hear it now, Rollo?
Yes, sir. There we go.
Hey, you know what we never tried?
What?
The smelling sauce.
We gotta show do the sheathing. Sheathing in shoes. It's when metal rings. We were talking about it. 3 of us have rings on with the rubber. These are like silver rings. Yeah. Don't wear a ring on the Don't wear a ring to the gym. You could drop a weight on, rip your finger off, like for real.
You wear these.
Yeah.
These are great.
These are great. These are great.
Just don't wear nothing. That way you can cheat too.
I think the goofiest looking one is a tattoo with ring.
Yeah.
That one's goofy. It's almost as bad as the bicep with the fucking chain with the, just old school arm liner.
I'm actually wearing my mom.
There you go. Good man.
It does actually stay all the time.
This fucking dork.
Like a slingshot. That's great.
Yeah, I heard about a dude in God, I forget whose gym. One of some big name dude, and he took a photo of one of the students who said, "Don't ever come on my mouth with a ring on." ever.
Oh my
Ever.
God.
This is what happens. He posted it. I don't remember who posted it, but fuck, man, it's like you can't. It's just too dangerous. You basically have a metal wedge on your finger. If you do anything heavy, if you're in the outdoors, if you're climbing something, you can't just dig right into your meat and rip your fucking finger apart.
When I was fighting, when I was champ, I had I just got married. I was fighting, and when I had the ring on, this is before they had the rubber rings, you know. And guys get excited to see you, so sometimes you give them the hand, they squeeze your fingers, and it's so exciting. It's so exciting. You're trying to be nice. I wonder if that's why you wear a ring. So you shake hands with your right. Yeah, I mean, that's good. That's good.
That totally makes sense.
Especially, I hate those douchebags that always try to give me that fucking, they have a nice squeeze.
They grab the tips.
And they try to put the hand.
I don't like when they
fucking nerves when you squeeze your
It's a
fingers.
bitch move.
Shake your hand.
It's a bitch move. Like, I like a firm handshake. I like a man with a firm handshake.
And
Look in the eye.
not
I like a firm handshake, but I don't like that finger squeezing bullshit.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
cheap.
Yeah.
You know I don't have a good grip. You're squeezing anyway. That's a douchebag move. A nice person would relax their hand. You slap and you give each other a nice firm handshake.
That's right, for sure. Even that, like when guys try to, like they got a real strong lip, they try to fucking give you that squeeze. I just, especially my right hand, but I got a fucking front here from Shorty caught his head. It's like a and still, my guy's like a double rabbit with Longo after a while. So when guys squeeze that shit, I feel like, you got me deep with the grip, but I'll fucking strangle the fuck out of you. You do that gripping thing?
Well, it's like men feel so uncomfortable when they're around a guy like you. They don't know how to behave. Yeah, for you.
I'll be like a sneaker.
Do you want an espresso or do you want a cup? Because it's just
That's a lot better. Yeah,
because, like, you know, when they get around a guy like you, they don't know what to do. Because guys like always like to pretend that they could beat another guy's legs. Even to just posture and a lot of that guy. They get a guy like you all of a sudden like, how are you?
That's why I put on some weight. That's why I'm trying to get over 200, just so I can posture on them back. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Like if you're meeting Francis Ngannou, how fucking terrifying.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
You're regular dude, and you shit that guy's head. You're like, oh, what the fuck, man? I remember the first time I interviewed him, I was standing next to him. I'm like, what the fuck, man? That guy is so powerful.
He's right. I got bigger than him.
Yes.
He's good.
He is good.
He's like 6'8".
He KO'd Brian Bader and real quick, right? It wasn't like 20 seconds
or something. Yeah,
dude, he is clean right now.
Yeah.
Let's watch that because this guy's good, dude. Like this is a dangerous fight. After you have to think, you know, he fights Anthony Joshua. That was a bad KO. From one of the best knockout artists in boxing, right? This guy's big. He's really athletic too. He's a lot super fast, man, and he does a lot of wild shit. He does a lot of kicks and knees. I mean, he's good. How much taller is he than a few inches? I think Francis is like 6'4", 6'5", something like that. This he's taller. Francis is bigger though, for sure. But this guy's fucking dangerous, man, and he's real raw. Like, watch this combination when he lands it on Bader. See, Bader can't close the distance here. He's having this guy's from the outside. Look at that right hand.
He made it from the
Bro, watch that again. That shit was perfect. Watch it again. Look at the timing on this guy, man. Watch this. Bader's trying to close. He's trying to close. Check out this. Watch this fade away a little to his left. Oh!
I mean, right over the top of the jab. Right over the jab.
That guy's dangerous, man. He's fucking dangerous.
Dude, his footwork was real nice.
The man is also 40, and you know,
100%. But Bader at heavyweight's been doing pretty good. Yeah. Especially with them Bellator testing. How many times did Bobby Lashley defeat? Respect to Bobby Lashley.
but still, we know what's up.
He was always on the Indian.
No real relation.
Bobby Lashley is the only guy I've fought that made it look like He was caught too.
The Bob Lasser had
Yeah,
everyone.
Oh, random. For sure.
Yeah, but we know
Yeah.
he was in the WWE guy. He is.
Yo, he can fight.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
was
he
he
like a BQ national champ or something like that?
Yeah,
He was. Yeah, he was a real legit wrestler.
He's a legit fighter. Legit fighter. But why are you touch too hard?
Yeah, because he wrestled at like 189 in college.
Also, it's 48. Well, you know, look, no disrespect. Guy looks fucking great. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human-grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human-grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. It's amazing some guys are natural, like Paulo Costa. He just got the genes, son.
Is he natural?
I mean, yes,
Maybe.
what do you think?
I think he's not with the secret juice.
Right, it's easy to be talking that much shit if you
No,
just, I think he always looks the same. He never tests positive. And the guy has crazy genetics. So look how handsome he is. Look at
That
that
is
broad
true.
chest. The guy's got freak genetics, just in looks and also in his build.
He's been tested a billion
A
times.
million times.
Yeah,
Never
one of
tested
the guys
positive.
have chemists out there. Hey, you used to work for American Top Team. Tell us the secrets. Tell us the secrets that they got over there. Tell us.
It's not a secret.
I don't know what the fuck is up. I am not going to throw you on the hand of this one. I'm not doing that. I'm not going there. That was a great work with Short Brady. Oh, yeah. Short Brady.
Oh, he looked great. He looked great.
Yeah, man. He's a hard-working kid. He's young. I know he was on the show before.
Yeah.
He's young, hard-working, and like he's on his way up.
Bro, he's got a double-sized back.
Yeah,
Like,
he
looks like he's got a turtle shell.
Yes, like it's double. And that's genetic. Like his father has it.
That's crazy.
His fight the other night with Gilbert Burns was fucking smart, man. Because he knew, I even though he has really, really good wrestling, he knew not to shoot his wad trying to get him down there. Because Gilbert's fucking. What I love about Gilbert, and it happened in the Damian Maya fight, is if he's getting out wrestled, the second he hits his floor, right into jiu-jitsu sweeps, half guard, he's playing jiu-jitsu. They go to play back, he's back to his feet.
Yeah,
It's really
yeah.
it's
Gilbert's one of the very best ever on the ground.
Yeah.
It's like we've just seen him in so many stand-up wars. It's so hard to get people to the ground.
Right.
I ultimately, that's where it becomes a problem, right? It's just so hard to get a world-class guy.
Well, I mean, so when Hamza fought Gilbert, Hamza was on top for a second. And as soon as Gilbert started playing jiu-jitsu, Hamza was like, get me the fuck out of here. He stood up quick. But that's the thing about Brady. Yes, he was patient up against the cage, and then he waited to the later rounds. He's the younger guy. He's banking on his cardio. Then he started committing to those doubles.
and now he's got a better chance of getting more time.
But also, it's like if you look at him in comparison to like, he doesn't have the same accolades as far as jiu-jitsu competitions as Gilbert does, but he's like world class.
No, he's for sure. He
really is.
Craig Jones.
Yeah, he beat Craig Jones. There was a special rules thing.
There were no limits.
Which is, with Craig Jones,
that's a big part of it.
Yeah, if you're gonna compete against that guy, you gotta let him use the whole game. It's the whole game. You don't say you can't use your best stuff.
And they were, it was pretty stale, but Brady can hang with anybody on the ground. Like, he's so strong, he can hang with anybody.
And I firmly believe that Craig Jones, if Craig Jones got him in any kind of a position, like a heel hook, he would never rip his shit apart.
Right, yeah, no doubt.
There's no chance.
But I understand these Jones, like the fighters, the current fighters. I ain't look what happened to Cup Swanson. I'm all for these guys taking grappling matches, but I'm also for them taking certain rules.
Exactly. And Cup Swanson transferred to Khalil Roundtree. Because Khalil Roundtree, before he got the title fight, was in here, and he was telling me he was going to take a grappling match. I go, think about Cup Swanson. He blows his ACL out. He's gone for 9-10 months, and he's in the 30s. He's already in his
that's a death sentence almost.
He came back. You can come back, but it's so unnecessary.
Yeah.
I get you're a badass, but you're also a professional athlete.
Yeah.
You can't be motorbike rider. Like Cerrone was the biggest headache that you're going to see. He's out there fucking riding balls. I don't
remember him putting out too many fights.
No, I don't believe he ever did. I don't remember a single fight. I mean, there might have been one his whole career, but he had to have a broken fucking leg.
But he was still reckless as fuck. Like, he was still out there doing dumb shit.
Right? Yeah, he's a freak.
Still out there doing it.
He's still out there doing it.
Seems a lot of people sticking out to him.
But that's also why he's so much fun to watch. He genuinely didn't give a fuck, In the early days of his career, man, he was very interesting. He was a wild kickboxer that had a great triumph.
Yeah.
He finished off a lot of his early fights with jiu-jitsu, right?
Yeah, he was good off his ass. He was good off his ass. So, like, a lot of people want to take him down, and then he go up that triangle.
His first fight with Benson Henderson was one of the sickest fights ever. He had Benson in 100 different submissions, and Benson got out all of them. It was pretty sick. Several triangles.
Benson doesn't get enough.
Yeah, that was a great fight when they were in the WEC.
Damn, dude. You think about all the fucking wars that a lot of people forgot about.
I know. There's so many fights now. Right? Like, it's not like when we were fighting back in the day. It was far.
It was an event because there was only a few years.
It's an event.
Right. People forgot about Jose and all those beginnings.
When he was in the WEC, was there anybody really hurt? He's complete fighter.
He's for sure the best WEC fighter.
You can't keep that pace. Whatever that pace is when a guy is at the top of the food chain, you can't keep that pace up for very long. And he kept it for 10 years. I always say you have to look at a guy by where he was when he was at his best. Like, if we're going to do this, like, who's the best guy ever met, that's why I always throw BJ Penn.
Yeah. Me too.
Penn, you fought him. Yeah. BJ Penn, in his fucking prime, was a thing. And he ran through everybody. But when he was in his prime, he was like BJ and then everybody else.
Yes.
Yeah. For sure. You just can't keep that up. Right? Yeah, for sure. If you look at Aldo, like the Aldo that fought Uriah, Uriah's leg, and how tough is Uriah? How many dudes would have just rolled over and out in the
I think how they respected him and actually backed off towards the end.
I think he did too. The guy might have lost his leg. I mean, he almost got compartments in trouble.
Yeah, he did.
He had to go to a chamber every day to try to heal that fucking thing.
Yeah, man, full disclosure, like at the end of my career when I was fighting at 45, I was like, I'll fight anybody. Well, I ain't fighting that guy. Yeah, I ain't fighting that guy.
Especially what's missing from him later was the frequency of his leg kicks. Yeah, I think it was just because of injuries or.
Well, he started boxing a lot. Like he started boxing.
He is back. Yeah. I tell you about it. Chin's just good.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that's what was going on with Amanda, right? She was having nerve damage. Yeah. Just think about it, especially now with the calf kick. How many guys that fought by Amanda are going to be fucked up for the rest of their life? How many guys are going to have some weird thing with their foot? Like dry foot or something.
My biggest fear was that shin break or whatever Chris. That even before it happened in the UFC, I seen it in kickboxing. I'm like, it's hard. Like you gotta really like you can trust your shins, but like, could you? How do you know? How the fuck do you know? I mean, I don't know. It was always something in the back of my head when I was throwing kicks.
And it's so spontaneous. Even when I'm watching fights now, like when it happens, I always like have this response of be ready to look away.
Yeah.
Because if a leg snaps, I don't want to see that. Nobody wants to see that.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting the way Fernando does everything. Because he doesn't I don't think he runs the risk as much of that. Because, first of all, he kind of kicks around the outside of your leg always. He never goes shin to shin.
Right.
And even when he kicks the thigh, he's like kicking up.
Yeah, it's like an upward, even on the back. For sure. He always catches that back angle or up.
Until he wants to smoke you like Yuri.
Yeah.
Like Yuri can cross and just smoke. But it wasn't just about touching. He knew he already had it. He almost knocked him out at the end of the first. He knew he had it.
Yeah.
But it's just the power that he can generate from no hip at all. He's just slapping you.
You don't have he doesn't really have a tell. It just flicks.
It's crazy because it's the perfect combination of a guy who has this insane God-given power. Like he's got insane one touch of that power,
left hook,
and then the intelligence to not wind up. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
He's just tapping you with it. But the thuds are so bad.
And it's such a clean shot. Yeah, it's a clean shot. I think this is going to be a wild take. I don't think it's going to be a popular take. I think that Pereira is going to mix in and take. I think
Against the little?
I don't know. Maybe I'm retarded. No. I think
It's already
Yes, I mean, listen, you don't get more confident on the feet than him, but he hangs out with our good friend, great Glover Teixeira.
Yeah.
And you see him sparring, you see him mixing that shit. Is he doing it for shits and giggles? Is he doing it to work his cardio? Maybe. Or he could be dealing with Khalil Roundtree and say, you know what? Let me show them. I mean, he did shoot on his
just to give him something to think about.
Well, he's got to learn it, right? And he is learning it. And why not just do that too? If he could just mix that in, how many more strikes would he land too? Because then if there's a real threat of him,
for sure, yeah.
By the way, how fucking strong is that kind of ground?
I know.
He's baseball mix. That dude's made out of wood.
Yeah.
So you talk to him, he's made out of wood, especially at 85.
Yeah. What's the comedy? This is comedy.
Oh,
Shama.
He's everything. He's like fight. He's like fuck yeah.
Shama.
Shama.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's like,
When someone says like they want to fight, he's like Shama. You're like
Shama.
You don't hear that from just
yeah. You rather hear him talk some shit than hear him.
Shama. He's got the scariest walkout of all time.
You know what he does?
That's good. And you're in the octagon waiting for him, and you see that stomp.
Think about his come up, man. Like he was able to come up this year without talking shit.
Yeah,
like so like all these fighters think they got to talk shit to come up. He did it by just stepping up to the plate and fighting and knocking motherfuckers out.
He doesn't even.
Man, he leans into that Easter Island for he'll wear the chain.
Seriously, he thought him and Jamal were going to be cool with each other. And then Jamal started clowning him, right? And he got angry. He got really angry. It was a mistake. You don't want that. But Jamal, like, that fight, like, there was that weird moment where he kicked Jamal in the nuts, you know, or Jamal kicked him in the nuts, right? Yeah. And he waved. When he waved, started being off, and he did a little stuff.
Yeah. Right.
Get in the kitchen.
Yeah. But Jamal, I talked to Jamal about that. Like, Jamal called all of us on the broadcast. He was like, yo. And he was like, he stepped on and got the angle, and I couldn't move because Herb Dean was there.
And he's right. He's definitely right.
Yeah.
We didn't see it.
Right.
I didn't see that. All I was thinking is, so there's so much happens, right? A guy gets kicked in the nuts. I'm like, oh shit, are they gonna? Is he hurt? First question is always, is this gonna fuck the fight up? Like, how long is this gonna be? Okay, he's gonna take a break. Is it gonna be okay? Because I think like every time you get kicked in the nuts, 1 point. Every time you get out, 1 point. Because even if it's an accident, if you get slammed in your nuts and then you have to go back to fighting 2 minutes later. You've been affected.
Yeah, no doubt.
2 minutes ago, you couldn't even fight.
Yeah, no
And
doubt.
then all of a sudden, you're supposed to fight flip against a guy who's trying to kill you, who just cracked you in the nuts. Who's that? Is that you, Dean? That you, man?
Not me. I'm a professional.
Who is it?
I'm on airplane. Let me see. I think it's
an
Carlos.
Oh, it's a fight. Oh, yes.
Look, I've been listening to you motherfuckers telling me to get an iPhone, and I don't know how to work it. You know what I'm saying?
There's a little button on the top. Shut it off.
Sorry.
Oh, you can do not disturb. You know how to do that?
No, I don't have to do that.
Okay. Put it on airplane. Open your phone up and then scroll down. Like scroll down from the top, and then you can get to airplane.
No, I would rather just turn it off.
I'm going to do not disturb. All right, just turn it off.
On the floor. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. I turned it off.
All right. So anyway, we're talking about Alex and Jamal. So we didn't notice. We didn't notice it because, okay, he gets kicked in the nuts like, oh, shit, they're stopping the fight. What's going on? So I didn't notice that little hop in here that he did. He already got close.
Yeah, you see now he got the foot on the outside.
Yeah. I mean, it's brilliant on his part.
But on the flip side, Herb wasn't in Jamal's way. He could definitely have been.
Right, but Jamal could relax. Look, he relaxed, straightened his legs. He gave him the thumbs up. Are we cool? And it looked like he was trying to touch gloves. So they touched gloves. But he's already way closer than he's ever been before. So most of the fight up until this point was fought with Jamal about a foot per pass where they are right now. He was in the outside, and he was touching him from the outside, and that was his game plan. I talked to him on the phone about it. He was explaining to me his game plan. Everything was going great.
Who, Jamal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had a call. He had a fucking.
Did he call you too?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. He called like,
we kicked, but he's right because we didn't notice it. But this is one of those moments where you're like, are they stopping the fight? No. Okay, they're not stopping the fight. Like, I didn't realize it. That little hop hop he does.
yeah.
That little hop hop is legit, dude. It's such a good move. Watch it.
Let's see.
Watch. So Herb moves to him. He's going to stop the fight. He puts his hand up. Watch this. He touches him. Nope. But look how close he is now. See how close he is now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's a lot closer. Back it up. Back it up. So back it up before the nut shot. Now look at the distance now. See the distance? Big difference. Big
Jamal
difference.
does fire off first, though, doesn't he?
He did.
After he gets kicked.
Yeah, probably.
Let's see.
I mean,
who throws the first punch? Jamal throws the first, though.
Does he?
Let's see.
You're right.
He might be getting recorded with Jamal. Right? Jamal throw.
No.
They throw at the same time. He did throw, but also but he also put his hand on the outside of Jamal's hand to clear the angle for him to throw the left hook over the top of him.
And dude, his left hook, it's like a shovel. It's like half a uppercut, half a hook, and it's just perfect. Perfect.
All right, maybe he won't shoot.
Not only those Dave remember when he knocked out Kokansaki?
Man,
Dude, he's fucking dangerous.
yeah, I know. He was like that. My boy Anthony Smith had him in slow motion. I was like, damn.
Off speed uppercut.
Yeah.
That was slick, dude. He's fucking terrifying.
Yeah,
Khalil's on.
Oh,
Khalil Roundtree's
he
fucking
came back from Thailand, a different fighter. I think once he went over there, like he was training full time, like there was a big change in him. I thought.
Well, Khalil's like had moments in his career where he hasn't been dialed up. You know, there was a few fights where he admittedly like wasn't all in, and now he's all in. Like now he's like, super focused. Like the Anthony Smith fight, you're like, holy shit, like that's a dangerous contender.
we're gonna find out. But do you think the UFC would want Khalil to be champ? You know what I'm saying? Because like he just don't really have like that championship thing about him. Where like you go, oh, that's my champ right there. Like he don't really have that.
I mean, I think
Yeah, but nobody does until they do. Where Oliveira didn't have it until he got it. Right? And Oliveira was the guy that everybody was beating.
and that's
So many guys should
Right. For sure.
John Swanson knocked him out.
For sure.
A lot of guys that beat Oliveira because he was cutting to his fucking weight.
Right.
He just didn't have any energy.
Well, I'm just saying,
Like,
like every
those are-
time you see Khalil Roundtree do interviews, he crying and stuff like that. Like, is that the type of guy that we really got? Is he crying? Yeah, he all, you ain't crying?
He's a sensitive guy.
You don't cry? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes the whole time you call
There's nothing wrong with saying sensitive if it fuck you up.
No, I'm not saying there's something wrong with it. I'm just saying is that the guy that we want holding the
Maybe
belt.
that's what we need in 2024. To get
That
more people
all-
more fighting.
Yeah. As you guys get older, you get more emotional. You find yourself. I'm emotional. I'm an emotional guy. I don't see that. I'm an emotional guy. Let me you guys right now. You guys can get all emotional. Come on, it's toxic. Let's talk.
I mean, we're not toxic. We just don't have a filter.
Yes.
This is just what actual men are like when there's no one around.
When you're
They can
bullshitting
yell
other
at you.
boys.
Yeah. When there's no one around, they can yell at
Yeah.
you. You know, we had the same conversation with our wives here. What the fuck are you saying? Are you sick of that? I'm fucking here.
True. True.
It's like, this is what people would be talking about if you were hanging out your living room. It's true. Four buddies hanging out your living room. How would you talk? So
This is it.
do it, for sure. Just do it in front of the world.
In that case, I don't cry at all.
Yeah, I love it.
That's it. I was just going to see if you did.
Watching Chimp Crazy.
What?
There's a show. Oh my god, it's an HBO show. It's Max now, whatever it is. It's a docu-series about people that own chimpanzees. Dude,
Can't end.
Wait, hold on. Did you cry about that?
it's horrific, man.
Oh, wait. With this.
The
It went bad?
chimps tear people apart.
Oh,
They
that's
tear your face
I know.
off. They
They
take
bite
your
your
eyes
face?
off. They bite your fingers off. They
Oh.
pull your dick off. Dude, there's so many moments in that show where you're just like, what the fuck? It's so sad.
Is there anything happening?
No. There's nothing happy in the show. There's nothing happy in the show. The show is all about what happens when people have pet chimps, and the chimps get to be about 5 years old, and they don't want to listen to you anymore because they're a 200-pound fucking super predator. Really, they can do whatever they want. Like what they are, they're our closest relatives, and they're really fucking smart. And when they get to be like 5 years old, you can't even put them in a combination box because they can figure out the combination. They'll watch you do it.
Oh, shit.
And then they'll do it. They'll see what you do to get out, and then they'll replicate it. Shit. They're really smart, man. They just can't talk. They're not as smart as people, but they also get addicted and spiteful. They're angry and jealous.
You do that a lot with the wild animals, like the fucking people who own hippos.
Like the thing about these things is when they hit like 5, you just got to keep them in cages all the time. So when they're babies, everybody's hanging around with them. You can bring them to the pizza place. Oh my God, it's the lady with the chimpanzee. But then they get to be 5, and then they rip someone's face off for no fucking reason at all.
What was the Netflix series?
Chimp Empire.
That's what I thought. That was crazy show. Crazy show.
Because that one, these scientists were embedded in this group of chimpanzees for 20 years. So these people, these chimpanzees, their whole lives, they'd seen scientists. They had these rules. You have to stay 20 yards away, don't look them in the eye, no food. Can't have any food anywhere near them. So it's only gremlins with the phone. They're just chimpanzees. If they decide you have something,
You gotta see this.
if they decide that you have something they want, there ain't shit you can do about that.
Like they were fighting
You can do.
over territory. I mean, you got to see the hierarchy with it. You know, their clans, or whatever you want to call it. It's a badass.
And the guy,
You know the guy on the show, right?
Yeah, the guy who's getting produced it.
That's how I heard it.
This show is so good, dude. This is much better than Chimp Crazy. This is like the opposite of Chimp Crazy.
Yeah, this is real shit.
Chimp Crazy is sad, but this is amazing. It's amazing because these chimps are so accustomed to these scientists that they acted completely normal around them, like they were just a part of nature to them. Because their whole life they had scientists around with cameras.
right.
It was just a thing in the forest. It was just like that's a different kind of tree or something. As long as you don't have food, if you don't look in the eye, and don't get any closer to 20 yards. Damn. Those are the rules. So if the chimps start moving towards you, you move away. Don't look them in the eye. You look away. Don't have any fucking food. If you got a candy bar, they'll rip your dick off for that candy bar. They don't have any sense of what's appropriate. They don't, there's no remorse. They bite each other's hands off.
Oh, my God.
Bro, they're ruthless. And that's our closest relative.
See, you know what you do? You just get a dope. You don't get a you don't get a fucking, it's not PJ in the
All those shit,
Right?
Who needs that shit? Nobody needs that shit. All the shit you see in those movies, though, those are all young chimps. You can't even train them when they get over. They're not listening to nothing.
Oh,
There's no listening. You gotta watch this.
Remember that this movie, fucking Any Which Way But
Yeah.
I used to love those
Any
movies.
which way you
That's
can.
The second one, when they were all that fight, and then next thing you know, they heard they're still fighting, and then guys, they were different. Oh, let's get on the plane and let's go see the fight. Dude, they're fighting for fucking 2 hours. These guys,
Like across the state. And what's that guy's name? Tank Murdoch?
That's it. The first one. I remember all that shit. Twilight Meadow was Quick's name.
Yeah,
and they had the
Right turn, Clyde.
You know, it's funny because back then you would never think that people were actually having bare knuckle fights for money, and now it's on pay per view.
Oh, yeah. So that's the original Mike Perry.
There was never going to be bare knuckle boxing
I'll tell you.
as a sport. That's crazy. So this is just some backyard shit that people would do. Like this is the big killer. This is the guy that's like the big money champion. He's going to eventually fight him. He's watching Clint. And he steps in to help him. He starts fucking some people up.
We didn't even know it was we were fighting with this guy.
I have no idea. Somebody needs to redo all those things he didn't work. I mean, it's not crazy. He's not doing any like jump split kicks.
I used to like these movies as a kid.
This movie was great. Clint Eastwood was the fucking man. He has the best Western movie of all time. Unforgiven.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm a fan of Tombstone with Val Kilmer, too.
That one scene made that whole movie. That one scene was so intense.
Which one, Unforgiven or?
I'm your Huckleberry. When he's looking at it, like, I'm your Huckleberry.
Anytime you get Kurt Knight, and we did this like we talked about
That's right.
Oh yeah. Now this is these movies that I never heard about. It came out in like 2015.
Yeah.
I saw it on Netflix. I thought it was new, and I didn't know, so I started watching it. Holy fuck! What did you see it?
Yeah.
It's like a Western horror.
Yeah.
These tribal Indians are almost like predators.
Well, they're completely different, like a different species of person. They have these things in their windpipes. Remember, they have they're like some weird.
And what about Matthew Fox in this? This guy's the guy from Lost. He was phenomenal.
Very good.
This movie is now. I get like obsessed with some movie. This is my latest obsession. I fucking love this movie. I've never seen this.
It's a great movie. It's a fun horror movie, and the fact that it didn't get the attention that it deserves,
It's just. I think there's too many movies out. I never heard of these.
That's true.
So much stuff. Have you seen the shows? Like,
I watched Shogun. I haven't finished it.
Me neither. Yeah, me neither. For sure. There's certain things that takes a while to get to. And I blew right through Shogun.
Bro, I just blew right through Peaky Blinders.
Peaky Blinders.
It's fun.
It's amazing. The first season slow as fuck. Once you get out of the first season,
The first season, man, it gets hot. How good is
Tom Hardy and Peaky Blinders.
That motherfucker can act.
Man.
Yeah, he's like a totally different level. Like even just everything about it. You buy that eccentric psychopath. You buy it. You buy everything about it. Like this guy. He's got roles.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But yeah, he was the man. Yeah. I'll tell you what I tapped out of. And you know me, I like superhero shit. And I just show The Boys. I was in, and there's some good stuff in that show. You ever hear The Boys?
I've heard of it. It gets redundant.
No. This is the one when I tapped out. This scene where I fucking tapped out. Now, you know, like X-Men, you ever have multiple man? He can make like multiple of himself, like other clones of himself. All right. Now, I'm not a prude, okay? I could deal with some sex scenes and some freaky shit. My thing is this. There's a scene. Now, they go, I don't need to see a guy's face in another guy's asshole, even if it's his own body. So multiple man, or this little like version of him in this thing, they go into a sauna, right? And I guess this happens sometimes in Gaijins. There's a close-up of like a human centipede. It's a human centipede. Oh, yeah. This guy's
in the guy's asshole right now.
No, it's
Wait a minute.
I know.
They're trying to normalize this. Exactly. This is a bizarre agenda.
This is exactly
what I'm talking about.
This is an asshole. He's inside an asshole.
Dude,
and he's naked.
So now this guy they open up the thing and they see I hope it was worth it.
So then he came full size.
It's
He
like
turned
Ant-Man.
full size and blew the guy apart.
Yeah, that's like Ant-Man inside someone's asshole.
Yeah, this is not necessary.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. Well, picture this. You see human centipede?
You see that again? I want to see it explode. So what happens? Does he just decide to get bigger?
I think he sneezes and
he
he sneezes his, I guess his ability to control it.
Oh my god!
Yeah, but the whole show is like this when they do shit
so
like that.
crazy.
There's some good stuff in the show. Yeah, it's good. The first few seasons was cool. This past season, they stopped local. Yeah,
I'm trying to explain that.
and then multiple man, he's got pink eye because he had his face in an asshole. So now he's pink eye, pink eye.
100% someone's trying to normalize things like that.
So yeah,
That's probably like every bottom's dream is to actually climb inside a guy's asshole. This one be inside of you. You know, this one I just get all up in there.
Man, I know exactly the thing you're talking about. Yeah.
That's unnecessary. I would tap out after that. I tapped out on The Walking Dead when they killed Glenn with the baseball bat.
Yeah, me too. You know what's fucked up? They actually did that in the comic.
Oh, I'm sure they did.
Yeah, they did.
You didn't have to show it to me like that.
Yeah,
It's murder. That's murder. I saw Glenn at the UFC and he was sad. But you imagine, like, that's your character for all these years, everybody loves it, and then you kill it. Baseball bat, and then you no more show. Bye. Bye. We're done with you.
The show is like, what's that?
Well, you can't keep doing that. Oh, the people with the bombs, you can't keep doing that forever. It gets boring. Figure it out. Find out who the cunts are. Kill them. Start a community.
Shows jump to shit to like fucking Cobra Kai.
And also, why there's still zombies? They walk 2 miles an hour. You ever
I know, right? How hard it is to figure out how to kill these things.
They're so slow. All you need is that lady with the sword. It's just like every day they run out, kill 30 of them. Nobody's gonna be done. This is crazy. They still running the zombies. She haven't killed those zombies in like 5 years.
That show. I agree. Yeah, I think there was a spin-off with that. Dixie.
There's a bunch of spin-offs. There's the LA one too. The LA spin-off too. It was pretty good. It was Fear of the Walking Dead. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Really? Yeah, it was really good, especially in the beginning. It was really good because it's like no one knows what the fuck is going on, but it gave you like a real sense of like dread and fear, like people are trapped in the middle of this outbreak and the military moves in and no one gives anybody any answers, which is really how it would go.
Right.
That's the LA one. Fear of the Walking Dead is much more realistic. This is how it would go. Like the guy waking up in the hospital in The Walking Dead, the problem with that scene is 28 days later. That's how it starts. Same exact scene. 28 days later, Cillian Murphy, also from Peaky Blinders,
Right.
he's in the hospital and he wakes up. He doesn't know what the fuck happened because he got hit by a car or something like that. Right? Was he riding a bike and hit by a car? I think. So he wakes up and he has no idea what the fuck's going on. And then getting out of the hospital, he realizes the world is ending and there's a zombie apocalypse broken out while he was in a coma.
So they just stole the whole thing.
Somebody stole
came
it.
out first.
That's a very good question. It's a very good question. What year did The Walking Dead graphic novel come out? It's a real legit question. Because you know those movies, you can't find them on streaming. You can't find 28 days later on streaming.
Because I've never seen it. That's why
I think you can find 28 weeks later, but 28 days later, I don't think you can find it. I think you have to, because I just bought it. I ordered it on DVD. I ain't got a DVD. And I felt
how do you even have a DVD player? I don't think I have a DVD
they asked me if I wanted one. I said, yeah, I'll take one of them. And I haven't used it ever. I've been in this house for 4 years. I haven't used that fucking DVD player. But I'm going to use it for this. Especially, they look really good. Like, really like real resolution.
Yeah.
Those DVDs, like, it's probably as good or better than streaming.
But I just don't know anybody with a DVD player. That's like VHS.
I had that for one DVD. I used to get all my videos.
Right.
I used to get like K1 videos. K1, all the weird shit from Japan. Yeah. A friend of mine. And send it all on VHS. What year was the graphic?
I saw a Reddit discussion that they both, so for the record, I want to answer your question. The Walking Dead came out within the same year that the movie came out, but someone noted that they both were taken from another movie that came out in the 60s.
Oh, what was that movie?
The Day of the Triffids.
Oh, Day of the Triffids.
Yeah.
I looked it up in there.
It's just, is that a monster movie or is
Yeah,
it
it's something like that.
Damn, it's a Triffid. What the fuck?
What is it? They ended up being splashed with Triffid poison from a stinger.
His recovery is told as an unexpected green meteor shower. What?
Yeah,
That's some 1976 shit.
for the record, I guess 28 days later May, or Walking Dead May.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's, well, 28 days later was a lot earlier, right? What year did 28 days later come out?
It came out. It says the comics came out less than a year after 28 days later was first installment.
Yeah. So 28 days later was first.
This guy just got into Game of Thrones like 20 years later. Yeah, I just got into the game. I know. I've never had Max. I just got Max. Just so I can watch that shit. So, and I like season 1, season 2. Yeah, it is good. I ain't gonna lie, it is good. It's real good shit. I liked it so much. I told Dean after the first season, I didn't want to wait till the second season, so I got the book, and I ended up reading all 5
And
books. I only read 5 books. Like honestly, I didn't even read that. Oh, that was fucking great. It's funny. I loved it so much. I did it on my iPad. And because of my ADD, I made the font real big, so it's like 2 paragraphs. I'm going right there. I started looking at a squirrel all day. On the real. I didn't even know Matt could read and shit. I started comics. Yeah, so I loved it so much.
So why has 28 Days Later been removed from streaming? It says, indeed, Disney lost the rights to the independently financed original film, with them now only owning the rights to Searchlight financed sequel 28 weeks later. So, well, who the fuck owns it? And they don't want to put it on Netflix? It's one of the best zombie movies of all time. If not the best.
It's great because it's when they want slow, they get rapid.
Could be one of those people think you could be in another country and maybe sneak around.
Maybe.
That was crazy. And they're coming out with 28 years ago.
Yeah.
For real? Yeah, they are.
Is there anybody left?
Yeah. I think it's that guy. I think he's only that.
What kind of life is that? What kind of life is it like? If some fucking Wuhan China lab comes up with some zombie virus and releases it. That sounds crazy, but rabies is for real.
Yeah.
That's exactly what rabies is.
Yeah.
Rabies takes animals that are not, that never want to bite people and turns them into an animal that needs to bite you. They run at you. They're not scared of you. Rats will run at you. Right? Foxes, they run at you when they have rabies.
I never heard about that.
Yeah.
Like rabies is just zombies.
It is zombie because it kills people. Before we figured out how to stop it, and you have to get
crazy shots.
You have to get those shots before you start having symptoms. They have to find out you got bit and then give you those shots, and it has to happen really quickly. Because if you don't, it kills most people.
Jesus.
Yeah, rabies kills something like 99% of the people that get it. What? Yeah, it's an old disease. And so one of the things they figured out is that if they slow down everything in your body and put you into a medically induced coma, it gives your body the resources to fight it off. Because your body can fight it off, but it can't fight it off as quick as the virus moves forward. It's an old virus. It's a weird.
Oh, that's crazy.
So, when you think about what that is, it's a crazy old virus that spreads itself by making its host violent. It is rage. It's that. So saying that no one would ever do that, so these fucking psychopath eggheads that they give these grants to that do this gain of function research shit on viruses, making them more infectious to human beings, do you think they would stop at a coronavirus? Why wouldn't they fuck with rabies?
You know
why
wouldn't they have rabies? Morale. You know,
I used to say that about Liam Harrison.
And people are making a big thing about, oh, he's got to get him down. He's got to get him down. He didn't get him. Listen, he gets him down. He's in trouble with Sugar Sean. But look what he did to Jose Aldo. He didn't get him down too much. And look him up against the cage. All that height, the difference in height, the reach, that's at a disadvantage once he gets a hold of him. So he could beat the shit out of him up against the cage. He doesn't get him down for a round. Now there's a little less pop and shows in fucking his punches and strikes. That length is gonna be a problem when he closes the distance.
So I gotta ask you, because you know Murad better than anybody here, I'm sure. And from that, when I see him now, he's just a different animal. Like a complete different character. Has he always been like this type of character? Like, would he making jokes and always been funny?
When he first came, the English wasn't good.
at all. I mean, it's not what it is now. He's always been sweet. Just sweet.
That's what I thought of. Yeah, imagine having that and Ray Longo as your English teacher.
Oh, no. Oh my God. He's always been funny.
Ray, I love you. A reality show with you and Ray Longo, corner and fighters, and just training training fighters. You know how big that show would be?
You know, it's funny. I just had I want to thank you, by the way. I just do my own. I'm doing once a week. I'm doing my own podcast. I'm speaking out with that everything.
You're the one who pushed me to do that, brother. Listen, you are a natural.
Thank you.
You're a natural.
It's out today. And the second episode I did one with my buddy Phoenix Carnivale. She's great. We talked about our worst to best X-Men movies. This is about my
Are you guys doing this on YouTube too?
Yes, on YouTube. It's the Matt Sarah channel.
You're on everything, Spotify.
It's on Spotify. It is on Spotify, yeah. And the second 2 episodes, one with Phoenix about the X-Men movies, and the second one was myself and Ray Longo. My studio's 5 minutes from Longo School. And we did our top 5 gangster movies. There's a movie that's on our list that I didn't know this fact until it came out, because I don't know why and people didn't see this movie. Did you ever see State of Grace?
Yeah.
A lot of people haven't seen that.
Yeah, we talked about
I
that.
watched it with my wife before I did the show, just the back in my head, because I knew it was going to be the list. And I wondered why so many people didn't see this movie. So fucking the great Ray Longo brought up a great point. It came out the opening weekend as good, same as Goodfellas. Same opening weekend. That's why it was fucking under the radar. You never seen it. I never even heard of it until you just said it right now. I remember the rest of the real good. Yeah. So that's the second episode of Longo. So I just maybe
that's a good one to remember. That's a good one to remember. I forgot about that.
State of Grace. Another one on the list that a lot of people have seen this because Biggie Smalls raps about him is The King of New York.
Yeah, great.
You ever seen The King of New York? Christopher
Walken. Yeah. All right, but let me ask you this: does Heat count? Is that a mafia?
I was thinking about putting it in. It's a
heist. It's a heist movie, but it's organized crime.
It is.
The guy who got out of jail, it's based on a real dude. The guy who was the De Niro character who got out of jail is based on a real dude. Yeah. He did a bunch of robberies and then went to jail for a long ass time. Got out, did a bunch more robberies. Was he a mob dude? He was organized crime for sure. It's like, who was he connected to? Was he connected to the mafia? Was he independent organized crime? But he was like super sophisticated.
Phenomenal.
But does American Gangster? Right.
I don't know.
So you're right. In the title.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's
a fucking great movie. And now also based on real people.
Yeah. The movie, a funny thing about Al Pacino in that movie, he's over the top of it. You know, she's got a and when I seen him, he spoke about his role. And he goes, what influenced him about playing that character is that the character was chipping off pieces of cocaine, like he was like a cokehead. And they kind of took that out of the movie, but that's how he was playing, like all coked up. So that kind of explains it, like how he was.
So they didn't show it in the movie, but that was how it was written.
He said that he was like chipping off pieces of cocaine.
Did they just edit that out?
I have no clue, but he definitely said it in an interview.
Was it in the movie?
They did not have to do it in the movie.
So that's why imagine you're doing that. You're doing this all coked up character, and he's doing coke, and then you cut out all the coked up.
He said that. He said that.
You're playing a drunk.
It made perfect sense though once he said it. He goes, that's why I chose some of the choices I made for that character.
If there was no meth, how much less crime would there be? Oh, 50%?
Yeah, for sure.
Think about how many ridiculous crimes get cooked up on meth, literally.
Or to get the meth.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Meth influence. You remember that North Hollywood shootout? It was just like the movie.
Oh, yes.
These dudes had body armor. They had fucking big giant machine guns and shit. It was.
They were literally just walking up the street, blasting people.
They were roided out of their fucking minds. These dudes are roided out of their minds, doing coke, and they robbed this bank in North Hollywood. And the cops boxed them in. They had a shootout on the street.
Oh, yeah.
I I was on news radio at the time. We stopped production of the show to watch it on television. Really? Everybody was like, what the fuck is going on? It was so crazy.
From it, was it?
Real close. Real close. Like, we were in Studio City, North Hollywood, 15 minutes away, 10 minutes away. Real close. In the middle of the street. You see the footage? It's crazy.
News footage.
The footage is crazy. The news is crazy. One of the cops shot one of the dudes and then did not call for ambulance, and then people were criticizing him and he let the guy bleed out. Oh, damn. Yeah, I remember these fucking crazy liberals. They were criticizing him because this psychopathic murderer who just robbed a bank who was gunning down cops because he let him bleed out and didn't get him to an ambulance in time. Shit. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I think you know that was guilty. Yeah. Okay, this was CGI, right? 1996.
Save the taxpayers.
Yeah. It's crazy to watch, bro. It was in the middle of the street, dude. In the middle? Yeah. So these guys were having a shootout with this guy's walking down the street. Damn, just blasting. Like a movie. Yeah, like a fucking movie. Like shooting at cops, dude. And this is just one part of it. Sometimes he was ducking behind cars with giant rifles and shit. And they were just armed to the tits. This is him at the end. So I think at the end, he's probably trying to die.
It's a pretty long scene, too. Like, what the real shit went. I forgot how it was.
So he's trying to die. He's probably already been shot.
This guy's doing no GTA action.
It went on for a long ass time too, and this is back when if something happened, we interrupt General Hospital to show you the Hollywood shootout. No, it was shootout, bro. This is in the caveman days. I lived in the caveman days. Yo, what year was this? This is like 97, 97. Yeah, really? Oh, I don't really remember. Yeah, I remember it big time. Yeah, I do too. Because it was crazy. Because I have a friend, my friend Justin. He's always said that those dudes, let me tell you something, 6 armed dudes that know what the fuck they're doing to take over the whole city. I was like, really? He goes, you're citizens. What you say? 6 dudes, and six operators who really know what they're doing. Could take over a whole city. Guys who like used to work for Blackwater. Yeah. He's like, you're fucking surprised. So when you see something like this happen, it's like, how do they keep these fucking crazy people from? We need to do a better job of finding out where the meth is going. I know. You should fucking you want to trace illegal aliens, but find out who's bringing it. Where's that fucking meth going? I know a lot of people just make it, right?
Make it. They try to lock down most of the drugs for it now, like the Sudafed and shit. I mean, you got to get a license to get that stuff.
Right.
That's why.
The people that are making that, they're not using it. They're getting real chemicals. They're getting the real precursors. But you have to get them from like China. So they're getting them from China, cooking them up in Mexico, bringing it across the border.
Breaking Bad.
Walter White was actually
another great TV show.
Yeah, I've talked about it 1,000 times, but there's a book that we just read. It's called Blitz. This dude, Norman Oher, it's all about the Nazis. They kicked the Nazis out.
Oh, yeah, there's that scene of Hitler watching the fucking.
Yeah, but apparently what they did was they would give them a mess so they could go 3 days through Poland, so they could just storm through Poland. And so when they did this, no one thought they could get across the whole country in 3 days. And you really couldn't unless you didn't sleep. So all they did is gave these guys meth, and they keep different meth, different doses to different jobs. So like if you were in the tanks, they give you the most meth. You're at the front of the line.
Oh, so you just like
just yelling at German and just boom, boom.
Yeah, hey, fucking I was watching last night. You said that. Brad Pitt. That's fucking pretty badass. John Bernthal.
That's a bad Bernthal.
Yeah,
he's good. He's great. He's a good dude. Yeah. Interesting guy. Yeah, he's very smart. Yeah. I mean, genuine thinker. Really thinks. So sometimes you talk to actors and they're like pretending to be a guy that you would want to talk to. Yeah. That's what it feels like when you talk to them. They're not really there. But John's like right there.
He's also phenomenal in a movie that a lot of people can see called Shot Caller.
Shot Caller with Jamie Lannister. Game of Thrones.
That's a fucking great. What's it about? Oh, it basically
Jamie Lannister. I just know it's Jamie Lannister. He's like a young guy. He's going out to eat with another couple. He goes through a red light. He gets into a car accident. Next thing you know, he's facing prison time. And he's like, one guy made for prison. You know, Tom Selleck movie, Innocent Man. Something kind of like that, but he really did the accident. Next thing you know, he gets to the prison. He doesn't want to be no bitch, and it goes from there. And he becomes a hardcore fucking guy. They call him Money. And that's how he ends up. He didn't start off like that. And oh man, you know who's in it? Keith Jardine. Really? Yeah, Keith Jardine's a cellmate, man. He's great now.
Oh, he's a must book for any prison.
Oh no.
Yeah, I believe
he was great. Go after you met. You look like you could be that one easily.
I remember when Keith Jardine beat Chuck Liddell.
Yeah, right. And then he suffered some of the same losses.
Well,
like Houston Alexander.
Houston Alexander one was crazy.
He was like smoke. Sorry,
he did him. He just had a bare knuckle boxing fight recently. Really? Houston Alexander. I believe so. It's either bare knuckle. He's in the 50s. It's either bare knuckle boxing or maybe celebrity boxing. I forget. Some kind of boxing. But Houston Alexander.
Yeah, he was terrifying. Yeah, he had hands crazy. Yeah, like if he get bare knuckle when he was younger, he would have been perfect for it.
Oh, he's built for it. Yeah.
He was a victim of his own success. That's what happened.
Look at that. May 19th, 2023. Bare knuckle. He won.
Right, look at the results.
Beat Jerry. He beat Joey Beltran. Joey Beltran. Yeah. Jerry Smith. Damn, look at him. He's still out there fighting. But he always was in phenomenal shape. Like that dude was jacked. But that Keith Jardine fight, Jardine had him hurt. And so Jardine got a little overzealous in the game after, and Houston Alexander caught him. That was a shocker. Keith Jardine was great. Yeah. Just upstart. This guy coming out of nowhere. I think he was on radio. I think he really was after that, the town. Oh, that's he crazy too. Yeah, Kimbo. But I think he was a radio DJ at the time. Could you imagine if he was a radio DJ while he's fucking people up? It's kind of crazy. It's like you in the barbershop, dude. That's right. It's funny about that thing. Ain't no complaint about my page. You did a nice thing. Yeah. I do when I still have one. Yo, that's how we became friends. Because they brought it on the open fight before. They brought in some chick. Because they know we're not seeing our fiancés or girlfriends or anything. We have no women. We got no porn. We're not jerking off in the same rooms. So they bring in some girl to do our hair. But so they brought in some stylist and she's not giving me a fade. So I'm like, get the fucking things like I got you. I said, I got you, make your thing. Yeah, you know, to look good is to feel good. It's probably the reason why I run that show. Yeah, you can never repay me to do it. Yes. What season? 32. That's crazy. You know what's sad, man? The other day, I just did a camera crew from Toronto came down. They're doing a thing called Dark Side of the Cage, and they want to interview me about War Machine. And they came out, and I did a thing for that. And it's just depressing. It just brought me down. Because that was a kid. Do you know him? Had him on the podcast.
That's real. When he was on the show, there's some guys that are just evil, and there's other guys that I think that if they had the right people around them, they could have made different choices. And he was like a goofy. He had issues. He was emotional. He always felt like the stack was against cards was stacked against type of thing. But he was still, there was something likable about him on the show. When he was on season 6 of The Ultimate Fighter. He was like a fight story, did an upper decker and fucking the guy's toilet. He was like a silly guy. But I felt that if there was somebody, if he had the right people around him, I think he could have been obviously a lot better choices. But think about that, but that goes for all of us, right? Because we all kind of came from the same shit from back in the day, right? And then me and Matt, we still in the game. Yeah. But then look at guys like him and Phil Baroni. Well, that's a guy who's like, listen, you can have too much. You know, you can have too much bravado.
You can have too much crazy, and then it'll ruin your life.
Yeah.
And there's like every fighter has a certain amount of crazy. And some guys keep their crazy charm. Keep it all locked up. Keep it locked up fucking behind that mask. But some guys, they just can't. The crazy burns them down. It burns down everything around. And then you got the CTE. And the CTE comes into play, then there's a lot of guys that just get real impulsive. They become addicts. They fuck up all relationships. They can't keep their shit together. They're either crying or they're angry.
Some guys that are just bad eggs.
Like, there are guys that are bad eggs, but there are guys for sure that are bad eggs that then get CTE.
Oh, I know. There's both.
Yeah.
But like, War Machine, the one guy to show up at his trial at the door. And again, you show me your friends, you show me you. And it was Phil Baroni. Now, Phil Baroni is not a good guy. I know guys from Long Island. You know these things. And isn't he in jail? That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Not only did he be there for War Machine, he outdid him. War Machine put his girl in the hospital, beat the shit out of her. And now, Baroni's in jail for, allegedly, murder. Yeah. In Mexico. So,
it was like a battle, too. Beaten to death.
Oh, yeah. And now that guy, I mean, listen. Alleged. But it's brutal. So, these guys come in, again, but back to War Machine. I don't know. It makes me, I feel I always knew it was a piece of shit. But War Machine, I felt could have been. I really do. I mean, what's done is done, but I don't know. It depresses me. Because I thought there was some hope. Paul, you had him on the show. Didn't you think there was something bad?
I never would have imagined he would have done it, right? But I would imagine that he would lose his cool if anybody challenged him, a male. A male. I just never thought that he would do that
to a girl.
To a girl. It's just awful. Every part about it is awful. And how many guys that are doing this, have also experienced that in their life, seen their mother been beaten by their father, grew up in an abusive household where everybody hits everybody. There's a lot of kids, unfortunately, in this world that grow up with parents beating the shit out of them and beating the shit out of each other. Yeah. And, if you ever talk to Joe Piper,
that's my guy.
The reason why he's a fucking assassin, right? That dude's angry. He's all the time, and he hits like a fucking neutron bomb. He's terrifying.
I was working with him last week when I was with Brady, and we were doing elbows, and my wrist still ain't the same right now.
Bro, when he banged out Barrio, I was like, Jesus Christ. I mean, with more seasoning, Jack Hermanson fought beautiful.
Yeah, he outsmarted him.
Outsmarted him, had more time in the game, and Jack's stand-up has gotten a lot better over the years. He used to be just this wicked grappler, but he held his own on the feet and won the fight mostly with striking, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And pace. And just not knowing not to empty the gas tank. But Piper is so scary that he gets everybody out of there.
Yeah, Piper is going to be up there.
Oh, man.
I promise you.
I believe you 100%. He's terrifying. And a dude like that, he needs a fight like that just to kind of put it in perspective.
Yeah, put him in check. He said, all right, I got a lot more to learn.
Yeah. You got to learn the gas tank.
Yeah.
How many guys don't learn the gas tank?
Right. That's what's great about Brady the other day. Yeah.
He
went to that place and put on the gas.
I was more impressed with Stan.
Thank you. Earlier, I was always grabbing thinking this guy. I texted him right after the fight. That was my compliment.
And I gotta give props to John Marquez out in Philly. John Marquez, who put it together. He could put in work with them guys.
You can tell he's a good student too, man. Because every fight you see him, and I think in the Bilal Muhammad fight, early in the fight, he was giving Bilal some trouble standing up. But Bilal just put it. I don't know Bilal was hugely respect.
No, bro. Bilal's the man.
Bro, the way he put it on Leon, how the fuck do you not give that guy all the props? He was all Sean. He handled Sean. He stopped Sean standing up. Stop Sean standing up, And then when you see what he did to Leon, you're like, good lord, right? It just overwhelming pressure.
Yeah.
On the feet, too.
On the feet, yeah.
On the feet, real fucking dangerous. Never lets you get set.
Had Leon making excuses about the time change. Put it that way.
Yeah. It's a different kind of fight.
Leon never found his time ever.
Yeah.
And bro, that guy going to Daddy's house was like the ultimate move.
Yeah.
He also, you get involved with Khabib, especially with his kind of style and his work ethic. Yeah, like that dude has work ethic.
Maybe his top control, looked up
It's
and
incredible.
better.
I also think it's good that he didn't get the props because it keeps him hungry. It keeps you fucking 100%. I'll show you bitches.
He's still like that, and he's still like that too, man. He's still hungry. He's still down to earth. Like he ain't get more, high class.
No. Well, he's just begun, right? So this is a championship run. He proved everybody wrong. Won the title. He's telling everybody, "Fuck you," even though he doesn't swear. He says fudge. He says fudge you.
What's wrong with you, man?
That's crazy. Yeah. But like that guy's just beginning his run, So who knows? But that division.
Who do you think they give him next?
I think they give him Kamaru.
That's what I thought. That's what I
It's a
thought.
smart fight, and I think they owe Kamaru for Kamaru taking Hamza on 10 days' notice, right? And also in a 3-rounder instead of a 5, when he's won the 3rd, right?
Exactly.
So he's got the L, which is if he's going 5 rounds, maybe he doesn't get it.
Yeah, I think he doesn't.
It looked to me like he was coming on the 3rd. He had to figure him out, and also he had to trust his gas tank. The guy trained 10 days with the scariest motherfuckers on earth. On Earth. I say you got to give it to Kamaru because I think Kamaru earned it.
He had to weather that fucking storm of the first round.
Oh, I know.
You're getting off the couch. Even if you're in great shape, you have to weather something like that. That can get your endurance down.
You're done, 100%. And he had to know, like, how much do I have? Like, how do I manage this? But he did manage it. He didn't get stopped. He didn't get finished. And then he comes on and wins the 3rd round. Oh, come on, man. You don't have any more years of Kamaru. He's like 37.
That's what right? He doesn't have time to go on another run. Just give him the title. He's got to be 37.
How old is Kamaru? I say give him
I say give him a shot.
Shot kind of,
He got time.
Not only that, every win he's a legend.
Yeah.
Bigger and bigger legend.
Yeah.
Bigger and bigger legend. 37. See, give it to him. Give it to Kamaru.
And you can't get them badass knees too, man. We can't. Yeah.
Exactly. I say them every time I find something on stem cells. I say it.
Yeah.
Because they're regenerating cartilage.
Look at doing that shit for my shoulders.
You should. You should do it. How long are you in town for?
Tomorrow.
What time tomorrow do you get?
In the morning.
What time in the morning?
I think like 7.
Oh, real
We'll
early?
get you in at 5:30. Stem cells.
I might be able to get you in this afternoon. Yeah.
Really?
Let me see.
I
When we
thought
get
I
out
go to Columbia first.
No. Ways Well can do stuff here. They do different things in Colombia. In Colombia, what they can do is they can multiply the stem cells. So they can take stem cells. They do that in the CPI down in Tijuana. That's the place. And they have a whole arrangement with the UFC. They have a partnership with the UFC. CPI is incredible. They're Tijuana.
Yeah. My buddy has a spot at home called Life Melt. They have a deal with the UFC as well. And Charles goes there like a bunch of these guys doing that stuff.
Stem cells are absolutely legit.
Yeah. Because I mean, listen, I got a new knee and it's looking up great. But I hear stuff with the shoulders are fucked. You can't get shoulder surgery. But I don't know.
Well, you can, but it's gonna. You can't use it.
It's going to take some time. It's a complicated joint. But do you do anything to strengthen your shoulders? Do you do any workouts?
Well, I mean, no. I mean, I do my push-ups. I hang from my bar and stretch it.
Anybody that has shoulder problems, I have no affiliation with you. Get yourself crossover symmetry bands. Get yourself these bands. They start with like 5 pounds or something like that. I use a 25 pound. It's not a lot of force. And I do a series of exercises just to stabilize my shoulders. A whole series of different things that I do every week, no matter what I do.
It's like that thing with the coils back in the day.
It is, but it's like a bungee cord. It's like a cord, like a rubber strap. And there's different ones have different weights to them, so you can start off low. But the whole idea is there's a whole chart that comes with it, shows you all the different things, and it just strengthens all the shit that you don't strengthen when you're just lifting weights.
Okay.
If you're just lifting weights, or especially if you're just rolling, how often are you really using those shoulder muscles? You're using everything, right? So are your shoulder muscles getting a good workout, or is your cardiovascular system and your legs and your biceps and your back getting a good workout? But you're going to miss muscle groups.
Yeah.
Jiu-jitsu misses muscle groups. Mm-hmm. And the only way to really strengthen joints, I think, is exercise. Mm-hmm. And I think you got to do weights and bands and a bunch of shit just to protect your joints. That's like that knees over toes stuff.
Yeah, we're talking about too helps to really stabilize the connective ligaments.
Yeah,
tightens up all the stabilizers. And that's the thing everybody neglects, because if you go too heavy, the belt takes over and the rotator cuff stop getting it. So
Exactly.
this kind of stuff is definitely should be used.
That knees over toes guy got a whole shoulder bulletproofing program too, with like light dumbbells, doing a bunch of these.
Yeah, I love this niche.
See, I got to do that because holding hands for people, it tears your shoulders out.
It's meant for you. That's
Yeah.
all.
It's all.
Isn't it crazy how some dudes just have some extra crack?
Okay, Joe Pfeiffer.
Oh,
Extra crap.
yeah, for sure.
Extra crap.
For sure. I would want a whole pass for that, dude. Give me a couple times.
Yeah. And that's what happened. All in 1 week.
That's
It's
all
a
right. You had
Monday.
extra crack. You had extra crack.
Crack.
Extra You would catch people. You would catch people. And you'd see this like, oh no, look on their face. Like when you try GSP, I remember thinking like, because we already knew by then that you could knock people out with one shot, which was so odd for a jiu-jitsu guy. So like everybody had to worry about your ground game, but they always have to worry about being in the pocket because one of those hammers drops in there, you got a real problem on your hands.
I ain't gonna lie, when I played, I was like, you let him hit me with that right here. He'll take me down before that.
That's the thing, but you didn't have a background in striking as a child, right?
No, my father used to hold pads for me. I had a wooden dummy in my garage.
Wing Chun?
If you do Wing Chun as something to add on, that's fine. But the trapping range, the grappling's right there. Anytime I got to a real fight, I'd throw with a chain punch and got double leg. So
I think there's something to it for transition. I think there's something to having all those moves in. Think about how many times you see boxers literally squat a guy's hand down and let him punch.
the punch side. Come on, this was
Yeah.
It's like by itself. It's shit.
Of course, but Taekwondo by itself is shit too.
Everything
All
by
those
itself is shit.
Exactly. All those things by the but I think I knew a dude who was really good at Wing Chun. And he was explaining some things to me. And what some of the things that he was showing me is there's certain vulnerabilities if you're inside with someone where they can really easily manipulate your arms back and forth and move your guard around and drop elbows on you. Like Wing Chun and then Muay Thai. You see some of the Muay Thai stuff where guys grab wrists and come over the top. There's a lot. That's a lot of Wing Chun.
The difference is, when you look at two Muay Thai guys get to a street fight, it'll probably look something like you're watching a Muay Thai fight. You put two Kung Fu masters in there, Wing Chun. It is the worst problem I know how to say. It's awful like it, man. And then they fucking floor. I don't like them. I don't with it.
They drop it for you.
It's fucking horrendous. So,
I've seen a few of those.
But I feel the Western boxing, like Longo got me, obviously, got them, I had to learn on the job, because it's different back in the day, because everything started moving, and the UFC came out, everybody's like, oh, fuck all the striking. So I was like, in my mentality, I'm like, all right, I gotta just close the distance, you can't trade. And then I had to relearn, like, no. Sometimes you gotta be in the fire, and you have to learn those mechanics and whatnot.
Well, that's the difference between guys who are pretty good and guys who become champions. It's like this ability to absorb other skills and then implement them at a world-class level while you're an adult, which is crazy.
It's not easy to do.
It's great. It's very hard to do. And most guys, they are always going to be a step behind the guys who started out as a child.
Oh, 100%. Which is more natural.
Right.
Speaking of crack, Mark Delagrati says that you have the hardest kick that he's ever held for. That's something to say. Mark Delagrati.
That's very nice thing for pretty hard.
Yeah. They're not a lot. Did he tell me that yesterday? Did he say Joe give him a line with the call? Yeah. I like Mark Delagrati on season 4. We didn't have set coaches. He was like an assistant coach, and he gave above and beyond. Yeah, no,
he's a great dude and a great coach. I love training with him.
Yeah,
he showed me all kinds of things that tighten up my technique. All kinds of things, just in transitions, like transitional techniques, like different things to do off of different kicks.
He's still teaching as a school, right? Yeah, he still has a school. Yeah, but it's digital. That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
I'm trying with that dude. I tried to hurt him.
You trying to hurt him? Oh, yeah. He was letting us hit the pads, take him down, hit on the floor. Like he earned his cash on fucking ultimate fighter.
Yeah, he's the man. He's a great coach. And he speaks Thai. Fluent.
Does he really? I didn't know that.
Fluent. Speaks Thai. Yeah, he can go to Thailand and just talk to people.
No kidding.
Yeah. We've got a Thai restaurant, so we just order. That's what the best. Yeah. What about that? Yeah, no, he does. He speaks Thai. He fought in Thailand much.
Yeah, I knew that.
He said it's an interesting dude. Very interesting dude.
Hey, are we breaking out the smelling salts?
Are you scared?
Yeah, I'm scared.
Wait, you should
Hold on, so what are they
This is the strongest shit ever. I mean, maybe there's some stronger shit that I'm not aware of, but this is Juju Mufu should give us a discount code. It's called this dude Juju Mufu. Do you know who he is?
I've never heard of
You
him.
ever seen him? Power lifter, athlete, super athletic. Crazy athletic with a build like Bobby Lashley.
Yeah,
He can do
like
full splits over tables. He's like doing like so 500-pound overhead squat. Yeah, bro, he's crazy flexible.
And he wears a thong.
He's a nut. He's a nut. He's like always doing nut shit for people.
So the smelling salts to get me looking like that?
No. I think he needs some other things.
I'm
You gotta
afraid
go
of
Mexico.
myself.
You take the smelling salts before you lift that weight.
Look at the smelling salts.
You take the smelling salts before you go across the border with 15 pounds of steroids.
So
No. So, again, this is a fresh one. The fresh ones are the strongest. It's just so strong that I'm going to open it. It's a sealed bottle. It's a bottle sealed. The bag is sealed. This it stinks already. It stinks already. I haven't even opened the bag yet. The bag is still sealed.
The guys are gonna fight.
The bag is still sealed. So I'm going to open this. Just okay. Smell that? So smell that. Just get a whip, and it's sealed inside the bag. It's sealed. This is fully sealed. Oh, you're not even ready. You don't even know what's happening. This is ammonia. This is where it goes on. Man.
Let's go! Let's go!
Take a deep. Right. A few inches from the nose, just go for it.
Ooh. Oh, that's what Vic's vapor up.
Oh my God. Raul probably did it this morning before he woke up.
Yo.
Man, it's been many years. So I'm going to get in there, Raul. Oh, yeah. Good shit.
You're not killing snoring, for sure.
That's the three.
Yeah, I'm sweating.
What movie is this from? Blade. Just the scene with the opening scene of any superhero movie of all time.
Did you see that film Wolverine?
No. But I can't fuck with this. I cannot fuck with the opening scene in Blade. When they all turned to vampires, and he thought he was going to fuck Tracy Lords.
Oh, yeah.
So he's down there hanging out with Tracy Lords, and he doesn't know she's a vampire. She leads him down in his basement where he sees bodies hanging from meat hooks. And he's like, what the fuck is this place? And then the sprinklers start spraying blood, and everybody turns into a vampire around him. And he's freaking out. He's trying to get out of there, and she's like, hey, baby.
It's a great movie.
And he gets his ass kicked, and they're all beating him up, and they're about to kill him. And Wesley Snipes shows up. So is Wesley Snipes back as Blade? They're going to have him back as Blade now, right?
Yeah,
No.
Thank God.
They should have brought him back as Blade right when he got out of prison.
But you ain't like, you didn't like Sticky Fingers?
Here it is. This is the scene. Like, oh, shit. Come on, bro. It's the greatest scene. The greatest scene in any martial arts / superhero movie ever. Then he fucks everybody up, right?
That was great. So what do people do to smelling salts?
They do it before they lift.
Yeah, power lifters. They're gonna take a big lift. A lot of
Just like one before
they
the
shit in the gym. They bring it with them, and when they're ready to go for something crazy,
They want to do some big deadlift.
right?
It's gotta be good for your science. Yeah, I was about to say that.
I think it's good for America. I think it's good for everything. We have them at the studio or at the comic book. Dudes take smelling salts before they go on stage. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, it's around the room. And I was like, let me try.
Yeah, before I tap my wife. I might bring that over.
The stuff we have at the comic club is not as strong. This is the strongest one. Oof. This The other ones you can kind of get into a little bit.
Yeah.
You get too close with that one, it'll burn the inside of your head.
I like it. I felt it. I felt it in my brain.
You want to get rid of
When I tried to
do it.
I
I
would.
feel like that's what happens.
Yeah.
That's what happens with everybody. Everybody like they get it and they're like, oh, that was terrible. That was terrible.
Let me do it again. You do threes with the outside?
Yeah.
Exposure to every three.
You know why?
Make me feel like a crackhead. I do this. You got me for the six.
Yeah, I backed off because I was realizing I think I like this too much.
Supposedly gets the body to have a little adrenaline.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah, we're talking about the nicotine doesn't. Oh no. I like the nicotine stuff. I like them when I'm having a conversation.
What'd you do to me?
They're good. I don't think it's bad. I just think you gotta be careful. Like I like to take days off, see if it's freaking me out. So far, no problems.
I'm having fun. It's the trifecta now. I told y'all, whatever y'all do today, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Let's just die out. Yeah, if you keep the lid off, like you just die it out already. I think it's weird. You should keep that. But I think it's it's probably Jesus. How consistent make sure your eyes back.
And you know, I'm just about to pull the Khalil around. Feel the emotion.
Feel the emotion
Khalil, I'm sorry. I shouldn't tell you, I'm sorry.
But that is going to be a wild fight. I'll tell you what. That's going to be a wild fight. It's going to be fan friendly for sure. Yeah, Khalil's probably never shot a takedown in his entire career.
I think Khalil shot a takedown. No, he's never shot a takedown in the UFC.
Well, Khalil hits anybody.
Yeah,
he can knock you out. Alex gets hit. You know, I mean, he does. Well, he puts himself. He's got that crazy style. That style, that snake-like style that he has. And the hands
kind of holds his hands right here and just like. Bah, bah.
You've seen him sparring, right? You've seen some of those videos of him sparring like really good boxers, man.
Yeah, he's getting in the pocket with him too.
And that style is hard to handle, but it's so weird. They're used to everything. Like that one boxer that he was training with, he's like, I don't know if he's professional, but he's a big heavyweight, very skillful. And everything was like real traditional.
Right.
And then you see Herrera's into that, you're like, it's so hard to figure out what the fuck he's doing. And you're lucky he's not kicking him. You know, he's just punching this dude.
Hey, like you said, Khalil, if he lands,
Everybody goes night
yeah, for sure.
Everybody goes night. That guy's fast as fuck.
I know.
And he fights angry.
How old is Pereira?
They're both about the same age, I believe.
24, maybe?
How old is Khalil? I think Pereira's 35, and I think Khalil is probably in that same range. Yeah, 37. Wow. How old is Khalil?
Wow.
Yeah, so
I had no idea.
37.
But it's like 34.
And fighting well.
it's
37.
well.
He must have been a warrior.
You know, it's like
And you have a lot of depth. 36 months.
Khalil's 34.
Speaking of superhero.
Yeah, he has some damage, some kickboxing fights. He stopped. And the one with the bad one is that was a bad KO. And that's a weight drain KO. You know,
Yeah, definitely.
KO at 85. I mean, it just is coming down perfect right here.
But it's two of those guys that fight like Rudy Jones. Amazing. But an amazing athlete. He's so much faster than everybody fought, but if he could keep his hands down, he still never get hit. But when he started to slow down, for everybody. So that's why I asked how old Pereira was, because I'm like, maybe when he slows a bit and the hands are down, that's when it starts to get pushed.
I think, this is my opinion, with Roy, what happened was he went up and he fought John Ruiz. And then he went down and he fought Tartar.
I don't think
He was not the same. I think, and I don't know, but I would imagine if you want to get really big, what do you do? There's not a lot of ways to get really big. How do you go from 168 to 200 pounds? How do you do that? Well, you lift some weights, and you get on. Then you have to get off of that. And then you have to drop 25 pounds from your body. So your body's fully acclimated to this new frame. That's a hard cut. And he looks, if you look at the way he looked pre-target fight, like if you go back and watch him fight like James Toney when he was in his prime, you watch him fight like some of the better fights of his career, the Vinny Pazienza fight where he didn't get hit with one punch. He was so nasty, but he was also shredded. Yeah, he was shredded. And he looked like hard, like
He had the most defined bicep.
So, but when you see him after the target fight, he was way more smooth. I think that cut was hard, man. I think that cut was hard, and then he probably got off whatever he got on.
For sure.
And
The system's not working right.
And if you don't have a good doctor and you're just trying to do this with gym bros,
Next thing you know, you're in those shitty Matrix sequence.
Didn't have any HCG.
remember the Dwayne Johnson one? Remember the Dwayne Johnson
Man,
man?
I felt bad for him after this. He was
And that was off the target fight, right? And so you see, like, all of a sudden, this dude just can't take a shot anymore. And Glenn Johnson, he was one of those unheralded, dangerous dudes that could really kind of beat anybody. That crazy clamshell style.
Who was the
real
one that
time.
knocked him out in Australia?
Kawasaki did knock him out, right?
No, but he shut him. He shut him.
Yeah.
Kawasaki was just all
Yeah.
How you doing? Excellent. Dog, I meet a lot of people. What's up? Dog, I meet a lot of people. Tell me about yourself. All right. Well, I've met thousands of people since then. How can I help you, my man? Yep. Yes, sir. Pretty beautiful, isn't it? Hey, I just sent you an invitation by Discord. Take a look at it. Beautiful, man. Excellent. Do I share alpha? Yeah, absolutely. Don't eat yellow snow, and always say please and thank you. Good dog. Get well. We're done. Excellent. Well, yeah, I mean, I still do it, and I have no plans to end. And one day it's going to go viral. It's going to change the world. How are things with you? Excellent, DC. You take care, my man. Peace, buddy.